Boom, a massive bolt of lightning flashed, and a stone pillar that required several people to encircle was shattered in the courtyard. This scene left both the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, who activated the talisman, and the onlookers dumbfounded. It must be known that the stone pillars in the courtyard were made from specially refined green steel stone. Their material is incredibly hard. Even a supreme magic artifact would struggle to inflict significant damage upon them. Yet now the power of thunder and lightning unleashed by the talisman has completely shattered it. This power is truly terrifying. Is this the true power of a golden core level talisman? The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator looked at the talisman in his hand, slightly trembling. Although this strike consumed nearly half of his spiritual power to activate, its power was truly frightening. He could feel that if he were hit by another lightning attack like that, even a mere graze would turn him to dust. Great weapon indeed, so this is the fearsome might of golden core power. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator felt a tremor deep in his heart. This was the first time he had used a golden core level talisman before this. He hadn't had the qualifications to come into contact with such high-grade talismans. It was only because of Treasure Tower's new talisman release that he got the chance to experience the power of a golden core level talisman. But this power made him deeply aware of just how terrifying golden core realm power truly is. Such a terrifying weapon, he must obtain it. If he had such a powerful talisman for self-defense, his chances of success in exploring the secret land would be nearly guaranteed. Even if the few companions he temporarily teamed up with turned against him, he would not fear them. Thinking of this, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator gritted his teeth. He asked, how many spirit stones does it cost to buy this Thunder Shock talisman? He had already prepared himself. Even if he had to exhaust all his spirit stones, he must acquire this talisman. Oh, and that gravity talisman is also indispensable to him. This exploration of the secret land must not fail as it pertains to his opportunity to achieve the Golden Core realm someday. Even if the price is high, it would be worth it. After asking, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator felt quite apprehensive. Over the years, he had been frugal and saved up some spirit stones, but he was still far from able to purchase a genuine Golden Core level talisman. At least, it was impossible to buy from Wangxiang Pavilion or Kainji Workshop. It was only after hearing from that beautiful female welcome envoy that the new talismans launched by Treasure Tower were affordable, and the first 5 purchasers could enjoy a discount. Otherwise, he would not even dare to think about obtaining such advanced talismans. This Thunder Shock talisman is a Thunder Attribute Attack talisman, priced a bit higher than the average Golden Core level talisman. Its price at our Treasure Tower is 200 lower grade spirit stones. If the senior wishes to purchase it, given that you are our Treasure Tower's first customer of the day for the new talismans, you can enjoy a 90 discount. So this Thunder Shock talisman would cost you only 20 lower grade spirit stones to take home. Upon hearing this, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was stunned. Even the surrounding onlookers were completely taken aback. The entire spacious courtyard fell into silence. Everyone stared incredulously at the beautiful female cultivator, trying to discern whether she was joking. The price wasn't expensive, it was unbelievably cheap. What did you say this? This Thunder Shock talisman costs only 20 lower grade spirit stones. A few breaths later, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator came back to his senses, looking incredulously as he stammered. He could hardly be blamed for such a reaction. The beautiful female welcome envoy's words were simply too unbelievable. A Golden Core level Thunder Attribute talisman for just 20 lower grade spirit stones. Such an offer was beyond anyone's imagination. Indeed, the senior did not hear wrongly. As you enjoy a 90 discount, this Thunder Shock talisman can be purchased for just 20 lower grade spirit stones. However, this discount is limited. It only applies to the purchase of the first talisman. If the senior wishes to purchase other talismans, they will be at the original price. Moreover, each type of talisman is limited to 1 purchase per person for the time being. The beautiful female cultivator explained. Such restrictions naturally aim to prevent resale at a marked-up price. Upon hearing the confirmation, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was overjoyed. Even if the discount was limited to the purchase of a single talisman, to him, it was a great bargain. He immediately said without hesitation, "I want to buy 1 Thunder Shock talisman," fearing that if he hesitated, someone else would steal away his discount. "All right, senior, besides the Thunder Shock talisman, do you want to buy any other talismans? How many spirit stones for the gravity talisman?" The Foundation Establishment level talismans that are newly stocked in our tower are uniformly priced at 20 lower grade spirit stones each. All Foundation Establishment level talismans cost 20 lower grade spirit stones each. Hearing this, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was once again taken aback, but immediately said without hesitation, "Then give me 1 gravity talisman and 1 vitality talisman, and also one flame talisman. Soon, the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator spent most of his spirit stones, purchasing a total of 7 talismans. Besides the Golden Core level Thunder Shock talisman, the remaining 6 were all Foundation Establishment level talismans. In fact, he wished to buy another Golden Core level talisman, but unfortunately, he was too short of spirit stones to do so. At this moment, this Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator regretted immensely why he hadn't saved up more spirit stones over time. If he had, he could have bought all kinds of the new talismans available at the treasure tower. After this Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator left with feelings of both excitement and regret. The previously observing cultivators were all eager, crowding around the beautiful welcome envoy. I want a Thunder Shock talisman. Give me a Vitality talisman and a Flame talisman. Give me one of each talisman. These cultivators had all witnessed the power of the new talismans introduced by the treasure tower. More importantly, the price was much cheaper than the talismans of the same grade sold in other shops. They all knew that the treasure tower probably set the talisman prices so low because of the initial promotion. In a few days, who knows if the price will remain the same, so if they missed this opportunity, it would really be gone. With this mindset, all these cultivators who saw the power of the new talismans emptied their spirit stone bags, striving to purchase a batch of new talismans. Some even went back to inform their friends and family to come and buy the talismans as well, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss this bargain. In this way, in just one day, more than half of the hundreds of talismans refined by Lu Qing were sold. You say the talismans refined by Mr. Lu are already running short. The Treasure Tower Master was somewhat astonished upon hearing Zai Yuan's report. Yes, Tower Master, the talismans refined by Senior Lu are of extremely high quality, and coupled with our treasure tower's low pricing. After trying them, almost all the cultivators made a purchase. I even saw some cultivators, not having enough spirit stones with them, run back to borrow some and return to buy. If we hadn't set the rule that each person could only purchase one of each kind of talisman. I'm afraid that just today alone, the few hundred talismans refined by Senior Lu would have sold out, but even so there aren't many talismans refined by Senior Lu left. Less than 100, which might not be enough for tomorrow's sales. Zai Yuan slowly reported. I didn't expect that the new talismans would be so popular on the first day. The Treasure Tower Master, upon hearing this, felt both excited and shocked. Originally in her prediction, at least a few days were needed after their continuous promotion for the outside cultivators to gradually accept the new talismans. Unexpectedly, the development of events was smoother than she anticipated. Tower Master, what should we do next? Should we raise the prices of the talismans? Zai Yuan asked. Absolutely not. The Treasure Tower Master shook her head. Our biggest advantage now is the price. If we raise the price, we will be no different from the Wangxiang Pavilion and others. Our sales might even drop drastically because of it. After all our talismans use low-grade spirit jade. Some cultivators do care about this. Observing today's trend, our remaining talismans might not be enough to sustain tomorrow's sales. We must ask Senior Lu to continue refining. But just now when I went to Mr. Lu's cave mansion, I saw the sign outside saying no visitors. I feared he was at a critical moment in his closed-door cultivation, so I dared not disturb him. Mr. Lu is in closed-door cultivation. The Treasure Tower Master pondered for a moment, then said, this is my miscalculation. Ideally, I shouldn't interrupt Mr. Lu so soon. However, this momentum of the new talismans can't be halted. How about this? I'll personally go and apologize to Mr. Lu and see if he can forgive us. Immediately, the Treasure Tower Master went to Lu Qing's cave mansion. After a round of calling out, Lu Qing awoke from meditation. Learning the news of the new talisman's high sales was a bit surprising to him. Mr. Lu, this is the situation. Your refined talismans are unexpectedly popular. We have few talismans left in the tower now. We probably need you, Mr. Lu, to continue refining another batch. This matter is a mistake in planning by myself. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Lu. The Treasure Tower Master said sincerely. Lu Qing smiled and said, why say so, Tower Master? The popularity of the new talismans is a good thing. We should be happy, however. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing continued, I can only refine up to 500 talismans a day, and I need the remaining time for cultivation. I hope the Tower Master understands. 500 is more than enough. The Treasure Tower Master quickly replied, feeling internally more astonished. Listening to Lu Qing, it seemed as though refining 500 talismans in one day was not even his limit. He still had time for cultivation. Then from tomorrow, have Miss Zai Yuan come by during the morning to collect the talismans. I'll start refining shortly. Then I shall take my leave. After the Treasure Tower Master left, Lu Qing returned to his cave mansion, took out the spirit jade and began refining directly. Honestly speaking, hearing the news brought by the Treasure Tower Master was quite joyous for him. After all, the better the talisman's sales, the faster he could accumulate spirit stones. The faster he can accumulate spirit stones, the sooner he can enter the heavenly origin great world. This is a good thing for him. As for refining talismans, it was never difficult for him. Moreover, when he refined talismans, he employed the divine separation technique, and the process was also a tempering of his heart and spirit. The next day quickly arrived, just as Zai Yuan had said, perhaps due to word of mouth spreading. On the next day, even more cultivators came to the treasure tower to buy talismans. Fortunately, with the addition of the 500 new talismans refined by Lu Qing, they barely managed to sustain. And in the following days, people continued to come to the treasure tower to buy talismans without stop. Even the influx of customers brought by the new talismans also boosted the sales of other treasures, like magical treasures and elixirs in the tower significantly, directly helping the treasure tower earn a vast number of spirit stones in a short time. Such unusual activity, of course, couldn't be concealed from those with intentions in Kanglan City. Especially the other shops that had a competitive relationship with the treasure tower responded immediately. This included the two biggest rivals of the treasure tower, the Wangxiang Pavilion and the Kaienji Workshop. In a secret quiet room within the Wangxiang Pavilion, several figures were looking gravely at a few talismans laid on the table before them. If other cultivators were present, they would quickly recognize these as the new talismans that were selling hot in the treasure tower these days. Is it really these little things that have left our Wangxiang Pavilion almost deserted these days, without even any extra customers? An old man with a burly figure and a wild mane of hair looked at the plain-looking jade talismans before him with disbelief in his eyes. In his perception, the aura emitted by these talismans was not strong. Most were merely foundation establishment level, with the most powerful talisman only reaching the early golden core level. So he really couldn't believe it was these few small, mid to low-grade talismans that left their Wangxiang Pavilion with almost no business these days. Vice Tower Master, you must not underestimate these talismans. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fair face and holding a jade fan spoke. These talismans may look ordinary, but they contain hidden wonders. Master Zhu has already inspected them, and even he couldn't stop praising the craftsmanship of these talismans. Is that so, Master Zhu? The burly-faced old man looked towards a composed black-haired old man seated to the side. Indeed, these talismans, although of low grade and made from cheap materials, have extremely ingenious craftsmanship, capable of perfectly integrating the rune array into the spirit jade, making it so that even the lowest grade spirit jade can bear strong rune power and display capabilities beyond its grade. Such miraculous craftsmanship could only be achieved by a talisman master of the masterful level or higher, a masterful talisman maker. The burly-faced old man, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. So it's like this. It seems the treasure tower, through some means, managed to recruit a masterful talisman maker. This explains the commotion of these past few days, all stirred up by this unknown master talisman maker. That seems to be the case. Master Zhu nodded. The carriers of these talismans are all low-grade spirit jade, and the cost of crafting is quite cheap. This allowed the treasure tower to sell them at such a low price. However, there is still one thing I don't understand. What is that? Master Zhu, what do you mean? Asked the stout, red-faced elder. These low-cost talismans, though crafted cleverly, demonstrate the remarkable skills of that unknown talisman master, whose ability is no less than mine. Master Zhu slowly said, but forcibly embedding array runes into low-tier spirit jade requires more effort than normal talisman making. So I truly don't understand why a distinguished talisman master would engage in such a thankless endeavor. This really lowers one's status. At this point, a hint of disdain appeared on Master Zhu's face. In his opinion, the talisman master from the treasure tower was degrading himself and lowering the standing of talisman masters. The red-faced elder, however, had a different reaction, his expression shifting subtly. He believed that this talisman master was the very thing major businesses like theirs desired, someone willing to expend their effort to craft low-cost talismans for the business's profit. Such a talisman master is incredibly hard to find. Regrettably, most talisman masters carry airs and uphold their status, unwilling to lower themselves so. The red-faced elder glanced slyly at Master Zhu but kept his thoughts to himself. Then, Master Zhu, according to you, how should we overcome this crisis? In these last 2 days, our customer visits at Wangxiang Pavilion have dropped dramatically. Not only are talismans not selling, but sales of magical treasures and elixirs have also greatly declined. In the short term, it might seem insignificant, but if Treasure Tower continues this way, it could severely impact us at Wangxiang Pavilion. Actually, from my view, Wangxiang Pavilion should not panic or lose its footing. Master Zhu shook his head. Crafting these low-cost talismans in such a way demands extremely high talisman-making skills, and only a talisman master can achieve it. Moreover, this method requires even more effort from the talisman maker. The quantity of low-tier talismans released by Treasure Tower must have been planned long in advance. However, one person's production cannot satisfy such a large customer base. I think it won't take long before they'll need to increase prices or reduce the supply of these talismans. It's impossible to maintain this level of frenzy forever. So, Master's meaning is that we don't need to do much now, just wait and see. The red-faced elder pondered. Correct, Master Zhu nodded. If that's the case, we'll follow Master Zhu's advice and observe the changes for now. The red-faced elder agreed with Master Zhu's judgment. After all, he is a renowned talisman master, one of the top 5 in the entire Little Kang realm. In the field of talismans, there are very few with more authority than him. However, even deciding to observe doesn't mean they will do nothing. The red-faced elder thought for a moment and addressed the middle-aged man with the jade fan in hand, Steward Shen, find a way to investigate the origins of this new talisman master at Treasure Tower. The red-faced elder was greatly intrigued by this suddenly emergent talisman master, a master willing to put aside pride and expend effort to produce so many low-tier talismans to help Treasure Tower capture the market. This appears extraordinarily valuable to the red-faced elder. Yes, Vice Tower Master, the fair-faced middle-aged Steward Shen replied respectfully. Once you uncover the identity of this talisman master, please also inform me. I too am curious about this colleague, Master Zhu said as he played with a talisman, a peculiar expression in his eyes. The new talismans from Treasure Tower had an astonishing crafting method. They differed greatly from the schools he knew of. He wanted to know what the origins of this mysterious talisman master were. While Wangxiang Pavilion decided to wait and see, another top trading house in Kanglan City, Kainji Workshop, made a different decision. We must ascertain what plan Treasure Tower's people have with these moves. Surely they can't be giving away spirit stones without a reason. Also, find out who crafted these talismans and bring them to me. In a month's time, it will be the 3-year periodic accounting day. If we can't handle things by then, the inspection by the higher-ups will hold us accountable. In Kainji Workshop, a middle-aged man in fancy clothing issued a string of orders. After his subordinates went out, he gazed at the talismans laid out before him, his face clouded with uncertainty. He was already troubled by the upcoming accounting day, and at this juncture, Treasure Tower pulls such a stunt. Should the inspecting dignitary see the desolate state of Kainji Workshop, his position as head could come to an end. Damn her, stirring up trouble now. The richly dressed man's eyes gleamed with coldness. Besides Wangxiang Pavilion and Kainji Workshop, other factions in the city also started moving. Treasure Tower's actions caused ripples in the long, peaceful Kanglan City, with undercurrents starting to flow. Lu Qing, the instigator of all this turmoil, was unaware of these happenings. Nowadays, he is reclusive. Except for handing over the crafted talismans to Zai Yuan daily, he almost never leaves the cave mansion. He merely immerses himself in closed cultivation, basically ignoring other matters. With such focused and intense practice, he feels himself drawing ever closer to a breakthrough. Finally, one morning, as Lu Qing is deep in secluded cultivation, his body suddenly trembles. A terrifying suction force arises within, continually devouring the abundant spiritual energy in the cave. In the next moment, a powerful and overwhelming aura emerges from him, causing a slight ripple in the surrounding space. Luckily, he is within the cave mansion, concealed by arrays. Otherwise, such a frightening aura would surely have caused a commotion within the Treasure Tower. However, this disturbance awakens Little Li and 5 elements, who are in the midst of cultivation. Has Ah Qing broken through? Little Li, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Qing, shows a look of delight. 5 elements wags its tail, equally excited. The 2 little beings do not dare disturb Lu Qing, merely waiting quietly. Lu Qing, like a giant beast, continuously swallows the spiritual energy in the cave. Fortunately, the cave mansion prepared for him by Treasure Tower is a superior one meant for primordial spirit great powers. Otherwise, it could hardly withstand his massive intake of spiritual energy. As Lu Qing continues to absorb spiritual energy, his aura becomes increasingly terrifying. The pressure causes Little Li and 5 elements to involuntarily retreat a bit. To what realm is Ah Qing breaking through? Why is his aura so terrifying? The 2 little beings have eyes full of amazement. Though they have refined a top-grade demon core and reached the first transition realm, they vaguely cannot withstand the aura that Lu Qing emits as he breaks through. Lu Qing's breakthrough lasted a whole quarter of an hour. At last, his aura surged powerfully, then the suction force inside intensified greatly, instantly devouring all the spiritual energy within the cave. The oppressive aura that was making Little Li and others' heart and spirit uncomfortable gradually calmed down, slowly gathered by Lu Qing. Only when the last trace of aura was gathered did Lu Qing slowly open his eyes. His eyes flickered with unusual brilliance, akin to the vast starry sky, captivating those who saw them. Yet this phenomenon passed in a flash, quickly restrained by Lu Qing. Even his aura shifted for a while, soon reverting to the level he usually showed outsidersonly the mid-grade golden core third turn. Ah Ching, were you just breaking through? Seeing Lu Qing awake, little Li immediately ran forward to ask. Yes, after being stagnant for so many years, I've finally broken through today. Lu Qing felt a sense of nostalgia. He had once cultivated smoothly, advancing in cultivation with incomparable speed, unmatched in his home world. Unfortunately, the progress of spiritual energy recovery in his home world could not keep up with his cultivation speed, so much so that his cultivation didn't advance for over a decade, forcing him to take risks and venture out, experiencing multiple dangers along the way to reach the territory where the heavenly origin great world resides. With the time consumed during the journey, he had remained stuck at the Golden Core Third Transition Perfection realm for a full 20 years. Today, he finally truly broke through, stepping into the Golden Core Fourth Transition realm. This journey had certainly been fraught with challenges. So, Ah Ching, what's your current strength? Can you contend with primordial spirit great powers? Little Li asked. You surely dare to dream. What realm is a primordial spirit great power? I am merely at the Golden Core Fourth Transition. Now how could I contend with such strong figures? Lu Qing chuckled, feeling speechless at Little Li's wild imagination. The little guy really thought the primordial spirit realm was made of clay. One must know, the primordial spirit realm is different from other realms. To reach beyond the seventh transition in the Golden Core realm, one's magic power Golden Core must be of top-grade Golden Core level. In other words, every primordial spirit realm individual is an extraordinary genius of top-grade Golden Core, truly exceptional and stunning. Such figures aren't easily surpassed by someone from a lower realm. Even though Lu Qing refined the perfect Golden Core, now merely at the fourth transition realm, he dared not have such delusions. Unless one day he can transcend limits and break into the realm possible only after the ninth transition with a perfect Golden Core, perhaps then there's a slim possibility. After chatting for a while with Little Li and Five Elements, seeing the spiritual energy in the cave almost recovered, Lu Qing had them continue their cultivation while he sat cross-legged, planning to feel the changes following his breakthrough. With this perception, Lu Qing immediately sensed the changes. At this moment in his Dantian Qi, the magic power Golden Core spins slowly like a star. The mana within is several times purer than before the breakthrough. The Dantian Qi and meridians have also widened greatly, significantly increasing his physical body potential. As for the physical body strength, it has undergone an earth-shattering transformation, greatly increasing in power. Lu Qing extended his hand, lightly clenched a fist. The immense power of the physical body erupted, causing the air within his palm to burst gently, with strands of electric light flashing. Around the fist, the power of laws slightly rippled and twisted. With just this, Lu Qing could feel how much stronger he had become compared to before the breakthrough. Relying solely on physical body strength, he could almost contend with his pre-breakthrough self. If paired with the great strength divine skill, he felt even late-stage Golden Core strong figures would find it difficult to withstand his fist's might. Besides the physical body and mana transformation, there was another change that delighted Lu Qing. That is, this breakthrough also led his divine soul power to transform. The divine soul talisman in the forehead acupoint finally broke through, stepping into the Yang talisman mid-phase realm. No wonder it's the perfect Golden Core. Once breaking through, it's an all-encompassing breakthrough. Whether it's mana, physical body, or divine soul power, all can undergo an earth-shattering change. Lu Qing felt his transformation with great joy. Originally a breakthrough from the third transition to the fourth transition, though remarkable, generally couldn't produce such significant transformation. However, what he refined was the mysterious and unfathomable perfect Golden Core. The transformation brought by the realm breakthrough is far more intense than that of ordinary Golden Core realms. But after this breakthrough, the spiritual energy in the cave mansion has also reduced its effect on me quite a bit. Lu Qing sensed the rapidly recovering spiritual energy within the cave, slightly furrowing his brow. After the breakthrough, he could feel that, although the spiritual energy in the cave still has a considerable effect on him, helping him to purify mana and boost cultivation, the speed of cultivation advancement has noticeably slowed. He must know, the cave mansion he is in now was arranged carefully by Treasure Tower. In the entire Little Kang realm, it counts as one of the superior cave mansions. Now just one breakthrough allows him to clearly feel the diminishing effect of the cave's spiritual energy on him. Indeed, just as he had originally expected. As his realm breaks through and cultivation strengthens, the spiritual energy in this Little Kang realm will gradually lose effect on him. According to this pace, the spiritual energy in Little Kang realm can probably only allow my cultivation to reach the sixth transition realm. After that, just like the home world, it will no longer enable me to have any breakthroughs. Lu Qing pondered for a while, mentally deducing, finally reaching a conclusion. It seems that if I want to step into the primordial spirit realm, I have to enter the heavenly origin great world. Thinking of this, Lu Qing took out a storage bag. Inside were the talismans he crafted yesterday, yet to be handed to Zai Yuan. Today he succeeded in his breakthrough, just right to go out for a walk and hand over the items in passing. Opening the cave mansion, Lu Qing stepped out. He hadn't gone far when he saw Zai Yuan walking towards him, wearing a purple short robe exuding an enchanting aura. But Zai Yuan was not frowning at this moment. "Senior Lu, you have emerged from seclusion." Zai Yuan, seeing Lu Qing, showed a face full of delight. "Yes, I really wanted to come out for a walk. Here's today's talisman." Lu Qing handed over the storage bag in his hand. "How could I trouble Senior Lu to deliver it personally? I should have come to fetch it myself." Seeing the storage bag Lu Qing handed over, Zai Yuan seemed a little nervous. "It's no trouble. My seclusion has just ended, so I came out to take a stroll and relax." Lu Qing smiled. "By the way, Miss Zai Yuan, I noticed a hint of worry between your brows just now. Is there something troubling you? Did Senior notice?" Zai Yuan was slightly surprised, but then she realized that Lu Qing was a Golden Core Realm expert, so this bit of insight was nothing to be surprised about. After a moment of contemplation, Zai Yuan hesitated a bit and said, "Originally, the Tower Master instructed not to inform you of this matter to avoid disturbing your seclusion, but now that you've already come out, you should know about it to prepare defensively." "Oh, it seems the matter involves me as well." Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Senior," Zai Yuan said. "Since our treasure tower launched the talismans you crafted, they have been immensely popular, causing a sensation throughout Kanglan City. However, this has also attracted the attention of other businesses and factions. Lately, there have been spies from outside trying to infiltrate and gather information. Although they have all been stopped by the Vice Tower Master and others, the internal atmosphere has become somewhat restless. I see other factions have finally made a move." Lu Qing nodded upon hearing this. Senior doesn't seem surprised at all. Seeing Lu Qing completely unfazed, Zai Yuan couldn't help but ask, "This is not something to be surprised about." Lu Qing laughed. "Our newly launched talismans are priced affordably, capturing a large share of the talisman market. It's impossible for other commercial forces to sit by idly and let us take over the market. If they didn't do anything, that would be truly strange." By the way, what did the Tower Master say about this matter? The Tower Master told us to rest assured, saying she already has countermeasures in place, and we just need to avoid going out carelessly. Also, the Tower Master said not to bother you with this matter, Senior. Zai Yuan replied, "Since the Tower Master already has countermeasures, I am relieved. Well then, since I've already handed the talismans to you, Miss Zai Yuan, I should return to my cave mansion." With that, Lu Qing turned to leave, planning to resume his seclusion. "Senior is leaving so soon." Zai Yuan was taken aback. Lu Qing had just said he had finished his seclusion. "Yes, I was thinking of wandering around, but it seems now is not the time. Better to go back and continue my cultivation instead." Zai Yuan stood there watching Lu Qing leave, finding him increasingly enigmatic. Back in his cave mansion, Lu Qing activated the defensive array, preparing to continue his cultivation. As for the turmoil outside, he did not intend to get involved. Since the treasure tower wanted to use the talismans he crafted to seize the market, they should also bear these risks. Besides, from the information Lu Qing had previously inquired, the treasure tower master was not a simple individual. Such minor disturbances should not be a problem for her. However, despite this, Lu Qing still planned to make some preparations. Even though the Little Kang realm is just a small world, it is still full of powerful individuals. Although most of the primordial spirit great powers have gone to the heavenly origin great world for cultivation, Lu Qing did not believe that no great power at the primordial spirit realm was stationed in some major forces. If conflict really arises, he must ensure he has adequate self-preservation capabilities. After pondering for a while, Lu Qing considered his trump cards. His most potent means now, of course, was the overwhelmingly powerful strength brought by his perfect golden core, far exceeding other strong individuals of the same level. Next were the 2 divine skills he mastered and the several spiritual artifacts he possessed. Furthermore, there were the many powerful cultivation techniques he comprehended, such as the little sky-breaking sword and 5 elements 10,000 skill palm Taoist skills. These divine skills and magic, as his realm improved, also greatly increased in power. With these trump cards, he was not afraid of even a late-stage golden core opponent, but it was still unlikely to use them to contend against a primordial spirit great power. The gap between the golden core realm and the primordial spirit realm is indeed too large. Even with his incredible perfect golden core, at a different realm, it's difficult to bridge such a gap. Back in the starry sky, the reason he could escape from the mysterious primordial spirit great power was due to the opponent's complacency and the unexpected ability of the void flying boat to traverse the void. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape. Now in the Little Kang realm, the void flying boat is somewhat restricted, and its void traversal ability is not as swift. With the reaction of a divine soul at the primordial spirit realm, even with the void flying boat, it's not foolproof. After reaching the fourth transition realm, my cultivation aspect cannot transform further in the short term. I need to prepare a more reliable trump card. Lu Qing began to contemplate what trump cards he had on hand that could ensure self-preservation against a primordial spirit great power. Cultivation techniques, Taoist skills, divine skills, magical treasures, arrays, talismans. Lu Qing meticulously considered the methods he possessed, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Arrays and talismans, if I can comprehend and deduce that, it might be feasible. With that, he immediately sat cross-legged and initiated his superpower's cultivation state, beginning to comprehend in his mind. And what he was set to comprehend was precisely the legacy on teleportation, arrays he had obtained in Star Sky City earlier. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Qing's superpower seemed to become even more formidable. Not only was the time to inspect high-level items much shorter, but the speed of deduction also became significantly faster. Previously, he had already comprehended the basics of the teleportation array, but there was still a considerable distance to fully understand and master it. The teleportation array in Star Sky City was laid out by a primordial spirit great power proficient in the space Tao, profound and mysterious beyond imagination. Lu Qing, possessing a superpower, was indeed an anomaly in cultivation. Otherwise, if it were any other Golden Core Realm cultivator, they would be completely unable to discern any mystery. After all, even many primordial spirit great powers with insufficient cultivation find it challenging to comprehend the space teleportation Tao, not to mention a mere Golden Core Realm. Time slowly passed as Lu Qing continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Kanglin City, waves began to stir. Those businesses originally planning to observe and wait for Treasure Tower to run out of stock or to raise talisman prices were stunned to find that as the days passed, the new talismans by Treasure Tower, despite selling hundreds daily, showed no signs of being out of stock, let alone increasing in price. Witnessing the endless stream of talismans sold daily by Treasure Tower, the other commercial forces finally couldn't sit still any longer. If this continues, wouldn't the entire talisman market in Kanglin City be monopolized by Treasure Tower? Would there still be any room for them? We can't just sit and wait any longer. In Wangxiang Pavilion, the burly red-faced old man's expression was grim. If this goes on, Treasure Tower will swallow up the entire talisman market in Kanglin City. It's unreasonable in these days. Hasn't Treasure Tower sold nearly 10,000 talismans? How could they have prepared such a vast number of talismans in advance? Master Zhu, the talisman master of Wangxiang Pavilion, was utterly puzzled. Originally, in his estimation, if Treasure Tower could prepare 1,000 or 2,000 new talismans in advance, that would be the limit. To think that nearly 10,000 talismans have been sold now, and there's still no sign of shortage. In his view, this was simply impossible. It's important to note that over 10,000 talismans, even if all were foundation establishment-level talismans, would require an astonishing amount of time to refine. Even for a talisman master like him, it would take decades or even over 100 years to refine them. What kind of talisman master would be willing to spend decades or even 100 years to refine some low-level talismans that lower their status, unless that person was a true madman? Do they really think talisman makers don't need cultivation? Moreover, the master of Treasure Tower doesn't seem like someone capable of enduring and plotting for so many years. If she had such a trump card, she would have played it long ago. Master Zhu couldn't understand how this came to be. The red-faced old man was equally perplexed, but he knew they couldn't just sit there and wait to be defeated. Now, leveraging the new talismans, Treasure Tower's influence in Kanglin City grows ever greater. Its reputation even seems to be spreading subtly to other major cities. People have already noticed that cultivators from other major cities travel long distances to Kanglin City just to purchase new talismans. If this continues, their Wangxiang Pavilion will truly be completely overshadowed by Treasure Tower. Steward Shen, haven't you found out the origin of that talisman master from Treasure Tower? The red-faced old man inquired. So far, we've only found out that the talisman master likely arrived in Kanglin City through a transmission array not long ago. However, this person is very low-key, and after entering Treasure Tower, barely leaves their cave mansion. The spies we've dispatched couldn't even get close before being caught by Treasure Tower's people. The white-faced, middle-aged steward Shen reported. They only entered Kanglin City recently. Then how did Treasure Tower suddenly present so many talismans and sweep the market? The red-faced old man was astonished. This subordinate isn't sure either, but I've spent a considerable sum to gather information from within Treasure Tower. It's said that the talismans currently being sold by Treasure Tower are newly refined daily by that mysterious talisman master within their cave mansion. This is purportedly the reason why Treasure Tower has not run out of stock, Steward Shen replied. However, his words led Master Zhu to exclaim out loud, "Impossible." The talisman's treasure tower sells daily must amount to at least several hundred. Even a talisman master couldn't possibly refine so many talismans daily. This must be false information released by Treasure Tower. The red-faced old man also found this hard to believe. Although he wasn't proficient in the Tao of talismans, he had enough insight at his level of cultivation, refining several hundred talismans on site every day, including many at the golden core level. Even for a talisman master, let alone those mysterious and elusive talisman grandmasters, whether this is even possible remains to be seen. Subordinate also finds this matter quite unbelievable, but apart from that, nothing else from Treasure Tower has been revealed, so we've been unable to uncover matters any further, Steward Shen stated. When he first received this information, his immediate reaction was its impossibility. Hence, he hadn't reported it to the Vice Pavilion Master immediately. He wanted to confirm the details before reporting. Now, as expected, the Vice Pavilion Master also finds this notion absurd. Regardless, this matter surely involves that mysterious talisman master, the red-faced old man said. If there's a way to capture this person, perhaps Treasure Tower's current offensive will crumble on its own. But Vice Pavilion Master, according to my investigation, the person has been secluded within Treasure Tower, rarely making appearances. Apart from their cave mansion, they never leave, nor do they interact with many others. Capturing them would mean entering Treasure Tower directly to take them. If not, there's no viable way. However, seizing a person from within Treasure Tower, the city lord likely wouldn't stand idly by, Steward Shen cautiously suggested. The red-faced old man's proposal was challenging to execute. Capturing someone directly wouldn't only face the formidable arrays inherent to Treasure Tower, which even a primordial spirit great power couldn't break through in a short time. In terms of business conflicts, directly storming into the opponent's base to seize someone is against the rules. Without a valid reason, the master of Kanglan City would never permit it. Besides, rumors persist that the master of Treasure Tower has connections with a significant figure in Tianyuan world. Common competitive methods are one thing. If they went too far and truly provoked her, causing the great figures of the heavenly origin great world to act, not only would their small Wangxiang pavilion be unable to withstand the wrath of such figures, even all of Kanglan City might not bear it. If this doesn't work and that doesn't work, are we going to sit back and watch that woman monopolize the entire talisman market and trample over our Wangxiang pavilion? The red-faced old man fumed. Steward Shen didn't dare to speak. Vice Pavilion Master Hong wasn't known for having a good temperament, and saying more might lead to punishment. Fortunately, though quick-tempered, the red-faced old man was rational. After venting his anger briefly, he calmed down somewhat. It's a pity my elder brother felt something and went into closed seclusion not long ago. Otherwise, with his connections to the city lord, they might suppress Treasure Tower. The red-faced old man lamented. It truly seemed he wasn't suited for managing these matters of Wangxiang Pavilion. These complicated affairs were truly bothersome. If his older brother were here, solutions to break the deadlock would surely be formulated. Steward Shen and Master Zhu remained silent. They agreed with this statement. If the pavilion master were here, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. As the three remained silent, Steward Shen's expression suddenly shifted. He then took out a communication jade token from his bosom. After reviewing the message within the jade token, a hint of delight surfaced on his face. Vice Pavilion Master, perhaps we don't need to be in such a rush. Oh, what do you mean? Because someone is more anxious than us. Heavenly Mechanism Workshop over there couldn't hold back anymore. Is the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop going to take action? The red-faced elder was taken aback. Does the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop have the guts to ignore the rules of Kanglan City and act directly? You misunderstand, Vice Pavilion Master. The Heavenly Mechanism Workshop does not plan to act directly. Instead, they sent someone to convey a message saying they want to ally with us to pressure the Treasure Tower, Steward Shen explained. The Heavenly Mechanism Workshop wants to ally with us. The red-faced elder was taken aback again. Indeed, not only with us, but they have also allied with other large and small businesses in Kanglan City to pressurize the Treasure Tower. Steward Shen said, Vice Pavilion Master, should we join the alliance? Of course, we should. It's rare for someone to be willing to take the lead. Isn't this a good thing? The red-faced elder said, precisely, let the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop test what cards that woman has, daring to cause such a commotion. That's right. I heard that every 3 years, the upper world sends people down to check accounts and collect profits from the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Given the current situation of the Tianji building, if the Venerable from the upper world sees it. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master is probably bound to be punished, so he must be anxious. It's good that he's anxious. Their anxiety can help us pave the way. Tell the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop we've agreed on behalf of the Wangxiang Pavilion. Miss, this is an invitation the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop sent over. Inside the Treasure Tower, Uncle Fu held a golden invitation and said to the Treasure Tower Master, Oh, sending us an invitation at this time. The Treasure Tower Master raised an eyebrow. What does the invitation say? It says that the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, Wangxiang Pavilion, and many other merchants in Kanglan City wish to hold a conference to discuss important matters and hope that the Treasure Tower will also attend. Uncle Fu opened the invitation and read the contents. Discuss important matters. I'm afraid they want to unite to pressure us. The Treasure Tower Master sneered. It seems these folks can't sit still any longer. Miss, what should we do? When numerous merchants in the city unite, even the city lord wouldn't dare underestimate them. If they really take action against us, what should we do? Uncle Fu worriedly asked. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Kanglan City is one of the largest cities in the Little Kang realm. The city lord has intricate ties with the upper world and will not allow others to challenge his authority and disrupt the rules he established. This is why the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop and the others are joining forces to pressure us, as they have no other way to deal with us. The Treasure Tower Master slowly said. Uncle Fu thought for a moment, then agreed and relaxed a bit. So, miss, should we attend the meeting? Of course not. The Treasure Tower Master said directly, an invitation with ill intentions clearly against us. Why give them the opportunity? Directly refuse, say the Treasure Tower is busy with business recently and has no time for banquets. After hearing about the Treasure Tower's refusal, at the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, the well-dressed Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master had an extremely ugly expression. Damn wench, refusing our kindness. Pavilion Master, the Treasure Tower refuses to attend the meeting. What should we do now? In less than 10 days, the Venerable from the upper world will arrive. If he sees our current situation, he'll likely be furious. A worriedly dressed, beautiful woman asked. Damn wench, she's just wantonly acting under the protection of Kanglan City's rules. If not for the city lord's pressure, I'd capture her and strip her cultivation to sell her to a brothel. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master was filled with violence, his aura terrifying enough to make the surrounding laws shudder slightly. His cultivation was that of a powerful figure who had already reached the late-stage golden core and seventh transition. Pavilion Master, mind your words. The beautiful woman's expression changed, and she quickly said, the Treasure Tower Master is rumored to be favored by someone from the upper world. If this word gets out, it could be very inappropriate. Just rumors, these words have circulated for years without evidence. I now suspect the rumors were spread by that wench herself. Purposely confusing others, making them wary of her, and not daring to act carelessly, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master sneered. The beautiful woman remained silent. This theory, in fact, has been considered by many. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Without conclusive proof, no one dares to wholly dismiss this matter, especially since the rumor is said to have originated from the City Lord Mansion. And over the years, the City Lord Mansion has subtly sided with the Treasure Tower in many matters, witnessed by many forces. Otherwise, how could a mere woman with just a mid-grade golden core, not even reaching the late-stage golden core, establish a firm foothold in a chaotic and powerful Kanglan city, creating a vast treasure tower and amassing enormous wealth? But the beautiful woman also knew the Pavilion Master was in a bad mood and couldn't accept persuasion, so she dared not speak. Fortunately, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master was just venting and remained rational. Soon, he calmed down. Pavilion Master, since the Treasure Tower refuses to attend, it's clear they don't wish to resolve the matter amicably with us. What should we do? The beautiful woman asked. Based on the intelligence we have, the reason the Treasure Tower can continuously sell new talismans. Obviously, everything is related to the mysterious Talisman Master who appeared a few days ago. As long as we can deal with this person, all problems will be easily solved. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, but our spies also said that this person is extremely mysterious. After entering the Treasure Tower, he has been low-key, staying secluded, and does not vie for power. He hides in his cave mansion all day, not forming any alliances with others. Except for one or two people, the rest cannot even reach him. Moreover, this person seems to possess an exotic treasure that conceals the Heavenly Mechanism. Even the Master, who is best at calculations in our pavilion, cannot deduce his origins. Therefore, wanting to eliminate him is extremely difficult. The beautiful woman said, troubled. Regardless, we must find a way to contact him, preferably to lure him out of the treasure tower. If our people can't reach him, we start from within their ranks. I refuse to believe the treasure tower is entirely solid, without anyone harboring intentions. Now that the Treasure Tower Master has pushed for new talismans, removing the old ones, don't the other talisman makers have objections, knowing that if their talismans don't sell, they will lose substantial income? In any case, whether through enticement or threat, throwing spirit stones or magical treasures, there will be brave ones under heavy rewards. Surely someone is willing. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower Master gritted his teeth, speaking viciously. Other talisman makers. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression changed. Then she recalled something, her eyes brightening slightly. Master, with this said, perhaps I really have a candidate. According to the spy's information in the treasure tower, there is a master of identification named Q Rong, who is also a talisman maker. This person is arrogant and narrow-minded, reportedly having had conflicts with that mysterious talisman master. He caused a scene when the treasure tower introduced new talismans. Now he's being punished by the treasure tower master, facing a wall in his cave mansion, forbidden to go out. With his character, he must harbor resentment against the treasure tower. Perhaps he can be our breakthrough. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master was overjoyed upon hearing this. Good, this is a very suitable candidate. Dispatch someone immediately. Try to contact this Q Rong. Don't spare spirit stones. Make sure to turn him into our insider. All right, I'll handle this. After the beautiful woman respectfully withdrew, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master's face turned gloomy again. In no more than 10 days, people from the upper realm will arrive, if he hasn't settled the current situation by then. Not only will he lose his lucrative pavilion master position, he is likely to be penalized as well. Considering the temperament of that master, once punished, the consequences. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master involuntarily trembled, a chill rising from the heart. His resolute expression became even more steadfast. If really destined for such an end, better to fight. While the outside world surges with undercurrents, Lu Qing continues his calm cultivation in the cave mansion. Finally, thoroughly comprehend and mastered it, Lu Qing opened his eyes, runes circulating in them. These days, besides crafting necessary daily talismans, he mostly spent time comprehending the teleportation array heritage. Now he has finally completely understood it, no longer puzzled at all. The teleportation array is truly enigmatic. The Space Dao truly deserves the domain only primordial spirit great power can delve into. Lu Qing mused in his mind. Although he has now thoroughly comprehended the teleportation array from the Star Sky City, but he still cannot lay it out completely with his current cultivation realm. The teleportation array involves space law, which is a law only comprehensible by primordial spirit great power. Even if array masters can communicate the law through runes, insufficient cultivation still makes laying such profound formation difficult. Though Lu Qing, relying on the supernatural power, comprehended the Star Sky City teleportation array thoroughly, understanding and doing are two entirely different things. With his current cultivation realm, assembling such a massive teleportation array like in Star Sky City is still impossible. I was thinking if fully understanding this teleportation array could allow direct setup and teleportation to the heavenly origin great world. That way, saving heaps of spirit stones directly, now seems just too unrealistic. Recalling his previous slight delusion, Lu Qing chuckled. However, though I can't yet set up a breaking boundary transmission array that bypasses the world's fetal membrane. With superpower simplifying it, transforming it into a small teleportation array just for space traversing, positioning shifts, may not be impossible. Even among teleportation arrays, there are different ranks. From cross-domain level teleportation arrays able to span endless starry territories, to breaking boundary transmission arrays breaking world's fetal membranes for inter-world transmission, to short-distance, small-scale teleportation arrays within the same world. The power discrepancies between these teleportation arrays are enormous, and their space law involvement varies greatly in complexity. The teleportation array Lu Qing acquired from Star Sky City belongs to a high-grade breaking boundary teleportation array. It requires one deeply versed in space law and proficient in the rune array path, typically a seasoned primordial spirit realm to set up, with his current capabilities still far from setting it up. Though powerless with the breaking boundary transmission array, the lowest level miniature space shifting teleportation array may be slightly possible. Lu Qing closed his eyes again, activating his superpower cultivation. This time the direction he pondered had changed. Under the urging of his heart and spirit, he continuously simplified the teleportation array he had already comprehended and mastered. As Lu Qing continued deducing, a torrent of insights surfaced from his heart. Who knows how long it took, but finally, a simple yet not simplistic miniature array emerged from his heart, finally deduced it. A sense of joy rose in Lu Qing's heart. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions. Now, he had only deduced the array, its actual effect still needed to be tested. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qing took out a piece of spirit jade from his storage bag and began engraving. Threads of runes were condensed from the void by him. Those runes were mysteriously intricate, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly as soon as they were formed. They were the array runes Lu Qing had comprehended from the teleportation array, capable of invoking space laws. Under normal circumstances, a Golden Core Realm cultivator would find it extremely difficult to comprehend and master such runes. However, Lu Qing possessed a superpower, and with his open superpower, his understanding was extraordinary, coupled with his innate talent in runes, thus achieving what common cultivators deemed immensely incredible. With Lu Qing's heart and spirit urging, the condensed runes began to penetrate the spirit jade in his hand. However, in the next moment, with a crisp sound, streaks of cracks appeared on the spirit jade, and then it shattered. It seems a lower-grade spirit jade cannot bear runes of this level. Lu Qing was not surprised, as the teleportation array involved space laws. Even though he had engraved a heavily simplified miniature teleportation array, its power was beyond what a lower-grade spirit jade could bear. After some thought, Lu Qing took out a communication talisman and sent a message out. Before long, there was a fluctuation of arrays outside the cave mansion. Lu Qing opened the cave mansion and walked out, seeing Zai Yuan standing respectfully outside. Senior Lu, here are the upper-grade spirit jade and top-grade spirit jade you asked for. Zai Yuan presented an ornate box. Lu Qing took it, opened, and saw dozens of spirit jades neatly arranged inside, their surfaces smooth and flowing. The high-grade spirit jade stock in the treasure vault is running low. Since you urgently need them, Senior Lu, I first brought all that were left. If it's not enough, the tower master said more could be allocated from other branches, Zai Yuan explained. It's enough, these will do for now. Lu Qing glanced, seeing nearly 40 spirit jades in the box, 10 of which were top grade, the rest being upper grade. Like spirit stones, spirit jade significantly increases in value with each grade level. Thus, although there seemed to be few spirit jades, they were indeed quite valuable. Is Senior Lu planning to refine high-grade talismans? Zai Yuan asked curiously. Lu Qing had always used only lower-grade spirit jade for making talismans, and this was the first time he requested high-grade spirit jade. Some rather special talismans I'd like to try making, Lu Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Zai Yuan understood and found nothing unusual. In fact, the talisman makers in the tower often requested high-grade spirit jade to refine talismans. On the contrary, someone like Lu Qing, who always used only lower-grade spirit jade, was the exception. After Zai Yuan left, Lu Qing returned to his cave mansion and picked up a piece of upper-grade spirit jade. With a focused mind, the mysterious runes were once again outlined by him and entered the spirit jade. The ability of the upper-grade spirit jade to withstand the power of the rune array was far superior to that of lower-grade spirit jade. A large number of runes poured into the spirit jade without causing it to shatter this time. However, Lu Qing didn't dare be careless, concentrating fully to meticulously outline each rune, arranging them gradually into an array within the spirit jade. Finally, with the last rune entering, a brilliance circulated on the surface of the spirit jade. As the light dissipated, a mysterious aura emanated from within. It's done. Lu Qing, seeing the result, revealed a slight smile, while Lu Qing successfully refined the talisman. A sneaky figure gradually approached near a cave mansion on the other side of Treasure Tower. Mr. Lu, here is this month's Spirit Stone share. The Treasure Tower Master handed a small storage bag to Lu Qing. So soon, hasn't it been less than a month? Lu Qing was a bit surprised. Our Treasure Tower distributes Spirit Stones at the beginning of each month regularly, and today happens to be the day. The Treasure Tower Master explained. I see. Lu Qing understood and took the storage bag. Over the past half-month, we have sold more than 10,000 talismans. Among them, 2,000 are Golden Core Realm talismans, and over 8,000 are Foundation Establishment Realm talismans. As previously agreed, you, Mr. Lu, will receive a 50% share. That's roughly 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. Since you are a Golden Core Realm cultivator, low-grade spirit stones may not be very useful for you, so I took the liberty to convert them all into middle-grade spirit stones for a round number. Here are 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Please check them, Mr. Lu. At this moment, the Treasure Tower Master explained. 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Qing was directly stunned upon hearing this number. He used his divine soul power to probe into the storage bag and saw the pile of spirit stones exuding a rich spiritual charm. His eyes slightly widened. The amount is a bit less than expected. I hope Mr. Lu can understand. The Treasure Tower Master misunderstood and explained apologetically. To compete with other businesses, we priced our talismans fairly low, so the profits are relatively lower. The Tower Master misunderstood. It's not that I think it's too little, rather this amount is beyond my expectations. Lu Qing spoke the truth. He was truly surprised by this number. However, he quickly came to his senses. These days, he had been continuously making talismans every day. 500 talismans a day, 100 Golden Core level talismans, and 400 Foundation Establishment level talismans, adding up to at least over 10,000 talismans made. Among them, just the Golden Core level talismans amounted to over 2,000, and he was aware of the pricing set by the Treasure Tower for the talismans he crafted. Golden Core level talismans were priced at 200 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 2 middle-grade spirit stones, while Foundation Establishment level talismans were uniformly priced at 20 low-grade spirit stones. According to his agreement with the Treasure Tower, for each talisman sold, he he would receive 50% of the profit. In other words, for a single golden core level talisman, he would receive 1 middle grade spirit stone, and for a foundation establishment level talisman, he would get 10 low grade spirit stones. Looking at it now, most of the 2,500 spirit stones he received were due to the golden core level talisman's share. The cultivators in Kanglan City are indeed quite wealthy. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Mr. Lu who somewhat underestimated himself." The treasure tower master smiled. "The talismans you craft are excellent and affordable. They are rare treasures. Cultivators always wish to have 1 or 2 life-saving measures. But previously in Kanglan City, good talismans were always priced high. For ordinary cultivators, even if they wanted to buy them, many were beyond their means. Coincidentally, the talismans you crafted, Mr. Lu, emerged unexpectedly, not only of high quality but also low in price." Once the news spread, the enthusiasm for purchasing among cultivators in Kanglan City was very high. With tens of thousands of cultivators in Kanglan City, having this level of sales isn't surprising. Once the news spreads to other major cities, it's not surprising for sales to increase even further. Lu Qing suddenly understood, but he still felt shocked inside. Not long ago, he was destitute, worrying even about the spirit stones to lodge at an inn. But now, suddenly receiving an income of 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones, which converts to 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is nothing short of a financial windfall. However, Lu Qing also understood why other businesses in the city were so anxious. It's equivalent to the entire talisman market in Kanglan City being monopolized by the treasure tower. To block someone's income is as grievous as killing their parents. It's no wonder those businesses are worried. Thinking of this, Lu Qing asked, "Tower Master, a few days ago I heard Miss Zai Yuan mention that other businesses in the city seem to be targeting our treasure tower. Is there any cause for concern? They are just insignificant tricks, Mr. Lu, you needn't worry. I have some relations with the city lord of Kanglan City. He won't allow any transgressions within the city. Our sale of talismans is a normal business activity. No matter how upset those businesses are, there's nothing they can do to us." The treasure tower master replied indifferently. "Nevertheless, Tower Master, it would be wise to be cautious." Though the treasure tower master spoke confidently, Lu Qing still advised, "Wealth stirs the heart, and this time they've stirred up too many people's interests. One can't rule out the possibility of someone taking desperate measures and acting recklessly. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I have it under control." The treasure tower master remained confident. After chatting for a while, the treasure tower master took her leave. This month, due to Lu Qing's talismans, the treasure tower not only earned a considerable profit, but also saw an increase in the sales of the treasures, including magical treasures and elixirs, so she had many matters to attend to. "I didn't expect that in a place as prosperous as this, earning spirit stones would be so easy. Now I can set off at any time for the heavenly origin great world." Once the treasure tower master left, Lu Qing returned to his cave mansion, looking at the spirit stones in the storage bag, and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Indeed, after today's spirit stone income, the cost for him and little Li to enter the heavenly origin great world was instantly covered. According to the information Lu Qing had gathered, foreign cultivators wishing to enter the heavenly origin great world need to obtain residence rights. Each person must pay a top-grade spirit stone, which is equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, to be admitted. Initially, it was thought that it would take a long time to gather enough spirit stones to enter the heavenly origin great world, but surprisingly, it exceeded expectations in less than a month. Fortunately, he chose to collaborate with the treasure tower. Otherwise, relying solely on selling talismans himself would be risky and would take a long time. "Ah Qing, what are you so happy about?" Nearby, little Li couldn't help but ask as he saw Lu Qing's uncontrollable smile. "Little Li, we've gathered enough spirit stones to enter the heavenly origin great world. We've gathered enough so quickly." Little Li's eyes suddenly widened. It knew that to enter the heavenly origin great world, each person had to pay 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and this was just the basic expense. Once inside the heavenly origin great world, other expenses would undoubtedly be necessary. 5 Elements also widened his eyes, looking over. "The treasure tower master just came and delivered our share of the talismans we refined last month. Guess how many spirit stones we earned this time?" Lu Qing, in a very good mood, teased little Li. "How much? Could it be tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones?" Little Li's eyes sparkled. These days, he and 5 Elements had been concentrating on secluded cultivation in the cave mansion, unaware of the outside world. They only knew that Lu Qing made a lot of talismans every day to sell, but not much else. But since Lu Qing said so, they must have earned a lot this time. 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Qing slowly said a number. These words directly stunned little Li. 5 Elements was no exception, even its previously trembling tail froze. "Ah Qing, what did you say? 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. After a while, little Lee looked at Lu Qing in disbelief, stammering, "That's right, 250,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 2,500 middle-grade spirit stones." Lu Qing nodded. Little Lee was stunned again. His eyes widened like saucers, and his mouth dropped open. After a while, he came back to his senses and got excited. 250,000. So we can enter the heavenly origin great world at any time now. Yes, I originally thought it would take a long time to gather enough spirit stones, but I didn't expect it to be so quick. To earn 250,000 spirit stones in less than a month. Ah Ching, you're amazing, and the cultivators in Kanglin City are so wealthy. Indeed, very wealthy. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Thinking about the preciousness of spirit stones in his homeworld, many sects during the ancient immortal cultivation era stored them as strategic resources, rarely using them. Only top powerhouses like the primordial spirit Great Power could afford to use spirit stones for cultivation. But in this little Kang realm, even Qi refining realm cultivators who aren't too poor likely have a few spirit stones in hand. No wonder the Great Origin Immortal Domain is such a prosperous area. It makes his homeworld look like a backwater in comparison. Ah Ching, when are we setting out for the Heavenly Origin Great World? Little Lee asked. I'm considering that right now. Lu Qing hesitated. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer before going? Little Lee suggested. Ah Ching, since your talismans are making so many spirit stones now, it would be a shame not to take this opportunity to earn more. Who knows when we'll have it again? Lu Qing was also hesitant about this point. Originally, his plan was to enter the Heavenly Origin Great World as soon as they gathered enough spirit stones. After all, that was their intended destination. Moreover, he vaguely felt that Kanglin City was becoming less tranquil. He had stirred too many people's interests this time. No one can tell how many out there wish him dead right now. The safest approach would be to leave early. However, he hadn't expected his talismans to be so popular, easily earning amounts he never dared to dream of before. This realization made him hesitate. Indeed, great wealth can sway one's heart. Faced with vast wealth, even my will has wavered. Realizing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. He once thought his will was firm enough, but now it seemed that it was merely because the temptation wasn't strong enough before. Now facing hundreds of thousands, even millions of spirit stones, his resolve was clearly shaken. Oh well, there's no end to earning spirit stones. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since Kanglin City is no longer peaceful, it's best to leave early. The wavering of his will made Lu Qing vigilant, leading him to this decision. With over 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones in hand, he had enough to last a long time. Even using them for cultivation might be enough to push his cultivation to the late-stage golden core realm. With his mind set, Lu Qing shook his head no. Let's prepare to leave. Are we really leaving? Little Lee looked around, somewhat reluctant. In recent days, he and 5 elements had made significant progress in their cultivation within this cave mansion. They weren't far from the perfect turning point of the golden core realm. Leaving Kanglin City meant giving up such prime cultivation conditions. Though everyone said the Heavenly Origin Great World was far superior to Little Kang Realm, no one could guarantee it until they went inside. People die for wealth, birds for food. Being too greedy may cost one's life. I can feel that the emergence of new talismans has caused unrest in Kanglin City. If major powers clash, it won't be something we can handle. So leaving early is best, Lu Qing said firmly. All right, I'll trust you, Ah Qing. Although reluctant, little Lee knew that following Lu Qing wouldn't be wrong. This was the lesson learned from their past experiences. Are we leaving now? No need to rush. If we leave just like this, it may not be easy to explain to the Treasure Tower Master. Let's wait a bit in the coming days. I'll work hard to refine more talismans and give them to the Treasure Tower. That way, I can provide an explanation. Though he decided to leave, Lu Qing didn't choose to leave without a word. Firstly, he had sworn a heart and spirit oath with the Treasure Tower Master and signed a contract which he couldn't break arbitrarily. Secondly, if he left just like that, he would inevitably leave the Treasure Tower with a mess. After all, his interactions with the Treasure Tower Master had been pleasant, and he couldn't harm her like this. All right then, I have some insights these days, and if I cultivate for a few more days, I might reach a perfect turning point. Hearing this, little Lee was also pleased. That's just right. Once you reach a perfect turning point, we'll leave, Lu Qing said. While Lu Qing was contemplating departure after earning a significant amount of spirit stones, Master Q was not in a good mood in another cave mansion. Master, since the Tower Master took down our talismans, our income has dropped significantly last month, reduced by more than half. A disciple was reporting to him, reduced by half. Master Q's expression turned unpleasant. That's primarily because last month more customers came for the new talismans and some bought our refined magical treasures. Otherwise, our income would be much less than half. From what you're saying, should I thank that kid? Master Q said coldly. This disciple wouldn't dare. The disciple shivered, sensing the coldness in Master's voice, and quickly knelt. Master Q ignored the useless disciple, remaining sullen, pondering something. After a while, he slowly spoke. "Well done, girl. Since you've gone to such lengths, I won't consider our past friendship." Saying this, he took something out from his storage bag. It was a black array plate sealed with strange runes, emitting a very ominous aura. Looking at this array plate, Master Q's eyes became profound, recalling the mysterious person he met a few days ago. When you receive our signal, you just need to place this array plate near the mysterious talisman maker's cave mansion and activate it. The rest you need not concern yourself with. Master Q recalled the mysterious person's words, looking at the array plate sealed in his hand. Yet a slight unease lingered in his heart. He vaguely sensed that something very ominous seemed to be sealed within this array plate. Once unsealed and released, it might trigger unimaginable events. However, thinking of the conditions promised by that mysterious person and the repression he had suffered from that vile woman in recent days, Master Q suppressed that unease. Since that vile woman treated him like this, then she shouldn't blame him for being ungrateful. Master Q's eyes were full of sinister malice. While Master Q harbored resentment due to a significant reduction in his income, on the other side, many shops in the city were also dissatisfied with last month's earnings. At the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master looked at the ledger in his hand, his expression very gloomy. "Our income last month was halved. Pavilion Master, our talismans at the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop were originally very popular in Kanglan City, but after Treasure Tower launched their new talismans last month, most cultivators in the city have only been purchasing talismans from them. This not only made our talismans unsellable, but sales of magical treasures and elixirs were also greatly affected," the beautiful woman explained. Treasure Tower, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master gritted his teeth as he uttered this name. "Did you complete the task I assigned last time? Is Q Rong willing to help us? It has been completed, and the item has been delivered to him." However, Q Rong is very greedy. He brazenly demanded that we give him 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones to cooperate with us. Moreover, he insists on receiving the spirit stones before doing the work. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Quite the appetite. The Pavilion Master heard this and his eyes turned cold again, a murderous intent rising in his heart. He didn't expect that even a small appraiser at the Golden Core Middle Realm would dare to make such demands. But given the current situation, he temporarily suppressed his murderous intent. In a cold voice, he said, "Agree to his terms first, then tell him that after receiving the spirit stones, he must complete the task, otherwise, he should know the consequences." "Yes, I will handle it immediately," the beautiful woman responded and was about to make the arrangements. However, at this moment, someone hurriedly ran in from outside, looking flustered. "Pavel, Pavilion Master, the honored one from the upper realm has arrived, already waiting outside." "What did you say?" This news was shocking. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master stood up abruptly, his face full of astonishment. "Wasn't it supposed to be another 5 days, according to past occurrences? Why has it come so quickly this time?" "I don't know either, but the honored one has indeed come, and he is not alone. There is also a young lord and an old servant, and from the looks of it, the honored one is very respectful to the young lord." The subordinate answered in trepidation. "A young lord as well." The Pavilion Master's heart trembled once more, and a bad premonition arose. He hurried out. Upon reaching the main hall at the front, he saw a noble young man with star eyebrow sword eyes, wearing a mysterious and ornate vestment robe, seated at the main seat. The honored one, who would collect spirit stones every 3 years, stood respectfully behind him. Beside them stood an aged old servant, young Master Yu. When the Pavilion Master recognized the noble young man, his body shook and he quickly bowed in greeting. At the same time, his heart filled with fear. He never expected that the one descending this time would be young Master Yu from the main family. For such a trivial matter as collecting spirit stones, how could it have alarmed this individual? "Uncle Kyan, long time no see. I heard you were transferred to the Little Kang realm over 20 years ago to manage the businesses. Over the years, you have managed the businesses very well. This time, as I had just concluded my seclusion and bumped into the finance steward coming down to collect accounts, I decided to come down to visit you as well. It's also a good chance to see the local customs in the lower realm and gain some knowledge." The noble young man smiled. However, upon hearing this, the Pavilion Master felt a cold sweat cascade down his back. Especially hearing the compliment on managing the business well made his heart tremble. He was very aware of this person's character. Don't be fooled by the amiable demeanor. If he gets angry, it's truly a bloody rage for miles even in the upper realm. Countless forces tremble in fear. No way around it being part of one of the 36 upper clans. The Gongsu family has such power. "Young Master Yu, you overpraise me. Your humble servant is fearful." The Pavilion Master forced a smile. "But Uncle Kyan, just now when I came in, I noticed that there seemed to be very few guests outside. Is there something happening in the city today, causing everyone to stay inside?" The noble young man suddenly shifted the topic, asking pointedly. The pavilion master paused. He had a mind to argue, but he knew even more clearly that in front of this person, if his lies were uncovered, he would die even more miserably. Weighing it in his heart, he promptly knelt with a thud. "Young Master Yu, your humble servant is guilty. Oh, what crime is there?" The noble young man said blandly. "Your humble servant has not managed the business well currently. The business at Heavenly Mechanism Workshop is much inferior to before. The number of guests coming to purchase treasures is decreasing every day, truly failing the expectations of the main family." The pavilion master lamented. Tears filled his eyes, his face full of shame, leaving the glamorous woman and others in the corner dumbstruck. They had never seen the pavilion master act this way. In the past, when the respected ones from the upper realm came to collect debts, he was also nervous, but never this terrified. Yet the noble young man was unmoved by the pavilion master's lament. His expression remained unchanged, continuing in a bland tone, "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" "It's like this, young master Yu. Just last month, a shop called Treasure Tower in the city launched a batch of new talismans." The pavilion master recounted last month's events in detail. Of course, during the narration, he couldn't help but embellish the Treasure Tower's disregard for business norms, wantonly disrupting talisman prices. "Is there such a thing?" The noble young man showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Even the two old men with indistinct auras standing behind him showed astonishment. What kind of talismans did Treasure Tower launch that they became so popular? "These are the talismans, please have a look, young Master Yu." The pavilion master took out several talismans from his storage magical artifact and presented them. As the noble young man took and examined them, he added, "These talismans' powers are fairly ordinary, not much different from ours at the workshop." But Treasure Tower priced them too low, and they were well prepared. They stocked a large number of these low-cost talismans, seizing control of the entire Kanglan City talisman market. This resulted not only in Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, but also caused other shops' talisman businesses in the city to suffer miserably, almost no one buying. These talismans are indeed intriguing. Being able to refine lower-grade spirit jade into talismans of this level, the one who refined them is quite talented. The noble young man, with profound cultivation and vast knowledge, immediately saw the mysterious aspects of the talismans, offering some praise. But after the commendation, his expression turned colder. "However, this treasure tower is excessively tactless. Does it also think it can so easily usurp the Gongsu family's business?" Listening to the luxurious young man's words, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion master first trembled, then secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that young Master Yu was dissatisfied with the treasure tower. If this person took action, the predicament faced by the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop would likely be resolved immediately. However, he still cautiously said, "Young Master Yu, the tower master of the treasure tower is said to have an extraordinary background, as a concubine of a certain great figure from the upper realm. Moreover, there are rules in Kanglan City. Business competition amongst firms is allowed, but armed conflict is prohibited. Additionally, the treasure tower master has a close relationship with the city lord. So although the treasure tower violates the rules, with the city lord's backing, none of us can do anything about her. A concubine of a certain great figure from the upper realm." The luxurious young man was slightly taken aback and turned to look at one of the elders behind him. "Young master, the treasure tower master is named Mo Hongyan," the elder answered. "Someone from the Mo family." The luxurious young man was somewhat surprised. In the upper realm, though the Mo family is far from comparing to our Gongsu family, it's not insignificant either. It is said that there is an ancestor in the clan who has already reached perfection of the 3 tribulations of the primordial spirit. If they can comprehend a sliver of spatial mysteries in the future, stepping into the 4 tribulations realm of the primordial spirit is not impossible. However, when did the Mo family people become so bold as to even dare to snatch business from our Gongsu family? Ordinary Mo family members naturally wouldn't dare to provoke our Gongsu family. But the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop is ultimately just the lady's private property and has not publicly displayed our Gongsu family's name. The commoners of the lower realm do not understand fear, and that's normal. Moreover, Mo Hongyan is said to have been noticed by a supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect. It's only natural that she'd act recklessly upon reaching golden core perfection, for she'll be taken in as a concubine then. Noticed by a supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect. The luxurious young man was genuinely shocked. Then why is she still appearing in the lower realm? Rumor has it that an agreement was made with the supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect, granting her 50 years of freedom. Once the term expires, she willingly goes to the Joyful Union sect, the elder explained. I see, no wonder she's acting so brazenly. It seems her lineage is somewhat special. Otherwise, the supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect wouldn't agree to such terms. The luxurious young man nodded in realization. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion master and others listened even more warily. It turns out that the Treasure Tower Master truly has profound ties to a great figure in the upper realm. I think the same. The Joyful Union sect has always been domineering. Without something special, Mo Hongyan would have been sent there long ago and not had any qualification to negotiate terms. Humph, what of the Joyful Union sect? Do they really think our Gongsu family fears them? If they dare stretch their claws over here, I'll chop them off. Just a mere concubine of a supreme elder, daring to act so presumptuously. Even if her backer shows up in person, they wouldn't dare to swagger in front of our Gongsu family. Elder Xing, go bring her to me now. I want to see what kind of vile woman dares to intercept our Gongsu family's spirit stones. The luxurious young man snorted coldly, directly instructing the servant like old servant behind him. Young master, you mustn't. However, another elder hurriedly advised, though capturing Mo Hongyan is easy, the city lord of Kanglan City will definitely not stand by idly. He belongs to the Nangong family. Someone from the Nangong family. The luxurious young man's brow furrowed. The relationship between the Gongsu family and the Nangong family is anything but friendly. Indeed, this person comes from the Yuan generation of the Nangong family and has reached the primordial spirit realm himself. He also controls Kanglan City's big array. If he truly steps in to intervene, even if I join forces with senior brother Xing, we might not be able to handle him. Hearing this, the luxurious young man fell silent. If that's truly the case, then it is indeed quite tricky. Young master, you needn't be troubled. Your servant has a plan that would allow us to openly take action against the treasure tower without the city lord having a legitimate reason to interfere. At that moment, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master seized the opportunity to say, "Oh, you have a strategy. Let's hear it, and if it is feasible, I might consider absolving you of your mismanagement this time." The luxurious young man looked over. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master's heart leapt with joy. This was what he was waiting for. Here's the plan. Your servant has already made arrangements within the treasure tower in advance by sending in an array plate sealed with demonic chi. Once the demonic chi erupts, if the treasure tower harbors demon path people, even the city lord cannot cover for them. After the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master laid out his plan, the luxurious young man showed a pleased expression. He clapped his hands with a laugh. Haha, what a clever plan. Eliminating demonic affiliates is a righteous cause that anyone can undertake, and even people from the Nangong family would not dare to openly shield demons. All right, let's proceed as you suggested. I too am curious to see what special characteristics the woman favored by the Joyful Union sect's supreme elder possesses. Your servant will arrange it immediately. Eager to atone for his failures, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master dared not delay in the slightest and went down to personally make the arrangements. Before long, a mysterious figure quietly left the Heavenly Mechanism workshop. Upon reaching the street where the treasure tower was located, the aura on him changed, and his appearance transformed into that of an ordinary cultivator. Disguised as an ordinary customer, he walked into the treasure tower. Not long after, in the cave mansion, Master Q felt a movement in his heart and spirit, took out a communication jade token. Seeing the information on it, he was in shock and a wave of delight surged in his heart. Fortunately, he was quite deep-minded and forced himself to suppress that joy without showing it. He said calmly, "She too, go outside and bring something back from someone for me." "Yes, master." The disciple named She too responded respectfully and then left the cave mansion. Although Master Q had been punished by the treasure tower master to face the wall and reflect in the cave mansion for a month, his disciple hadn't been punished and could still come and go freely. Soon She too returned from outside and handed a storage bag to his master. "Master, this is what the person you mentioned gave. You may leave now." Master Q took the item and waved his hand. After the disciple left, he couldn't wait to break the small restriction on the storage bag and probe inside with his divine soul power. The next moment, when he sensed the small pile of spirit stones rich in spiritual charm inside the storage bag, he could no longer suppress the look of ecstatic joy on his face. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, just like that, in hand. Master Q's hand holding the storage bag trembled slightly. He had been diligently working in the treasure tower for so many years, and the spirit stones he had accumulated were nowhere near this amount. Unexpectedly, just one opportunity had earned him such a huge fortune. Just when Master Q was overjoyed, the special communication talisman in his hand sent another ripple. He checked it, and his expression changed immediately. Move immediately, so urgent. Master Q hesitated. According to the agreement between the two parties, they were to act only after everything was properly arranged. Now the other side wanted to act immediately. He hadn't even arranged his escape route yet. Because he knew that once this matter was over, the treasure tower would certainly be a place he could no longer stay at, and even Kanglan City wouldn't be a place where he could stay for long. So, according to his original plan, he wanted to act only after arranging his escape route. Hesitating for a while, Master Q looked at the storage bag full of spirit stones and suddenly showed a resolute expression in his eyes. This was 1,000 pieces of middle-grade spirit stones. If he missed this chance, he might never have the opportunity to earn such a large number of spirit stones again. On the contrary, with these spirit stones, he would have enough capital to go to the upper realm and buy the spirit pill for refining the golden core. Perhaps in the future, there might also be a slim chance to achieve a top-grade golden core, break through the late-stage golden core, or even comprehend the secret of the primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Master Q's hesitation in his heart vanished. After putting everything away, he left the quiet room and walked towards the entrance of the cave mansion. "Master, where are you going? Didn't the tower master say that you are not allowed to leave the cave mansion for a month?" A disciple saw him and immediately reminded him. "What, do I need your permission to go somewhere?" Master Q's face darkened. Disciple doesn't dare. The questioning disciple instantly fell silent, not daring to ask any more. The other disciples followed suit and did not dare to speak, watching their master leave the cave mansion. After leaving the cave mansion, Master Q didn't slack off and immediately used the concealing breath technique to restrain his own aura, quickly heading towards Lu Qing's cave mansion. As a Golden Core 6 transition powerhouse, Master Q's concealing breath technique was naturally extraordinary. The maids and others he occasionally encountered along the way couldn't detect his presence at all. Of course, this was also because the business in the treasure tower had been too good recently. The majority of people's attention was focused on the front hall, which gave Master Q the opportunity to act. Soon, Master Q reached a hidden corner near Lu Qing's cave mansion. Looking at the cave mansion in front of him, which was obviously much better than his own, Master Q's face showed a look of envy and jealousy. Lu Qing's cave mansion was a primordial spirit-grade cave mansion, a grade higher than his own cave mansion. Originally, it should have been his, but unexpectedly it was snatched away by a young nobody from nowhere. Boy, blame yourself for being too ostentatious and not knowing how to restrain. The interests of so many forces in the city are not something you can easily disturb. The outcome today is all because of your own doing. Master Q thought resentfully, then took out a black array plate from his storage bag. The array plate had powerful restrictions sealed on it, which could only be activated and unlocked by a cultivator proficient in the rune array path at the Golden Core realm. This was why the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop had spent such a large cost to buy off Master Q, not only because Master Q was from the Treasure Tower, which gave them a better reason to act, but also because ordinary cultivators couldn't unlock the restrictions on the array plate, and the difficulty of infiltrating a Golden Core Realm Array Master into the Treasure Tower was too high, so they could only temporarily endure Master Q's greed. Master Q followed the spell provided by the person who initially gave him the array plate to unlock the restriction. Bit by bit, he slowly unlocked the restrictions on the black array plate. As layer after layer of restrictions were unlocked, he gradually felt a sense of trepidation in his heart and spirit. What on earth is sealed within this array plate? Master Q's eyes showed fear. He could feel a terrifying aura emanating from the array plate, as if it would devour him whole. This is definitely related to something above the primordial spirit realm. Master Q suddenly realized, feeling as if he was holding a sizzling hot potato. A slight mistake might lead him to ruin. But having reached this point, there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and continue disarming the restrictions. However, he no longer dared to hold the item in his hand, instead letting it float while his hands quickly formed seal formations, embedding them into the array plate. Though such action might attract the attention of others due to the mana fluctuations, he couldn't care less anymore, because he could sense that what was within the array plate was too terrifying. If it erupted, it would definitely cause chaos. By then, even if discovered, the treasure tower might not be able to care about him anymore. As Master Q's pace of forming seal formations increased, the speed of unlocking restrictions also accelerated. Soon, only a few layers were left, and as expected, the mana fluctuations from his seal formations also drew the attention of nearby guards. "Master Q, have you exited your seclusion?" A guard came over to investigate and was instantly startled upon seeing the scene. Wasn't Master Q punished by the Tower Master to meditate and reflect in the cave mansion? Why was he here? More surprisingly, the guard saw a black array plate floating in front of Master Q, emitting waves of twisted, strange light. "Master Q, what are you doing?" Aware of something amiss, the guard immediately questioned loudly. However, Master Q turned a deaf ear to his words, and his hands were forming seal formations even faster. The guard no longer hesitated, urging the magic sword in his hand to unleash waves of sword light, attacking Master Q. At the same time, he swiftly retreated and took out a bell spiritual artifact, shaking it vigorously. Master Q was a Golden Core 6 transition powerhouse, and even though he wasn't skilled in combat, he wasn't someone the guard, a mere low-grade Golden Core first turn, could handle. Thus, recklessly approaching would only lead to a fruitless death. The most entrusted method was to wait for other guards to arrive and join forces. As expected, when the guard saw that his spell-cast sword light was about to strike Master Q, The magic robe Master Q wore suddenly emitted lights, fully blocking the sword light, unable to harm him in the slightest. And at that moment, as the magic bell in the guard's hand rang, he saw Master Q's hands, which had been rapidly forming seal formations, suddenly pause. Then with a hideous expression, he forcefully pushed the black array plate, which emitted strange black light, forward. The direction it was heading was precisely the cave mansion where the chief talisman maker, Master Lu, lived. As the black array plate flew, the black light around it gradually expanded, forming a sphere. When it reached Master Lu's cave mansion, it suddenly exploded with a loud boom. The next moment, a massive jet of black light shot up to the sky, emanating terrifying waves of energy. The power of the black light was terrifying beyond measure. Even the array of the treasure tower couldn't completely block it. Immediately, countless cultivators in Kanglan City sensed this scene. What is that? That direction, it seems to be from the treasure tower side. What's happening at the treasure tower? What a terrifying aura. Why does this feeling seem like the aura of a powerful demon path user? Could it be that a demon has infiltrated Kanglan City? Among the shock of countless cultivators on the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop side, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others showed a look of delight. It's done. Young Master Yu, the insider at the treasure tower, has successfully unlocked and detonated the array plate. Very good, let's go over now. Let me see what kind of person this Mo family woman is. The luxurious young man nodded lightly. Then he stepped into the air, slowly moving towards the treasure tower. Kanglan City originally had an anti-air array restriction set in place, but it seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. The two elderly figures following the luxurious young man also had an inexplicable aura surging from their bodies at this time. They soared into the sky, following behind the young master. Instead, the people of the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, bound by the city's array, could not fly and had to use their movement technique, rushing towards the treasure tower on the ground. Besides the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop's people, many other factions in the city were also heading towards the treasure tower. Even from the imposing City Lord Mansion in the center of the city, a deep, sea-like aura began to awaken slowly. It's actually demonic chi. There was turmoil outside, and inside the treasure tower, chaos was even more rampant. Especially Master Q, who was closest to the demonic chi, had a face full of panic. Only when the contents of the array plate truly erupted did he finally understand what it actually was. His heart was filled with terror, knowing that he had fallen victim to a scheme by the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop. He had personally released this thing in the city, and there would definitely be consequences once this was over. The thoughts of a cultivator in the Golden Core realm turned extremely fast, and in an instant, Master Q had already made his decision. He shot backward, heading straight out of the treasure tower. He needed to leave the city immediately amidst the chaos. As long as he left Kanglan City, as a Golden Core middle-stage cultivator, he could go anywhere in the vast world. At this moment, Master Q only wanted to preserve himself and quickly escape from Kanglan City. As for his disciples and concubines, they had long been forgotten by him, not even coming to mind once. While retreating, Master Q also noticed the guard, who was staring in shock. His gaze turned cold instantly, his thoughts urging him to fling a spindle-shaped magical treasure towards the guard. This guard was the only one who saw him unlock the array plate. If he was killed, even if problems arose later, he could completely deny it. Not good. The guard, originally stunned by the sudden burst of demonic chi, was jolted awake by the piercing murderous intent. And then he saw the terrifying spindle-shaped magical treasure charging at him, reaching him in the blink of an eye. With no time to think further, the guard could only fully wield his magic sword to block it. Boom! The clash of two Golden Core realm powers erupted with an immense force. Nearby, the surging mana swept through everything. Were it not for the powerful array guarding the treasure tower, this single outburst might have leveled everything around. Even so, many of the nearby buildings with relatively weaker array protection were still affected by this powerful shockwave, collapsing in numbers. Amidst the fierce collision, a figure flew backward, heavily crashing into a half-broken wall. His body was covered in wounds, his aura greatly diminished, already severely injured. Indeed, the Golden Core middle stage is too powerful, far beyond what a mere second-turn initial Golden Core stage like me can withstand. The guard's face was full of defeat. He knew he couldn't be a match for Master Q. Yet the fact that a casual strike from the opponent caused him such severe injuries still left him in shock. Still alive, Master Q was dissatisfied to see the guard only severely injured under his magical treasure's attack, not instantly obliterated in body and spirit. Although he had not used force for many years, the power of his meticulously crafted magical treasure should not be something a mere low-grade second-turn Golden Core cultivator could withstand. Angered, Master Q's killing intent grew even stronger. Even while escaping himself, he still pinched a spell, and the spindle-shaped magical treasure turned in the air, charging at the guard once more. It's over. This time, the guard no longer had any strength left to defend. He could only watch in despair as the magical treasure came crashing towards him. However, just as the guard thought he was about to perish, he heard a faint voice stop. Then he saw that the powerful spindle-shaped magical treasure was abruptly halted less than 3 feet in front of him. No matter how it twisted or trembled, it couldn't advance an inch further. What? In shock, the guard quickly looked towards Master Q's direction, and then he saw a sight even more shocking. Master Q, who was originally in the midst of fleeing, was now frozen in place with a look of horror. A faint yellow light enveloped him completely, sealing him in place, unable to move an inch. Can anyone tell me what just happened? A figure walked over slowly, gazing at the towering black light shrouded in black mist ahead, a heavy look on his face. Chief Lu, the guard, upon seeing the figure of Lu Qing, became overjoyed. Hurriedly shouted, "It's Master Q. I saw him controlling a black array plate with my own eyes, and after that array plate shattered, this demonic light appeared." Master Q heard the words, his eyes revealing a look of shock and fury. He knew that now, even if he silenced this guard, it would be useless. What scared him even more was that, despite being in the Golden Core 6th turn realm, he was now sealed by an unknown power. No matter how he exerted the mana within his Golden Core, he couldn't break free. Is it this kid? Impossible. He's merely a Golden Core 3rd turn, how could he have such power? Master Q could feel the power suppressing him was coming from Lu Qing, but precisely because of this he found it even more unbelievable. Just a mere Golden Core 3rd turn could suppress him, a mighty expert of Golden Core 6th turn. Did you cause this commotion? Lu Qing turned his head towards Master Q, who was being suppressed. He could tell this person had the demeanor of a petty man, yet he didn't expect him to have the audacity to cause such a disturbance in the treasure tower. Earlier, he was focused on making talismans in his cave mansion. He was thinking of leaving some foundation for the treasure tower master before he left, but suddenly, he felt a trace of danger outside. When he opened the shielding defensive array of the cave mansion and came out, he saw the guard about to be killed and saved him with a flick of his hand. He didn't realize the scene before him was caused by Master Q. Lu Qing looked at the towering black light surrounded by black chi. He naturally recognized what it was before him. After all, there was someone in his leaving fire tripod cultivating this kind of power, demonic chi, the power wielded by living creatures cultivating the demon path. And the one before him was extremely pure and strong demonic chi. Its source was likely not an ordinary demon path creature. At least it would be a being above the primordial spirit realm. Indeed, it is due to the hesitation in my Taoist heart. If I had left earlier, it might have been easier to leave now. Given Master Q's petty nature, he wouldn't have had the courage to do such a thing alone. There must be someone directing him from behind. And since that person dared to act like this, they must have made thorough preparations beforehand. Things are unlikely to be resolved easily next. As Lu Qing pondered, his heart and spirit slightly moved. Then several powerful figures suddenly appeared. It was the Treasure Tower Master and others. Demonic Chi, Master Q. The Treasure Tower Master and others saw the towering black light surrounded by black chi and were taken aback. Then they saw Master Q being suppressed and were shocked again. "Mr. Lu, what happened here?" the Treasure Tower Master immediately asked. "I don't know much myself, but this guard brother seems to know what happened." Lu Qing flicked his fingers and a talisman fell onto the guard. The guard's injuries quickly improved at a visible speed. The weak aura gradually strengthened. The guard, who could barely move, immediately got up and gratefully saluted Lu Qing. Lu Qing waved his hand. "No need for words, just tell the Tower Master what you saw." "Yes, Tower Master. I noticed an unusual mana fluctuation earlier and came to check. Then I saw Master Q activating a black array plate, which shattered and brought forth this demonic light, and then Master Q tried to flee, and I had to desperately try to stop him." Faced with the gaze of the Tower Master and others, the guard dared not neglect to quickly recount what happened. Of course, in the process, he inevitably elevated his own image slightly. He described his injuries as the result of desperately blocking Master Q. After listening, the Treasure Tower Master and others immediately looked at Master Q. "Q wrong, is what Guard Zhao said true?" the Treasure Tower Master asked. However, Master Q remained silent with a darkened expression. The Treasure Tower Master's face instantly turned icy. Smart as she was, she understood what was happening. Clearly, this Q wrong was directed by someone to incite demonic chi in the Treasure Tower. "Playing dead, hurry and tell us who instructed you. Do you know that harboring demon path realia is a grave crime?" Beside her, a Vice Tower Master sternly shouted. Nonetheless, Master Q continued to remain silent as if determined to keep his mouth shut. The Vice Tower Master, seeing such behavior, grew angry and was about to act. At that moment, Lu Qing's expression changed as he looked up to the sky. Next, the Treasure Tower Master and others also felt something and looked up. Then their bodies shivered. They saw 3 figures appearing in the sky, standing in the air. Leading them was a luxurious young man in a mysterious magic robe, looking at them with a half-smile. "Voiding flight, how is this possible? Isn't flying forbidden in Kanglan City?" A Vice Tower Master couldn't help but speak. The treasure tower master said nothing, but her expression was extremely solemn. Seeing the luxurious young man, alarm bells rang in her mind. A powerful sense of dread rose from her heart. She knew that it was her secret divine skills bloodline warning her. The young man in the sky is extremely frightening. A golden core of the 8th transition and 2 newcomers to the primordial spirit realm. Direct descendants from the Gongshu family, one of the 36 upper clans of the heavenly origin great world, Gongshu Yu. Lu Qing, who had quietly activated his superpower and saw the information floating in his vision, also took a deep breath. He knew that things were getting serious now. The 3 in the sky had an extraordinary identity, origin, and cultivation realm. The information indicated that even Q Rong's actions were directed by them. Clearly, they came targeting him in the treasure tower. Indeed, greed is the original sin. I should have left directly this morning. Lu Qing sighed again in his heart. 3 seniors, what brings you to our treasure tower? The treasure tower master then respectfully bowed and asked aloud. Then she saw the luxurious young man's eyes flash with strange light and fall on her. Instantly, she felt a chill from her heart, as if all her secrets had been seen through by the young man. I see Xunian Jade body, also with bloodline divine skills. No wonder the old monster of the Joyful Union sect values you so much. The luxurious young man nodded slowly, showing a touch of surprise. His words shook the treasure tower master deeply, showing her intricate expression. Impossible, how could you? Just as she spoke, the treasure tower master held back. Nonetheless, she couldn't hide the shock on her face. Clearly, the young man's words revealed a major secret in her heart. However, even if you are merely favored by that old monster from the Joyful Union sect, even if you are a true disciple of the Joyful Union sect, harboring the demon clan is a grave crime. Will you surrender yourselves, or shall I act to capture you? If I act, any deaths and injuries cannot blame me. The luxurious young man spoke indifferently, with his hands behind his back. Harboring the demon clan. On hearing, the treasure tower master understood his intentions immediately. Her heart sank and she spoke solemnly. Surely there's been a misunderstanding. This demonic light appeared suddenly, and our treasure tower is equally baffled. Isn't it too arbitrary for you to easily conclude it's the doing of our treasure tower? Whether arbitrary or not is my prerogative, it seems you are not willing to surrender. The luxurious young man's expression remained unchanged, apparently unsurprised by the treasure tower master's explanation. After speaking, he focused his gaze suddenly. Under the gaze of the noble young man, the treasure tower master and others immediately felt an immense pressure descending from the sky. It fell upon them as if the celestial dome had collapsed, making everyone's bodies sink, cracking the ground beneath their feet. Not only that, as time passed, the pressure emanating from the noble young man became increasingly heavy. In just a few short breaths, the treasure tower master and others felt their waists and legs bending and sinking continuously. He actually wanted to use his own presence to directly force the treasure tower master and others to their knees. This person hasn't even reached the primordial spirit realm. How can he be so strong? The treasure tower master and others, feeling the noble young man's aura as deep as an abyss or sea, all showed horror in their eyes. They all could tell the young man in the sky was not a primordial spirit great power, but still in the golden core realm. However, his aura was truly terrifying. It was like that of a king in the heavens, instilling fear and trembling in the heart and spirit. The urge to kneel and worship him surged uncontrollably, especially the 2 vice tower masters who were full of disbelief. They were also strong late-stage golden core experts beyond the 7th transition, yet they felt, compared to him, they were not even in the same class. Interesting, this aura doesn't seem like mere aura suppression, but rather driven by some kind of secret technique, capable of shaking the divine soul and heart, subduing adversaries. Among everyone, only Lu Qing remained at ease, not intimidated by the noble young man's presence. He even had the leisure to analyze the opponent's condition. However, to avoid standing out, he cooperatively showed a pained expression temporarily. Young Master's Emperor Heart technique has been cultivated more and more exquisitely. Watching the treasure tower master and others being suppressed by the noble young man's aura, sinking bit by bit, about to kneel down. The 2 elders behind him smiled and exchanged words. Indeed, among the direct lineage of the main family in this generation, young Master's Emperor Heart technique is cultivated the best. Now it's already reached the 8th stage of the golden core realm at perfection. In time, if he could cultivate the 9th stage to perfection. At that time, crossing the tribulation to achieve the primordial spirit would be a mere trifle. The elder, looking like a servant, nodded with great satisfaction. Young Master had formed a flawless top-grade golden core after crossing the 9 heavenly tribulations with extraordinary talent. Once achieving the primordial spirit, he would definitely advance boldly, traversing far on the path of the primordial spirit realm. Not like this one who ascended gradually from a low-grade golden core with limited potential can compare. When young Master achieves the primordial spirit, that branch of Madam will truly have a reliance. Still thinking of struggling, the noble young man saw the treasure tower master and others struggling under his emperor heart technique's pressure, showing a disdainful expression. Then his gaze turned cold, activating his heart and spirit. In the next moment, the treasure tower master and others immediately felt the pressure on them suddenly increase. Thud, a loud bang was heard. Under the suddenly intensified pressure, the guard who was already injured and only at the first transition of the golden core realm, although on the outskirts of the oppression, could no longer hold it, collapsed kneeling on the ground, fainting away. And the treasure tower master and others fared no better, their legs bending more and more, about to give in and kneel. Damn Q wrong, feeling the almost irresistible pressure on her body, the treasure tower master felt extremely frustrated. The hatred for Q wrong also surged rapidly. If it weren't for that traitor using the black array plate to destroy the surrounding formations. Seeing the difficult struggle of the treasure tower master and others, Lu Qing sighed in his heart, although he didn't mind pretending to be uncomfortable to not draw attention. But kneeling like this was absolutely out of the question. Just as Lu Qing was about to make a move, his heart and spirit stirred, and the surging mana calmed down again. Immediately, a grand voice suddenly rang out. Haha, I didn't expect the talents of the Gongsu family to have an interest in traveling to our little city in the lower realm. Truly an honor for me. As this voice fell, a silhouette also appeared in the sky, floating in the air, standing before the noble young man and his two companions. It was a tall, rugged-looking middle-aged man in black robes. With the appearance of this black-robed middle-aged man, the treasure tower master and others immediately felt the pressure on them greatly reduced, allowing them to straighten up. It's the city lord, the treasure tower master, and others saw the black-robed middle-aged man appear, feeling greatly relieved. A sense of surviving a disaster rose from their hearts. Had the city lord arrived a few breaths later, they feared they would not have held on, ending up kneeling and suffering a heavy blow to their heart and spirit. So this is the Kanglan city lord. Lu Qing's heart and spirit stirred slightly, quietly activating his superpower. Soon, looking at the information scrolling in his view, a hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. Primordial spirit tribulation. This Kanglan city lord's cultivation is a level higher than those two elders. Young master, be careful. Seeing the black-robed middle-aged man appear, the two elders behind the noble young man Gong Shuyu immediately changed expressions, blocking in front of him. They could feel the opponent's aura faintly revealing a very dangerous vibe. This Nangong Yuanwu, it seems, had made a breakthrough while cultivating in seclusion in the lower realm. The two elders simultaneously had a thought in their hearts. According to their information, when Nangong Yuanwu was demoted to the lower realm, like them, he was initially at the realm of entering the primordial spirit stage. Unexpectedly, after staying in this little Kang realm with scarce spiritual energy for a century, he managed to break through, entering the primordial spirit tribulation realm. Uncle Kai, don't worry, I believe Nangong City Lord won't act recklessly. After all, we came here to help the City Lord capture the Demon Clan spies. This is a righteous cause, and Nangong City Lord should be able to discern right from wrong. Gong Shu Yu was not flustered, he spoke with a smile. But what he said was somewhat intriguing. Oh, a Demon Clan spy in my Kanglan City. Why am I not aware? Kanglan City Lord's expression was indifferent as he calmly asked. Nangong City Lord must be joking. With such obvious demonic chi below, how could you not see it, City Lord? Gong Shu Yu paused slightly, his smile fading. Is there? Kanglan City Lord waved his sleeve, and a streak of light flew out, landing on the black light that still emitted waves of terrifying and strange aura. In the next moment, that black light melted and disintegrated quickly like snow under the scorching sun, eventually completely gone. After all this, Kanglan City Lord continued slowly. Why haven't I seen it? Seeing this scene, Gong Shu Yu's face turned cold. It seems that Nangong City Lord intends to shield these Demon Clan spies in the treasure tower. I wonder if I report this to Punishment Hall. Can City Lord bear the consequences? Report if you wish, Kanglan City Lord said dismissively. Besides, are you sure you can leave my Kanglan City? With these words, the surrounding air instantly became chilly. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from Kanglan City Lord. Gong Shu Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The two old men standing in front of Gong Shu Yu shuddered, looking at their opponent as if facing a great threat. One of the elders shouted loudly, Nangong Yuanwu, you dare to touch our young master. Do you intend for your Nangong family to go to war with our Gongsu family? War with your Nangong family? Kanglan City Lord asked with a faint smile. Do you, a mere golden core realm, have that weight? The chilling intent in his eyes made the hearts of the two elders tighten. They suddenly regretted, feeling they shouldn't have been so conceited. This Nangong Yuanwu, after breaking through in cultivation, seemed to have become reckless. He genuinely seemed unafraid of their Gongsu family, ready to take action against them. The elder continued to shout, Nangong Yuanwu, young Master Yu is the Taoist of our direct lineage. If you dare to touch him, wait for our Gongsu family to declare war on your Nangong family. Taoist. Kanglan City Lord's gaze fell on Gong Shu Yu. After several breaths, his eyes showed a hint of understanding. So you've cultivated the Emperor Heart technique. No wonder you're so arrogant, daring to cause trouble on my turf. Kid, let me advise you, there is always someone superior. Don't think you're so great just because you have some cultivation. Be careful or I might crush you. As these words were spoken, the entire city fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Kanglin City Lord's domineering words. Even Lu Qing was quite surprised. This Kanglin City Lord's actions seemed somewhat unusual. As for Gong Shuyu, his expression turned incredibly ugly. He hadn't expected Nangong Yunwu to be so disrespectful. Not only did he not fear the relationship between the two families, but he also dared to insult him publicly. Gong Shuyu had never been publicly humiliated like this before. A difficult-to-repress anger rose from his heart. It seems that Nangong City Lord is determined to shield these demon clan wicked ones, Gong Shuyu said coldly. Kid, just because you call them wicked doesn't make them so. Keep prattling and I might really crush you. Kanglin City Lord, seeing him still entangled ineffectively, coldly eyed Gong Shuyu. All right, very well. Yet Gong Shuyu felt nothing. Instead, he laughed in rage. Nobody has ever dared to humiliate me, Gong Shuyu, like this. Nangong Yunwu, you are merely a golden core realm cultivator with limited potential, banished by the Nangong family to this lower realm. How dare you insult me? Since you are determined to shield these demon clan spies, then I will capture you as well and report you to Punishment Hall, telling them your Nangong family dares to secretly communicate with the demon clan. With that said, Gong Shuyu suddenly tore off a jade token engraved with mysterious runes from his neck. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, forced out a stream of essence blood, and sprayed it onto the token. Guardian Jade Talisman, Young Master Cannot. The two elders were shocked at this scene, attempting to stop Gong Shuyu, but it was already too late. Gong Shuyu had already begun to chant a spell, activating the jade token. In the next instant, an incomparably vast aura emerged from the jade token. Uncle Kai, steward, you don't need to stop me. This scoundrel dares to insult me like this. If I swallow this anger, my Dao would be damaged. The Emperor Heart technique would also find it difficult to make progress. Only by capturing this scoundrel can I vent the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, the two elders hesitated momentarily, recalling the Emperor Heart technique's special nature. They understood there was truly no room for further negotiation. Guardian Jade Talisman. Kanglin City Lord felt the aura emanating from the jade talisman in Gong Shuyu's hand and was similarly shocked. He was about to act, but the two elders who were previously highly wary of him unexpectedly took the initiative to him. Don't dream, the two joined hands, conjuring waves of mana light, blocking Kanglin City Lord. Young Master needed some time to activate the Guardian Jade Talisman. They needed to buy Young Master that time. Get out of my way. Kanglin City Lord, eyes cold, swung the sleeve of his black magic robe like a river from the abyss, crashing towards the two old men. Bang. The clash of three primordial spirit realms instantly stirred the spiritual energy above Kanglin City into chaos, even twisting the laws. The vast and mighty power spread, causing all the cultivators in the city below to tremble weakly at their knees, except for the Golden Core realm and above strongest who managed to barely stay standing. All other cultivators collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with fear as they watched the battle unfold in the sky. The fight between primordial spirit realm experts, even the leaked aura, was beyond what these lower-ranked cultivators could withstand. If not for Kanglin City's big array protection, countless might have perished by now. How did things escalate to this level? Outside the Treasure Tower, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master originally came to see the downfall of the Treasure Tower Master and others, stared incredulously at the sky. Simultaneously, fear gripped his heart. He never expected that simply trying to eliminate the Treasure Tower would evolve into such a primordial spirit realm battle. If anything happened to young Master Yu because of this, even dying 10 times wouldn't be enough to atone for such a crime. In the intense spiritual energy explosion, the two elders were no longer able to maintain their positions, rapidly retreating. Once they stabilized, the shock on their faces was plain to see. Just one level separated primordial spirit entry from the primordial spirit tribulation. The skill disparity between them was shockingly huge, making them astonished. Even combining efforts, they couldn't completely block Kanglin City Lord's blow. However, being able to withstand it was already sufficient for them. After knocking back two primordial spirit realms, Kanglin City Lord showed no sign of triumph. On the contrary, his gaze was intensely focused on Gong Shuyu. At this point, the jade token in Gong Shuyu's hand had vanished. Only strands of jade powder drifted in the air. Beside him, a faint and distorted old figure stood calmly. Guardian Jade Talisman. Kanglin City Lord looked solemnly at the figure. He was not unfamiliar with Guardian Jade Talismans. These were protective treasures forged by major families in the upper realm for their outstanding disciples. Within the Jade Talisman often resided the primordial spirit power of an unrivaled expert beyond 3 tribulations. Activated by bloodline, it could summon the Jade Talisman's primordial spirit power to eliminate foes. This was among the strongest protective measures major families in the upper realm provided for their offspring. Boy, you're really willing to squander such a thing as a guardian jade talisman so wastefully. The Kanglan city lord looked at the somewhat ethereal figure of the elder beside Gongshu Yu, his eyes indifferent and his expression grave. Although it was just a manifestation of a fraction of the primordial spirit power, he nonetheless felt a very strong threat emanating from it. The original body's cultivation was at least above the third tribulation of the primordial spirit. He was merely at the first tribulation realm, vastly inferior in terms of realm. Therefore, even though the other party was just a fraction of the primordial spirit, he was as if facing a formidable enemy, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The only thing that slightly eased his mind was that the form manifested by the opponent was somewhat illusory. This indicated that the opponent had not reached the fourth tribulation realm. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight this battle. He would have surrendered directly. Nangong Yunwu, you brought this on yourself. You, an old relic with exhausted potential, dare to insult me. If you don't pay a hefty price, do you truly consider that my Gongsu family is like clay that can be molded at will? Gongshu Yu's expression was cold. He naturally felt the pain of using the guardian jade talisman. There was a rule in the family that each direct lineage Taoist could be granted only one guardian jade talisman at most. Once used, it would truly be gone, but he did not regret it. Faced with such insults from Nangong Yuanwu, even if he could swallow this anger, his Dao heart would no longer achieve perfection. Once the Dao heart had a blemish, cultivation of the Emperor heart technique would inevitably face numerous obstacles, never able to advance as smoothly and fervently as now. No treasures are more important than one's own cultivation. Gongshu Yu was fully aware of this. Since the Dao heart had encountered an obstacle, he would spare no cost to utterly crush it, not to mention a guardian jade talisman. Even more important treasures he would be willing to sacrifice. It seems I somewhat underestimated you. The Kanglan city lord looked at Gongshu Yu's somewhat fierce expression and the determination in his eyes, finally taking this junior more seriously. However, even if it is a guardian jade talisman, so what? Even with a third tribulation primordial spirit's fraction, it is a rootless origin and may not be able to handle me, the city lord. After speaking, an inexplicable energy floated around the Kanglan city lord. Simultaneously, he invoked a magic seal, and immediately the light of Kanglan city rose into the sky, falling upon him. It appeared that the Kanglan city lord had activated Kanglan city's city protection array, bestowing array power onto himself. Can just one array from Kanglan city protect you? Gongshu Yu sneered, then bowed respectfully to the ethereal figure of the elder beside him. He respectfully said, Ancestor, this scoundrel dares to insult my Gongsu family. We humbly request the ancestor to use divine skills to suppress and capture this scoundrel, bringing him back to our Gongsu family for punishment. With Gongshu Yu's plea, a spark of liveliness suddenly appeared in the ethereal elder's eyes. His gaze fell on the Kanglan city lord. Is it you, this junior, who dares to insult my Gongsu family? You shall be suppressed. As the words fell, the elder's arm extended, and his palm swiftly expanded. In an instant, it transformed to over a dozen miles in size. Within the palm lines, Taoist seals intertwined, forming a sky-covering palm pressing towards the Kanglan city lord, apparently intending to suppress and capture him in a single move. The third tribulation of primordial spirit, Facian Zayandi. Upon seeing this scene, the Kanglan city lord sneered coldly. If you had come in your true form, I would naturally be unable to resist this move. Yet you, merely a fraction of the spirit, think to suppress me with it. Surging and torrential mana erupted from the Kanglan city lord's body, pouring into the magic seal before him. In the next moment, the magic seal also rapidly expanded, transforming into several miles in size, crashing toward the elder's sky-covering giant palm. Boom! The collision of giant palm and magic seal caused a loud noise even greater than the previous confrontation of the Kanglan city lord with the other three. Spreading pressure directly knocked many cultivators with lower cultivation into unconsciousness in the city. Even the weaker Golden Core realm cultivators trembled, almost unable to stand firm. Is this the battle between primordial spirit great powers? A Golden Core realm cultivator looked up at the sky in awe, eyes full of reverence. That was reverence for power far beyond their own. The city lord blocked it. As the commotion in the sky lessened, the cultivators below exclaimed in surprise. High above in the sky, the giant palm and the magic seal were locked in a stalemate. The collision showed a situation of evenly matched forces. The ethereal elder's eyes moved. He seemingly didn't expect his attack to be blocked by a mere first tribulation primordial spirit. However, soon his gaze returned to indifference. His body slightly twisted and rippled, becoming even more ethereal. But with this change in the ethereal elder, the Kanglan city lord felt the pressure suddenly increase. The giant palm he had initially blocked began to slowly press down, forcing the magic seal downwards, approaching him. This old relic is indeed formidable, but I refuse to believe your primordial spirit fraction can outlast me." Without hesitation, the Kanglan City Lord's face flushed, circulating his mana to the extreme, relentlessly exploiting the potential of the Kanglan City Big Array to empower the magic seal. He could tell that the ethereal elder was exhausting the fraction of the primordial spirit to unleash this power. As long as he could hold out until the opponent's fraction power was depleted, he would have won this bout. At this moment, the Kanglan City Lord felt profoundly relieved. Fortunately, this old fellow hadn't reached the fourth tribulation of the primordial spirit, the realm of endless regeneration. And over the past 100 years, he has completely refined and mastered this magic seal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sustain it at all. How could this old thing have blocked it? Not far in the sky, Gong Shuyu, who was watching the battle, was astonished to see Nangong Yuanwu actually block the Patriarch's attack. Especially seeing the Patriarch's divided spirit become slightly illusory, he immediately trembled. He immediately shouted, "Uncle Kai, manager, the Patriarch's divided spirit can't hold out much longer. You two go assist him." "Yes, young master." The two old men did not hesitate and immediately moved swiftly over. They also knew that if the Patriarch's divided spirit power was exhausted, they would not be able to deal with Nangong Yuanwu on their own. Nangong Yuanwu, surrender obediently. The two old men did not dare to enter the area where the giant palm and the magic seal clashed. Laws around there were already violently twisted, and even if they were at the primordial spirit realm, they might risk their primordial spirit being shaken and suffering serious injuries if they approached rashly. So they chose to attack from a distance with magical treasures. With a thought, they each summoned their own lifebound magical treasures. One was a jade ruler and the other a string of black beads. Once summoned, they enlarged and carried terrifying power towards the Kanglan City Lord's physical body, two vermin. The Kanglan City Lord's eyes widened, forced to divert a sliver of his heart and spirit, and two spirit swords flew from within him to meet the attack. But how could the hastily summoned magic swords match up to the two hard, refined, lifebound spiritual artifacts of the two primordial spirit realm cultivators? Not to mention, he was still fully exerting himself to maintain the magic seal, resisting the giant palm of the illusory elder. Boom, boom, another two sounds of massive explosions echoed. The Kanglan City Lord's Earth Law Sword, put forth, was collectively blasted away by the two primordial spirit realm lifebound spiritual artifacts. With his heart and spirit shaken, he spat out a spurt of blood. The giant palm above his head also took the opportunity, along with the magic seal, to press down fiercely, on the verge of suppressing him. To make matters worse, after blasting away the magic sword, the lifebound spiritual artifacts of the two old men reorganized and continued to strike at the Kanglan City Lord's physical body. Under the siege of three primordial spirit realm cultivators, in the blink of an eye, the Kanglan City Lord found himself already in a dire predicament. If hit again, even if he doesn't die, it's feared he'd be completely crippled from then on. "You've forced me to this." Under the stimulus of the life and death crisis, the Kanglan City Lord's eyes turned mad. With his mouth full of blood, his face twisted, he gritted out these words from his throat. Meanwhile, he formed a magic seal with his hands. As the seal was formed, the mountain-sized magic seal suddenly emitted an extremely violent wave. "Not good, he's going to self-detonate the magical treasure. Young master, retreat quickly." The two primordial spirit realm elders felt this violent energy. Their faces changed drastically. At the same time, they swiftly retreated. Their hands continued to move, forming spell after spell. With primordial spirit power surging, they unleashed layers of defensive Taoist skills in front of them. The reactions of the two primordial spirit realm elders were not slow, but still faster than them was the detonation power of the seal. Just as they moved, the mountain-like magic seal cracked and exploded. Like a brilliant sun hanging in the sky, a dazzling ball of light appeared high above. The surrounding power of laws went completely haywire. The immense explosion not only blew the illusory elder's giant palm to pieces. Along with the lifebound spiritual artifacts of the two primordial spirit realm elders, they too were blasted away. The terrifying power spread rapidly in all directions, quickly catching up with the two primordial spirit realm elders. In the blink of an eye, the layer upon layer of defensive Taoist skills they had set up were torn apart, and their bodies were engulfed by the violent power. "Young master, run." As they were engulfed by the power, one elder let out a frantic roar. Gong Shuyu had already begun retreating the moment the elder gave the warning. But his speed of retreat was still too slow compared to the torrent of explosive power from the magic seal. In an instant, it caught up with him. As he saw the energy torrent rush in, Gong Shuyu's face turned pale. He could feel that even with a protective Dharma treasure on him, he was unlikely to withstand the terrifying torrent of power generated by the high-grade spiritual artifacts explosion. Just as Gong Shuyu was about to despair, a one-armed figure unexpectedly appeared in front of him, shielding him. The explosive power of the magic seal's detonation was vast, affecting even Kanglan City below, which couldn't completely avoid it. Fortunately, at the last moment, an immense light screen rose from the city wall, firmly protecting Kanglan City within it. Additionally, at the time of the explosion, the Kanglan City Lord was able to guide the direction of the explosive power. Thus, although the array formation light screen of Kanglan City was faltering, it ultimately held on and did not shatter. This allowed hundreds of thousands of city residents to escape disaster. What just happened? When everything dissipated, a cultivator in the city stood up, looking around bewilderedly. He saw the area around him was in ruins, buildings collapsed. For a moment, he didn't even know where he was. It was during that explosion that, although the big array of Kanglan City blocked the main explosive power, the city still felt the aftereffects, causing numerous buildings to collapse. However, the cultivator quickly regained his senses and hurriedly looked up to the sky. Then, his mouth suddenly gaped open. All he saw was that the giant palm and the magic seal in the sky had disappeared. Even the city lord and the elders with the mysterious bodies, along with the two primordial spirit realm great powers, were also nowhere to be seen. The only one still remaining in the sky was that noble young man. What happened just now? Where is the city lord? Over at the treasure tower master and others were equally bewildered. From the moment the Kanglan city lord was besieged to his self-detonation of the magic seal, everything happened too quickly. Furthermore, the previous explosion was too terrifying. Even the heaven and earth laws became violently distorted, leaving everyone's heart and spirit in a momentary blank state, resulting in even they could not clearly understand what exactly happened. The city lord is here. Lu Qing pointed not far away, showing a figure lying in the ruins. Judging by the robe, who else could it be but the Kanglan city lord, City Lord? The treasure tower master exclaimed. Her figure flashed as she arrived before the Kanglan city lord. Immediately, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Currently, the Kanglan city lord had his eyes tightly closed, his physical body nearly shattered and almost unrecognizable. If not for his barely identifiable face, she could hardly believe that this was the mighty city lord just moments ago. Master, the city lord is still alive. We must heal him immediately. A vice tower master came over and immediately said, "Yes, we need to heal the city lord." The treasure tower master snapped back to her senses and immediately instructed, "Quick, bring the best healing pills from the treasure vault. I'm afraid there's no time." At this moment, Lu Qing also walked over. Seeing the wounds of the Kanglan city lord, he quietly clicked his tongue. Just a little more, and this one would have been completely obliterated in both form and spirit. While others didn't know what happened, he saw everything clearly. At the moment of life and death, this one directly self-detonated a spiritual artifact. That magic seal was not an ordinary magical treasure, but a high-grade spirit artifact. Its self-detonation held destructive power. Even this one was within the explosion's range. If he hadn't forcibly controlled himself at the last moment, falling into the array formation light screen of Kanglan City, he would likely have perished now. Lu Qing casually flicked a talisman, which hovered above the Kanglan City Lord's body. A white light filled with vitality radiated from the talisman, shining on the Kanglan City Lord, causing his physical body's wounds to slowly begin to regenerate and heal. Even this one was within the explosion's range. If he hadn't forcibly controlled himself at the last moment, falling into the array formation light screen of Kanglan City, he would likely have perished now. Lu Qing casually flicked a talisman, which hovered above the Kanglan City Lord's body. A white light filled with vitality radiated from the talisman, shining on the Kanglan City Lord, causing his physical body's wounds to slowly begin to regenerate and heal. "Nangong Yunwu, you old thing, such audacity." A chilling voice descended from the sky, echoing throughout the city. Above in the sky, Lu Qing looked down, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his face twisted with fury. At this moment, others might not see it, but high above, he saw it clearly. Among the rubble outside the city below, Uncle Kai and the steward were lying on a piece of broken wall, unconscious, their breath faint. Lu Qing hadn't expected that he was originally holding the winning hand, fully controlling the situation. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Not only were Uncle Kai and the steward, both at the primordial spirit realm, seriously injured now, completely losing combat ability. Even the primordial spirit fragment of the ancestor had exhausted its power protecting him and dissipated entirely. Thinking about that extremely terrifying surge of power just now, Lu Qing couldn't help but shiver with fear. If it weren't for the ancestor's fragment, even if he had other protective Dharma treasures, he wouldn't have survived such an explosion of power. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Lu Qing's heart intensified. His gaze toward Kanglan City's direction was terrifying beyond measure. This time, his loss was too devastating. Not only had he lost his only guardian jade talisman, but even the two protectors sent by his clan, their lives were uncertain. Even if they could survive, he didn't know if they would be ruined. With such heavy losses, competing with other direct lineage disciples in the future would become much more difficult. Competition in the clan has always been cruel. Once he falls behind, the resources assigned to him by the clan will certainly decrease significantly, which he absolutely can't tolerate. And all of this is because of that old scoundrel Nan Gong Yunwoo. Nan Gong Yunwoo, I originally just wanted to capture you and bring you back for punishment, but now I've changed my mind. I want to grind you to dust, extract your primordial spirit, and forge it into a lamp for 100-year burn. I want to leave you neither in life nor in death, and for all of you treasure tower demons, you must all die. At this moment, Lu Qing disregarded everything else, only wanting to immediately slay the Kanglan City Lord and Treasure Tower Master, extract their divine souls for torment. Only then could he slightly relieve the hatred in his heart. Burning with murderous intent, Lu Qing didn't even think about healing Uncle Kai and the steward first, but flew straight down, diving toward the treasure tower location. A terrifying aura surged around him, like a king, making everyone's heart and spirit tremble. As he was about to hit Kanglan City, an array formation light screen blocked Lu Qing's advance. A city protection array with no one to host it, and you think it can stop me. Break. Lu Qing's face was icy. A shimmering light appeared in his hand, suddenly blasting out a huge white fist imprint. Boom, the huge fist imprint slammed into the array formation light screen, violently clashing, causing the light screen to warp and wave, small cracks appearing. But it was already heavily damaged from stopping that terrifying power surge earlier on the city protection array. Now unhosted, facing Lu Qing's attack, it finally couldn't bear the weight and was about to collapse. Seeing this, Lu Qing punched again, and the cracks on the light screen began to grow larger. Mr. Lu, what should we do? This Kanglan City array without the City Lord hosting can't withstand this person. Seeing the cracks on the light screen, the Treasure Tower Master and others panicked. Although they were also Golden Core Realm experts, the aura Lu Qing emitted was too terrifying. They had no confidence to defend against him. What can we do? Lu Qing sighed, this person is formidable, and now he's locked onto our divine souls. Even if we flee, we can't escape his detection. Furthermore, even if we wanted to, those outside probably wouldn't agree, would they? You brat, your spiritual sense is quite sharp. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man in fine clothing, strong aura radiating, enveloping the Treasure Tower Master and others. It was undoubtedly a late-stage Golden Core expert, and the ones behind him were also Golden Core Realm experts. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master, is it you? Seeing the person, the Treasure Tower Master's face changed dramatically again. Yes, it's me. You wretch, you break the rules, seize the spirit stones from our Heavenly Mechanism workshop, and you've offended young Master Yu, trying to escape. Wait here obediently for the young Master's arrival, or don't blame me for being merciless. Indeed, the people who suddenly appeared were the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and his group. Earlier during the primordial spirit realm battle among Kanglan City Lord and others, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master dared not make any extra moves, merely sensing the aura and hiding far away. Now that the situation was clear, he appeared again to make a show before young Master Yu. However, he didn't presumptuously act against the Treasure Tower Master and others. Young Master Yu's current demeanor already showed deep murderous intent. He didn't want to inadvertently touch a sore point. If he did something wrong, it would be him who suffers. Miss, I'll block them. You take the City Lord and leave. Go to the City Lord mansion. There's still a big array there that might block them for a while. Just then, a figure blocked in front of the Treasure Tower Master. It was Uncle Fu, who had been quietly following her. A powerful aura radiated from him, also a late-stage Golden Core expert. Yes, there's still the City Lord mansion. The Treasure Tower Master suddenly realized. However, before the Treasure Tower Master and others could act, another voice rang out. Trying to leave, that's not going to happen. Our Wangxiang Pavilion is also here to assist the young master in capturing the demonic scum. As the voice fell, a red-faced old man with wild hair appeared with several others, blocking another direction. Even people from Wangxiang Pavilion are here. Despair appeared on the faces of the Treasure Tower Master and the others. The direction blocked by the red-faced old man was precisely the one leading to the City Lord mansion. What made them even more desperate was that, at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded above, shaking the entire city. It was the array formation light screen of Kanglan City, which couldn't withstand Gongshu Yu's repeated attacks and finally shattered completely. Accompanied by the energy storm stirred up by the shattering of the array formation light screen, Gongshu Yu truly descended upon Kanglan City. You lowly people, are you ready to die yet? How could this happen? Watching Gongshu Yu descend like a demon god. The eyes of the Treasure Tower Master were full of despair, and her heart was even more filled with unwillingness. Back then, she spent 100 years of her lifespan to urge her bloodline divine skills. Finally, she received a hint from the River of Fate. The chance to break free from the shackles of fate lay in this little Kang realm, in Kanglan City. But now, facing the current situation and Gongshu Yu's fierce killing intent, she truly saw no hope for herself and the others to survive by chance. Could it be that the so-called opportunity I calculated by spending 100 years was just another mockery of fate for me? Filled with unwillingness, a more desperate thought suddenly arose in the treasure tower master's heart. Gong Shuyu descended with an icy killing intent all over his body. His gaze first lingered on Nangong Yuanwu. Seeing that he was half dead and completely unconscious, he moved his gaze and finally landed on the treasure tower master. Bitch, because of you, I suffered great losses. I want to abolish your cultivation and throw you into the lowest brothel, where you'll be ridden by thousands and cursed by tens of thousands, suffering humiliation to death. With that, Gong Shuyu conjured a glass-colored magic palm, reaching for the treasure tower master. Miss, run quickly, Uncle Fu shouted, and his aura suddenly burst forth, pouncing towards the magic palm, ignorant of life and death. Gong Shuyu sneered, and the magic palm suddenly accelerated, drawing a mysterious arc and slamming directly onto Uncle Fu's body. A violent airflow erupted, and Uncle Fu's body was sent flying. His physical body crashed through countless houses, finally falling in a heap of ruins, unable to rise again. Uncle Fu, as the treasure tower master exclaimed in shock, the glass-colored magic palm, however, did not lose momentum and continued to grab at her. The powerful suppressing force descended on the treasure tower master and the others. Even if they wanted to dodge, their bodies were sluggish, almost unable to move. They could only watch as the magic palm slowly drew closer to them. Judging by the aura emanating from the magic palm, with this grasp, even if the treasure tower master and the others had the cultivation of the golden core realm, they were likely to be seriously injured, with their physical bodies shattered. Just as the magic palm was about to grasp the treasure tower master and the others, a sigh suddenly rang out. Then a faint voice gently uttered a word, "Stop." With the appearance of this voice, everything around changed instantly. The space within several miles became stagnant. The glass-colored magic palm, which was overwhelmingly powerful, suddenly slowed down immensely, ultimately being firmly frozen in mid-air. It remained suspended less than 3 feet in front of the treasure tower master and the others, unable to advance. Not only that, but even the surrounding strong individuals felt an immense heaviness in their bodies. With their golden core realm cultivation, they found it difficult to resist, suppressed in place, almost unable to move. What? Gong Shuyu was taken aback to see his Taoist skill being blocked. At the same time, he felt an invisible suppressing force attempting to descend upon him. He immediately snorted coldly, his body glowing with treasure light, directly dispelling the suppressing force. As expected of a direct lineage Taoist of one of the 36 upper clans in the upper world, the Gongsu family, with so many treasures on you. A calm voice sounded, and following the direction of the sound, Gong Shuyu's gaze narrowed sharply. When the other powerful individuals saw that person's appearance, their expressions also changed drastically. Whether they knew the person's identity or not, all of them were shocked. Mr. Lu, the treasure tower master, stared blankly at Lu Qing. At this moment, behind Lu Qing, a faint, ancient big cauldron's shadow emerged. Everyone could feel that the force suppressing the surrounding space in Gongshu Yu's magic palm originated from this ancient big cauldron shadow. I never expected that there would be a hidden master within the treasure tower. Kid, who are you? Seeing Lu Qing's appearance, Gong Shuyu's expression turned fierce, directly questioning. It was as if he didn't care at all that his magic palm was suppressed by Lu Qing. However, beneath his composed facade, Gong Shuyu's heart was tumbling with waves, because he realized that he couldn't see through Lu Qing's true nature. At this moment, according to his perception, Lu Qing only exhibited the realm of Golden Core Third Turn. Yet, how could someone at Golden Core Third Turn suppress his Taoist skill? Moreover, judging from what the other party said earlier, it seemed they knew his background very well. For a moment, Gong Shuyu's heart was filled with suspicion and uncertainty. He immediately activated his secret technique, with a strange light flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Qing. It doesn't matter who I am, but I have always preferred peace and disliked slaughter. Young Master Gongshu, since you won this battle today, why not be generous and spare the treasure tower master and the others on my account? Is that possible? Lu Qing's calm smile appeared, with the shadow of the leaving fire tripod behind him gently turning. On your account, Gong Shuyu sneered coldly. What status do you have? What qualification do you have to make me give you face? Young master, it's him. He's the mysterious talisman maker from the treasure tower, the one who crafted the latest talisman in Kanglan City. At this moment, the heavenly mechanism pavilion master suddenly shouted. He recognized Lu Qing's appearance, and finally recalled the descriptions from the intelligence they had gathered about the mysterious talisman maker these days. So it's you. With those words, not only did the bodies of other strong individuals tense, Gong Shuyu's gaze also turned cold. So all the turmoil in Kanglan City was instigated by you alone. It seems you are the demonic residue behind the treasure tower. Young Master Gongshu is truly perceptive even at this moment. You do not forget to place false accusations on me. Lu Qing shook his head. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Gongshu Yu did not reply. he observed Lu Qing for a while with his unique secret technique. He discovered that the other party truly was only at the Golden Core third turn realm. He had great confidence in his secret technique. It was a technique created by a sixth transition ancestor of his sect below the primordial spirit realm. No one could escape his scrutiny. Thus, the boy before him was not some hidden master, but had used other means to suppress his Taoist skill. Was it that tripod-shaped magical treasure? Gong Shuyu's gaze fell on the ancient big cauldron shadow behind Lu Qing, revealing a knowing look. To suppress his Taoist skill, it couldn't be an ordinary magical treasure. This ancient big cauldron must be of extremely high grade, likely a high-grade spirit artifact. A sense of greed suddenly emerged from the depths of Gong Shuyu's heart. He had suffered heavy losses this time, with several trump cards lost for no reason. But if he could obtain a high-level spirit artifact, he could recover all his losses. After all, even among the primordial spirit great powers, not everyone could own a high-grade spirit artifact or above. Thinking of this, Gong Shuyu immediately shouted, "Insignificant demonic residue dares to run wild in the righteous land. Do you think you can disguise yourself with the advantage of a magical treasure? Watch as I strip away your disguise and reveal your true form." With that, treasure light also appeared on his body. The next moment, he swung his fist, and a terrifying white fist imprint was launched towards Lu Qing. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He actually crushed my Emperor Fist seal with his bare hands. Lu Qing not only effortlessly caught the fist imprint I had struck with all my might, but also casually crushed it. In Gong Shuyu's eyes, an expression of disbelief appeared. However, before he could come to his senses, he saw Lu Qing's figure disappear from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than 3 feet away from him. Not good. A chill emerged from Gong Shuyu's heart. That was the instinct he had honed through countless refinements, warning him relentlessly. He thought of dodging, but already felt a pain in his chest as an incredibly fierce fist power exploded in front of him. It sent his whole body flying backward at great speed, crashing through countless buildings. Under the penetration of the fist power, his limbs and bones were shocked and numb, rendering him unable to move or use his mana. "Impossible, my treasure armor is a spiritual artifact. Why could his fist power penetrate it?" Gong Shuyu roared inwardly, unable to believe what he was sensing. But before he could shout out, he noticed his vision blur as Lu Qing appeared in front of him once more. Lu Qing had caught up to him swiftly after blasting him away with a punch. "Spiritual-level treasure armor," a faint voice emitted from Lu Qing's mouth. Then with a calm expression, he executed a whip kick, sending Gong Shuyu flying upwards. Bang! Driven by the power of a perfect golden core, Lu Qing's strength now was terrifying beyond measure. With just a single exertion, the force he unleashed was already astonishing. Even a mountain peak could be effortlessly shattered. Gong Shuyu, struck by this kick, was sent uncontrollably flying towards the sky under the explosive force. His body tore through the atmosphere, bursting out layers of white mist, accompanied by muffled, thunderous sounds. This was due to the abnormal phenomena caused by his body shattering the atmosphere as he flew up too fast. If not for the defensive power of the spiritual artifact treasure armor he wore, this alone would have been enough to shatter his physical body. After kicking Gong Shuyu into the sky, Lu Qing lowered both his feet. In the next moment, the ground beneath him started to collapse, and the houses within a radius of dozens of feet instantly shattered. Fortunately, when Gong Shuyu descended earlier, the cultivators within several miles, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, had already fled far away. Otherwise, countless people might have been affected and died from the single collapse alone. Under the indescribably powerful force propelling him, Lu Qing's speed reached an unimaginable level. In just an instant, he caught up with Gong Shuyu, who had broken through layers of turbulent air. Then he punched his chest again, causing the treasure light of the armor on Gong Shuyu to tremble violently, nearly extinguishing. His body was like a rubber ball, flying out once more. However, just as Gong Shuyu's body flew out not far, Lu Qing appeared behind him again, punching him back. Like this, Lu Qing's figure continuously flickered in the sky. Treating Gong Shuyu like a sandbag, he relentlessly pummeled him within a half-mile range. To the other cultivators in the city, this scene set off a stormy wave. Young Master Yu is being suppressed, unable to fight back. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master looked up at the sky, doubting his senses. In his heart, young Master Yu, who was incredibly powerful and considered invincible within the Golden Core realm, was now being one-sidedly beaten in the sky, unable to fight back. Other Golden Core realm experts like the red-faced elder from Wangxiang Pavilion were equally shocked. They had personally experienced the might Gong Shuyu had displayed earlier. Knowing that his prowess was unfathomable within the Golden Core realm, perhaps only a primordial spirit great power could contend. But what had they seen now? The young Master Gongshu, who was like a demon god just now, was now like a sandbag, being ruthlessly pummeled by Lu Qing. Wasn't that young man brought by the treasure tower as a talisman master? How could his strength be so formidable? Could it be he is hiding his cultivation as a primordial spirit great power? the people at the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop in the Wangxiang Pavilion found it hard to believe. And it wasn't much better on the Treasure Tower's side. The Treasure Tower Master and others were staring blankly at Lu Qing in the sky, punching Gongshu Yu relentlessly, distorting his body. To think Master Lu's strength is this terrifying. Master Wang looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. It seems Chief Lu has always been hiding his strength. He couldn't possibly be just a golden core third turn. A Vice Tower Master also exclaimed in surprise. And Master Q, who had always been overpowered, was already pale and bloodless. Previously, he had dared to harbor malicious intent against such a formidable being. The Treasure Tower Master looked up, a bright light in her eyes beyond description. Indeed, her prediction back then was not wrong. The opportunity to break the shackles of fate truly resides in Kanglan City, and it lies with Mr. Lu. Master, it seems young Master Yu is about to be defeated. What should we do? At this moment, someone behind the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master asked quietly through Divine Soul transmission. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master had a jolt and came to his senses. Indeed, young Master Yu was clearly no match for the opponent. Now they needed to plan ahead for countermeasures. Otherwise, when the battle above concludes, they won't fare well either. Thinking of this, a decisive light flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master. He immediately ordered, this time, our Heavenly Mechanism Workshop has seriously offended the City Lord, and there is no way back. We can only walk this road to the very end. That talisman maker clearly values Mo Hongyun, that bitch, very much. We must act immediately, capture her, and use her to threaten that person above to release young Master. With that, he charged towards the Treasure Tower Master and others first. Yes. The few Golden Core Realm experts behind him understood the urgency of the situation. They followed suit, intending to capture the Treasure Tower Master and the others. Tower Master, be careful. As the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others moved, the two Vice Tower Masters immediately reacted. They rushed to the front of the Treasure Tower Master to face the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master. Although their cultivation was slightly inferior to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master's, together they could barely match him. The other members of the Treasure Tower were equally fearless. They each brought out their magical treasures, prepared to fight to the death. They could all see that the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop was desperate. They wanted to capture them as hostages to threaten Chief Lu. As long as they could hold out until the battle above ended, victory would be theirs. Boom! A great battle was about to erupt. The Heavenly Mechanism Workshop wanted to quickly capture the Treasure Tower Master as a hostage, so they attacked with full force. But the Treasure Tower also fought back fiercely, undaunted by death. Even the usually pampered Treasure Tower Master brought out a spiritual hairpin, joining the battle to assist the two Vice Tower Masters in resisting the enemy. Thus, despite losing Uncle Fu, a significant force, the Treasure Tower barely held on. For the time being, the situation on both sides was at a standstill. Vice Pavilion Master, should we not help? Watching the fierce battle ahead, someone from Wangxiang Pavilion asked softly. However, the red-faced elder glared, "Help, we are just here to watch. Who said we should make a move?" Seeing the fearful look of his subordinate, the red-faced elder snorted coldly. He looked up at the sky, feeling the waves of terrifying energy, a chill in his heart. Even the immensely powerful Gongshu Yu was no match for that mysterious talisman maker. If Wangxiang Pavilion got involved, wouldn't they be courting death? They had taken a wrong step earlier and couldn't afford another mistake. The Heavenly Mechanism Workshop had no way out, but Wangxiang Pavilion still had room to maneuver. At worst, later they could prepare some compensatory gifts and go apologize. While the red-faced elder was thinking about what gifts to prepare, his eyes suddenly shrank. He saw a figure rapidly plummeting from the sky, landing not far from the battling crowd, toppling the surrounding houses and kicking up a cloud of dust. Then another figure descended from the sky, landing in the dust. Such commotion naturally could not be concealed from those in battle. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master looked up and his heart went cold. The sky was already empty. His mind raced and he gritted his teeth, his figure immediately shooting out, trying to escape the city. However, before he could escape Tenjiang, he felt an unimaginably heavy suppressive force descend upon him. With his late-stage Golden Core Realm 7th transition strength, he couldn't resist at all, immediately being pinned in place, unable to move a bit further. Not only him, but other Golden Core Realm experts as well, including the red-faced elder from Wangxiang Pavilion and others. They all felt the powerful suppressive force descend upon them again, making them dare not make a single move. Just like that, the battlefield that was previously filled with rampant mana and treasure light suddenly fell quiet, because everyone knew that man had returned from the sky. All eyes were fixed on the cloud of dust. Plop, plop. In the dead silence, footsteps came out of the dust. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure slowly walked out of the dust. In his hand, he seemed to be dragging something. Who else could it be but Lu Qing? At this moment, Lu Qing's expression remained calm. Even his clothes were not the slightest bit disordered. Suddenly, he gave a light toss, throwing the object he was dragging in his hand forward. A heavy metallic collision sounded, creating a small pit on the ground. Young Master Yu, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master, cried out in grief. Only then did the crowd see that what Lu Qing had thrown out was actually that young Master Gongshu. However, at this moment, Gongshu Yu was in an extremely miserable state. The spiritual treasure armor was twisted and deformed, dull and dim, like scrap metal, clinging to Gongshu Yu's body. As for Gongshu Yu himself, he had long been unrecognizable, almost turned into a mass of rotten flesh. Only a faint breath indicated he was still alive, not completely dead. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a cold breath, their hands and feet icy, a chill rising in their hearts. Couldn't imagine what kind of torment Gongshu Yu had endured to become so miserable. You, who exactly are you? At this moment, a faint divine soul fluctuation emanated from that heap of scrap iron and rotten flesh. It was the remaining shred of Gongshu Yu, unwillingly asking, "You're about to die. Does solving this question hold any meaning?" Lu Qing said blandly, "At least let me know who I died at the hands of." The divine soul fluctuation of Gongshu Yu intermittently transmitted. "Just consider me an ordinary traveler passing through Little Kang Realm." Upon hearing Lu Qing's perfunctory answer, the already rotted mass of Gongshu Yu trembled, seemingly very angry. But in the end, he calmed down. "Can you not kill me? I am willing to pay any price. Whatever treasures you want, I can give you. I am now ruined, posing no threat to you. Let me go. I can give you a large amount of treasures and cultivation techniques." Gongshu Yu, however, opened his mouth to plead for mercy. "I never like to leave future trouble." Lu Qing shook his head. "I already gave you a chance for reconciliation before, and you were the one who refused it." The mass of rotten flesh trembled again. "I am the direct lineage Taoist of the Gongsu family. If you kill me, our Gongsu family will never forgive you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, to the world's edge, you'll never escape the pursuit of our Gongsu family." If the Gongsu family were truly so powerful, they wouldn't be just one of the 36 upper clans of the heavenly origin great world. Lu Qing's expression remained calm, unfazed by Gongshu Yu's threat. "I'm letting you live a little longer just because you let me stretch my muscles earlier." "You," such insulting words immediately enraged Gongshu Yu, causing the heap of rotten flesh to squirm again. "All right, you're ruined anyway, just go peacefully, and in your next life, cultivate well." With that, Lu Qing bent his finger, about to end Gongshu Yu's life. However, just at this moment, a weak voice suddenly rang out, "Fellow Taoist, wait." Lu Qing's action paused momentarily. Turning his head, "Oh, could it be that City Lord wishes to plead for this person?" The nerves of everyone around had already been stretched to the limit. Their bodies trembled, looking over with difficulty. Yet they saw the Kanglan City Lord, who had originally fainted, was now awake, half lying against a broken wall. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. It is not I, the City Lord, who wishes to plead for this person." The Kanglan City Lord spoke weakly, "But this person is the direct lineage Taoist of the Gongsu family. If you truly kill him, you'll provoke enormous trouble. The Gongsu family will surely spare no cost in avenging him, pursuing you relentlessly. No matter how high your cultivation, it is difficult to withstand the pursuit of an upper clan from the heavenly origin great world. Why should fellow Taoist invite such a calamity?" With these words, disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. No one could have expected that the Kanglan City Lord would indeed speak up on behalf of Gongshu Yu. After all, he had been nearly killed under the siege of 3 primordial spirit realm members of the Gongsu family. Later, Gongshu Yu even intended to extract his primordial spirit to make a lamp, torturing him for hundreds of years. In such circumstances, for the Kanglan City Lord to intercede for him, even the already rotten Gongshu Yu was momentarily stunned. Lu Qing looked rather quizzically at the Kanglan City Lord. "Could it be that City Lord thinks that even if I spare this person, the Gongsu family will let me go?" Of course not. The Gongsu family is always petty and vengeful, and they would never willingly reconcile. Then why does the City Lord? It's over. As Gongshu Yu's presence gradually dissipated, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master also fell into despair. The death of young Master Yu here, regardless of what fate awaits Lu Qing and the Kanglan City Lord, he knew that he was truly done for. The main family on that side would definitely not spare him. Thinking of the dreadfulness of the main family, despair filled the eyes of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master. They really killed him. The red-faced elder of the Wangxiang Pavilion also widened his eyes. That was, after all, a direct lineage Taoist of the Gongshu family, one of the 36 upper clans of the upper realm. Nangong Yunwu actually killed him. He could already imagine the turmoil it would cause once the news reached the upper realm. A direct lineage Taoist of the Gongshu family died in this small lower realm, the Little Kang realm. This would not only shake the Gongshu family, but would likely also draw the attention of other upper clans. It seemed this Little Kang realm was about to become a place of turbulence. A direct lineage Taoist of the Gongshu family died here. Mo Hongyun, the treasure tower master, was also a bit dazed. There was a sense of luck for their survival and shock at Gongshu Yu's death. Being from the upper realm, she naturally understood what kind of influence the 36 upper clans held in the heavenly origin great world. One could say, in the vast righteous territories of the heavenly origin great world, the 36 upper clans, as representatives of noble families, each clan's strength could rival a top immortal Tao sect. Not only did they possess enormous resources, but the clans were also filled with many strong individuals, including numerous primordial spirit great powers. And among them, the Gongshu family was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 upper clans. Such a powerful family, yet the direct lineage Taoist of this generation, died in the Little Kang realm. Mo Hongyun didn't need to think to know that once the Gongshu family confirmed the news, they would be immensely enraged. By then, the Little Kang realm feared it wouldn't escape endless turmoil. City Lord. Compared with the others' shock, Lu Qing's expression was much calmer. He hadn't planned to spare Gongshu Yu from the start, but he was surprised that the Kanglan City Lord personally took action to slay him. Friend, don't blame me. The Kanglan City Lord forcibly used primordial spirit techniques, and the little energy he had just recovered became weak again. For a direct lineage disciple of an upper clan family like Gongshu Yu, upon birth, a primordial spirit great power from the family will use a secret technique on their divine soul. If they die, the secret technique transforms into causality, linking to the perpetrator. In this way, no matter where the perpetrator flees, they cannot escape the calculation of causality. If you had slain Gongshu Yu, you would have found every step difficult in the future. The Kanglan City Lord slowly explained, I see. Lu Qing suddenly understood. He thought to himself that these noble families with long legacies were indeed not to be underestimated. He had never heard of such bloodline causality secret techniques before. Thinking of this, he gained a bit more favorable impression of the Kanglan City Lord. This person had stopped him from killing Gongshu Yu not to plead for him, but to take on the causality of killing Gongshu Yu himself, allowing him to escape. Though his perfect golden core was formless and shapeless, ever-changing, unafraid of causal calculations, with numerous spiritual artifacts in his possession, if he wished to hide, even those in the primordial spirit realm would find it hard to trace him. But the Kanglan City Lord didn't know these, and to willingly bear this causality showed great responsibility. City Lord, how should we deal with these people? Lu Qing gestured around. City Lord, spare us. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and the red-faced Elder immediately felt tense. They looked hopefully at the Kanglan City Lord. They all knew that their lives depended on a word from the City Lord. The Kanglan City Lord looked at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others, who were now suppressed. Amazed by Lu Qing's impressive methods, which even he found somewhat unfathomable, he also pondered. Finally meeting the pleading eyes of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others, he slowly spoke. These people are, after all, citizens of my Kanglan City. Since Gongshu Yu is dead, let's not create more slaughter. Besides, I'm severely injured now and can no longer spare any heart power. For now, let's imprison them, and once I've recovered a bit, I'll deal with them then. Everything is at the behest of the City Lord. Lu Qing had no objections to this. He bore no real enmity towards the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop and Wangxiang Pavilion people. Since the Kanglan City Lord wished not to take severe actions, he wouldn't force anything. As for killing to silence, this conflict was witnessed by tens of thousands of cultivators in the city, so silencing was utterly unrealistic. If they dared attempt such, the monstrous sins would likely cause the world's heavenly Tao to immediately send down a heavenly tribulation. Even someone as ruthless as Gongshu Yu, despite being extremely furious earlier, only thought of torturing and killing the Kanglan City Lord, Mo Hongyun and others. He didn't dare entertain the idea of massacring the city. Upon hearing the Kanglan City Lord offering temporary mercy on their lives, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others were elated. Even if they were to be imprisoned, they at least had a chance to live. If they were dead, then everything would truly be over. Open your heart and spirit and mana defenses, so I can place restrictions on your magic power golden core, or face death, Lu Qing said calmly. Hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others. They dared not object and immediately opened their heart and spirit and mana defenses. With Gongshu Yu's precedent, they didn't doubt Lu Qing's willingness to follow through. He dared to kill even the direct lineage Taoist of the 36 upper clans from the upper realm. What else would he not dare to do? Seeing that all the Golden Core Realm cultivators had relaxed their heart and spirit and mana defenses, Lu Qing swiftly sketched with his fingers, and mysterious runes emerged from the void, quickly forming a talisman. Void Talisman. All the Golden Core Realm cultivators, like the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master, were greatly shocked seeing this scene. It was only then that they remembered Lu Qing's identity as a talisman maker. To speak of it, the turmoil in Kanglan City was all initiated because of him. All along, they were speculating about the level that the talisman maker of the Treasure Tower had reached in the art of talisman making. Now, seeing Lu Qing display his art of creating talismans in the void, they all realized. This one's talisman-making technique had truly reached the realm of a master. On top of that, Lu Qing possessed a prowess strong enough to completely outmatch Gong Shuyu. The heavenly mechanism pavilion master and the red-faced elder finally understood why they lost so utterly in this talisman market struggle. With a mysterious and incredibly powerful talisman master supporting the treasure tower from behind, it's no wonder they were not a match for the treasure tower. Lu Qing was quick in sketching the talisman. Although he didn't use the divine mind technique, it wasn't long before he imposed a ceiling restriction on the magic power golden cores of all the golden core realm cultivators he subdued. As soon as the restriction was placed, the heavenly mechanism pavilion master and other golden core realm cultivators immediately felt their magic power golden cores completely sealed. Not only were they unable to harness the power within, but even their connection with external spiritual energy was entirely cut off. Now, apart from their physical bodies still being robust, they were completely unable to use any mana. What kind of restriction is this, so powerful? Feeling their magic power golden cores completely sealed, the heavenly mechanism pavilion master and others secretly lamented. Any fleeting hopes they harbored were completely extinguished. They dared not entertain any more thoughts. City Lord, I've sealed the magic power golden cores of these individuals with restrictions, preventing them from using mana. After finally sealing the magic power golden core of the last golden core realm cultivator of the heavenly mechanism workshop, Lu Qing spoke. The Kanglan City Lord had been watching all along and was quite astonished by Lu Qing's methods. At the same time, he became even more interested in the origin of this mysterious powerhouse. He could sense that Lu Qing was definitely not at the primordial spirit realm, because he lacked the distinct primordial spirit aura of someone in the primordial spirit realm. And in the earlier battle between Lu Qing and Gong Shuyu, Lu Qing had not used any techniques belonging to the primordial spirit realm. But precisely because of this, the City Lord was even more astonished. In his perception, the cultivation that Lu Qing currently exhibited appeared to be only at the third transition mid-grade golden core level. Yet how could just a third transition mid-grade golden core easily crush and defeat Gong Shuyu, who possessed a golden core 8th turn cultivation? Therefore, Lu Qing must have employed some secret technique or magical treasure to conceal his true cultivation. This concealment was so profound that even someone at the primordial spirit realm like him couldn't see through it. However, despite his astonishment, the Kanglan City Lord knew it was not the time for curiosity. City Lord, where should these people be imprisoned? Lu Qing asked. Take them to my mansion. The City Lord mansion has a black stone prison, crafted specifically for imprisoning powerful cultivators. It's not only exceedingly sturdy, it can also block all divine soul spirit probing. Even those at the primordial spirit realm would find it difficult to break out in a short time when imprisoned there. It's perfectly suited for containing them. Very well. Lu Qing gladly agreed upon hearing such a suitable location. The heavenly mechanism, pavilion master and others, hearing that the Kanglan City Lord planned to imprison them in the black stone prison, felt even more despair. This way, even if they wanted to seek help, there would be no possibility. Hongyun, you send 2 people to help escort these individuals to the City Lord mansion. The Kanglan City Lord instructed. Yes, City Lord. The Treasure Tower Master Mo Hongyun respectfully replied. Even now, do you still address me as the City Lord? The Kanglan City Lord looked at Mo Hongyun, sighing. Mo Hongyun remained silent, not speaking. After a while, she softly said, I understand, uncle. Something stirred in Lu Qing's heart, clearing the doubts that lingered. Previously, he found it strange why the Kanglan City Lord would be willing to turn against Gong Shuyu for the sake of the treasure tower. Even in the face of the 3 great primordial spirits, he didn't back down. Moreover, what gave Mo Hongyun the confidence to defy the rules and seize control of the entire talisman market in Kanglan City? It turned out she shared such a relationship with the City Lord of Kanglan City. However, judging by the current situation, the relationship between them seemed rather complex. The heavenly mechanism, pavilion master and others, upon hearing Mo Hongyun call the City Lord uncle, were stunned and greatly shocked. In their eyes, regret surfaced. If they had known earlier about the close relationship between Mo Hongyun and the City Lord, they wouldn't have dared to take such blatant actions against the treasure tower. Now it was too late. One wrong move, and they lost the entire game. They had misjudged the situation and could now only become prisoners. Good, very good, you finally acknowledge me. Upon hearing Mo Hongyun call him uncle, the Kanglan City Lord was overjoyed, a broad smile spreading across his face, as if even his injuries were slightly healed. Seeing his happiness, a soft emotion stirred within Mo Hongyun's heart. Still, she maintained a stern face. Even though I called you uncle, it doesn't mean I'll forgive you or the Nangong family for what you did to my father and mother back then. I hope you understand this. The Kanglan City Lord was momentarily speechless. He then smiled wryly. I know, it was my fault back then. I will make amends in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately understood. It truly seemed like things were quite complicated between these two. Moreover, since I called you uncle, I have one more request for you, Mo Hongyan said. The Kanglan City Lord's spirits lifted. What is it? Tell me, as long as it's within my power, I will agree. My request is simple. You may temporarily imprison everyone else, but there is one person you cannot take away. Who? It's him, Q Rong. Mo Hongyan pointed. He betrayed our treasure tower, secretly using a devilish magical treasure within our treasure tower, which led to this entire disturbance. At this, Q Rong's face changed dramatically, just when he was internally rejoicing that he might escape unscathed. Yet unexpectedly, this turned out to be the vile woman who still remembered him. In panic, he immediately fell to his knees with a thud. He kept kowtowing to the Kanglan City Lord. City Lord, please forgive me just this once. Q Rong knew begging that vile woman Mo Hongyan was certainly futile, so his only hope for clemency now lay with the Kanglan City Lord. He continued kowtowing until the blue stones under his feet shattered to pieces. Yet the Kanglan City Lord was not someone to be swayed by such petty pleas. He immediately said, since this person has betrayed the treasure tower by using a devilish magical treasure in secret, I'll hand him over to you for punishment. City Lord, silence. Q Rong's face changed dramatically at once. Originally, he was feeling fortunate to have escaped disaster. Unexpectedly, this vile woman remembered him. Suddenly, with a thud, he fell to his knees. He continued to kowtow to the Kanglan City Lord. Please, City Lord, spare me this once. With his magic power golden core sealed and losing his mana shield, how could Q Rong withstand such force? He was immediately slapped into the air, spinning several times before landing heavily on the ground. Not only was one side of his face smashed, with teeth flying out, but he also fainted in a pitiful and abject state. This woman, seeing Q Rong's half-face smashed by Mo Hongyan's slap and his whole body fainting, as well as Mo Hongyan's face full of coldness, looking as if she still hadn't vented her hatred, everyone was shocked. Especially the Heavenly Mechanism, Pavilion Master and others, their hearts were chilled, realizing that this woman probably holds a deep grudge against them now. If not for the City Lord's unwillingness to commit more slaughter, their fate might not have been much better. After knocking Q Rong unconscious, Mo Hongyan did not let him go. Instead, she unleashed another strike of mana, with even greater power, directly smashing Q Rong's head. Red and white matter flew, and a golden core middle stage expert died humiliatingly in a coma. This scene made the hearts of the Heavenly Mechanism, Pavilion Master, and others tremble, once again realizing the ruthlessness of the woman before them. As for the Kanglan City Lord, his face showed no change at all. In his view, it was just a golden core realm cultivator dead was dead, and moreover, he deserved it, so he didn't care at all. After Mo Hongyan killed the man, he said, feeling better, then come with your uncle to the City Lord mansion first. Now that Gongshu Yu is dead, the Gongsu family will soon get the news and probably send someone down soon. Come with me to the City Lord mansion so I can ensure your safety. Yes, uncle. Mo Hongyan did not oppose, knowing well that now was not a time to be willful. But I have to tidy things up and handle the matters of the treasure tower before I can go. That's fine, but don't take too long. Although descending from the upper realm to the little Kang realm takes time, at most a day, the Gongsu family is likely to send someone down, so you have only half a day to handle the treasure tower matters, the Kanglan City Lord reminded. I know. After advising Mo Hongyan, the Kanglan City Lord turned to Lu Qing and asked, what are your plans, fellow Taoist? All eyes immediately turned to Lu Qing. This turmoil's source could be traced back to Lu Qing, and he even clinched the final situation. However, everyone was clueless about his background, so now everyone wanted to know how Lu Qing would respond, especially Mo Hongyan. She was now fully convinced that Lu Qing was the one who could help her break free from the shackles of fate. Therefore, she cared intensely about where Lu Qing would go next. Lu Qing naturally would not be foolish enough to reveal his plans in front of so many people. He smiled slightly. Junior has some matters to discuss with the City Lord. May I visit the City Lord mansion as well? Of course, the Kanglan City Lord said with some delight. Coincidentally, I also wish to discuss Taoist skills with you, fellow Taoist. The subsequent matters were much simpler. Mo Hongyan went to handle the matters of the treasure tower, while Lu Qing accompanied the Kanglan City Lord to the City Lord mansion. This was also to escort him, as the Kanglan City Lord's current situation was not ideal. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to take action against him, he might not be able to defend himself. As for Little Li and the 5 elements, from the beginning, Lu Qing had them temporarily enter the Kainkun Chi bag. Ever since the Kainkun Chi bag was reforged with an artifact spirit, its internal space had significantly expanded again. It was now comparable to the Leaving Fire tripod, able to accommodate living creatures of the Golden Core level. However, due to the limited spiritual energy within the space, Little Lei and others could only stay inside, unable to cultivate. Therefore, unless there was an extremely urgent situation, Lu Qing generally would not have them enter the spiritual artifact. Although Kanglan City was large, for strong individuals like Lu Qing and others, this distance was insignificant. Soon, he escorted the Kanglin City Lord back to the City Lord mansion. "Master, are you all right?" At this time, an elderly servant rushed out from within, looking worriedly at the Kanglin City Lord, whose body was still covered in wounds. "I'm fine." "How are the guards doing?" The Kanglin City Lord waved his hand, then asked. The old servant's expression darkened. A small portion of the guards were severely injured and fell into a coma from the recoil of the array, while the rest suffered damage to their golden cores, rendered unable to fight. "As long as no one has died, minor injuries can eventually be healed," the Kanglin City Lord said dismissively. "Take those people outside to the Black Stone prison. Then go to the storeroom and get some elixirs for the guards so they can heal quickly." "Yes, master." After the old servant left, the Kanglin City Lord saw Lu Qing's surprised expression. He thought for a moment and explained, "I let you witness a joke. The guards in the mansion are not up to par. I had them preside over the big array to assist me in battle. Unexpectedly, just the backlash from one array left them all injured and incapacitated. Otherwise, how could the petty people from the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop have acted so arrogantly?" Lu Qing understood. He had been curious earlier why, as the ruler of Kanglin City, only the Kanglin City Lord had come out to oppose the enemy, and after he was severely injured, no one came to his aid from the City Lord mansion. As it turned out, during the great battle with the three primordial spirit great powers from the Gongsu family, they had all suffered backlash from the array, losing their fighting capacity. It's a pity that when I came down to the Little Kang realm, I didn't bring many people. The guards in the mansion were all trained after taking charge of Kanglin City. Otherwise, if the elite guards of my Nangong family were here, the array they formed would not have been so easily broken. The Kanglin City Lord said with some regret. When he initially came down to take charge of Kanglin City, he actually did so with the intention of spending his remaining years here. After all, at that time he was nearing his primordial spirit tribulation, but he had no confidence in crossing it. In addition, some sordid matters within the clan made him very unhappy. He simply found a task and came to the Little Kang realm for tranquility. Because of this, he came down without much manpower. He only brought a few Golden Core realm attendants who had always followed him. If he had brought the elite guards of the clan down that day, today's battle might have been a different story. Of course, the Kanglin City Lord didn't elaborate on these things, only briefly mentioned them to Lu Qing. After chatting with Lu Qing for a while, the Kanglin City Lord's chi blood became somewhat better. At this time, he took out a jade box from his storage magical artifact, opened it, and inside was a purple elixir with swirling medicinal aura. The medicinal aroma spread, making Lu Qing feel mentally invigorated, and the mana within his body circulated a bit faster. He immediately knew that this elixir must be of extremely high grade. The Kanglin City Lord looked at the elixir in his hand with some pain. This was originally kept for crossing the next primordial spirit tribulation, but now his injuries were too severe, and normal recuperation might take decades, making complete recovery difficult. The Gongshu family's people could come down at any moment, and he simply didn't have the time, so he had to consume this treasure pill. After a moment of heartache, the Kanglin City Lord looked resolute and swallowed the elixir, starting to circulate mana to dissolve the elixir. Soon, his originally pale complexion improved significantly, gaining some color. The scars on his body healed rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. A quarter of an hour later, the external wounds on his body disappeared. The Kanglin City Lord opened his eyes, looking radiant without the previous sense of weakness. As the City Lord's injuries healed, Lu Qing was secretly shocked, wondering what kind of elixir it was that made the Kanglin City Lord change so drastically in such a short time, with the injuries greatly improved. Unfortunately, the City Lord swallowed the elixir too quickly, making it impossible for him to use his superpower to check the elixir's information. It's not that simple, just external injuries have healed. The City Lord waved his hand. Primordial spirit injuries are much more troublesome and will take some time to heal. But it doesn't matter, by tomorrow, I will be able to recover most of my strength. That's great. With the City Lord's power restored, we can have some confidence. Lu Qing said with a smile, "Taoist friend, you flatter me. I just cultivated a few more days than you to have this strength. Instead, it's you, Taoist friend, who truly amazes me. Gongshu Yu, however incompetent, is one of the direct lineage Taoists of this generation of the Gongshu family. Having crossed the ninefold heavenly tribulation, he has refined a flawless top-grade golden core. He's cultivated the highly profound Gongshu family cultivation technique, the Emperor Heart technique, and his cultivation has reached the golden core 8th turn realm. His power, without claiming superiority over the younger generation, is still rare to find an opponent within the golden core realm. Yet you, Taoist friend, can easily defeat him, with Gongshu Yu unable to counter even slightly from start to finish. In my eyes, Taoist friend, you are truly profound and unfathomable. May I ask, where does your master hail from, and which great world are you from?" The Kanglin City Lord finally voiced his doubts. It's difficult to resist a master's orders when the junior left to travel. My master sternly ordered me not to disclose his name. Therefore, revealing my master's lineage would be inconvenient, so I ask for the city lord's understanding. Lu Qing did not disclose his origins. It seems your master must be an extraordinary expert to have taught such a gifted young talent like you, Taoist friend. The Kanglan city lord was not displeased with Lu Qing's answer. On the contrary, he became more convinced that Lu Qing's master's lineage must be exceedingly powerful, and likely his master is a remarkable primordial spirit great power. Otherwise, there would be no need to deliberately conceal the lineage. If my master knew of your praises, he'd be very pleased. Lu Qing said with a smile, I can't take that you shouldn't exaggerate. The Kanglan city lord waved his hands repeatedly. It was a joke if such a venerable expert knew he dared to comment on him with a mere primordial spirit tribulation. Who knows if he would become angry. Although he belongs to the Nangong family, he does not want to offend such formidable beings without reason. Thus the Kanglan city lord quickly switched topics. By the way, Mr. Lu, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to ask me something. What is it? It's like this. Lu Qing's expression became serious. Originally, I planned to enter the heavenly origin great world to train, but after today's incident, I wonder if I can still enter the upper world. You want to enter the heavenly origin great world to train? The Kanglan city lord was a bit surprised. He did not expect the question Lu Qing wanted to ask was this. Yes, the reason I stayed in the Little Kang realm was because I didn't have enough spirit stones to pay for the transition to the upper world. Now I've gathered enough spirit stones, but I have clashed with the Gongshu family. Therefore, I want to seek advice from the senior whether I can still enter the upper world under such circumstances. If not, how should I leave the Little Kang realm? Lu Qing knew that taking Kanglan City's transmission array could lead him from Star Sky City out of the Little Kang realm, but he was uncertain whether the strong primordial spirit realm cultivator stationed at Star Sky City would allow him to leave. After all, he was not clear about any connections the person might have with the Gongshu family. However, facing Lu Qing's question, the Kanglan city lord did not answer immediately, instead asking, You wish to enter the heavenly origin great world, so you should know the entry rules, right? The junior understands. Lu Qing nodded. To enter the heavenly origin great world, one needs to go to Heavenly Heart City in the center of the Little Kang realm and use the breaking boundary transmission array. But the cost of the breaking boundary transmission array is extremely high, requiring 100 middle-grade spirit stones each time. What high cost? That's just a rule deliberately set for you foreign cultivators. The Kanglan city lord laughed. Although the breaking boundary transmission array consumes a lot with each activation, it cannot possibly require so many spirit stones. If it really needed that much, even the top forces of the upper world couldn't afford it. In reality, each activation of the transmission array requires only one middle-grade spirit stone. Moreover, the Little Kang realm isn't far from the heavenly origin great world, so the transmission array's consumption isn't exaggerated. The junior certainly knows, but I have no other way but to follow the rules. Lu Qing certainly knew that the consumption of the transmission array couldn't need so many spirit stones. Especially after he thoroughly understood the mysteries of the transmission array at Star Sky City, he was even clearer on this. The high fees charged by Heavenly Heart City were merely to gouge the foreign cultivators like him. But what could be done? The world powers of the heavenly origin great world are too strong. The world membrane is incredibly tough and capable of isolating space, making it impossible for ordinary primordial spirit great powers to break through by force. His void ship is also powerless against it, so foreign cultivators like him, even if they lament the spirit stones, can only endure being gouged for the opportunities within the heavenly origin great world. Ordinary foreign cultivators naturally cannot avoid this issue, but Mr. Lu, you are not among them. The Kanglan city lord said with a smile. What do you mean, city lord? Lu Qing was slightly startled. However, the Kanglan city lord still did not answer directly, but continued to ask, Mr. Lu, do you think we, who originally? The Kanglan city lord smiled. What do you mean, city lord? Lu Qing was slightly startled. However, the Kanglan city lord still did not answer directly, but continued to ask, Mr. Lu, do you think we, who originally? The Kanglan city lord smiled. What do you mean, city lord? Lu Qing was slightly startled. However, the Kanglan city lord still did not answer directly, but continued to ask, Mr. Lu, do you think we, who originally? The breaking boundary transmission array in Heavenly Heart City is only for you outsiders to use. In fact, top sect forces like our 36 upper clans have their own transmission arrays to travel to and from the heavenly origin great world. However, the Little Kang realm is, after all, just a small world with limited resources. Most sects capable of setting up a breaking boundary transmission array aren't very interested in this place. Even if they are interested, they only send a few side branches to manage it. just like the Heavenly Mechanism Workshop, which is actually an industry under a certain lady of the Gongshu family's direct lineage. So not every force has set up a transmission array in the Little Kang realm. With the explanation from the Kanglin City Lord, Lu Qing's eyes gradually lit up. Then, City Lord, your Nangong family. Facing Lu Qing's somewhat expectant gaze, the Kanglin City Lord nodded with a smile. Yes, our Nangong family happens to have a small transmission array in this Little Kang realm, right here in Kanglin City. When I descended from the upper world, I used that transmission array. This revelation truly delighted Lu Qing. I wonder if I could borrow that transmission array to enter the heavenly origin great world. At the same time, he finally understood why the other party was so confident, despite knowing that members of the Gongshu family were coming down to the realm. It turned out there was another way out, a means to return to the upper world at any time. He also realized that what Mo Hongyan had said about other ways to enter the heavenly origin great world referred to this. Of course, Mr. Lu, you saved my life earlier. If you hadn't blocked Gongshu Yu, I might have already been killed and my primordial spirit extracted. Although I was the one who ultimately killed Gongshu Yu, many in the city witnessed your battle with him. While the karma of killing Gongshu Yu fell on me, it's not difficult for the Gongshu family to trace it back to you, Mr. Lu. In such a situation, do you still want to enter the heavenly origin great world? City Lord, are you worried about my safety in the upper world? Lu Qing laughed. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to hide my tracks. Since the karma of killing Gongshu Yu does not rest on me, it will not be easy for the Gongshu family to find me. The Kanglin City Lord was slightly puzzled, then remembered Lu Qing's current real cultivation, which even he couldn't discern, and suddenly understood. It seemed Lu Qing had some exotic treasure that could conceal his aura, making it impossible for others to track him. Since Mr. Lu is so confident, it seems I have no need to interfere further. When do you plan to leave? As soon as possible, Lu Qing said immediately. He knew his own business, and others assumed he had an extraordinary background, but he alone was aware of his own limitations. Going up against a top family like the Gongshu family would be like an egg hitting a rock, so leaving as soon as he could would be for the best. The Kanglin City Lord pondered for a moment. In that case, please wait a bit. Activating the transmission array requires a significant amount of mana, and in my current state, it's a bit taxing. I'll send you up once my injuries have healed some more by tomorrow morning. Is that all right? I'll follow your lead, City Lord. Lu Qing naturally had no objections and readily agreed. In the meantime, the two continued to chat casually. Lu Qing took this opportunity to ask the Kanglin City Lord some questions about cultivation. After all, this was his first close contact with a primordial spirit great power, and such a rare chance was not to be missed. The Kanglin City Lord was naturally forthcoming, answering every question with dedication. However, as he answered, he was secretly shocked. Many of the questions Lu Qing asked were very mysterious, touching upon the primordial spirit realm's domain. He found it quite challenging to answer. As Lu Qing's questions gradually involved the space Dao, sweat began to form faintly on the Kanglin City Lord's forehead. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Uncle, it was Mo Hongyan, who had finally finished handling the Treasure Tower's affairs and came to the City Lord mansion. Hongyan, you've arrived. The Kanglin City Lord sighed with relief and stood up quickly. Listening to the City Lord is more beneficial than 10 years of closed-door cultivation. City Lord, I must seek further guidance from you another time. Lu Qing, however, seemed unsatisfied, feeling as though he had gained a lot. Although he possessed superpowers, which made comprehending cultivation techniques easy and quick. As they say, a stone from another mountain can polish jade. Every primordial spirit expert deeply understands the Tao of cultivation. Gaining their cultivation experiences is greatly beneficial for Lu Qing. However, upon hearing this, the Kanglin City Lord's expression stiffened. He then forced a smile. That's quite all right. But he resolved to send Lu Qing to the upper world first thing in the morning, as soon as his mana had recovered. If this young friend kept seeking guidance, his facade might end up being exposed. After all, the questions Lu Qing asked were growing increasingly profound. In the end, they even touched on the space law. This is a domain that only the apex powerhouses, who have advanced far on the primordial spirit path, can delve into. He was merely at the primordial spirit tribulation stage. How could he possibly provide answers? Yet his intuition told him that Lu Qing's question was not asked casually. He truly had some comprehension of the space Tao, and the question he raised went straight to the point. What kind of anomaly is this Lu Xiaodao really? Kanglin City Lord couldn't help but grumble in his heart. At the same time, he became more certain that Lu Qing's mentorship background must be extremely astounding. Otherwise, how could someone at the Golden Core Realm have an understanding of the space Tao? It must be that his master mentioned it during their usual teachings. From this, one can see that Lu Qing's master must also be a supreme powerhouse who has comprehended the space Tao. What's with the seeking guidance, uncle? What were you discussing with Mr. Lu just now? Mo Hongyan, who had just arrived, asked curiously. It's nothing, I was just consulting the city lord on some doubts about cultivation, and the city lord's profound cultivation and lofty realm were truly impressive. With a few pointers, I had a sudden insight, gaining a lot. Lu Qing praised. Lu Xiaodo, you overpraise. Kanglin City Lord could only continue to smile. I see. Mo Hongyan did not ask further upon realizing it was a cultivation issue. She took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Qing. Mr. Lu, this is for you. What is this? Lu Qing asked, looking a bit puzzled as he received the storage bag. This is the storage bag Q Rong carried since you captured him. The spoils rightfully belong to you. Is this appropriate? He was an appraiser at the treasure tower, so the items should belong to the treasure tower. Lu Qing remarked, I don't want anything from that trader, and besides, our treasure tower is not short of such things. It's best you keep it, Mr. Lu, Mo Hongyan said with disdain on her face. Seeing this, Lu Qing said, then I will humbly accept it. With that, he put away the storage bag. However, in front of the two of them, he did not immediately check what was inside. Seeing Lu Qing accept the items, Mo Hongyan smiled. Mr. Lu, Kanglin City is no longer safe. What are your plans next? I plan to leave the little Kang realm and venture into the heavenly origin great world for some experiences and trials, Lu Qing replied. You still want to enter the heavenly origin great world? Mo Hongyan was surprised. One must know that Lu Qing had just killed Gongshu Yu. Although the final blow was added by her uncle, the scene where he blasted Gongshu Yu high into the sky and tormented him was witnessed by countless cultivators. Given the energy of the Gongshu family, it's only a matter of time before they find out these details. In such a situation, Lu Qing still intends to enter the heavenly origin great world. Doesn't he fear being hunted down by the entire Gongshu family? Mo Hongyan expressed her concerns. In terms of concealing my presence, I have some insights, and the heavenly origin great world is vast. It's not so easy for the Gongshu family to find me, Lu Qing smiled. Seeing Lu Qing determined to enter the heavenly origin great world, Mo Hongyan fell into silence. Hongyan, what's the matter? Kanglin City Lord noticed her unusual expression and asked immediately. Mo Hongyan hesitated for a moment, then with a struggling look, she finally bit her lip. She said to Lu Qing, Mr. Lu, could I ask you for a favor? Oh, what might that be that I could possibly help with? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and said with some surprise. He had a premonition that what Mo Hongyan wanted to say was not simple. Otherwise, with a primordial spirit realm uncle doting on her, why would she come to seek him instead? This was clearly unusual. I don't know if you can help me, Mr. Lu, but the secret technique I cultivate tells me you are the most likely person who can. Mo Hongyan said. The secret technique you cultivate. Lu Qing thought of the words from the note discovered using his superpower when he first saw Mo Hongyan, which mentioned the life prediction divine power she possessed. Even the nearby Kanglin City Lord had a change in his expression, apparently realizing something. Hongyan, do you mean? Secret technique I cultivate, or perhaps it should be called an innate divine ability. It is a divine skill that can predict the future and sense the way of destiny. Mo Hongyan explained. An innate divine ability that can sense the way of destiny. An expression of surprise appeared on Lu Qing's face. Indeed, my divine ability is said to originate from the depths of the bloodline of the Mo family, though in recent millennia, few Mo family members have been able to awaken such an innate divine ability. By that reasoning, it should be a good thing, so why? Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled. Kanglin City Lord also expressed surprise. Hongyan, you have awakened the life prediction divine power. Why didn't you tell me? What could you do even if I told you, uncle? Have you forgotten how the Nangong family treated my father and mother back then? Mo Hongyan coldly laughed in response. Kanglin City Lord was momentarily at a loss. Lu Qing understood that there must be significant underlying issues in this matter. After snapping at her uncle, Mo Hongyan continued to speak to Lu Qing. Besides the life prediction divine power, I have also awakened another physique, the Xunian Jade Body. Xunian Jade Body. Kanglin City Lord was once again shocked upon hearing this. However, under Mo Hongyan's gaze, he did not dare to speak further. What is the Xunian Jade Body? Lu Qing asked. The Xunian Jade Body is said to be a superb furnace physique. Women with such a physique not only possess outstanding cultivation talents. Moreover, if they cultivate certain techniques, they become excellent partners for dual cultivation. Some sinister cultivation techniques may even turn such women into perfect furnaces, a true human treasure. Once the technique is mastered, harvesting them can easily take away the woman's chastity and cultivation, even her magic. At this point, Lu Qing's heart trembled slightly. The information he had gathered only mentioned that the Xunian Jade Body was an excellent physique for cultivating yin attribute cultivation techniques. It did not mention these cruel dual cultivation methods. It seems that while the Xunian Jade Body is indeed a powerful innate physique, some people have deliberately turned it into a curse. After I awakened this Xunian Jade Body, my parents were very alarmed. They knew that once my Xunian Jade Body was discovered, it would undoubtedly attract many people's covetousness. Thus, they always warned me to never reveal this to others, and I have always remembered my parents' teachings, never telling anyone about it. Even my awakening of the life prediction divine power was always hidden. The goal was to minimize my presence within the clan, avoiding attention from others. I silently cultivated, hoping to reach the primordial spirit realm one day. Because it is said that after reaching the primordial spirit realm with the Xunian jade body, one could control this physique at will, never needing to worry about others' covetousness again. Mo Hongyun continued, I indeed lived quite a peaceful life in the Mo family. With my parents' concealment, no one ever noticed my abnormality. But later, because of some events, my parents suddenly both passed away. Mo Hongyun said, and at this point, Lu Qing clearly felt Kanglan City Lord's body tremble slightly. On his face there was an unmistakable look of discomfort. He surmised that their estrangement was likely connected to this issue. Mo Hongyun obviously noticed the change in her uncle, but she paid no attention. Instead, she continued, after my parents' deaths, if I wanted to continue staying in the Mo family, I needed to take over some of their affairs. I could no longer hide in the deep mansion without showing up as I used to. I began to take over and manage some of the enterprises my parents left behind. Initially, there were no issues, as I had already stepped into the Golden Core realm. In the Mo family, that made me a not-so-insignificant expert. However, once I attended the birthday banquet of a primordial spirit great power with the family's elders, despite making numerous defensive preparations beforehand. At that banquet, someone still saw through my Xunian jade body at a glance. Who was it? Kanglan City Lord could no longer hold back and asked. Mo Hongyan glanced at him before slowly saying, that person was known as Miao Yu, a supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect. What Miao Yu? Kanglan City Lord was greatly shocked, showing a horrified expression upon hearing this name. Who is this Miao Yu? When Lu Qing saw the expression on the Kanglan City Lord's face, he knew that the existence called Miao Yu was probably not an ordinary powerhouse. Miao Yu is a supreme elder of the top sect in the upper realm, the Joyful Union sect, and an extremely powerful figure in the primordial spirit realm, having surpassed 4 tribulations, Mo Hongyun said slowly. 4 tribulations in the primordial spirit realm. Lu Qing's heart was shaken. Every time one overcomes a primordial spirit tribulation, their strength undergoes a dramatic transformation. A mighty figure who has overcome 4 tribulations could probably defeat him with just a breath. 4 tribulations is something to behold, but this Miao Yu is notoriously lustful, especially fond of collecting women with unique physiques as concubines for dual cultivation. The Kanglan City Lord's face looked grim. Hongyun, what happened next? It's said that Miao Yu cultivates the supreme cultivation technique of the Joyful Union sect, the Joyful Lust Zen. This cultivation technique is unusually strange, and troublesome women chosen by him rarely escape his control. What else could happen? Mo Hongyan said flatly. I am just a mere Golden Core realm cultivator being targeted by a figure who has overcome 4 tribulations leaves me with no choice but to accept my fate, right? Even our Mo family ancestors' cultivation is only at the 4 tribulation stage. How can we possibly oppose a massive entity like the Joyful Union sect? I didn't even know I had caught Miao Yu's eye during that birthday banquet. It wasn't until I returned to the clan that I noticed this thing on me. As she spoke, Mo Hongyun summoned a trace of mana and drew a line in front of herself. As the fabric flew, her garment at the heart revealed a cut, exposing a patch of white skin. However, Lu Qing and the Kanglan City Lord's attention was not on that. Their eyes were fixed intently on a strange mark on Mo Hongyun's chest. It was a thumb-sized, eerie red curse seal formed of red lines, faintly appearing to move like a living thing, giving off a chilling appearance. It really is the joyful heart-eroding curse. The Kanglan City Lord's face changed drastically upon seeing the strange curse seal. It's rumored to be Miao Yu's signature Taoist skill, very bizarre. Those who fall under this cursed talisman experience gradual erosion of their spirit, ultimately becoming utterly devoted, obedient to his will. Moreover, this cursed talisman is entirely under the spellcaster's control. Anyone afflicted by it, no matter where they flee, can be sensed by him, making escape impossible. Hongyun, why didn't you tell me earlier that you got hit with the joyful heart-eroding curse? The Kanglan City Lord's face was very troubled. He never imagined that Mo Hongyun was burdened with such heavy pressure. Even if I told you earlier, what could you do? Can you break this joyful heart-eroding curse for me? Or are you saying the ancestors of your Nangong family would be willing to help rescue this bastard child? Mo Hongyun said flatly. The Kanglan City Lord was at a loss. The joyful heart-eroding curse being a spell set by Miao Yu, he naturally had no power to break it. Though his family's ancestors were naturally much more powerful than Miao Yu, but to say they would intervene to help Mo Hongyun break the curse, he himself could not promise that. Right, your Nangong family couldn't wait for this bastard child to die early. How would they offer their noble hands to save this worthless life of mine? Moreover, years ago, when my parents visited your Nangong family as guests, they ended up dead without clear cause and without any explanation. Since then I swore in my heart that even if I were to fall into the infinite purgatory, I would never seek help from your Nangong family. Seeing the hatred on Mo Hongyun's face, the Kanglan city lord fell silent. He realized that Mo Hongyun's hatred for their Nangong family might never be resolved. This time, if he hadn't tried to save her desperately, she might not have even acknowledged him as her uncle. But he was still worried about the safety of this niece of his. He couldn't help but say, "Have you tried seeking your Mo family ancestors for help? He, like you, is also a powerful figure who has overcome 4 tribulations. He should have a way. You've awakened the life prediction divine power, and you're almost guaranteed to step into the primordial spirit realm in the future. The Mo family ancestor knows this. He can't possibly not save you. Do you think I haven't thought of that?" Mo Hongyun sneered, but soon after I was cursed with the joyful heart eroding curse, the joyful union sect sent a wedding invitation stating that Miao Yu wanted to take me as a concubine. If I rebelled, my Mo family would never have a place to stand in the upper realm again. The power of the joyful union sect is comparable to your 36 upper clans. Just Miao Yu alone is challenging for the Mo family to withstand, let alone other, even more powerful supreme elders. Do you think the Mo family would risk offending the colossal joyful union sect for a parentless, alone, mere golden core realm like me? Not to mention seeking help, I didn't even dare to reveal that I awakened the life prediction divine power and the Kshunian jade body. If the Mo family knew, to keep the family's innate divine power secret, the first thought would not be to rescue me, but to eliminate me, wouldn't it? The Kanglan city lord fell silent again. Lu Qing was also somewhat apprehensive. According to Mo Hongyun's previous explanation, certain dual cultivation methods could take away both the Kshunian jade body's virtue, cultivation, and divine skills. If the Mo family knew that Mo Hongyun awakened both the Kshunian jade body and the life prediction divine power, to protect the family's innate divine power secret, they might indeed secretly eliminate Mo Hongyun, who knows. I have a question, Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, since this joyful heart-eroding curse is so powerful, why would the Tower Master appear in Kanglan City? Didn't Miao Yu prevent you? This was something Lu Qing was very puzzled about. As far as he knew, Mo Hongyun had been operating the treasure tower in Kanglan City for decades. Considering the dominance of the supreme Miao Yu, how could he possibly allow Mo Hongyun to stay here for so long? In other words, why hadn't Mo Hongyun's mind been corroded by the joyful heart-eroding curse all these years? That old thing naturally didn't want me to come down to the little Kang realm. Mo Hongyun said with hatred on her face, "The reason I was able to come down was that I exchanged my life for it. The reason the old man wanted to take me as a concubine was nothing more than valuing my Kshunian jade body and my bloodline awakening life prediction divine power. But he is a primordial spirit great power of 4 tribulations, and I'm only at the golden core realm. Not only is my cultivation low, but even my life prediction divine power, because of years of keeping a low profile, has not been cultivated to a very high realm. Even if he takes away my red pill, the benefits he gains won't be great. His original plan was to take me to the joyful union sect. Wait until I step into the primordial spirit realm and cultivate my life prediction divine power to great success before taking everything from me. But I especially couldn't let him have his way. Years ago, I spent a century of lifespan, deducing the only opportunity that could let me break free of fate's shackles, which turned out to be in Kanglan City. I immediately threatened my life, forcing the supreme Miao Yu, that old man, to give me 50 years of freedom. If he did not agree, I would instantly self-destruct my golden core so that he gets nothing. And if he agreed to give me 50 years, during these 50 years, I would strive to cultivate and comprehend divine skills. When the time comes, I would offer everything to him. The old man waited out and ultimately agreed to my request, allowing me to descend to this realm. After all, with the joyful heart-eroding curse there, he didn't worry that I would escape. Because as soon as I left the little Kang realm, he would immediately sense it. With his vast divine skills, wanting to capture me back would be a breeze. Is that so? After hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy. He hadn't expected that the Treasure Tower Master, who was infinitely prominent in Kanglan City and admired and feared by countless cultivators, was actually bearing such a tragic fate behind the scenes. As for the Kanglan City Lord, that goes without saying. For so long he hadn't known that his dear niece was under such immense pressure. He wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. Tower Master, according to your words, do you think that the person who can help you free yourself from all this would be me? Lu Qing asked. Indeed, years ago I spent a century of lifespan activating my bloodline power. The fate indication I received was that the opportunity that can help me break free from the shackles of fate lies in Kanglan City. The reason I established the Treasure Tower was to have a suitable reason to come into contact with more people in Kanglan City. But over all these years, I have seen countless cultivators, yet not a single person could give any response to my life prediction divine power, until a few days ago when I met Mr. Lu. Mo Hongyun paused and then continued, after interacting with you, Mr. Lu, my life prediction divine power began to fluctuate, giving me an omen. From that moment on, I knew the opportunity to break free from fate's shackles should lie in you. Isn't Tower Master seeing me in too high a regard? Lu Qing shook his head and said, I'm just a mere golden core realm cultivator. How could I possibly counter the divine means of a primordial spirit great power of 4 tribulations? Considering the supreme Miao used divine skill might, it could be that with just a breath, I'd be rendered to ashes. Mo Hongyan froze upon hearing Lu Qing's words. After a while, she spoke arduously, Mr. Lu, is there truly no way to help Hongyan? I have no ability to counter the supreme Miao Yu, not to mention 4 tribulations primordial spirit great power. Even against a newly entered primordial spirit realm great power, I'm completely outmatched, Lu Qing replied sincerely. How could it? Upon hearing Lu Qing's answer once again, Mo Hongyan's face showed despair. She thought that this time she could finally rid herself of the heavy shadow always pressing upon her, especially after witnessing Lu Qing crush Gongshu Yu with absolute strength, which gave her even more hope. Yet now Lu Qing said he is powerless, plunging Mo Hongyan into despair once more. And this despair was greater than ever before, because the thin hope she deduced with a century of lifespan had also shattered. Lu Xiaoda, is there really no way? As long as you can help Hongyan, I can give anything, Kanglan City Lord said anxiously. Looking at Mo Hongyan's nearly lifeless eyes, Lu Qing felt a pang of compassion. Although he very much wanted to help her, he indeed lacked the power capable of countering a 4 tribulations primordial spirit great power. Let alone, there is yet a monstrous supreme power behind the adversary. So he shook his head. Apologies, Tower Master. My abilities are limited. I'm afraid I truly can't help you. Perhaps you should find a way to escape this little Kang realm. Escape? Where can I escape to? Mo Hongyan gave a forlorn smile. I have joyful heart-eroding curse within me. As soon as I leave the little Kang realm, that supreme elder would immediately sense it. Even with his divine skill power, he doesn't need to come personally. Just casting the curse seal from afar would suffice to make my life worse than death. In her despair, Mo Hongyan referred to the Supreme Elder without any courtesy, directly calling him an old dog. Kanglan City Lord was also grieved upon seeing her, deeply hating his own weakness for being unable to help his sister's sole orphan. Yet upon hearing Mo Hongyan's words, Lu Qing's expression shifted. So Tower Master, your greatest distress now is actually the joyful heart-eroding curse on your heart, isn't it? What do you mean? Mo Hongyan looked at Lu Qing in confusion, not understanding his words for a moment. However, Lu Qing already had an inkling of something. He stroked his chin. If that's the case, I can give it a try, Tower Master. Forgive my rudeness. Would you allow me to closely examine the curse seal on your heart? It was then Mo Hongyan finally reacted. Mr. Lu, have you thought of a solution? Just some thoughts. Please don't hold too much hope, Tower Master. Lu Qing first let her prepare mentally, so that in case he couldn't think of a way later, she wouldn't be even more disappointed. Although saying that, Mo Hongyan's heart reignited with a spark of hope. She said frankly, how could it be worse than now? Mr. Lu, feel free to take a look. For us cultivators, the physical body is but a mere external appearance. Then forgive my impropriety. Lu Qing immediately activated his superpower, seriously looking at the curse seal on Mo Hongyan's heart. The joyful heart-eroding curse was indeed a curse seal laid down by a primordial spirit great power of 4 tribulations. With Lu Qing's current power, upon activating the superpower, even with high-level spiritual artifacts, he could discern information in just over a dozen breaths. But the curse seal on Mo Hongyan's heart took several dozen breaths before a rich purple superpower light emerged. Several string-like pieces of information floated out. Joyful heart-eroding curse seal, a curse seal personally cast and planted by the supreme Miao Yu. This curse seal can corrode and control the heart, extremely sinister. Whoever bears this curse seal, as if caught in a nightmare, life and death at another's mercy, even if escaping to the ends of the earth, is difficult to escape the caster's control. The Supreme Miao Yu is one of the Supreme Elders of the Joyful Union sect, a 4 tribulations primordial spirit great power, with high cultivation realm and powerful Taoist magic divine skills. Found inheritance, download simulation. Lu Qing carefully read the floating string-like information. The previous parts he wasn't too concerned about, as they matched what Mo Hongyan had described. Only upon seeing the last piece of information did his eyes reveal a hint of joy. This was the piece of information he had been waiting for. Looking at the prompt in the string, without hesitation, Lu Qing chose to download the simulation. Beginning download, current progress 1239899 Download complete. Would you like to start the simulation? Lu Qing chose to simulate. Starting simulation, current progress 1239899 Simulation complete. Would you like to begin learning? After seeing the prompt from the superpower, Lu Qing did not immediately choose to learn. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and straightened up. Mr. Lu, how is it? Mo Hongyan was wondering in her heart. Although she saw Lu Qing continuously staring at the curse seal on her chest, she did not sense any other actions from him aside from that. He did not touch the curse seal, nor did he use divine soul power to inspect the condition of the curse seal. Now, seeing him stand up, she couldn't help but ask, "I haven't thought of a solution yet, but I do have some clues. However, I need more time to comprehend," Lu Qing replied. "For the time being, please do not disturb me. You have a clue." Hearing this, Mo Hongyan's eyes lit up with incomparable delight. During her interactions with Lu Qing over these days, although she still found him as mysterious as mist, she could vaguely gauge his temperament. Knowing that he usually doesn't boast, if he says he has a clue, it must be true. The Kanglin city lord by the side also revealed a joyful expression upon hearing these words. Lu Qing nodded and then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to choose the learning state of his superpower. The next moment, a vast amount of insight regarding the joyful heart-eroding curse surged from the depths of his mind. Lu Qing quickly absorbed this insightful information. His understanding of the Taoist skill joyful heart-eroding curse was also rapidly advancing at an astonishing pace. Is this sudden enlightenment, so easily entering a state of sudden enlightenment? The Kanglin city lord watched as an unusual aura emanated from Lu Qing's body, and his eyes widened abruptly. His eyes showed a look of disbelief. He could tell that Lu Qing seemed to be in a state of sudden enlightenment. But is it so easy to enter a state of sudden enlightenment? One should know that even someone like him in the primordial spirit realm requires long-term accumulation to reach such a state, after which it may happen. Yet Lu Qing merely meditated and comprehended to effortlessly achieve sudden enlightenment. How could this not shock the Kanglin city lord? What kind of monster is this Lu Xiaodao? Such a person could probably be at the core Taoist level, a demon-level unparalleled talent in that immortal Tao sacred land. The Kanglin city lord found Lu Qing's origins increasingly mysterious in his heart. Mo Hongyan, on the other hand, did not see that Lu Qing was in a state of sudden enlightenment. Her cultivation level wasn't quite there yet. However, she could see that Lu Qing was indeed trying hard to help her, and a glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes. She had witnessed Lu Qing's wonders many times. She only hoped that this time, he could also perform another miracle and save her from this endless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Lu Qing's acceptance of the insightful information came to an end. As he received the final piece of insightful information, a realization rose in his heart. So that's it. This joyful heart-eroding curse is formed by runes transformed from primordial spirit power, creating a curse seal. In essence, it's not much different from an array. However, because it's formed by primordial spirit power, it can be everlasting. Like a living thing, it can entangle with the target's spirit, which makes it particularly troublesome. After receiving all the insightful information from his mind, Lu Qing finally understood the foundation of the joyful heart-eroding curse. Even its casting process and the composition of primordial spirit runes were utterly clear to him. One could say that the joyful heart-eroding curse no longer held any secrets in his eyes. However, understanding is one thing, but how to break the curse for Mo Hongyan is another. The joyful heart-eroding curse was, after all, a curse seal personally cast by a four-tribulation primordial spirit great power. The primordial spirit power of a four-tribulation primordial spirit great power is immensely formidable. Even if the primordial spirit power forming this curse seal is just a tiny fraction of Miao Yu's primordial spirit, it is not something that Lu Qing, in the Golden Core realm, can easily dissolve. Direct action was obviously not an option to break this curse seal. He needed to find another method. Without opening his eyes, Lu Qing continued to remain in the superpower's learning state. He began to deduce how he could most securely break the curse seal. As time passed slowly, relying on the wonders of the superpower, Lu Qing continually comprehended and deduced. His understanding of the joyful heart-eroding curse grew deeper and deeper. In the end, an insight naturally rose in his heart. He had completely mastered the Taoist skill joyful heart-eroding curse. If he were to cast it, it certainly wouldn't be as powerful as Miao Yu's, but the level of intricacy might be comparable. Having mastered the joyful heart-eroding curse, Lu Qing finally had some clues on how to break the curse. In essence, the joyful heart-eroding curse is composed of runes simulated by primordial spirit power, which also falls within the scope of the rune path. And now Lu Qing could be considered a master in the rune array path. Looking for a breaking method from within is not impossible. Following this line of thinking, Lu Qing continued to deduce. Isn't this Lu Xiaodao's sudden enlightenment lasting a bit too long? Watching Lu Qing still meditating with closed eyes, enveloped in an unusual Taoist charm that lingered without dispersing. The gaze of the Kanglin city lord grew increasingly shocked, because Lu Qing's time in sudden enlightenment was simply too long. For the average cultivator, even if one accumulates knowledge and gets lucky to enter a state of sudden enlightenment, it typically doesn't last very long. If it lasts for a quarter or half an hour, it's already considered quite remarkable. Yet Lu Qing had been in sudden enlightenment for almost an hour and still hadn't awakened. He couldn't imagine how Lu Qing was comprehending to maintain such a long state of enlightenment. This one's cultivation talent is truly beyond imagination. No wonder that Gongshuyu was completely no match for him. How could a mere direct lineage Taoist of a noble family compare with such a devilish monster? The Kanglin city lord couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He became more convinced that Lu Qing must come from an extremely extraordinary cultivation holy land. Perhaps it was even one of those legendary mysterious lands, which their Nangong family had to look up to. Meanwhile, Mo Hongyun, observing Lu Qing continuously meditating, felt her hope growing larger. The longer Lu Qing comprehended, the more likely it indicated he had truly found a way. After patiently waiting for another quarter of an hour, Lu Qing finally opened his eyes. In his eyes was a hint of fatigue. Sustaining intense mental effort to deduce Taoist skills at the primordial spirit realm level was quite pressure-laden, even for him. Fortunately, his foundation was exceptionally deep, and his perfect golden core had various miraculous applications. With just a slight operation, his depleted spirit and heart power began to recover rapidly. Lu Xiaodo, how was it? Seeing Lu Qing awaken, the Kanglin city lord quickly asked. Fortunately, the mission wasn't failed. I barely thought of a way, but whether it's feasible still needs to be tried. Lu Qing smiled and said, have you really come up with a solution? Mo Hongyan was stunned. The sudden surprise made her a bit incredulous. We still have to try it to know, and it's not necessarily effective. And if the curse seal is triggered, it might alarm that Miao Yu Venerable. Tower Master, you should be mentally prepared. Lu Qing said solemnly. Just try it at worst. It's only death. Nothing could possibly get worse. Mo Hongyun said firmly, with determination gleaming in her eyes. This was the only time she had seen hope in so many years. If it didn't work this time, it would prove her destiny was thus, and it might be better to simply end it all. It's not that severe. Lu Qing laughed slightly. Even if we can't completely eradicate the joyful heart-eroding curse, it won't cost you your life, Tower Master. With Lu Qing's current comprehension of the joyful heart-eroding curse, he was confident about this much. However, I still need some preparation, so please wait a moment, Tower Master and City Lord. I need some high-quality spirit jade for refining some items. Would that be possible? Of course, I'll have someone fetch them from the storage immediately. The Kanglin city lord responded eagerly. On his orders, the elderly servant quickly retrieved a jade box from the storeroom and handed it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing opened it to find that inside were hundreds of high-quality spirit jade pieces, all of which were top-grade spirit jade. Feel free to use them, Lu Xiaodo. If they're not enough, I'll have more fetched. I won't need quite so many. Lu Qing inwardly admired indeed. As the lord of a city, the Kanglin city lord had vast wealth, casually bringing out hundreds of top-grade spirit jade pieces. He took a piece of spirit jade, which floated in front of him. With a focused mind, he began to sketch mysterious runes in the void, embedding them into the spirit jade. Void Talisman. This Lu Xiaodo actually has such proficiency in the rune path. The Kanglin city lord, observing this scene, was slightly shaken in his heart. Recently, he had been in seclusion within the city lord mansion, leaving city affairs to be managed by the steward. Had it not been for the demonic chi awakening him, he might not have arrived at the treasure tower in time. Therefore, he wasn't very aware of the tumultuous events in the city over the past month, nor did he know that Lu Qing was a talisman master. Lu Qing's speed in refining jade talismans was astonishingly fast. According to what the Kanglin city lord said, the people of the Gongsu family might descend tomorrow. Time was of the essence, so he couldn't hold back. The only thing he didn't use was the divine mind technique. Otherwise, he refined talismans as fast as possible. One jade talisman after another was refined speedily by Lu Qing. The speed left the Kanglin city lord somewhat stunned. He had never seen anyone refine talismans so quickly. An hour later, Lu Qing had refined a total of 108 jade talismans before stopping. After refining the jade talismans, Lu Qing didn't take a rest. He took out a short sword. Exhibiting his movement technique, stepping the heavenly gang step, with the short sword in hand like a dragon or snake, he sketched runes on the jade bricks of the ground. Soon, a large, complex, and mysterious array was engraved by him. Tower Master, please take your place at the center of the array. After engraving the array, Lu Qing said solemnly. Mo Hongyun followed the instruction, stepping into the center of the array and sat down. At that moment, her confidence in Lu Qing surged to unprecedented levels. After all, the setup Lu Qing presented clearly indicated a meticulously comprehensive preparation. Without needing to mention others, just the array beneath her feet, she couldn't understand, only perceiving it as extremely mysterious, entirely unlike a golden core realm level array. Seeing Mo Hongyun seated as instructed, Lu Qing waved his hand. The 108 jade talismans he had refined previously flew up, embedding themselves into the array's respective nodes. Tower Master, this array, which I specially arranged, will initiate shortly, isolating and suppressing the curse seal within you. This way, when we break the curse later, that Miao Yu Venerable may not detect the changes here immediately. Lu Qing explained. Yes, Mo Hongyun lightly nodded. Then please focus your heart and spirit and gather your concentration. When we begin breaking the curse, there may be considerable pain. Please try to endure. Lu Qing instructed again. You just proceed, you need not worry about me, Mo Hongyan said firmly. She then followed Lu Qing's instructions, beginning to concentrate, preparing for what was to come. City Lord, regardless of what happens next, please don't let anyone in to disturb us. Rest assured, without my permission, no one can enter this room. The Kanglan City Lord replied with great confidence. Lu Qing nodded. Once Mo Hongyan had properly prepared herself, he activated the spell in his hand, sending a strand of intention to the array beneath his feet. In the next moment, the 108 jade talismans on the array flickered slightly, and a formation light screen suddenly lit up, enveloping both him and Mo Hongyan. As the formation light screen lit up, the Kanglan City Lord outside the array suddenly felt he had lost the spiritual sense of Lu Qing and Mo Hongyan. Though the two were right before his eyes, in his perception, it was as if they were in a different spatial layer. He could see their figures, but couldn't sense their essence at all. Does this array have the ability to shield essence and divide space? A look of astonishment appeared in the Kanglan City Lord's eyes. The space Tao is generally only touched upon by the top primordial spirit great power, who have walked very far on the path of the primordial spirit realm. And Lu Qing, who was only at the Golden Core realm, had set up an array that faintly involved the space law. How astonishing was this? The Kanglan City Lord recalled the previous questions posed by Lu Qing to him. Suddenly, an incredible thought surfaced in his mind, which he dared not believe. Could it be that the reason Lu Xiaodo asked such questions was not something he heard from his mentor, but rather that he truly touched upon the space law? Amidst the shock in the Kanglan City Lord's eyes, Lu Qing within the array finally began to make his move. He stepped upon two crucial array nodes beneath him, and with the array's boost, activated his heart and spirit. An immeasurably pure divine soul power fell upon the strange curse seal on Mo Hongyan's heart. Under this stimulus, the strange curse seal, which had been quivering like a living thing, reacted immediately. Not only did it begin twisting violently, but a voice filled with grandeur and difficult to distinguish as male or female. It suddenly emitted from within the curse seal. Who is it, so bold as to dare touch the curse seal placed by this venerable? It's Miao Yu Shangzun. As soon as this voice emerged, the expressions of Mo Hongyan and the Kanglan City Lord immediately changed. This wasn't a real voice, but a fluctuation of divine soul. They instantly understood that indeed, the joyful heart-eroding curse contained a strand of the divine soul consciousness of Miao Yu Shangzun. Tower Master, close your five senses, guard your spirit light at all costs unless I call upon you, do not act rashly. Only Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately commanded. Upon hearing this, Mo Hongyan dared not hesitate and immediately closed her five senses, concentrating all her spirit on guarding that glimmer of spirit light in her heart and spirit. She knew that since the curse seal carried a trace of Miao Yu Shangzun's primordial spirit will, the matters that followed were beyond her assistance. Everything would rely entirely on Lu Qing. Seeing Mo Hongyan beginning to guard her heart and spirit, Lu Qing felt assured and then began to focus on the strange curse seal on her chest. After deducing and comprehending, he was already thoroughly familiar with the joyful heart-eroding curse, and the appearance of Miao Yu Shangzun was of no surprise to him. The curse seal on Mo Hongyan's chest was originally formed by the power of Miao Yu Shangzun's primordial spirit, so leaving a trace of consciousness was normal. However, he knew that this trace of consciousness within the curse seal was a segregated part, and now, after being suppressed and isolated by the array, it's temporarily unable to communicate with its main body. This was the best method Lu Qing arrived at after deducing. To sever the joyful heart-eroding curse, the first step was to isolate the connection between the curse seal and Miao Yu Shangzun. This was not only to prevent Miao Yu Shangzun from discovering anything amiss and transmitting power through the curse seal, but also to temporarily shield his control over the curse seal so as not to harm Mo Hongyan, although severing the link would likely alarm Miao Yu Shangzun. Fortunately, the opponent was in the heavenly origin great world. According to the Kanglan City Lord, for a cultivator from the upper world to descend is not easy. Even for a primordial spirit great power, unless one has a deep understanding of space Tao and has comprehended the boundary-breaking teleportation divine power. Otherwise, they need to use the transmission array to descend into Little Kang realm. After all, the boundary membrane of the great world is not trivial. Weaker primordial spirit great powers cannot cross that barrier. Moreover, he confirmed with the Kanglan City Lord that the Joyful Union sect had not set up a dedicated transmission array in Little Kang realm. So even if Miao Yu Shangzun notices something is amiss, descending to Little Kang realm would require some time. Lu Qing's goal was to use this time discrepancy to completely resolve and remove the curse seal from Mo Hongyan. Facing that authoritative voice, Lu Qing paid no attention but remained stern and continuously formed complex seal formations. The curse seal at hand only contained a wisp of Miao Yu Shangzun's consciousness, but even a trace of a four calamities primordial spirit great powers consciousness was something he dared not underestimate in the slightest, for at such a level of strength, the divine skills possessed were beyond imagination. As Lu Qing continued forming the seals, the array beneath his feet also manifested numerous mysterious runes. Eventually, it too formed a rune magic seal, hovering in front of Mo Hongyun's chest. It emitted waves of light, aiming to suppress the curse seal on Mo Hongyun's chest. Outside the array, the Kanglin city lord was astonished to find the rune magic seal drawn by Lu Qing using the array power remarkably resembled the curse seal on Mo Hongyun's chest. The difference was that the curse seal on Mo Hongyun's chest was red and continuously writhing and flowing, appearing strange and evil, whereas the rune magic seal condensed with the power of the array by Lu Qing emitted a dignified and grand aura with an utterly opposite intent. How dare you, insignificant golden core realm, be disrespectful to this esteemed self? The consciousness of Miao Yu Shangzun within the joyful heart eroding curse became furious upon seeing Lu Qing ignoring its admonition and attempting to suppress it. The curse seal on Mo Hongyun's chest twisted, and a figure with a blurred face started to emerge. Not good. Miao Yu Shangzun is attempting to manifest a Dharma body. The Kanglin city lord was shocked to see this scene. Primordial spirit great power. Upon stepping into the middle stage of primordial spirit, having undergone 4 primordial spirit tribulations, the primordial spirit transforms, gaining many mysteries. Their magic and divine skills are greatly enhanced. Among these abilities is the separation of the primordial spirit, manifesting a Dharma body. Previously, Gongshu Yu's guardian jade talisman contained a separated spirit of a 4 calamities primordial spirit. He hadn't expected the curse seal on Mo Hongyun's chest to be the same, even though this separated spirit seemed not as formidable as the one in Gongshu Yu's guardian jade talisman. But now, in his grievously wounded state, he feared he could no longer resist. Manifest a Dharma body. That's exactly what I was waiting for. With a cold look in his eyes, Lu Qing changed the seal formation in his hand. The array beneath his feet suddenly radiated brilliance, and the 108 jade talismans embedded within it emitted strong fluctuations, channeling into the condensed rune magic seal. With the aid of the array power, the potency of the rune magic seal surged sharply. The just manifested Dharma body of Miao Yu Shangzun hadn't even acted before being forcibly suppressed right then and there. He actually managed to suppress the separated Dharma body of Miao Yu Shangzun. The Kanglin city lord was utterly astonished at this sight. He sensed that the separated Dharma body of Miao Yu Shangzun, though not overwhelmingly powerful, was only at the initial level of the primordial spirit realm. But it should be far beyond what the golden core realm can handle. This was like watching a rabbit suddenly overturn an elephant. Even though the Kanglin city lord had already esteemed Lu Qing highly enough, at this moment he still felt immensely shocked. "Aunt, how dare you?" Miao Yu was startled, and even more angered upon realizing that he was temporarily restrained by just a golden core realm individual. When had he ever been so offended? Even though he was but a strand of primordial spirit now, he still felt an unprecedented insult. "Aunt, you deserve death." The avatar of Miao Yu's separated consciousness brimmed with flames of fury, as if about to incinerate the void in front of him. He slowly raised a hand, and immense power gathered at his fingertip, ready to point at Lu Qing and crush this audacious golden core realm ant. "Did I give you permission to move?" However, just as Miao Yu raised his hand, Lu Qing spoke coldly. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, the light from the array beneath his feet brightened once more, and Miao Yu's avatar was again bound by an invisible suppressive force. That finger froze in place, unable to move forward. What? This time, Miao Yu was genuinely surprised. What kind of array is this that can suppress him even when he almost exerted his full strength with that strand of consciousness? Moreover, what surprised him even more was that this array seemed to have some kind of restraining power against him. He couldn't borrow power from his true self, and even the curse seal that his consciousness depended on was suppressed. After suffering several setbacks, Miao Yu finally understood that the golden core realm ant in front of him was quite peculiar. His mind calmed down, observing the array below and the rune magic seal before him that greatly suppressed him. Upon closer look, his heart trembled yet again, because the rune magic seal in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. After serious observation, he suddenly realized that it was the rune structure of his successful Taoist skill, the joyful heart-eroding curse. But what he found unbelievable was that the rune magic seal before him seemed to be several degrees more exquisite than the curse seal formed by his own joyful heart-eroding curse. How is this possible? Upon realizing this, Miao Yu felt a sense of absurdity. The joyful heart-eroding curse was his self-created Taoist skill. How could anyone be more proficient with it than he? "Boy, who are you really, and how do you know my joyful heart-eroding curse?" Miao Yu's gaze fell on Lu Qing. This golden core realm ant finally piqued his interest. Do you think you're qualified to question me now? Lu Qing looked at Miao Yu's avatar with a smirk, a mere strand of primordial spirit consciousness, yet you're acting so high and mighty. You're only relying on the advantage of the array to temporarily suppress me. Do you really think I can't break free and deal with you? Miao Yu said lightly. Indeed, I plan to use this array to suppress and eradicate your strand of consciousness. Lu Qing shouted coldly. This array consists of 108 golden core level top-grade talismans, specifically set for you. If you have the ability, break free and show me. With that, Lu Qing changed his spell, and the light from the array beneath him burst out brightly. He finally unleashed the full power of the entire array. From the 108 golden core level top-grade talismans, a mysterious rune simultaneously flew out and entered the rune magic seal. The next moment, the rune magic seal seemed to have consumed a great tonic, swelling and cracking open to swallow Miao Yu's avatar entirely. After trapping Miao Yu's avatar, Lu Qing wasted no time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he spread his fingers, outlining numerous runes that flew toward the strange curse seal on Mo Hongyan's chest. Miao Yu's separated consciousness was trapped by Lu Qing using the rune magic seal. With no one to manage it, the strange curse seal could not resist the invasion of Lu Qing's runes. The runes flew in like birds returning to their nest, constantly entering the strange curse seal. Every rune that went in, the color of the strange curse seal faded slightly. It was as if those runes could dissolve the power of the curse seal. With a large number of runes entering, the color of the strange curse seal quickly faded. Finally, when the once vivid red left only a hint of pink, Lu Qing bent his hand into a claw and grasped at the void. Like a dark red heart twisting and throbbing in midair, constantly struggling, it even attempted to fly towards the rune magic seal that imprisoned Miao Yu's avatar. But how could Lu Qing let it succeed? Just as the strange curse seal was extracted, he shifted his focus, and an ancient small cauldron flew out from his neck, swallowing it. Yan, leave it to me. Inside the leaving fire tripod, Yan shouted excitedly. Then a roar echoed throughout the spiritual artifact space. Yan had transformed into the original form of the Kai dragon, accompanied by countless transparent naniming leaving fire, entwining the strange curse seal for a full refinement. Although the strange curse seal was formed by a strand of primordial spirit power of a four-tribulation great power, once cut off from the true body, with its consciousness still sealed outside, its inherently strong nature could not withstand the naniming leaving fire's burning and refinement within the middle-grade spiritual device, the leaving fire tripod. Like snow in the scorching sun, it quickly dissolved, eventually being completely refined to nothing. With the strange curse seal refined to nothing, Mo Hongyan, who had been focusing and diligently protecting her heart and spirit with no knowledge of the outside world's happenings, let out a moan, then felt immensely relieved. It was as if an enormous mountain was suddenly removed from her heart and spirit. Yet she remembered Lu Qing's instructions and did not open her eyes, still fully defending her spiritual light. Aunt, how dare you? At the same time, Miao Yu's avatar, trapped within the rune magic seal, realized something and roared suddenly, his heart filled with incredulity. Everything seemed to be calculated beforehand by this boy in front of him. Every move he made seemed predicted by him. Step by step, he was trapped. Now even the joyful heart-eroding curse planted on Mo Hongyan had been removed by him. That woman was part of his long-planned scheme, related to his future step into the fifth primordial spirit tribulation, or even the sixth. And now it was destroyed by Lu Qing, a mere golden core realm individual. For a moment, Miao Yu's heart was filled with endless rage. Don't worry, I'm coming to deal with you now. Lu Qing naturally sensed Miao Yu's fury, but why would he fear it? Since the curse seal on Mo Hongyan was resolved, he could finally attack Miao Yu's consciousness without apprehension. Old fellow, let's see how long your strand of consciousness can withstand my array's refinement. Lu Qing's face turned cold and stern. He naturally had no mercy for people like Miao Yu, who casually took lives in cultivation of others. Though his power was still insufficient, and he was far from being a match for this old fellow, he was determined to eradicate this strand of consciousness. With a flick of his hand and spell incantation, the array beneath him shone brightly, and even behind Lu Qing, the virtual shadow of an ancient big cauldron emerged, augmenting the array. With multiple techniques employed, the power of the rune magic seal surged once again. Though his power was still small, far from being a match for this old fellow, but this strand of separated consciousness he was determined to annihilate. With a flick of his hand through incantations, the array beneath his feet emitted dazzling light, and behind Lu Qing, the shadow of an ancient big cauldron emerged, enhancing the array. Multiple tactics deployed, the power of the rune magic seal surged once more. At that time I will make your life worse than death. You will spend eternity in the infinite purgatory. With this cold and indifferent threat, the divine incarnation of Miao Yu finally disintegrated and collapsed. Under the continuous refinement of the rune magic seal, it ultimately turned into nothingness. Only that chill seemed to still linger in the hall. However, facing the final threat from Miao Yu, Lu Qing's expression didn't change at all. When he decided to help Mo Hongyan break the curse, he was destined to offend this primordial spirit of four calamities, so he didn't take this threat seriously at all. To him, it was nothing more than the impotent rage of this divine incarnation of Miao Yu. Moreover, this strand of split consciousness was isolated by him with an array, severing its link to the true body. Whether Miao Yu's true body can learn what happened here is another matter. Even if, taking a step back, the divine skills of a primordial spirit of four calamities are really beyond Lu Qing's imagination. Even if the split consciousness here perishes, and some information can be transmitted back to the true body, Lu Qing remains unafraid. Having condensed a perfect golden core, he possesses the ability to change his aura. Even the fluctuation of his divine soul can be altered. At that time, even if he stood right in front of Miao Yu, the other party might not be able to recognize him. It was with this confidence that Lu Qing was willing to help Mo Hongyan break the curse. Otherwise, why would he provoke such a formidable foe without any reason? Using his superpower to carefully examine, he confirmed that this strand of Miao Yu's split consciousness had indeed completely vanished. Only then did Lu Qing pinch a spell, and the giant rune magic seal, towering several people high, trembled slightly before splitting into countless runes, falling back into the array. The array formation light screen, which had been enveloping the surroundings, was also removed, fading back into the array. After doing all this, Lu Qing then used divine soul transmission to start calling the Mo Hongyan who had closed her five senses. Outside the array, the Kanglin city lord was already dumbfounded. Filled with shock, he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. He actually refined Miao Yu's divine incarnation, completely extinguishing even the split consciousness. The Kanglin city lord found it hard to believe. Even the smallest split consciousness of a primordial spirit great power should not be something a golden core realm practitioner could handle. However, just now he had witnessed Miao Yu's split consciousness being directly suppressed and refined by Lu Qing. From start to finish, Miao Yu couldn't put up a proper resistance and was already scattered and fully dissipated. Every step was calculated so precisely by Lu Qing, it was unbelievably effortless. Tower Master, it's done. You can return with your heart and spirit. In the depths of her mind, Mo Hongyan, who was fully safeguarding her spirit light, suddenly heard Lu Qing's voice echoing within her. Is that Mr. Lu's voice? Did he succeed? A burst of joy surged in Mo Hongyan's heart, and recalling her sudden sense of relief on her divine soul just now, she didn't hesitate and immediately returned with her heart and spirit to regain control of her physical body. After returning to her physical body, Mo Hongyan immediately felt a difference. A sense of complete integration and effortless ease filled her heart. Looking down, she found that the ominous red curse mark at her heart, which had haunted her with countless painful memories like a nightmare, had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Mr. Lu, what is this? Mo Hongyan stared blankly at her heart, asking dazedly. Hongyan, your joyful heart-eroding curse has been completely lifted by Lu Xiaodao. Even the split consciousness of Miao Yu was refined and extinguished by him, the Kanglin city lord quickly said. Mo Hongyan raised her head sharply, looking at Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded slightly and smiled. Tower Master, you can rest assured from now on, the joyful heart-eroding curse is broken, and Miao Yu can no longer whimsically sense your whereabouts or control your fate. Am I finally liberated? Receiving Lu Qing's confirmation, Mo Hongyan was momentarily lost, murmuring. The shackles of destiny that had bound her, leaving her utterly despairing for so many years, were finally shattered. The first feeling Mo Hongyan experienced was not ecstasy, but rather a sense of bewilderment. After a long moment of being dazed, Mo Hongyan suddenly knelt with a thud, bowing deeply to Lu Qing. Tower Master, please rise. There's no need for such grand gestures. Lu Qing gently flicked his hand, and an invisible force lifted Mo Hongyan up. During this time, the Tower Master has given much assistance to Lu Qing, and in return, I am merely reciprocating. However, Tower Master, although the joyful heart-eroding curse has been lifted, Miao Yu will surely not let matters rest. Therefore, you must leave the Little Kang realm as soon as possible so that he cannot find you. Given your deep causal entanglement with him, it would be best to carry a treasure capable of shielding against causal calculations, to prevent him from using divination techniques to locate you, Lu Qing slowly advised. Indeed, Hongyan, Miao Yu is a primordial spirit great power of four calamities. Even if he does not specialize in divination, his causal calculation techniques must be quite formidable. You must be cautious and guard against this. I have here a spiritual artifact called the Cause and Effect Pearl. You should refine it and wear it. As long as you wear it constantly, even with a vast world blocking, Supreme Miao Yu will be unable to calculate your whereabouts. Kanglin City Lord took out a thumb-sized chaotic color pearl from his storage bag and handed it to Mo Hongyan. Mo Hongyan accepted the cause and effect pearl without hesitation and began refining it. Indeed, she did not have any treasure specifically for karma shielding. Such treasures are always rare. Reaching the level of a spiritual artifact, they are even scarcer. Even in her own treasure tower, no such treasure existed. Lu Qing had gone through great effort to help her lift the curse seal. She couldn't let all that effort be wasted just because of her own hesitation. Before handing over the cause and effect pearl, the Kanglan city lord had already removed his heart and spirit from it. As such, Mo Hongyan easily imprinted her divine soul mark inside it, successfully refined the cause and effect pearl, and wore it. Seeing this, the Kanglan city lord smiled, finally setting his mind at ease. With this, Mo Hongyan was truly safe. Even Supreme Miao Yu would find it difficult to locate her whereabouts. Tower Master, given Supreme Miao Yu's domineering nature, he's bound not to swallow his anger. He may very well descend in person. So it's better if you leave early. Staying in the Little Kang realm is no longer suitable, Lu Qing advised. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Before coming over, I've already dissolved the treasure tower. The treasures and spirit stones were distributed among the old members of the tower, so I can leave any time. However, Mo Hongyan, with a radiant smile, revealed something that surprised Lu Qing greatly. Tower Master, you've dissolved the treasure tower, Lu Qing asked in astonishment. Indeed, so there's no need to call me Tower Master anymore, just call me Hongyan. Mo Hongyan smiled. Lu Qing sighed in admiration. She was truly a woman of incredible strength, having created such a large merchant guild like the Treasure Tower single-handedly, a presence not common in ordinary people. Hongyan, where do you plan to go in the coming days? At this point, the Kanglan city lord spoke. Actually, the safest place should be with our Nangong family. No matter how powerful Supreme Miao Yu is, he wouldn't dare to make trouble with our Nangong family. If you stay with the Nangong family, the Kanglan city lord tried to persuade Mo Hongyan, but upon seeing her cold gaze, his voice gradually lowered, not daring to continue. Only after her uncle sensibly closed his mouth did Mo Hongyan retract her gaze. She sighed, wherever I go, it doesn't matter. As it stands, I have nothing holding me back. Perhaps leaving the Little Kang realm is for the better. All these years, because of the joyful heart-eroding curse, I've been unwilling to cultivate, thinking that even if my cultivation leveled up, it would still be used for someone else's benefit. But now, I want to venture outside and cultivate properly. In the future, should I be fortunate enough to step into the primordial spirit realm and completely control my Xunian jade body, perhaps no one will be able to manipulate my fate anymore. Observing the expression on Mo Hongyan's face, Lu Qing thought for a moment. Then he took out a jade talisman from his Kainkun Chi bag. Tower Master, this talisman is for you. After refining it, store it within your golden core in the Danshan. It should help change your aura, making it difficult for others to detect the mysteries of your Xunian jade body. This talisman can conceal and alter the aura of my Xunian jade body. Mo Hongyan looked at the jade talisman in Lu Qing's hand in astonishment. Indeed, once refined, unless divine soul power is used to probe carefully, even someone in the primordial spirit realm would find it hard to detect the peculiarities of your physique, Lu Qing nodded. The jade talisman he provided was devised based on his perfect golden core's formless and shapeless transformation ability. Leveraging his expertise in the rune path, he deduced this transformation talisman. Little Li and the five elements weren't discerned even under the eyes of a primordial spirit great power. They relied on the transformation talisman Lu Qing personally applied over their demon cores for concealment. To think there's such a miraculous talisman. Mr. Lu's mastery in the rune path is truly astounding. Mo Hongyan was overjoyed. She received the jade talisman and began refining it immediately. Then she stored it within her Danshan. Following this, with a slight thought, her aura shifted. The cold and alluring aura she originally had instantly withdrew, becoming completely unremarkable. Even the Kanglan city lord from the primordial spirit realm felt that Mo Hongyan's aura had drastically changed. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, based solely on the aura perceived, he wouldn't dare confirm this was his niece. Good, very good. The Kanglan city lord was overjoyed. With the cause and effect pearl in this talisman, Hongyan, you can now travel without worrying others will see through you. Mo Hongyan was deeply excited. For a long time, what troubled her most was her Xunian jade body. Her innate furnace physique was exceedingly coveted by many. Even when venturing out, she remained vigilant, ensuring no one discovered her Xunian jade body. But now, with the talisman Lu Qing offered, the likelihood of being discovered was greatly reduced. How could she not be thrilled? If she had such a talisman at that time, she might not have been uncovered by that old thing, Supreme Miao Yu. Once her excitement subsided, Mo Hongyan retrieved a storage bag from her person. In light of Mr. Lu's great benevolence, I'm at a loss to repay it. I hope you'll accept this storage bag, she said. Tower Master, this is. Lu Qing didn't immediately take the storage bag, instead looking at her. It only contained some spirit stones. I perceive Mr. Lu sees spirit stones as quite valuable. Throughout the years, the treasure tower may not have amassed much else, but it has plenty of spirit stones. Please take it, Mr. Lu. Otherwise, having received such a great favor from you without any recompense, it would weigh heavily on my heart." Seeing the earnestness on Mo Hongyan's face, Lu Qing paused, then suddenly chuckled and accepted the storage bag. "In that case, I won't be too polite." Once Lu Qing collected the storage bag, Mo Hongyan finally smiled. The following moments were simpler. Lu Qing took the 108 top-grade golden core level talismans from the ground and put them away. Then he erased the marks of the array from the ground. The large formation he had laid this time was a temporary deduction. Yet its effect was exceptionally good. Even a sliver of the divine mind from a four-tribulation primordial spirit great power could be trapped and subdued, completely refined. This was a significant breakthrough in his rune array path. The formation might serve a great purpose in the future. Thus, he couldn't let others easily discover the secrets of the formation. "Mr. Lu, your accomplishments in the array path are indeed awe-inspiring." As the tales say, truly powerful array masters have the abilities to move mountains and drain seas and fight across realms. Given enough time to lay down formations, they can unleash great powers. Today, I've witnessed the truth of this. The Kanglan City Lord couldn't help but marvel as he watched Lu Qing erase the formation marks from the ground, recalling the scenes he had witnessed. He remembered the sight of Lu Qing crushing Gongshuyu before. He increasingly felt that Lu Qing was unfathomably mysterious and powerful. He even suspected now that if given enough time to set up an array, even if his injuries were fully healed, he might not easily subdue Lu Qing. "City Lord, you're too kind. This time it was my planning combined with Supreme Miao Yu's overconfidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to trap and refine him." Lu Qing modestly shook his head. "Nonetheless, Mr. Lu, using a golden core body, to have refined and obliterated a four-tribulation primordial spirit great powers divine presence. If word of this gets out, it would cause an immediate sensation even in the upper realm." Lu Qing was casually chatting with the Kanglan City Lord and Mo Hongyan. He could feel that the Kanglan City Lord's appearance was improving steadily. This indicated that his condition was recovering rapidly. It's estimated that he might recover over half by dawn. This made him quite delighted. This was indeed good news. The quicker the Kanglan City Lord's injuries heal, the sooner he can enter the heavenly origin great world, while Lu Qing awaited the recovery of the Kanglan City Lord's injuries. In the vast heavenly origin great world, within a certain luxurious cave mansion of the Joyful Union sect, a vague aura, clothed in a pink magic robe, slowly awakened from cultivation. "The joyful heart-eroding curse I placed on Mo Hongyan has been lifted. Even the strand of my consciousness within it was extinguished. Who is so bold to dare oppose me?" Miao Yu had a look of confusion in his eyes. Someone could sever his connection with his consciousness and help Mo Hongyan remove the curse seal without alarming him. Their realm surely must be high. At least it must be the same level as his primordial spirit great power to possibly achieve it. Was it the ancestor of the Mo family who made a move? No, he doesn't have this ability. Moreover, the Mo family wouldn't dare to offend my Joyful Union sect, so which unenlightened fellow took action? They first severed my connection with my consciousness before removing the curse. Obviously, they fear me and don't want me to know their identity. Could it be some loose cultivator primordial spirit great power? Miao Yu was momentarily puzzled, then immediately summoned a pink bead string, suspending it in front of him. He then cast several spells, causing the pink bead string to spin. However, the bead string spun for a while but revealed nothing. Miao Yu frowned. The secrets have been shielded. Even the karma of Mo Hongyan has been concealed. The person who acted really thought it out meticulously. But do they think they can escape from my grasp this way? Miao Yu's face slowly became cold and stern. "No matter who you are, if you dare to touch someone I've set my eyes upon, then prepare to pay the price." Miao Yu stood up, waved his hand to open the door of the quiet room of seclusion, and walked out. "Husband, you've completed your seclusion. Husband is out." "Greetings, husband." As soon as he walked outside, he saw a group of women rush toward him. 7 or 8 peerlessly beautiful women surrounded Miao Yu with greetings, offering various attentions. "Enough, I'm going out for a while. Hong Luan, accompany me." Miao Yu remained unmoved by the flattery of his concubines, merely speaking plainly. "Yes," a radiant woman dressed in a deep red gown replied gracefully. The other women witnessed this, their eyes showing signs of jealousy. However, despite their envy, they dared not speak out. Not only did their husband dislike petty actions, but Hong Luan was the only one among them who had reached the primordial spirit realm. And not just any primordial spirit realm, but a tribulation primordial spirit. Therefore, she was not only most favored by their husband, but also not someone they could provoke. After leaving the cave mansion, Miao Yu summoned a pink cloud treasure, taking Hong Luan with him as they stepped onto it. The next moment, the cloud broke through layers of space, speeding towards a particular direction. "Husband, where are we headed?" Hong Luan was secretly astonished to see Miao Yu summon the cloud treasure. This cloud treasure was a high-grade spirit artifact, not something their husband would easily utilize. This time he's using this treasure and driving it at full speed on an outing. Could it be that something very urgent has occurred? To the little Kang realm, the joyful heart-eroding curse I placed on Mo Hongyeon was lifted. Miao Yu did not hide it, speaking directly. These concubines of his, under the influence of his Miao Yu technique, were utterly devoted to him, impossible to betray him. Mo Hongyeon is that future sister of ours, who dares touch the woman our husband has laid eyes upon. Hong Luan was extremely shocked. At the same time, she felt a hidden excitement inside. She certainly understood her husband's character well. He valued his women enormously. They were his reverse scales. Now someone dared to be so bold, touching the woman whom her husband favored. No wonder her husband even summoned the cloud treasure. This time it seems there will be a good show to watch. Miao Yu naturally sensed Hong Luan's emotions, but at the moment he paid no attention. Mo Hongyeon possessed the Xunian jade body and awakened the Mo family's bloodline life prediction divine power. These two things were very important to him. They could likely assist him greatly in breaking through the long-standing bottleneck and stepping into a higher realm. Therefore, Mo Hongyeon absolutely must not fail. He wanted to see who dared to disrupt his path. At this moment, Miao Yu also felt some regret for not keeping Mo Hongyeon in the little Kang realm. But he was confident in his joyful heart-eroding curse. Even a primordial spirit great power of the same realm would find it difficult to dispel it without alerting him. Mo Hongyeon was entirely under his control, so he agreed to give her 50 years of freedom. Unexpectedly, something actually went wrong. Thinking of Mo Hongyeon's curse mark being lifted, and she seemed to have an exotic treasure that shielded Karma's secrets. Most likely she would take this chance to escape the little Kang realm, causing Miao Yu's heart to become restless. He hastened the speed of the cloud treasure, making it even quicker. Unfortunately, the Joyful Union sect doesn't have a teleportation array directly leading to the little Kang realm. The nearest array is in a quite remote small town far away from the Joyful Union sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. While Miao Yu Supreme was on her journey in another direction, several figures were also traveling unhurriedly. Young Master Tian, weren't we going to the Scarlet Flame secret realm? Why the sudden change of plan? One of the strong men asked the red-haired youth leading the group. I just received a transmission message from the clan, the red-haired youth said leisurely. Oh, what did the clan say? The strong man asked curiously. Gongshu Yu is dead. What? Young Master Yu is dead. The strong man was greatly shocked. Even the others showed expressions of surprise. Young Master Tian, how did young Master Yu die? Is the news accurate? The strong man asked urgently. The news is of course true. Gongshu Yu's soul lamp in the clan has already extinguished. How could it be false? The red-haired youth said flatly. The strong man and others fell silent. They were naturally aware of the relationship between the soul lamp and its owner. Since the soul lamp had gone out, it was likely that Gongshu Yu had indeed perished. But why would this happen? Wasn't their Uncle Kai and an old primordial spirit realm servant closely accompanying young Master Yu? Plus, he had the guardian jade talisman bestowed by the clan. How did he suddenly die? After a moment of silence, the strong man couldn't help but ask. As the direct lineage Taoist of the clan, Gongshu Yu had many life-saving treasures granted by the clan. Even a protector at the primordial spirit realm was following him. They were really finding it hard to imagine how Gongshu Yu had perished. Could it be they provoked an exceptional great power beyond the fourth tribulation of the primordial spirit? The message from the clan didn't elaborate. The red-haired youth shook his head. It only mentioned that this matter was related to people from the Nangong family. Gongshu Yu died in the little Kang realm, and not just him, we also lost contact with Uncle Kai and the others, so I'm not yet fully aware of what specifically occurred. He actually died in the little Kang realm, and was it the Nangong family who did it? The group, upon hearing this, was both surprised and shocked. The Gongshu family had never been on good terms with the Nangong family, but to slay the opponent's direct lineage Taoist like this was unprecedented. Could it be the Nangong family is declaring war on the Gongshu family? For a moment, everyone's hearts were somewhat shaken. If the two great families began to clash, the entire heavenly origin great world might be upheaved. Moreover, the strong man came to a realization, no, the little Kang realm. Young Master Tian, are you intending to go to the little Kang realm now? That's right, Gongshu Yu actually died in the little Kang realm. Though he was not promising, the Emperor Heart technique was only half learned by him, but he still had some strength and was considered my rival. Now that he has died, I'm quite interested to see who helped me with this big favor, the red-haired youth said with keen interest. Absolutely not, young Master Tian, that's too dangerous, the strong man quickly said. Even young Master Yu has died. Clearly, there is someone in the little Kang realm with deep hostility towards our Gongshu family. And it might be a powerful primordial spirit realm cultivator with very profound cultivation. If you go rashly and get targeted, we might not be able to ensure your safety, my young master. Don't worry, I'm not foolish, aware of the danger and yet putting myself at risk, the red-haired youth laughed. The clan's message said, "Fourth Uncle Ancestor is already on his way to the Little Kang realm. I will wait until Fourth Uncle Ancestor arrives, then go down to the Little Kang realm with him." Fourth Ancestor is personally going. The strong man and others were taken aback once more when they heard this. "Yes, so you don't have to worry. With Fourth Uncle Ancestor there, who else can threaten my safety?" The strong man and others looked at each other, finally nodding in unison. "As long as you're with Fourth Ancestor, there should be no problem, naturally. Fellow Taoist Lu Zio, my injuries have mostly healed. I can activate the transmission array now." The next day, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Lu Qing, who was sitting cross-legged quietly cultivating, then heard the Kanglan City Lord sitting beside him suddenly say, "So soon?" Lu Qing opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He had expected to wait several more hours. Time is pressing. The Nangong family are fine, but that Miao Yu Supreme, known for her extreme cruelty, might arrive at any moment, so we should depart early, the Kanglan City Lord said. "Then I leave it to the City Lord." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's heart grew tense as well. A four-tribulation primordial spirit, great powers, divine skills were beyond imagination. Even though he had life-saving methods, he didn't dare guarantee his escape would be unimpeded, so it's better to leave the Little Kang realm as soon as possible. "Hong Yun, you come along as well." "Yes, uncle." Mo Hong Yun did not refuse. If she wanted to leave the Little Kang realm, she still needed her uncle's help. Otherwise, relying solely on herself, even if she used the transmission array to leave, she might not escape far before being caught up by Miao Yu Supreme. After all, across the vast starry sky, the speed at which a golden core travels is far inferior to that of a primordial spirit great power. The transmission array connected to the upper world that the Kanglan City Lord mentioned lay within a grand hall deep in the City Lord mansion. Lu Qing followed the Kanglan City Lord into the grand hall, at first glance seeing the enormous jade platform in the center, engraved with mysterious runes. With his current familiarity with transmission arrays, he immediately recognized that the runes on the jade platform were transmission array runes. "Fellow Taoist Lu Zio, this transmission array is connected to a branch power of my Nangong family. Once you're on the other side, please refrain from wandering around to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Standing in the transmission array, Kanglan City Lord cautioned. "I understand." Lu Qing nodded. However, he suddenly remembered something, waved his hand, and said, "City Lord, could you please wait a moment? Lu Zio, do you have anything left undone?" "Not exactly. I wanted to inquire whether the City Lord's transmission array prohibits carrying living creatures inside space treasures." "That's correct. This array was crafted with special restrictions, allowing only living creatures that contact the transmission array to be transported. This is to prevent Demon Clan spies from hiding inside space artifacts and infiltrating our righteous territory through the transmission array." Kanglan City Lord nodded. Lu Qing secretly remarked that he was right. When he took the transmission array in Star Sky City, he was informed of this. This is also why, upon arriving in the Little Kang realm, he needed to earn spirit stones diligently, because he had already heard that the transmission array in Heavenly Heart City, leading to the Heavenly Origin Great World, also does not allow living creatures hidden within space treasures to be transported. Otherwise, he could save a substantial amount on transmission fees. However, things like artifact spirits and divine soul consciousness are not subject to this restriction. Why does Lu Zio have other companions in his magical treasure? Kanglan City Lord's heart was moved, and he asked. Beside him, Mo Hongyan also showed a curious expression. Lu Qing had stayed in her treasure tower for quite some time, but she only saw him retreat daily into a cave mansion and did not see him connecting with others. "It's my two spiritual pets," Lu Qing smiled, then moved his heart and spirit slightly. Next moment, two shadows flew out from the Kainkun Chi bag at his waist, landing on his shoulders. They were Little Li and Five Elements. "Little Li, Five Elements, greet the two seniors," Lu Qing instructed. "Greetings, seniors." Little Li and Five Elements both bowed respectfully to Kanglan City Lord and Mo Hongyan in their unique ways. Didn't expect Lu Zio to have such spirited spiritual pets. Looking at Little Li and Five Elements, Kanglan City Lord's eyes revealed a touch of surprise. With his realm in cultivation, he sensed that these two spiritual pets seemed not as simple as they appeared. As for Mo Hongyan, her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Little Li. Lu Zio's spiritual pet looked extremely adorable. If they weren't eager to teleport away, she truly wanted to ask Lu Qing if she could hold it for a moment. "City Lord, I'm wondering if adding these two spiritual pets would put too much pressure on the transmission array," Lu Qing asked. "No problem. This transmission array may be small, but it can transport 10 living creatures at a time. Including them, there won't be any difference." Kanglan City Lord's words reassured Lu Qing. "All right, guard your heart and spirit. I'm about to activate the transmission array." With a soft shout from Kanglan City Lord, he began to cast spells onto the transmission array beneath the jade platform. The entire transmission jade platform suddenly emitted a misty glow. Lu Qing and the others immediately began to guard their heart and spirit. Soon, as the light from the jade platform grew stronger and numerous runes emerged, the entire transmission array began to spin. Eventually, a spatial vortex appeared, releasing a powerful suction from within. Lu Qing and the others' figures suddenly vanished from the jade platform, and just an hour after Lu Qing and the others used the transmission array to leave, a pink cloud appeared above Kanglan City. Pink clouds appeared above Kanglan City. Hong Luan looked at the chaotic city below with a startled expression. Is this really the city where the Hongyan sisters reside? It's quite shabby, isn't it? There was a battle at the primordial spirit realm level here, Miao Yu said blandly. However, he was also somewhat surprised by the residual power of the primordial spirit realm in the city. He originally came to take Mo Hongyan back and to meet the vermin who dared touch his woman. But seeing the current situation, he felt that it wasn't as simple as he had anticipated. What made him more anxious was that he couldn't sense Mo Hongyan's aura in the city. Could it be that he was too late? A battle at the primordial spirit realm level. Hong Luan was slightly shocked. There aren't many primordial spirits left in the Little Kang realm. Why would they fight? Who knows? Just find someone to ask. Miao Yu casually grabbed the air, and the next moment an old man, filled with terror, was bound by an invisible force and dragged through the roof, flying into the sky. When he reached the high sky and saw Miao Yu and Hong Luan, he was even more shocked. Spare me, senior. The old man was filled with fear and immediately pleaded for his life. Despite being strong in the Golden Core Middle Realm, he was caught and brought to the sky without any resistance. The two before him must be superpowers beyond his imagination and absolutely untouchable. However, Miao Yu didn't even intend to talk to him. His eyes suddenly flashed with two pink lights which fell into the old man's eyes. The Golden Core old man's body instantly went stiff, his eyes lifeless, and his face showed a pained expression. Soul-searching technique. It seems my husband is really furious, using even such a forbidden technique directly. Hong Luan felt a slight chill in her heart. The soul-searching technique can cause great harm to the divine soul of the person being subjected to it. At worst, the divine soul suffers severe trauma. At worst, it could be dispersed entirely. Therefore, normally, righteous cultivators are wary of such unethical Taoist skills and won't use them lightly. They would also prevent others from using them and eradicate demons if they see them deployed. As the old man's face twisted continuously, Miao Yu obtained the information he wanted from the man's divine soul. He withdrew his primordial spirit power and stopped the soul search. But by this time, the Golden Core old man already had an imbecilic look, with saliva faintly dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that the divine soul of a mere Golden Core was unable to withstand the primordial spirit power of a high-level expert conducting a soul search. Under severe trauma to his divine soul, he became a fool. Looking at the Golden Core old man in his hand, drooling, Miao Yu showed a trace of disgust. He casually tossed him towards the ground, disregarding whether he would be smashed to death. Husband, did you find out what happened here? Where did the Hongyan sisters go? Hong Luan asked. There was a conflict between people from the Nangong family and the Gongsu family, and a direct lineage Taoist from the Gongsu family died here. Miao Yu briefly explained. The Nangong family and the Gongsu family. Hong Luan was astonished once again. These two are not ordinary noble families. Even among the 36 upper clans, they are considered powerful families of considerable strength. Even strong sects like their Joyful Union sect must be cautious of them. Why would these two families come into conflict? And her husband said that a direct lineage Taoist from the Gongsu family died here. For a moment, Hong Luan was somewhat shaken. She sensed keenly that the sister named Mo Hongyan seemed to have been embroiled in some major affair. The city lord of the city is a primordial spirit from the Nangong family, and he is also Mo Hongyan's uncle. Mo Hongyan caused some disturbances in this city, ultimately leading to a battle among several primordial spirits from the Nangong and Gongsu families. That direct lineage Taoist from the Gongsu family died in this conflict. Miao Yu spoke slowly, frowning. The situation indeed exceeded his expectations. First, that Mo Hongyan had ties with the Nangong family was something he hadn't known before. But since Mo Hongyan had such a background, why did she not seek help from the Nangong family initially? If he had known this earlier, he might have given the Nangong family a favor and let go of this woman. Could there be some hidden details involved? However, now he somewhat understood why the joyful heart-eroding curse on Mo Hongyan was suddenly lifted. Even his doppelganger id was quietly wiped out, with no information returned whatsoever. And even using magical treasure, he couldn't deduce anything. If there were a high practitioner from the Nangong family involved, everything would make sense. But with this, Miao Yu became a bit hesitant. If this involves the Nangong family, then he has to handle it with caution. Indeed, the Hongyan sisters are involved in this. Could this be why my husband hurried over? Hearing Miao Yu's words, Hong Luan suddenly realized it. Husband, what shall we do now, and where did the Hongyan sisters go? Just as Miao Yu was about to reply, Suddenly, he felt a shiver in his heart and sharply looked ahead. At this moment, Hong Luan also felt it and turned her head accordingly. Then the two of them saw a flying boat appearing from the distant sky, reaching them in just a moment. High-grade flying boat spiritual artifact. Sensing the might emanating from the flying boat, Miao Yu's expression became grave. Flying boat-shaped spiritual artifact, encompassing both attack and defense, and possessing extreme speed, is even more precious than his Xiangyun spiritual artifact. And those who can wield such a magical treasure must not be ordinary powerful individuals. Is it the Miao Yu observer of the Joyful Union sect? Just as Miao Yu observer was cautiously vigilant, a voice emerged from inside the flying boat. Immediately after, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the flying boat. Several of them were still watching him and Hong Luan with great caution. When he saw the leading middle-aged man dressed in an ink-colored magic robe, Miao Yu observer's gaze slightly narrowed. Then he regained his composure and said, "I wondered which esteemed person it was. Turns out it's the 4th ancestor of the Gongshu family. Seems you're here regarding the matter of your family's Taoist dying here." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people opposite were all shocked. The middle-aged man in the ink-colored magic robe also narrowed his eyes from the observer's words. "Does my family's Taoist's death have nothing to do with you? Do you think your direct lineage Taoist was killed at my hands?" Miao Yu observer immediately understood why the people opposite looked at the two of them with hostility as soon as they came out. Of course, he didn't want to take the blame for this. He immediately explained, "There is a misunderstanding. I just arrived in Kanglan City. When I saw the city in ruins and asked the citizens inside, I came to know what had happened. Your Taoist's death has nothing to do with my respect." Oh, the observer, a supreme elder of the Joyful Union sect, a 4-tribulation primordial spirit great power, why coincidentally appear in this lower realm small city of Kanglan City? If I remember correctly, the Joyful Union sect doesn't seem to have set up a transmission array in the Little Kang realm, right? The middle-aged man in an ink-colored magic robe squinted his eyes, still not so easily believing Miao Yu observer's words. The timing of the appearance of the other side was too coincidental. A 4-tribulation primordial spirit great power suddenly appearing in such a small place like the Little Kang realm. It's an abnormal event in itself. Not to mention, when the other party first saw their group, there was obviously a sense of surprise. All this made the middle-aged man in the ink-colored magic robe unable to help but suspect Miao Yu observer. "My presence here should not concern you. If you're still in doubt, why not ask around the city yourself? Check if it was indeed my respect who killed your Mo family's direct lineage Taoist." Miao Yu observer, however, did not reveal his purpose of descending to the lower realm. Although he feared the Gongshu family, he wasn't to the point of being overly submissive. This Gongshu's 4th ancestor's realm at most was equivalent to his. If it came to fighting, he might not necessarily fall behind. The middle-aged man in an ink-colored magic robe saw Miao Yu observer looking relaxed, causing him to hesitate. He thought for a moment and instructed the people behind him go down to the Heavenly Mechanism workshop in the city and inquire what exactly happened. "Yes, ancestor." Immediately, 2 people flew downward. The city protection array of Kanglan City had previously been breached by Gongshu Yu. The Kanglan City Lord, who presided over the array, had also left. Additionally, the guards in the City Lord Mansion were all in the process of healing. Thus, the 2 of them descended into the city without any hindrance. It didn't take long before they returned with someone. "Ancestor, this person says she is the manager of the Heavenly Mechanism workshop, and she knows what happened yesterday." The one brought back was indeed one of the trusted aides of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanism, the charming woman. Luo Yan pays respect to the ancestor. The charming woman felt the aura of the surrounding people, each one enough to make her heart tremble with fear. She instantly understood that these people in front of her, each individual's cultivation, were far superior to hers, and none were someone she could provoke. "You're from the Heavenly Mechanism workshop in Kanglan City. If I remember correctly, wasn't it Gongshu Kaian who was in charge here?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in the ink-colored magic robe. Before coming down, he had learned about the situation of Kanglan City in the Little Kang realm from his clan. The pavilion master has been taken to the City Lord Mansion by the City Lord, along with 2 primordial spirit High Lords. They have also been taken to the City Lord Mansion. The charming woman cautiously replied, "They're not dead." The expression of the middle-aged man in an ink-colored magic robe changed. "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" "The matter is like this, ancestor." Luo Yan quickly recounted the events that had occurred in the city over the past few days. Starting from the treasure tower, suddenly employing a mysterious talisman maker to seize the talisman market in the city with a large number of cheap talismans. They kept talking about yesterday's primordial spirit realm battle and how young Master Yu was severely injured by the mysterious talisman maker, then personally killed by the city lord. Finally, they mentioned that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Master and others were all taken away to the City Lord Mansion by the City Lord. In their words, there wasn't the slightest exaggeration. Everything was said in the simplest terms, presenting the events completely. The flamboyant woman knew well that the people before her were powerhouses beyond her imagination. Every fluctuation of her divine soul couldn't possibly escape their sensing. Speaking carelessly or trying to be clever could likely bring misfortune upon herself. After listening to the flamboyant woman's account, everyone remained silent for a while. Nobody expected that such tumultuous events would occur in the little Kanglan city. The incident about seizing the talisman market was trivial, not worth mentioning in their eyes, but the subsequent primordial spirit realm battle made everyone's heart involuntarily skip a beat. You mean, Gong Shukai and the others were defeated because Nangong Yuanwu exploded a spiritual artifact, catching them off guard, and Gong Shu Yu was faced head-on and defeated by a mysterious young golden core. Even the man in the ink-colored magic robe seemed a bit surprised. Originally, he thought Gong Shu Yu, with 2 primordial spirit realm followers and a guardian jade talisman for protection, would be untouchable by ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivators. Therefore, his death must have been related to a very formidable adversary. But he never expected the most direct cause was Nangong Yuanwu detonating a spiritual artifact. Yes, Patriarch, the flamboyant woman replied respectfully. What is the origin of the young golden core who defeated Gong Shu Yu? On the Gong Shu family side, a red-haired youth asked somewhat anxiously. I don't know the origin of that young golden core either, only that he was the mysterious talisman maker invited by the treasure tower. It said that he recently came to Kanglan City from the outside world, but where exactly he came from and what his identity is, there's no way to find out. How could this be? The red-haired youth was somewhat shaken. He hadn't imagined that Gong Shu Yu, one of his competitors, would be defeated by another young golden core. He was usually dismissive of Gong Shu Yu, thinking that his Emperor Heart technique was all form and no substance. But in truth, he still had considerable respect for Gong Shu Yu's strength. If they really fought, even if confident, he reckoned he had at most a 60 chance of winning. But now he heard Gong Shu Yu was directly defeated by a young golden core, crushed completely without any ability to retaliate. He found it hard to believe. Even if the opponent was at golden core realm perfection, Gong Shu Yu shouldn't have lost so utterly. Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask again, are you sure that person is at the golden core realm? Well, the flamboyant woman hesitated. She naturally wasn't sure, but her intuition told her that the mysterious talisman maker didn't possess the unique aura belonging to a primordial spirit great power. All right, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The man in the ink-colored magic robe said lightly. Whether he's at the golden core realm, we'll know once we've caught him. Isn't that the city lord mansion over there? I want to see what gives Nangong Yuanwu the audacity to kill the Taoist of my Gongshu family. With that, the man in the ink-colored magic robe put away the flying boat beside him and flew towards the city lord mansion at the center of Kanglan City. The red-haired youth and others quickly followed. Husband, what should we do? The red simmered divine soul transmitted. Of course, we follow. With the Gongshu family and Nangong family clashing, how can we miss such a spectacle? Miao Yu hadn't realized that so many things had happened in Kanglan City. Since he heard that Mo Hongyan also seemed to have gone to the city lord mansion, he certainly couldn't leave now. Earlier, he had been hesitant, wondering if he should give up since Mo Hongyan was related to the Nangong family. But seeing the Gongshu family preparing to conflict with the Nangong family, he thought perhaps he could take advantage of the situation and fish in troubled waters. If he could take Mo Hongyan away, his Dao path would still hold hope. Elsewhere in a certain valley of the heavenly origin great world, several figures suddenly appeared with a flash of light. Is this the heavenly origin great world? Lu Qing sensed the surrounding environment, and then he was stunned. At this moment, they seemed to be in a valley. Birds chirped, and the fragrance of flowers was rich in the air. As far as the eye could see, there were many plants Lu Qing didn't recognize. However, he could tell that these plants had all reached the level of spiritual materials. If placed in his home world, they would be considered precious medicines by those in the postnatal and innate realms. Some among them had a rather high grade. Judging by the medicinal aura they emitted, they would likely benefit even those in the golden core realm. What shocked him even more was the spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth. Not only was it incredibly dense, but its quality was astonishingly high. Could it be that just the quality of the spiritual energy in this heavenly origin great world is almost at the level of spiritual charm in lower-grade spirit stones? Lu Qing was in shock. What also amazed him was the inexplicable and mysterious nature contained in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This was something neither his home world nor the little Kang realm had, but it was precisely this mysterious nature that gave Lu Qing an intuitive feeling. For a long period to come, he would no longer have to worry about spiritual energy. No wonder those cultivators from outside would rather pay a high teleportation fee just to enter the heavenly origin great world. Just the density of the spiritual energy here, being able to cultivate here continuously, would already be worthwhile. Not to mention, there are various mystical opportunities in this heavenly origin great world. If one is lucky enough to gain even a little, it would be immensely rewarding. Lu Qing felt a sense of enlightenment rise in his heart. True to its name as a vast great world, it was indeed incredible. He had just arrived, and merely glimpsing a small aspect had already allowed him to sense the magic of this world. Lu Xiaodo, this place is called the Valley of 100 Blossoms, and it is a place where our Nangong family cultivates medicinal herbs. The Kanglan city lord, no, it should be Nangong Yuanwu, spoke at this moment. The Valley of 100 Blossoms, I see, no wonder the wood aura here is so dense, and spiritual plants are everywhere. Lu Qing suddenly understood. He was thinking that even for the heavenly origin great world, the quality of the spiritual plants in a single valley being this high and spirit grasses and medicines of not low grade being seen everywhere was a bit exaggerated. If it was a sacred place specifically used by the Nangong family to cultivate spiritual medicine, then it made much more sense. Who goes there, daring to intrude on the Nangong family's Valley of 100 Blossoms? Just then a loud shout came, followed by a figure flying in from outside. Hand holding a long sword, his aura was imposing, clearly a late-stage Golden Core Realm expert. It's me. Nangong Yunwu replied nonchalantly. So it's Uncle Yuanwu. I thought some petty thief had snuck in to steal herbs. Upon seeing Nangong Yuanwu, the Golden Core Realm cultivator quickly withdrew his aura and bowed in salute. After saluting, he was somewhat curious. But Uncle Yunwu, weren't you cultivating in solitude in the lower Little Kang realm? How come you had time to return? I recently ended a period of closed-door cultivation with a small breakthrough, feeling restless, so I wanted to come back and take a look. Uncle Yunwu has broken through. The Golden Core Realm cultivator was both surprised and delighted. Surprised because he knew that Uncle Yuanwu had gone to the lower realm due to the impending tribulation of his primordial spirit and lacking confidence in crossing it. Coupled with the annoyances within the family, he chose to cultivate quietly in the Little Kang realm. Unexpectedly, when he returned, he had already made a breakthrough. The delight stemmed from the fact that with Uncle Yuanwu's breakthrough, the Nangong family had gained another one tribulation primordial spirit, fortifying the family's foundation. In the upcoming competition for ranking among the 36 upper clans, they would have more confidence. Thinking of this, the Golden Core Realm cultivator immediately congratulated him. Congratulations to Uncle Yuanwu for successfully crossing the tribulation and greatly extending your life. Nuff, don't flatter me, Nangong Yuanwu waved his hand. Yes, that Golden Core Realm cultivator bowed and then retreated. He naturally noticed Lu Qing and Mo Hongyun, feeling curious. However, since Nangong Yuanwu did not mention them, he dared not ask. As they were brought by Uncle Yuanwu, they must surely be without issue. Lu Xiaodo, what are your plans next? Why not visit our Nangong family as a guest for a while? Someone as young and talented as you, a peerless genius, would surely be greatly loved by our ancestors. After the Golden Core Realm cultivator left, Nangong Yuanwu asked Lu Qing, once I have some free time in the future, I will certainly come to visit and trouble you. Lu Qing politely declined. With so many secrets on him, he did not wish to appear casually before those top primordial spirit great powers. If they became interested and wanted to study him, he would have no ability to resist. I see, that's truly a pity. Nangong Yuanwu, upon hearing this, didn't insist, expressing slight regret. By the way, City Lord, aren't you afraid that by leaving Kanglan City like this, the Gongsu family and Miaoyu will release the Black Stone prison inmates and vent their anger on the citizens of Kanglan City? At this point, Lu Qing remembered a question and asked, Don't worry about that, Lu Xiaodo. Nangong Yuanwu smiled and said, The method to open the Black Stone prison is known only to me. If they try to forcibly crack it, it will trigger an array explosion, and no one inside will survive. As for venting their anger by slaughtering the citizens of Kanglan City, this kind of behavior is a major taboo. If the Gongsu family truly dares to commit such a heinous act, I will definitely lodge a complaint with the Holy Alliance. By that time, even though the Gongsu family is one of the 36 upper clans, they will surely not get away with it and will face punishment. The Holy Alliance. Lu Qing was moved upon hearing this term. May I ask the City Lord, what is this Holy Alliance? I almost forgot to tell you, Lu Xiaodo, now that you have arrived in the heavenly origin great world, there are some rules you need to be aware of. Otherwise, if you were to offend any taboos, it would be troublesome. Nangong Yuanwu said. I will listen carefully, Lu Qing replied. Actually, in the heavenly origin great world, there are not many rules that a cultivator must follow, but two are crucial. The first is not to wantonly slaughter the innocent. Conflicts between cultivators are permissible, but they must not affect too many common people. Especially high realm experts, they must not, relying on their profound cultivation, arbitrarily massacre lower-level cultivators. If one dares to act recklessly, once discovered, the Holy Alliance will intervene to apprehend and penalize. The second rule is not to collude with the demon clan. Compared to the first, the second rule is the most important. If found colluding with the demon clan, it is considered a great crime. At worst, one's divine soul is extracted and imprisoned in a divine soul prison to endure purgatorial agony. In severe cases, they are directly killed, body and soul completely obliterated, without even the qualification for reincarnation. As for the Holy Alliance, it is an alliance formed by the various righteous forces of our heavenly origin great world in response to the demon clan. The Holy Alliance usually does not interfere in matters of sex and noble families, but should any cultivator dare to violate these two rules, the Holy Alliance will take action. At that time, unless one is a supreme expert with deep studies in the space Tao and has comprehended the boundary-breaking teleportation divine power, otherwise, it would be difficult to resist capture by the Holy Alliance. So, young Master Lu, during your travels, please remember these 2 points. I will remember the teachings of the City Lord. After listening to Nangong Yunwu's words, Lu Qing inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. This Holy Alliance of the heavenly origin great world is quite similar to the Holy Mountain of his homeland, except that in his world, there was not such a massive demon force to contend with. The primary duty of the Holy Mountain was more to restrain powerful cultivators from persecuting the weak. However, he was very willing to abide by these 2 rules. Although he was not a person of this world, he also did not like bullying the weak. He was indifferent towards the demon clan's forces and naturally had no intention of colluding with them. After all, within his leaving fire tripod, a wisp of a demon cultivator's divine soul was sealed, and he knew what kind of beings they were. And Lu Xiaodo, not only did you save our lives this time, you also helped Hong Yun break the joyful heart eroding curse and freed her from Miao Yu's control. Hong Yun said you like spirit stones, so within this storage ring, there's a collection of spirit stones I've accumulated over the years. Please accept it. With that, Nangong Yunwu took out a simple ring and handed it to Lu Qing. How can the city lord? Lu Qing hastily waved his hands. You have already helped me a great deal by bringing me here. How can I further accept your things? Why be so polite, Lu Xiaodo? However, Nangong Yunwu directly tossed the storage ring over. The grace of saving a life is greater than heaven, and how could bringing you to the upper realm be a sufficient repayment? It's just a few spirit stones. Please accept them, Lu Xiaodo. Lu Qing caught the storage ring, seeing Nangong Yunwu's firm attitude. He could only say, then I will shamelessly accept them. After storing the ring, Lu Qing bowed to Nangong Yunwu and Mo Hongyun. City Lord, Tower Master, now that we've safely arrived in the upper realm, it's time for me to take my leave as well. Are you leaving already, Mr. Lu? Mo Hongyun asked. Indeed, having come to the heavenly origin great world, I wish to take a good trip around. It's not convenient to stay long. Mr. Lu, for helping me, you've offended the Gongsu family and Miao Yu, so please be extra careful during your travels. Mo Hongyun reminded him with some worry. I will be careful to hide my identity, and if Tower Master plans to leave the heavenly origin great world, please also take care. The talisman I gave you, don't let it leave your side. With it, hiding your identity will be easier. I will always carry it. Mo Hongyun nodded earnestly. Then Tower Master, City Lord, I take my leave now. Take care, Lu Xiaodo. I await your return at the Nangong family, Nangong Yunwu said. Lu Qing nodded lightly, then his body turned into a stream of light, carrying little Li and the 5 elements, soaring into the sky, flying out of the Valley of 100 Blossoms. The branch family members of the Nangong family guarding the Valley of 100 Blossoms had already received Nangong Yunwu's message ahead of time. They did not stop Lu Qing, allowing him to leave freely. Mo Hongyun stood in place, quietly watching the direction in which Lu Qing had left without moving for a long time. Nangong Yunwu saw this scene and sighed silently. He could see that Hongyun, having gone through these events, probably had developed different thoughts about Lu Xiaodo. But he could also see that this Lu Xiaodo was a talent favored by the heavens, with a heart toward the Tao that was exceedingly steadfast. Afraid that his heart did not harbor any desires for romance or passions, Hongyun's feelings would ultimately fall into emptiness, unable to receive any response. Moreover, he had a peculiar feeling. This time, Lu Xiaodo's journey would likely stir up a storm in the heavenly origin great world in the future. Hongyun, where do you want to go next? Anywhere is fine, as long as I can leave the heavenly origin great world. I also want to wander around like Mr. Lu to broaden my knowledge and practice cultivation properly along the way. These past years, I have wasted too much time. Only by cultivating to the primordial spirit realm early and fully mastering the Xunian jade body can I return to this heavenly origin great world. Mo Hongyun said determinedly, looking in the direction Lu Qing had left. Very well, I will arrange for you to go to the Giyuan Great World, where the cultivation conditions are not inferior to ours. With your talent, it might not take long for you to break through. All right, to use the cross-region Great World level transmission array, the cost is substantial. Let me cover the spirit stones for that myself. Hongyun Yu. With Nangong Yunwu's help, Mo Hongyun set foot on the transmission array heading to the Giyuan Great World. Meanwhile, after leaving the Valley of 100 Blossoms, Lu Qing transformed into a stream of light, casually choosing a direction and flying along it. During the flight, he also experienced the differences between this great world and small world. After leaving the Valley of 100 Blossoms, the richness of spiritual energy decreased significantly. Lu Qing immediately noticed this change. Of course, he was not surprised. Since the Valley of 100 Blossoms was a place nurtured by the Nangong family for spiritual medicine, it probably was a treasured land itself, and it surely had arrays similar to the spirit gathering array set up within it. It's quite normal for the spiritual energy to be denser there than outside. However, even upon reaching the outside, the density of spiritual energy in the surrounding heavens and earth was still very impressive. It was not inferior to what he had experienced in the cave mansion while staying at the treasure tower. More importantly, the quality of spiritual energy in this heavenly origin great world far surpassed that in the Little Kang realm, and this was merely the spiritual energy scattered in the heavens and earth, already so dense. If it were those famous mountains and rivers, cave heaven-blessed lands, one could hardly imagine how abundant its spiritual energy was, and to what extent it could reach. Apart from spiritual energy, another direct sensation was, Lu Qing discovered that the heaven and earth rules in this heavenly origin great world were much stronger than those in the small worlds. This also caused his flying speed, transformed into a stream of light, to be greatly reduced compared to usual, not even reaching 1/10 of the original speed. Of course, with Lu Qing's perfect golden core, even if it was only 1/10 of the original flying speed. In the eyes of other golden core realm cultivators, it was still extremely fast, comparable to the speed at which they could control a magical treasure. I wonder if I were to operate the void flying boat, what kind of speed would it reach in this heavenly origin great world, touching the extreme speed of this world? This thought suddenly popped into Lu Qing's mind. Of course, he merely thought about it in his mind and did not act on it. The origin of the void flying boat is mysterious, a component of a legendary Dao artifact. Cultivators in small worlds with limited knowledge might not recognize its origins, but in this heavenly origin great world, where hidden talents lay and strong masters were numerous, the depths could indeed be said to be immeasurable. If he were to flaunt the void flying boat all over, who knows if some mysterious expert would detect its profundity and attempt to seize it. In that case, it would be a true major trouble, so Lu Qing had already made up his mind. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never easily use the void flying boat. Flying in the sky, Lu Qing continuously used the divine soul power to sense this world's heaven and earth rules and adapt to them. Just as he was passing through a cloud layer once again, suddenly he felt a chill in his heart. A wisp of coldness rose from his heart. He looked up sharply, only to see a strange bird rapidly flying towards him. Its sharp talons exuded strands of cold light, clawing towards him. This strange bird possesses an incredibly strong ability to conceal its aura. I couldn't even detect it in advance. Lu Qing's heart tightened with caution. However, his reaction was extremely quick. He formed his fingers into a sword, and a burst of sword chi soared into the sky. Feeling the sharp killing intent emanating from the sword chi, a sudden panic appeared in the eyes of the strange bird. It had never expected this inconspicuous human young man, at only the golden core third turn, to unleash such terrifying sword chi. It desperately flapped its wings, frantically trying to dodge. But the speed of Lu Qing's sword chi was incredibly swift, and the strange bird had initially been charging at high speed. So it couldn't evade in time and was slashed into two halves by the sword chi, blood spilling through the sky, a demon core dropping from within. Lu Qing swiftly passed through, collecting the bisected strange bird's corpse and demon core into the leaving fire tripod. Then, altering his stance, he descended toward a mountain range below, quickly searching for a cave to slip into. After knocking unconscious a nest of leopard-like spiritual beasts, temporarily occupying their lair, Lu Qing summoned an array plate to conceal the cave. Only then did he sit cross-legged, exhaling as he drew out the strange bird's corpse from before. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the strange bird's corpse, the largest creature in the leopard nest beside him stiffened briefly and then truly fainted. Lu Qing chuckled gently, then began to scrutinize the strange bird's corpse before him. To be honest, he had been taken aback. The strange bird appeared very suddenly, seeming to be hiding within the clouds, completely merging its aura with the mist. Even he hadn't noticed anything amiss right away. Fortunately, the strange bird's strength wasn't very strong, only at the golden core middle stage. If it had been a powerful demon beast at the late stage golden core, he might have suffered a bit. It seems that in the heavenly origin great world, one must be even more cautious while traveling, Lu Qing warned himself internally. Even while flying in the sky, one could encounter a strange bird capable of concealing its aura. This time he was strong enough, so nothing happened. But there's no guarantee he'd have such luck next time. Master, just as Lu Qing was reflecting, the 5 elements nudged against his clothing hem. What is it? Lu Qing turned his head. Can I eat the strange bird's corpse? The 5 elements pointed with its tail tip at the 2 halves of the strange bird's corpse. You want to eat this? Lu Qing was surprised. Yes, I can feel that eating it will benefit me. Lu Qing pondered. He naturally understood that demon beasts and spiritual beasts could cultivate and evolve by devouring blood meals. Even in his homeland, the distinction between demon beasts and spiritual beasts was determined by whether they cultivated through consuming blood meals. Those fond of devouring blood meals would be affected by blood evil qi, becoming relatively more violent, hence called demon beasts. Those primarily absorbing nature's spiritual energy and comprehending the law would have a much gentler disposition, thus called spiritual beasts. In truth, there wasn't a fundamental difference between the two, merely different paths of cultivation. This strange bird, being a golden core realm demon beast, had its physical body filled with immense essence qi. The 5 elements craving for it was quite normal. Lu Qing contemplated whether to allow it to embark on the path of devouring blood meals. However, he quickly recalled that during the crossing of the tribulation, the 5 elements only faced 8 tribulation thunders. The potential demonstrated was somewhat inferior to Little Li's. Perhaps cultivating the path of devouring blood meals might compensate for its foundational shortcomings. As for the notion that demon beasts on the path of devouring blood meals would be relatively violent, it wasn't a concern for Lu Qing. The 5 elements had long been enslaved by his divine soul, exhibiting absolute obedience towards him. The bit of blood evil qi produced by devouring blood meals couldn't influence it. Little Li, do you want to eat this? Though he had decided in his mind, Lu Qing still asked Little Li first. No, let that stinky snake eat it. Unexpectedly, Little Li looked at the strange bird's corpse with disdain. It only liked to eat fish and had no interest in these bizarre things. Well then, 5 elements, you can take this corpse, but the strange bird's demon core, I can't give you, I have a use for it. Yes, master. Delighted, the 5 elements grew larger and swallowed the strange bird's corpse whole. Then it reverted to its original form, lying to the side, beginning the refinement and absorption of the strange bird's essence qi. Lu Qing watched thoughtfully. In his homeland, the 5 elements never showed such a craving for the physical bodies of other demon beasts and spiritual beasts. Was it a new change after refining the dragon turtle's bloodline, or was it because the demon beasts and spiritual beasts in his homeland were too weak to spark its interest? After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing withdrew his heart and spirit, letting the 5 elements refine the strange bird's corpse. He then took out several items. There were 2 storage bags and an ancient-looking ring. They were the 2 storage bags given by Mo Hongyun and the storage ring from Nangong Yuanwu. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to take the storage bags from Gongshu Yu and those 2 primordial spirit realm cultivators. Looking at the storage treasures before him, Lu Qing felt a twinge of regret. Earlier, when he defeated Gongshu Yu and captured the 2 unconscious primordial spirit realm members of the Gongsu family into the city, he actually had the opportunity to take their storage treasures. But after weighing the situation for a while, he ultimately chose not to do so. After all, he didn't know whether the Gongsu family had set traps on those storage treasures or any treasures inside them. If there is a tracking secret technique left on it, and he is not aware of it, it would be foolish to be found and know nothing about it at the time. So, for safety's sake, he ultimately didn't touch the storage artifacts of those 3 people. Although treasures are tempting, he surely needs to cultivate in the heavenly origin great world for quite a time next. He cannot leave such a big hidden danger due to momentary greed. Picking up one of the storage bags, Lu Qing released his divine soul power and probed inside. If he remembered correctly, this storage bag should have been left behind by Master Q. Master Q had already been killed by Mo Hongyun, so the storage bag naturally became an ownerless item. Lu Qing's divine soul power easily entered it. His expression turned a bit surprised. This Master Q is quite wealthy. Does the treasure tower treat him so well, or did he embezzle it all? Lu Qing saw that Master Q's storage bag contained many talismans, magic artifacts, magical treasures, elixirs, various spirit grasses and spiritual medicines and refining materials, along with jade scrolls and other miscellaneous items. It's safe to say it was all-encompassing, with a variety of items. As for the talismans and magical treasures refined by Master Q, Lu Qing did not look closely. Instead, he found the few jade scrolls, the spirit grasses and spiritual medicines and refining materials more interesting. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a square-foot brocade box appeared in his hand. So heavy, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. He had thought it would be some kind of precious spiritual medicine or treasure inside. It seemed he had guessed wrong. With a trace of curiosity, Lu Qing opened the brocade box. In the next moment, a gem-like brilliance radiated from within. When Lu Qing saw the contents, he couldn't help but take a gentle breath. Inside was a whole box of neatly arranged spirit stones, all of which were middle grade. Roughly estimated, there were at least 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones in this brocade box. It seems this explains Master Q's rebellion and the cause of the demonic chi outbreak in the treasure tower. Seeing the spirit stones in the brocade box, Lu Qing immediately understood. Though Master Q's status in the treasure tower wasn't low, he couldn't have amassed so many spirit stones. A person as stingy and greedy as him wouldn't make a move without profit. Without enough incentives, he wouldn't have risked causing demonic chi in the treasure tower. Now it seemed these spirit stones in the brocade box were the incentive. But Heavenly Mechanism Workshop is really generous, giving out thousands of middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Lu Qing was amazed, then delighted. Heavenly Mechanism Workshop's generosity benefited him now. With the thousands of middle-grade spirit stones from Master Q, plus what he had recently earned, he thought he should have a small fortune among the Golden Core Realm experts in the Heavenly Origin Great World now. Lu Qing thought joyfully. Oh right, there's also the storage magical treasures of the Tower Master and the City Lord. Lu Qing picked up another storage bag and a storage ring. He recalled that what Mo Hongyan and Nangong Yuanwu gave him was also spirit stones. After Lu Qing used his divine soul power to inspect the remaining storage bag and storage ring, he suddenly became a bit dazed. After more than 10 breaths, he came back to his senses. He murmured, now it's not just a small fortune anymore. In the storage bag given by Mo Hongyan, Lu Qing estimated there were at least 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. And although there weren't as many in the storage ring given by Nangong Yuanwu, there were still a total of 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. It's understandable, given that this primordial spirit great power, despite being a city lord, must also have substantial cultivation expenses. The spirit stones accumulated were not as numerous as the shrewd Mo Hongyans, but this way, along with what he originally earned, Lu Qing now had over 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. More than 11,500. This was a fortune. Thinking back, not long ago, he was worried about having enough spirit stones to stay at an inn. Now, holding over 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Lu Qing felt his heart surge. After a while, Lu Qing calmed his emotions. At the same time, he silently warned himself not to get carried away. He estimated that his current spirit stone savings were not just significant among the Golden Core Realm, but even among the primordial spirit great power, he wouldn't be considered poor. If others knew he possessed so many spirit stones, even a primordial spirit great power might not resist the urge to rob him. So he needed to remain low profile and not flaunt his wealth. This wasn't his home world. He no longer had that invincible authority. Even a casually passing primordial spirit great power was not someone he could handle. If he was too ostentatious and attracted an unstoppable enemy, it would truly be a case of tragic downfall. Ah Qing, what's making you so happy, grinning like that? Little Li nearby couldn't help but ask upon seeing Lu Qing's silly smile. Little Li, we've hit the jackpot this time. Lu Qing hugged Little Li, rubbing its head vigorously to express his joy. The little guy rolled his eyes several times at him for the rough treatment, but Little Li became curious too. Hit the jackpot. Did that woman and the city lord give you a lot of spirit stones? Yeah, the spirit stones from the Tower Master and the city lord, plus what I earned before. Can you guess how many spirit stones we have now? Lu Qing couldn't help but tease Little Li. How many? Could it be 4 or 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Little Li's eyes lit up. No, no, no. Lu Qing shook his finger. We now have more than 11,500 middle-grade spirit stones. 11,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the number, Little Li's eyes widened. After entering the Little Kang realm, although it rarely went out, it knew how staggering this number was. Ah Qing, did we really hit the jackpot? Little Li mumbled. Yes, the Tower Master gave the most spirit stones, a total of more than 6,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Lu Qing included the spirit stones from Master Qi's storage bag under Mo Hongyan's account. After all, Master Q's storage bag was also handed to him by Mo Hongyan. That woman is truly wealthy. Little Li couldn't help but exclaim. Oh right, Little Li, this is for you. Lu Qing suddenly picked up the storage ring and took out a piece of refined iron. After melting it with true fire, he forged it into a silvery magic artifact chain. Then he hung the storage ring, wearing it around Little Li's neck. This storage ring has a pretty large space. You can use it to store your things since you're not used to using storage bags. Inside the ring, I've already placed 100 middle-grade spirit stones. You can use them at will when cultivating. Little Li was stunned for a moment, looking at the storage ring hung around its neck. Hearing Lu Qing's words, it quickly said, Ah Qing, you want me to use spirit stones for cultivation? Isn't that too extravagant? What's there to be afraid of? We have plenty of spirit stones now. Lu Qing laughed. Spirit stones may be nice, but the most important thing is converting them into our own strength. Otherwise, they're just external possessions. In the heavenly origin great world, spiritual energy is dense and inherently contains unique meaning. For our regular cultivation, it's sufficient, but compared to the spiritual charm in middle-grade spirit stones, it's lacking substantially. So if you feel like you've hit a bottleneck in cultivation, just use the spirit stones directly for cultivation. We'll likely be here for some time now. "Ah Ching, you want to go into closed cultivation here. Didn't you say you wanted to travel first?" Little Lee asked, confused. That was just to outsiders. "I didn't expect the Tower Master and the others to give us so many spirit stones. Since we're not currently short of resources for cultivation, naturally enhancing our strength is the priority. Also, the 5 elements will probably take some time to digest. You did say you're about to break through, right? If so, let's go into closed cultivation here." Lu Qing's primary goal in entering the Heavenly Origin Great World is to enhance his cultivation. Broadening horizons is just secondary. Now Mo Hongyan and the others have suddenly bestowed such a large amount of immortal Dao resources. Of course, he should first digest them and convert them into his own strength. Heavenly Origin Great World, Gongshu Family. On a certain gigantic mountain peak, spiritual energy coils around, with spiritual cranes and spirit butterflies dancing. It completely presents the appearance of an immortal blessed land. Yet in this auspicious and blessed land, someone is filled with a somber expression, their eyes full of cold killer intent. Have you still not found out the origin of the evil demon who harmed young Master Yu, nor where he escaped to? A middle-aged woman, beautiful and noble, asked coldly. Reporting back, madam, a guard cautiously replied that evil demon's origin is extremely mysterious. No matter how we investigated, we could only find out he is an outsider cultivator. He entered the Little Kang realm by taking the transmission array from Star Sky City, but his specific background and who he learned from, we just can't uncover. As for his whereabouts, ever since he entered Kanglan City's City Lord Mansion, no one has ever seen him. I believe he must have used the transmission array in the City Lord Mansion to enter the upper realm from the Valley of 100 Blossoms. But despite our thorough investigations over the past 2 years, searching all the cities within hundreds of thousands of miles around the Valley of 100 Blossoms, we have not found any trace of that evil demon appearing. Therefore, I believe there's a great possibility that the evil demon either hid within the Nangong family, or used the transmission array to escape to another region, or even left our upper realm altogether. Buzz. At these words, the noble middle-aged woman's body trembled, and a cold aura spread out. The ground immediately froze with a layer of frost, even on the guard kneeling before her, covering him in a layer of white frost, icicles hanging from his eyebrows. However, the guard dared not move, nor dared to channel energy to resist. He merely relied on the power of the physical body to forcibly endure it all. A bunch of useless people. The middle-aged woman's voice was icily cold. Given 2 years, you found nothing at all. What good are you? The guard dared not speak, knowing that ever since young Master Yu died, the madam's mood has been erratic. At this point, if he justified himself, it might invite greater punishment, maybe even cost him his life here. The middle-aged woman's aura persisted until the guard was covered in thick ice, his physical body on the verge of cracking. It was only then did she slightly restrain herself. Her expression turned indifferent again. And what about the master? What does he say? After so long, has he also found nothing? The master has been in seclusion and has not given us any instructions, the guard replied, his voice trembling somewhat. The middle-aged woman's aura vibrated again. HMPH, another useless one, dare not even seek revenge for his own son's death, only knows how to cultivate in seclusion every day. No matter how much you cultivate, do you think the family head position will fall into your hands? And those old undying ones in the family, all a bunch of cowardly useless wastes. The direct lineage Taoist of the family died at the hands of the Nangong people, yet no one dares to wage war against the Nangong family. Forget it, since none of you will avenge my Yuer, then I, a mere woman, will take charge for my own son. Nangong Yuanwu, you dared kill my son. I swear I will make sure you are destroyed both body and soul, never to reincarnate. And that evil demon, no matter where you escape to, I will definitely find you. I will refine your divine soul into a lamp, offered before my Yuer's spirit tablet, suffering eternal torment, repenting to my son day and night. Listening to the middle-aged woman's resentful words, as if from the netherworld, and the terrifying aura from her body, the guard was terrified. Yet before he could react, he was already completely frozen by that exceedingly cold aura. Lu Qing had no idea that in the Gongshu family, a woman harbored such immense hatred toward him. Within a certain unknown cave, he was immersed in cultivation. His aura was subdued like that of a stone statue. He didn't know how much time passed before Lu Qing's aura suddenly shook slightly, then he slowly awoke. Finally, the 4th transition is complete. Lu Qing's eyes held a hint of emotion. In this cave, after more than 2 years of secluded training, he finally raised his cultivation from the initial stage of the 4th transition to the realm of 4th transition perfection. Next, with a bit more consolidation, he could begin attempting a breakthrough to step into the Golden Core 5th turn realm. However, after entering the 5th turn realm, I fear I can no longer remain in seclusion here. Lu Qing furrowed his brows. Though the cave he was in was merely the den of the strongest spiritual leopards at the Foundation Establishment realm, the spiritual energy in this heavenly origin great world was already extremely abundant. This ordinary cave, though simple, provided enough spiritual energy for him and little Li to cultivate for a long time. However, as cultivation rose, something Lu Qing could not ignore needed consideration. That is, his perfect golden core skill has only been deduced up to the 6th transition currently. The realms beyond it can't be deduced for now. The reason lies within the perfect golden core skill itself. Originally, it was something Lu Qing deduced and created from the Taoist chapter granted by the Heavenly Tao after successfully crossing the tribulation back in the day, and combined with various cultivation techniques at his disposal. But in his hometown world, the number of profound cultivation techniques he could obtain was very limited. Reaching the primordial spirit realm, there were only a scarce few techniques available. The perfect golden core skill, deduced as sustenance from these materials, reached only the 6th turn before it could go no further. To deduce the cultivation technique after the golden core 6th turn of the perfect golden core skill, I must seek out more cultivation techniques, learn by analogy, and only then it might be possible. Lu Qing's perfect golden core was too special. A complete world under various coincidences might have the chance to nurture one, and even then it's only a possibility. If there isn't an extraordinarily talented genius, along with various coincidences, some worlds from birth to extinction may never nurture a perfect golden core. Such a special golden core doesn't have a specific cultivation method. Therefore, Lu Qing could only rely on superpower, slowly deducing and creating his own cultivation method. However, although superpower is magical, it's not omnipotent and cannot create something from nothing. To deduce a technique, one needs sufficient other techniques for comparison and reference to create a new technique. Trying to deduce the 7th transition was beyond his strength, and he couldn't deduce it at all. At that time, Lu Qing knew it was because his accumulation was insufficient. This was one of the reasons he wanted to leave his hometown world. Staying in his hometown, not only his cultivation was difficult to improve, but even the deduction of techniques stagnated. Only by going out, experiencing and learning more profound techniques could he create the subsequent techniques of the perfect golden core skill. After this breakthrough, I will officially travel through the heavenly origin great world. After making the decision, Lu Qing looked at little Lei and the 5 elements beside him. Little Li had already reached the perfect state of the 1st transition of the golden core a year ago. Now, he was only a step away from entering the 2nd transition of the golden core realm. As for 5 elements, in the past 2 years, it had been in constant slumber, digesting the carcass of the strange bird. The aura on its body was also steadily strengthening. When it wakes up, its cultivation will surely improve significantly as well. When he breaks through, these 2 little ones will probably wake up too. Lu Qing closed his eyes again, entering deep cultivation. As for that nest of spiritual leopards, they had long been locked up in the leaving fire tripod by him temporarily. After all, he had taken over their nest, so he didn't kill them ruthlessly. However, the spiritual beasts at the Foundation establishment realm had spiritual nature that wasn't weak and could communicate with other living creatures. Therefore, to ensure his whereabouts were not revealed, he couldn't let them out carelessly and could only keep them in the leaving fire tripod. Anyway, just a nest of spiritual leopards, with the leaving fire tripod having fully restored to its peak power, it could entirely sustain their survival needs. Time passed again day by day during Lu Qing's cultivation. But unexpectedly, after half a month, before he officially entered the 5th transition, little Li broke through first. Stepping out of the key step, little Li officially entered the 2nd transition of the golden core realm. Then, after another half month, the 5 elements also woke up. However, after digesting the strange bird's carcass, it was still somewhat inferior to little Li, having only reached the perfect state of the 1st transition. To reach the 2nd transition, it still needed a period of nurturing and accumulation before attempting a breakthrough. Seeing both little ones successfully break through, Lu Qing relaxed and began cultivating with all his might. On this day in the calm cave, Lu Qing suddenly sensed something. Without thinking, he took out a handful of middle-grade spirit stones from the Kainkun Chi bag. With a flick of his hand, 36 middle-grade spirit stones fell around him, forming a simple spirit-gathering array. Then, as his mind urged, the array activated, and the surging spiritual charm poured out from the 36 middle-grade spirit stones, converging onto him. As Lu Qing's technique operated, it was like a true dragon absorbing water, constantly swallowing the extremely fierce spiritual charm into his body. Then, after purification and refinement through the 5 elements gourd, it transformed into his own incredibly pure mana. As vast amounts of spiritual charm were swallowed into Lu Qing's body, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, when the 36 middle-grade spirit stones spat out their last bit of spiritual charm and shattered, Lu Qing absorbed this huge spiritual charm into his body, and he trembled all over. An incomparably powerful aura, like an ancient beast awakening, emanated from him. Fortunately, he had already arranged a concealment array outside the cave beforehand. Otherwise, if his breakthrough aura spread out, it would probably cause a disturbance in the entire mountain range nearby. But with the array covering outside the cave, the aura was unable to transmit outside. Little Li and the five elements, however, were startled awake from their cultivation by Lu Qing's breakthrough commotion. Did Ah Qing finally break through? Little Li sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Qing and immediately understood what occurred, showing a look of delight in its eyes. Five elements also wagged its tail repeatedly, very excited. The two little ones awaited with eager hearts for Lu Qing's breakthrough to complete. Soon, Lu Qing's aura quickly withdrew and soon returned to normal. He then opened his eyes, and his gaze was incredibly deep, as if it contained the endless starry sky, making one feel as though their very soul was being drawn in. However, this phenomenon merely flashed by, and Lu Qing restrained it. Ah Qing, you broke through smoothly. Little Li moved close to Lu Qing, impatiently asking, Yes, I just broke through to the Golden Core 5th turn realm. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Golden Core 5th turn. Little Li heard this and showed an envious look in its eyes. You humans cultivate so quickly, our spiritual beast's cultivation speed is unbearably slow compared to yours. Your cultivation speed isn't slow either. Many spiritual beasts might struggle for decades or centuries, unable to break through a small realm. And you've already reached Golden Core 2nd turn so quickly even among all spiritual beasts. This counts as remarkably swift. Lu Qing reached out and ruffled Little Li's head, laughing. That's right, I'm a genius. The little guy, complimented, immediately raised its head proudly. Seeing this, Lu Qing laughed again, but he didn't refute the little one's words, because he knew Little Li wasn't wrong. It and the five elements truly stood out among spiritual beasts. After all, these two little ones condensed top-grade demon cores, especially Little Li, who even crossed all 9 tribulation thunders. The condensed top-grade demon core was flawless and perfect. Such talent is considered top-tier, even in the heavenly origin great world. The Golden Core Tribulation is derived from the various heavenly Taos under the rules of the Tao. Its power is driven by the cultivator's accumulation and sins. It's unrelated to the world's size. In other words, if a perfect foundation establishment cultivator who grew up in the heavenly origin great world went to another world like Lu Qing's hometown to cross the tribulation, his heavenly tribulation would still not change, and its power would remain the same. Under the heavenly tribulation, all beings are equal. No matter how powerful a foundation establishment realm cultivator is, they can't exceed the heavenly Tao of a world. Under the Tao's perception, your Golden Core Tribulation won't have less power just because you were in another world. If the Golden Core Tribulation were so easy to exploit, those foundation establishment cultivators in major worlds would have long thought of ways to cross the tribulation in various small worlds. Therefore, Golden Cores successfully condensed in small worlds do not necessarily lose in strength compared to those condensed in large worlds. Hence, he did not refute Little Li's words. Because the flawless top-grade demon core, condensed by Little Li, after crossing 9 thunders indeed stood among the best even in the heavenly origin great world. Of course, this is about the Golden Core Tribulation. Whether the primordial spirit tribulation is the same, Lu Qing isn't sure. After all, at that level, one begins to comprehend the various rules of the Tao. The specific mysterious changes are beyond what Lu Qing can understand now. Ah Qing, now that you've broken through, should we go out? At this point, Little Li asked again. Yes, having come to the heavenly origin great world, we can't always be in seclusion. It's time to go out and take a walk. Lu Qing, stroking Little Li's head, said with a smile. In a massive canyon, a team was slowly progressing. Everyone be careful. Once we pass through this valley, we'll be entering the Gale Plain. The Gale Plain is perpetually windy all year round. In the sky above, the celestial gale rages, making it difficult even for those in the Golden Core realm to fly, forcing them to travel on foot. In the Gale Plain, wind beasts and sand thieves frequently appear. If we encounter wind beasts or sand thieves, please stand together against the enemy and don't panic or run around. Otherwise, should any unexpected event occur, our transportation merchant will not provide additional rescue assistance. As they were about to exit the canyon, a burly great hand mounted on a spirit horse with red scale armor, clad in armor, shouted loudly. After instructing them, he approached a carriage and politely said, if any unexpected situations arise after entering the Gale Plain, according to our previous agreement, please lend a hand. Naturally, it's rare that Commander Wang allows us to follow along. We will certainly look out for each other. In the carriage, an elder with 2 children, a boy and a girl of 7 or 8 years old, smiled and said. After receiving the elder's affirmative reply, the armored great hand returned reassuringly to his original position. He agreed to let those people follow the merchant team mainly because of their cultivation. Even though they've traveled the Gale Plain many times, they couldn't guarantee absolute safety. Having a few more experts could provide extra security. This fellow is really crafty, trying to have us serve as guards without offering any rewards. After the armored great hand left, a skinny youth in the carriage snorted coldly. Since we are all traveling together, let's not fuss over it. The elder advised. It's heard that the sand thieves in the Gale Plain have grown more rampant recently. If we travel alone, we might encounter considerable danger. Now that everyone is looking out for each other, we can be safer. HMPH, old Kaio, I've made it clear. You were the one who agreed to help, not me. If anything goes wrong, I won't waste my energy helping these weaklings. I'll leave on my own. I just refuse to believe that the Gale Plain is that terrifying, the skinny youth said coldly. The elder, addressed as old Kaio, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a moment. He glanced at the remaining people, noticing they seemed indifferent and could only sigh. Clutching the two timid children beside him, he grew somewhat worried. For some reason, he had a feeling that something unsettling might soon. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance toward the corner of the carriage, where an ordinary-looking youth sat holding a gray raccoon. Although this youth appeared unremarkable, his cultivation was only at the low-grade Golden Core first turn level. But somehow, he felt there was something unusual about him. The primary reason was probably a few days ago, when their team was suddenly attacked by a Golden Core Middle Realm 5th turn demon beast, causing quite a few casualties. Even the people in their carriage were deeply intimidated by the demon beast. However, inadvertently, the elder saw this youth with a face of panic but a tranquility deep in his eyes. Since then, he felt that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. However, the demon beast was resolved by the people from the transportation merchant, leaving them no chance to act. Moreover, in the days that followed, despite his secret observations, he couldn't find any clues. He was ultimately unable to determine whether the young man's panic at that time was genuine or feigned. Old Cairo is secretly watching again. Was it really during the Golden Core Realm demon beast's attack a few days ago that I exposed a flaw? In the corner of the carriage, Lu Qing, undergoing cultivation with closed eyes, felt a faint sense of being watched and felt a bit helpless. At this point, he was in a different appearance. Even his divine soul aura had changed dramatically. Now, even if Nangong Yuanwu and Mo Hongyan were standing right in front of him, they might not recognize his identity. But Lu Qing didn't expect that although he could hide his changes from someone in the primordial spirit realm, an elder at the Golden Core 3rd turn level saw through him. A few days ago, that sudden attack caught him off guard as he was meditating and comprehending cultivation. Although he cooperatively displayed panic when the Golden Core demon beast attacked, who would have thought that this astute old Cairo could still detect his peculiarity? My acting wasn't convincing enough. Lu Qing shook his head silently. As they say, age brings wisdom, and old Cairo is clearly an old hand. With just a slight slip, he immediately spotted the flaw. After sighing, Lu Qing ceased paying attention and continued his meditation. Even if old Cairo noticed something, as long as he didn't disturb him, it was fine. His concealment of cultivation and infiltration into this team was not just for travel and growth, but also to obscure his identity, avoiding unnecessary complications. However, I didn't expect that after only 2 or 3 years in retreat, such significant events transpired outside. Lu Qing recalled some information he heard a few days ago from a town. Originally, he had intended to feel the bustling life of the town after his long retreat. He inadvertently overheard some discussions about the conflict between the Gongsu family and the Nangong family at a restaurant. Originally, ever since Gongshu Yu died at the hands of Nangong Yunwu, the relationship between the Gongsu family and the Nangong family had become quite tense. However, because Nangong Yunwu held the lives of 2 primordial spirit realm members of the Gongsu family in his hands, afraid of harming the hostages, the Gongsu family temporarily restrained their anger. They chose to negotiate with the Nangong family instead of directly starting a war. However, not long after, the situation changed due to a certain event. The cause was Gongshu Yu's mother, that lady of the Gongsu family's direct lineage, who couldn't bear the pain of losing her son. She spent a huge sum to place a bounty on Nangong Yuanwu's head in the Netherworld Palace. The Netherworld Palace is a very mysterious and strange, yet extremely powerful dark organization. It is said that this organization not only exists in the heavenly origin great world, but also in other great worlds. It is a widely distributed, terrifying force not limited to any particular great world, or even to a particular immortal domain. The Netherworld Palace never participates in the internal disputes of the great worlds. They hide in the darkness, only dealing in intelligence trade and assassination. Such a terrifying force naturally acts with no taboos. The cost of hiring the Netherworld Palace for assassination is extremely high, but once they act, few can resist their assassination attempts. Even primordial spirit great power might not be able to escape. In fact, as long as you can afford the price, even the sect masters of the top sects or clan leaders of the 36 upper clans, or even the various demon lords of the demon clan, they can assassinate without fail. However, the cost of assassinating such powerful figures is incredibly shocking. Even the noble families like the 36 upper clans, which control enormous wealth, may not be able to afford such a price. Though the price for assassinating a family head is unaffordable, Gong Shuyu's mother gritted her teeth and barely managed to afford the price for assassinating a primordial spirit realm at the first calamity stage. So after she placed the bounty in the Netherworld Palace, within 3 days, Nangong Yunwu was assassinated, barely escaping death. If it hadn't been for an old ancestor of the Nangong family being nearby at that time and intervening, he might have been annihilated, body and soul, and completely fallen. Even so, Nangong Yunwu is now said to have suffered a primordial spirit collapse, becoming a cripple. Once the assassination occurred, the Nangong family was furious. Members of their family being targeted for assassination through a bounty in the Netherworld Palace was unacceptable. If they did not retaliate, others might think the Nangong family was weak and cowardly. So after the incident, the Nangong family immediately took the strongest response. Not only did they declare war on the Gongsu family, but they also beheaded the 2 primordial spirit realm members who had originally followed Gong Shuyu and sent their heads to the Gongsu family. As for the Gongsu family, they were in chaos due to this matter. Among the 36 upper clans, there has always been an unspoken agreement. No matter how intense competition may be, they must not place a bounty on the important members of each other's clans in the Netherworld Palace, because doing so could easily lead to an irretrievable situation. So Gong Shuyu's mother's action directly turned their righteous position into an unrighteous one. Not only did they lose 2 primordial spirit great powers, but they also fell into a dire situation in terms of reputation. Yet, faced with the attack from the Nangong family, they had no choice but to engage in battle. Otherwise, it could dishearten the clan members and reduce cohesion, potentially threatening their status among the 36 upper clans in the future. Thus, the clash between the 2 noble families grew ever more intense. Finally, the Holy Alliance had no choice but to step in to mediate. It is said that the heads of both clans and many elder members are currently negotiating and disputing within the Holy Alliance. The outcome of these negotiations remains unknown for now. When Lu Qing heard these news while in that city, he was quite surprised. He did not expect that in the heavenly origin great world, there existed such a terrifying force like the Netherworld Palace hidden in the shadows. Their strength is formidable. Even the demon clan and the righteous cannot do anything against them. Similarly engaged in assassination, the likes of the 7 Killings Tower and the Wujian building from his homeland's world, compared to them, are simply like children playing house, completely negligible. However, this also gave Lu Qing a sense of crisis. This Netherworld Palace is too terrifying, a force crossing many great worlds, even immortal domains. Their deep foundations are beyond imagination. It is hard to guarantee that they don't have any scary secret techniques that can calculate his existence, so the first thing he did was leave that city. Afterward, he used the invisible and formless transformation method of his perfect golden core to completely change his appearance, aura, and even his divine soul fluctuation. Finally, he adopted several identities and traveled far away from the territory of the Nangong family. As for Nangong Yuanwu, although he sympathized with his predicament, he wouldn't expose his identity just because of temporary camaraderie and show up voluntarily. After all, he didn't know if that lunatic from the Gongsu family had also put a bounty on him alongside Nangong Yuanwu. If by any chance she did, showing up now would be like offering himself up as prey. Precisely because of these reasons, Lu Qing disguised himself as an ordinary loose cultivator golden core and mingled into a merchant caravan, traveling slowly. The caravan moved steadily and finally reached the end of the valley. Before they had officially exited, everyone could vaguely hear the violent wind ahead. It sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling, or like demon beasts roaring, sending chills down their spines. Is this the Gale Plain, standing at the valley's exit, looking at the roaring gale and the sand swirling in the sky ahead? Everyone felt a bit shaken. Even the Golden Core Realm experts on the carriage showed changes in their expressions. In the face of such natural might, even with high cultivation, they had to be cautious. Lu Qing sensed the roaring gale ahead and was somewhat amazed. The heavenly origin great world is truly wondrous. Just the celestial gale blowing above the Gale Plain is incredibly powerful. Weaker Golden Core realms, if they were to enter recklessly, might not withstand it. Their bodies would crack, and they'd bleed into the sky. No wonder the Golden Core realm beings on the carriage did not choose to fly, but instead accompanied the caravan. It turns out that there is such a natural barrier ahead blocking the way. Everyone, please be patient. In at most an hour, this gale will weaken, and then we can enter the Gale Plain. At the front of the caravan, the armored man held a bagua-shaped magical treasure, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, he shouted to the people behind. Everyone naturally had no objection to this. Looking at the terrifying scene ahead, they did not dare to go in now and could only wait patiently. However, the armored man's prediction was quite accurate. After an hour, the gale ahead indeed slowly weakened. As an hour passed, the swirling sand in the sky gradually settled down. The plains, where you could barely see 10 zhang ahead, began to clear up significantly. All right, everyone can enter now, but remember this gale is only temporarily paused. It won't take long before it kicks up again. You mustn't wander off, or once lost, it will be very difficult to rejoin the caravan, the armored man loudly advised. Upon hearing this, those small merchant teams at the back became tense. They quickly focused all their attention, reminding themselves not to fall behind. The caravan gradually entered the plain. Though called a plain, it was more like a desert. The ground was covered in thick yellow sand, sinking up to the ankles upon stepping. If not for the faintly visible vegetation around, it would truly resemble a desolate desert. Luckily, the wagons of the caravan were inscribed with arrays and wouldn't easily sink into the sand. The caravan, led by the armored man and others, slowly proceeded forward. As the caravan slowly ventured deeper into the gale plain, after 2 hours, the wind began to gust around. It's not good, it's a wind beast. Upon hearing the beast's roar from afar, the armored man's complexion slightly changed. How come as soon as we entered gale plain, wind beasts appeared? Normally, don't they hide in the depths of the plain? The middle-aged man beside the armored man also looked uneasy. The route they chose had been meticulously selected. According to the usual path, one could generally avoid most wind beast nests. But this time, how come wind beasts appeared so quickly nearby? The armored man and others felt a bit uneasy. The abnormal appearance of wind beasts made them feel that Gale Plain might have undergone some mysterious changes they were unaware of. But now, even if they wanted to turn back, it was too late. The caravan's speed was slow, and with the speed of wind beasts, catching up with them would be easy. As the surrounding gales continued to rage more intensely, and the dust and sand grew thicker, they could hardly see what was ahead. The armored man had no choice but to grit his teeth and summon a lamp-shaped magical treasure. In the next moment, powerful might surged from the magical treasure, and a light shield emanated out, enveloping the entire caravan. This light shield not only had strong defensive power, but also could dispel the sand and dust, making the people who were almost toppled by the gales and the almost flying carriages suddenly stabilize. Everyone, be aware, there might be a wind beast attack soon. Prepare your defenses individually. Also, make sure not to leave the range of the wind stabilizing lamp's light. Otherwise, if you get lost, we won't risk rescuing you. Because the wind was so loud, the armored man shouted directly through divine soul transmission. This great hand is quite responsible. Sitting in the corner of the carriage, Lu Qing's eyes showed unusual interest upon hearing the armored man's words, although the trailing small caravans all paid protection fees to the transportation merchant. Given the current situation, it was evidently quite critical. The armored man was willing to deplete his mana to summon the magical treasure to protect everyone, which showed considerable responsibility. However, the current situation is clearly somewhat unfavorable. Lu Qing slightly sensed the surroundings and shook his head with concern. His cultivation was far greater than anyone here. He had long noticed what the situation ahead was. Has the young friend discovered anything wrong? At this moment, a voice sounded next to Lu Qing. Lu Qing slightly paused, thinking to himself what an old fox, truly unable to relax. Seeing that the other people in the carriage also looked over, Lu Qing showed an embarrassed look. The old man jokes, I am just worried. The celestial gale of Gale Continent is truly formidable. I wonder if we can safely make it through. So the young friend is concerned about this. Old Joe smiled. Young friend can rest assured. The transportation merchant often traverses Gale Plain with rich experience. Otherwise, these small caravans wouldn't willingly pay large amounts of spirit stone to ask for their guidance. HMPH coward. The thin young man suddenly sneered disdainfully. Just a small Gale Valley, what's there to fear? If you're afraid before we fully ventured in, I advise you to quickly turn back. No need to worry, fellow traveler. I also followed the transportation merchant last time, traversing Gale Plain, and it was completely safe, nothing happened. At this time, a woman in red clothing also laughed. So that's how it is, then I can be at ease. Lu Qing said, looking embarrassed. Since the transportation merchant can conduct business frequently on Gale Plain, they naturally have exceptional qualities. There's no need for everyone to worry. However, before the red-clothed woman could finish her words, her speech was cut off by a terrifying scream. The scream was extremely shrill, as if encountering something incredibly horrifying. Soon after, a flurry of chaotic cries came from outside. What happened? The people in the carriage were shocked and quickly jumped out. Just as they reached outside, they saw a shocking scene. In the rear caravan, a guard from one of the small caravans, with foundation building great success cultivation, was being clawed by some monster. The lower half of his body had vanished. Only the upper half remained in the monster's mouth, struggling and screaming desperately. The location of the guard was already outside the range of the light shield. The guard kept screaming, but no matter how he struggled, it was to no avail. His foundation establishment realm cultivation was utterly useless. In a blink, he was swallowed whole by the monster, and the scream abruptly ceased. At this moment, a long spear flew in, piercing into the monster's forehead. A monstrous scream was heard, and it transformed into a whirlwind of yellow sand and fled rapidly. Only the magical treasure long spear remained at that spot. It's a winged beast. Old Joe witnessed this scene. His expression became somewhat serious. He had sensed that something seemed off with this journey, and now it had indeed come true. As for the red-clothed woman, her face looked terrible. She had just said how safe it was following the transportation merchant, and in the next moment, someone miserably died in the mouth of a wind beast. This was clearly a slap in her face. So this is a wind beast. Lu Qing's heart stirred. Although that monster devoured living creatures just now, it was able to merge into a sand whirlwind and escape, and it seemed to blend with the surrounding gale, concealing its own aura. This was also why the Golden Core Realm experts in the carriage did not sense its presence in advance. What is going on? Didn't I tell you not to leave the range covered by the magic lamp? The armored Greathen rode his scale armor steed and rushed from the front of the convoy. The long spear treasure on the ground suddenly flew up and landed in his hand. It turned out to be him who had just driven that monster away. No, it wasn't us who left the range covered by the magic lamp. It was that monster that suddenly rushed in and took old Wu away. At this moment, a middle-aged man stammered while answering. How is that possible? The armored great hand was somewhat disbelieving. To break through the protective light of my wind-stabilizing lamp, one must at least be at the Golden Core first turn or above. We've just entered the Gale Plain not long ago. How can a Golden Core level wind beast appear so quickly? I'm telling you the truth. Just now everyone saw it with their own eyes. The middle-aged man continued. The armored great hand saw the expressions on everyone's faces and immediately knew that the middle-aged man must be telling the truth. This made his heart sink once again. The events of today were far too unusual. Not only did the wind beast appear so quickly at the edge of the Gale Plain, but it was also at the Golden Core Realm level. Usually, beasts of this level would stay in specific areas deep within the Gale Plain and rarely venture out. Could it be that there was a change within the Gale Plain? The more the armored great hand thought about it, the more uneasy he became. After struggling for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted aloud through divine soul transmission, I fear the Gale Plain has undergone some mutation, and it is no longer suitable to proceed. Turn back will immediately retreat to the valley. However, as soon as he said these words, there was an uproar in the small merchant convoy behind him. Turn back, what a joke. I promised the client to deliver the goods to his hands within 5 days. This batch of spiritual medicine must be delivered to Dankson sect within 7 days. That's right, we paid spirit stones. How can we say retreat and just retreat? If the trade is delayed, will you pay us the spirit stones we lose? You took our spirit stones and promised to lead us out of the Gale Plain. Didn't you say that transportation merchant values its reputation the most? You're going back on your word. The heads of each small merchant convoy were quite excited. Some of them were urgently trying to deliver their goods to their customers. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk crossing this Gale Plain. With their spirit stones paid, the armored great hand now said to turn back. How could they be willing? Delaying delivery would mean, according to the contract, they'd have to pay fines. Of course, some merchant convoys with less urgent schedules did not protest. The terror of that monster just now scared them badly. The Gale Plain was so dangerous. If they could retreat, it would naturally be good. Everyone, shut up. Hearing these small merchant convoys dare to complain, the armored great hand's gaze sharpened, and he shouted loudly. The shock of divine soul power made the heads of those noisy merchant convoys all turn pale. The weaker ones even vomited blood and were seriously injured. Understand your position. The armored great hand faced the frightened gazes of the small merchant convoys, his face coldly stern. It is you who begged us transportation merchant to lead you on this route. I already said before we started, you must listen to me. Since none of you wish to retreat, then walk forward by yourselves. When you die in this Gale Plain, don't blame me for not warning you. These are the spirit stones you paid, take them and scram. After speaking, the armored great hand threw out 7 or 8 bags, which fell before the fiercest few earlier. He then turned toward the front of the convoy, intending for his men to retreat back to the valley. Sir, we meant no offense, please give us another chance. Seeing the armored great hand really leaving, one of the small merchant convoy heads became anxious and called out urgently. But before he could catch up, suddenly, the rotating and swirling sand around him swiftly gathered, forming a huge monster. Its claw reached out and directly broke through the lamp's defense. Grabbing that shouting merchant convoy head along with several people beside him, it dragged them away. This sudden shocking change startled everyone. I've been waiting for you. Seeing those few about to be taken by the monster, the armored great hand, who was about to go far, suddenly turned and sacrificed his long spear treasure. In an instant, treasure light burst forth, and strong treasure power erupted. The monster's arm was pierced by the long spear treasure, causing half of its arm to explode and scatter countless sands. However, the monster seemed to have no sense of pain. Even with half its arm destroyed, it didn't let go of those few people it grabbed. Eventually, amid screams, it dragged them into the endless sands, quickly retreating. Damn it! Seeing he couldn't save those few even with a powerful strike, the armored great hand's expression turned ugly. Wind beasts are just that troublesome, though their attack strength is weaker compared to other beasts of the same realm. But they possess an unusual ability to transform into winds and sands and are extremely hard to kill. This is why he doesn't want to get entangled with these wind beasts, preferring to return to the valley. If it's only a Foundation Establishment realm wind beast, he can still manage to kill it. But with Golden Core realm wind beasts, the challenge greatly intensifies. Even with his Golden Core 5th turn strength, it is challenging to kill a wind beast of 2nd or 3rd transition strength quickly. You witnessed it, now the Gale Plane has undergone a major change. Even at this edge area, Golden Core realm wind beasts appear. If you do not fear death, keep moving forward, forgive us for not accompanying you. The armored great hen said no more and ignored the bloodless faces of the crowd, turning forward. This time, he really left. Soon, transportation merchants' convoy began to turn around, heading back in the direction they came from. This time, those previously clamoring small merchant convoys dared not speak. All followed closely behind transportation merchant, fearing they'd really be abandoned. After witnessing the fate of those few earlier, they realized their mistake. Business, no matter how important, is never more important than one's own life. Without transportation merchants' protection, in this Gale Plane, they wouldn't survive for even a moment. So what do you all think? Retreat to the valley together. Mr. Kaio, holding 2 children, asked Lu Qing and the others. HMPH, just a few insignificant wind beasts, what's there to be afraid of? I have no time to waste with these useless people. Since you're afraid to move forward, I'll just go alone. Before others could respond, the skinny youth snorted coldly. He then performed his movement technique, breaking through the light of the wind-stabilizing lamp, rushing into the endless sands. As he rushed out, the sand gathered again, and a monster appeared once more. A giant claw reached for the skinny youth. Get lost. Yet the skinny youth coldly shouted and released a flying sword. Under the flashing sword light, the wind beast was directly shattered into pieces and collapsed. After destroying the wind beast, the skinny youth didn't look back and disappeared into the endless sand, never to be seen again. This person is actually a sword cultivator. No wonder he's so arrogant. The red-clothed woman was immediately surprised upon witnessing this scene. Sword cultivators are always renowned for their offensive power. A powerful sword cultivator often releases unimaginable strength, fighting beyond their level frequently. No wonder this skinny youth had acted so arrogantly all this time. It turns out he is an exceptional sword cultivator. Miss Hong Yan, what about you? Mr. Kaio asked again. I also have some matters and need to rush off. I can't delay here any longer. Mr. Kaio, farewell. The red-clothed woman smiled gently, then transformed into a red cloud, disappearing into the sand. Mr. Kaio understood she must also have unique abilities. He had no choice but to look at the remaining Lu Qing and the other silent middle-aged man. Fellow Taoists, are you leaving too? In response to Mr. Kaio's inquiry, Lu Qing had yet to speak. Nevertheless, the always taciturn middle-aged man suddenly said, my cultivation is shallow, and I don't have the ability to cross this Gale Plane alone. It's better for me to return with everyone together. Lu Qing also murmured, I'm the same. That monster earlier was clearly a Golden Core level demon beast. I am not its match. Since that's the case, let's return together so we can look out for each other. Hearing this, Mr. Kaio showed a faint smile on his face. If he were alone, he wouldn't fear this Gale Plane. But now, bringing along 2 children, he had more apprehensions. It's unwise to rashly cross this Gale Plane. The middle-aged man and Lu Qing decided to return together, at least increasing their numbers with 2 Golden Core realm cultivators looking out for each other. On the other side, the armored great hen saw the thin young man and the red-clothed woman suddenly leave, feeling dissatisfied but helpless. After all, these Golden Core realm individuals weren't in a contractual relationship with their transportation merchant. If they chose to leave, he had no way to stop them. Luckily, Mr. Kaio and Lu Qing, along with their group, eventually chose to return together. Otherwise, he really had no confidence in safely escorting them back to the valley. After seeing that Golden Core level wind beast earlier, the armored great hen already knew. Some significant event must have occurred inside the Gale Plane. Otherwise, a Golden Core level wind beast couldn't possibly appear at this edge area. Moreover, he had always felt that amidst the endless wind and sand, something seemed to be lurking, spying on this caravan. So even choosing to return now, his heart remained uneasy. He had a premonition that this return journey wouldn't be smooth. Just as the armored great hand contemplated, suddenly, an instinctive shiver ran through him, and he abruptly raised his head. Then he saw 3 monstrous wind beasts forming ahead, charging towards them ferociously. This unexpected change made everyone cry out in alarm, especially since these 3 wind beasts were all Golden Core level, each towering over 10 zhang high. With all 3 attacking at once, the nearly tangible fierce evil chi rushed toward them. Those with slightly weaker cultivation were immediately overwhelmed, their divine souls chilled, bodies frozen, almost unable to move. Mere wind beasts dare to be impudent. form a formation. The armored great hand's gaze turned cold, and the long spear treasure in his hand transformed into a roaring furious dragon, charging at one of the wind beasts. At the same time, a companion beside him, also at the golden core realm, wielded a treasure saber, slashing out a massive golden sword chi towards another wind beast. The remaining transportation merchant guards formed a mysterious battle formation, jointly summoning a massive mana bear to attack the last wind beast. Boom, boom, boom. The combined power of the furious dragon and sword chi was extraordinary, immediately dispersing two of the wind beasts. The last wind beast also fell under the mana bear conjured by the guarding formation. It only lasted a few moments before exploding into a storm of sand. In an instant, the once fierce wind beasts, reminiscent of ancient fierce beasts, were scattered like that. But before the crowd could rejoice, the next moment, they saw the sand gathering again. The previously dispersed three wind beasts reformed and charged at them once more. No matter how many times you are reborn, I will kill you all the same. The armored great hand, seemingly expecting this, coldly prepared, his hand performing a spell as the long spear treasure transformed into a furious dragon, once again smashing a wind beast apart. The companion wielding a saber, along with the guards, also wielded their spells and divine skills against the remaining two wind beasts. However, at this time, two more roars sounded from behind. Two equally massive wind beasts appeared at the back of the caravan, charging forward. How can there be so many golden core level wind beasts here? The armored great hand's face turned grim upon witnessing this. He already found it odd for golden core level wind beasts to appear at this edge area. Now, with five appearing at once, a dreadful thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that something is controlling these wind beasts? If not, why would typically low intelligence wind beasts cooperate so effectively to attack them? And their actions were coordinated, knowing how to attack from both front and rear. But how could this be possible? Though wind beasts were of low intelligence, their nature was extremely fierce. What kind of existence could suppress their ferocity and make them submit? Various thoughts flashed through the armored great hand's mind, but seeing the two wind beasts nearing the caravan, he couldn't afford to dwell on them. He had to shout, "Mr. Kaio, the back is up to you." Though the rear of the caravan was covered by the wind-stabilizing lamp's light, it couldn't withstand attacks from two formidable golden core-level wind beasts. With his hands full, the armored great hand could only seek help from Lu Qing and the others. "Fellow cultivators, it seems we must also contribute." Mr. Kaio, hearing the armored great hand's shout, did not hesitate. He immediately summoned an iron ruler treasure, which enlarged rapidly, emitting treasure light, and struck at one of the wind beasts. Lu Qing and the taciturn middle-aged man didn't delay, also summoning their treasures to confront the other wind beast. The middle-aged man's treasure was a black iron rod, which once summoned resembled a raging black flood dragon, continually striking at the wind beast. Lu Qing wielded a flying sword. Under the transformative light of the sword, its might was remarkable, slicing through layers of sword light, shattering the wind beast's arm along with half its body. This young friend's sword control technique is quite extraordinary. Could it be that he is also a sword cultivator? Mr. Kaio, with profound cultivation, was able to handle a wind beast alone, yet still observed Lu Qing and the middle-aged man. Seeing Lu Qing wield the flying sword and destroy half of the wind beast's body in one strike, he was slightly surprised, because Lu Qing's cultivation was only at the first transition low-grade golden core, and the wind beasts had at least the strength of the second or third transition. Lu Qing was able to destroy half the body of one of them with a single strike. This level of attack power is rare among cultivators, except for sword cultivators. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing this, was also taken aback. He didn't expect Lu Qing, who seemed so ordinary and had the lowest cultivation among them, to strike with such ferocity when he finally acted. However, the middle-aged man quickly reacted. Seeing the wind beast reveal a flaw, his gaze focused immediately. The black flood dragon formed from the black iron stick suddenly increased in power, smashing the other half of the wind beast's body. Haha, good, very good. At the front of the caravan, the armored great hand, sensing this scene, immediately felt invigorated. Initially, he was worried that Mr. Kaio and the others wouldn't be able to hold off the two wind beasts behind. If that happened, they would be attacked from both sides, and most of them would fall here. Now that Mr. Kaio and the others could hold off, they still had hope. He immediately ordered, "Move out, head towards the valley, everyone follow closely. Do not fall behind, or your life will be at your own risk." After speaking, the armored great hand activated the wind-stabilizing lamp hanging in front of the caravan, parting the gale ahead and moving forward slowly. The small caravan behind, seeing this, hurried to follow, fearing that falling behind would result in being swallowed by the endless wind and sand, crushed to pieces by the terrifying wind beast. The entire caravan moved forward again, edging closer to the valley. During this process, the five wind beasts persistently attacked the caravan. No matter how many times they were shattered, they would reform with undiminished power, rushing at the caravan again. Their immortal and strange appearance made everyone tremble with fear. Fortunately, only 5 wind beasts gathered out of the endless wind and sand. If one more came, they feared they would all be buried here. Boom. After once again shattering a wind beast, Lu Qing frowned as he saw it reform in just a few seconds. Mr. Kaio, this is not a viable plan. These wind beasts can't be killed, they keep attacking like this. I'm afraid we'll exhaust our mana before reaching the valley and won't be able to hold on. You have seen so much, don't you know how to completely annihilate these wind beasts? Wind beasts can't be killed. However, Mr. Kaio shook his head, using his iron ruler treasure to shatter the head of a wind beast. The power of the wind beasts comes from this gale plane, nurtured in the netherworld wind cave deep within the gale plane. Even if we completely destroy them, they will soon be reborn from the netherworld wind cave. This is why the gale plane has always existed. If wind beasts could be slain, sect forces would have already flattened this gale plane. They can't be killed, but they can be shattered, letting them reincarnate in the netherworld wind cave. Lu Qing sharply caught Mr. Kaio's words. Then how can we completely shatter these wind beasts? This is also extremely difficult. Mr. Kaio sighed. It is said that within the wind beast is a wind pearl, which is their core. But this wind pearl is condensed from the law of wind, able to gather and disperse form. Once the wind beast is dispersed, their wind pearl will also scatter with the body. Only in the instant when the wind beast's body disperses, and the wind pearl hasn't completely scattered, focusing power to annihilate the wind pearl might completely shatter the wind beast. After losing the wind pearl, the true spirit of the wind beast can only return to the netherworld wind cave. Upon reforming the wind pearl, they are reborn again. But now, even shattering these wind beasts' bodies isn't easy. Trying to seize that fleeting moment and destroy the wind pearl formed by the law of wind is even more challenging. Probably only a late-stage golden core practitioner with a top-grade golden core might have a chance. The middle-aged man next to him secretly shook his head upon hearing this. A late-stage golden core cultivator with a top-grade golden core is a figure they all aspire to emulate. Something that requires such a figure to accomplish is absolutely beyond their capabilities. However, after listening to Mr. Kaio, Lu Qing seemed contemplative. Mr. Kaio had always been observing Lu Qing's expression. After all, he always felt this young cultivator was enigmatic and unpredictable. Seeing his demeanor, Mr. Kaio's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, "Friend, do you possibly have a plan? I do have an idea." Not keeping secrets, Lu Qing shattered the reforming wind beast once more and directly said, "I have a sword technique that can unleash considerable power. When I'm ready, Mr. Kaio, you should exert all your strength to explode a wind beast. I'll attempt to seize that moment and temporarily slay a wind beast. Young friend, can you really do this?" Mr. Kaio was shocked and quickly asked. The middle-aged man beside also looked at Lu Qing with a surprised expression. "We have to take a gamble. Otherwise, at our current speed, we may not reach the valley before our mana is exhausted." Mr. Kaio fell into silence. He also understood that Lu Qing spoke the truth. They had entered the gale plane when the gale was paused. The traveling speed then was far superior to now, so returning to the valley now would take significantly more time. Given the persistent harassment of these wind beasts, their mana likely wouldn't last that long. All right. Understanding this point, Mr. Kaio gritted his teeth and nodded immediately. "Since you're so confident, old man here will work with you this once. Mr. Shi, I need to gather sword intent, so you must hold off this wind beast for now." Lu Qing said to the middle-aged man. "Don't worry, while I may not be a match for this wind beast, I can certainly hold it at bay." The middle-aged man laughed, his face no longer showing the silent, gloomy demeanor. Seeing this, Lu Qing wasted no time, swiftly flying to sit atop a wagon. He retracted his flying sword, letting it hover before him, and began to condense his sword intent. Meanwhile, Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man continued to fend off the 2 wind beasts, especially the middle-aged man, whose black stick treasure transformed into a black flood dragon, shifted tactics from violent attacks to defense. The black flood dragon spun, trapping the wind beast and preventing it from nearing the caravan. However, while the 2 were fully engaged in resisting the wind beasts, they still spared some attention to observe Lu Qing's movements. Then they saw, as Lu Qing gathered his power, the flying sword hovering before him began to emit a faint sword glow, alternately flickering. And the sword intent emanating from the sword made everyone around feel a piercing chill, as an icy fear surged into their hearts. This sword intent, Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man felt the sword intent emanating from the flying sword, and their eyes widened dramatically. Lu Qing's condensed sword intent even caused them to feel, and the sword intent emanating from the sword made everyone around feel a piercing chill, an icy fear surged into their hearts. This sword intent, Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man felt the sword intent emanating from the flying sword, and their eyes widened dramatically. Lu Qing's condensed sword intent even caused them. What happened afterward? As Lu Qing's flying sword shot out, located at the front of the convoy, the armored Great Han and others who were struggling to fend off the wind beast sensed it and turned around suddenly. There was no choice. The sword intent unleashed by Lu Qing was too astonishing. They all had to divert their heart and spirit to check what was happening. Then everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. They saw an incredibly dazzling sword light, at a speed unimaginable to them, piercing toward the heart position of a wind beast. And just as the sword light touched the wind beast, almost simultaneously, the wind beast suddenly exploded. Cultivation as high as the armored Great Han and others sensed that at the heart of the wind beast, a shimmering dot was also about to disintegrate along with the wind beast. However, just as the dot was about to disintegrate, the sword light driven by Lu Qing arrived just in time, striking that dot. Subsequently, an incredibly powerful force erupted, and before the dot had time to disintegrate, it was completely annihilated by the sword intent contained within the sword light. With the dot destroyed, the wind beast, whose body had already disintegrated more than half, suddenly stiffened. The sand composing its body did not, as before, fly around wildly and merge into the endless sandstorm. Instead, it scattered dramatically, falling to the ground, blown by the gale in all directions, completely losing its previous agility. The wind beast's wind pearl was destroyed. This change did not escape the notice of the armored Great Han. His eyes suddenly widened, exclaiming in surprise, his eyes revealing disbelief. To scatter the wind beast while simultaneously completely destroying the wind pearl, even he could not achieve it. It should be noted that the wind beast's life core, the wind pearl, is condensed by the law of wind. Not only can it gather and disperse invisibly, but it's also extremely difficult to annihilate and destroy. Even powerful cultivators in the late-stage golden core would find such a task very arduous. And that seemingly ordinary young man, with only a low-grade golden core cultivation, actually had such capability. Did he succeed? Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man, upon seeing the wind beast pierced and dissipated by Lu Qing's flying sword but not recondensed, all revealed ecstatic expressions. Just one more left. Lu Qing moved his spell, and the flying sword transformed into a stream of light, returning to the front of him. Mr. Kaio, I can barely muster one more strike. Prepare yourselves to see if you can deal with this last wind beast, still capable of one more strike. Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man, hearing this, were both surprised and delighted. Surprised that such a terrifying strike, Lu Qing could actually unleash once more. Delighted because if they could deal with this remaining wind beast, their pressure would truly be significantly reduced. Revitalized, Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man began to jointly suppress the remaining wind beast. Originally, Mr. Kaio alone could handle a wind beast. Now adding the middle-aged man, they completely suppressed the remaining wind beast. After a few dozen breaths, Lu Qing's voice rang out again. Mr. Kaio, it's ready. Mr. Kaio had long been prepared, hearing Lu Qing's words, without hesitation, once again unleashed his power to explode the head of the wind beast being suppressed. Almost simultaneously, Lu Qing's sword light arrived. However, this time his flying sword aimed not at the wind beast's heart position but its head. The sword light dazzling, a white dot appeared from its head position at the moment of the wind beast's explosion. Before it could disperse, it was struck by Lu Qing's flying sword. Under the erupting powerful sword intent, the dot was instantly shattered. In an instant, the wind beast let out a roar, its body shaking. The yellow sand forming its massive body began to drop like a waterfall. The remaining wind beast was also temporarily slain by Lu Qing. Did it succeed? Old Man Wang and the middle-aged man were stunned in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to be negligent, still vigilantly watching ahead. Until after some time, seeing the two wind beasts did not recondense. They finally confirmed that the wind pearls of the two wind beasts had truly been annihilated by Lu Qing. Immediately, their gaze towards Lu Qing became extremely admiring. Comrade, you really did it. You took care of this wind beast. Lu Qing's complexion was somewhat pale, his aura considerably lower, he said with a slight smile. You shouldn't say it like that. The wind pearl of a wind beast is unpredictable, never fixed in one position. Comrade, for you to sense the position of the wind pearl at the moment of its explosion is truly remarkable. Mr. Kaio was extremely impressed. The senior mistakenly praised me, yet Mr. Kaio firmly believed he was not mistaken in his praise. He understood quite a bit about wind beasts. Why are wind beasts so troublesome? Isn't it precisely because as long as the wind pearl isn't destroyed, no matter how many times the body is scattered, they can reassemble, indestructible and immortal, and to destroy the wind pearl of a wind beast is exceedingly difficult. Not only because the wind pearl gathers and disperses invisibly, dissipating with the dispersal of the wind beast's body, merging into the gale. Itself is also condensed from the power of laws of the wind. Ordinary attacks, even if they hit its position, can barely cause any harm. Moreover, when the wind pearl is inside the wind beast, it never remains fixed in one position. Instead, it continually shifts position with the sand flowing in the wind beast's body, able to appear anywhere within the wind beast. In other words, if you want to utterly defeat the wind beast, not only do you need to accurately find the location of the wind pearl at the moment the wind beast's body collapses, but you also need to have sufficiently powerful strength to destroy the wind pearl. This is why Mr. Kaio previously said, only the absolute strong practitioners at late-stage golden core with top-grade golden core can possibly completely defeat these few wind beasts. And now Lu Qing, who is only at a golden core realm, surprisingly seized the moment of the wind pearl's appearance and obliterated it. Though it was with the assistance of two others, Mr. Kaio still found it incredibly surprising. Indeed, my previous feeling was correct. This young friend is really not an ordinary golden core level. Mr. Kaio thought to himself. An ordinary golden core level would not possibly possess such keen spiritual sense and extraordinary sword control technique. This seemingly ordinary young man surely has an extraordinary background. Perhaps he is someone who has come out to train from a major sect or a great family. Mr. Kaio, did you manage to take care of the two wind beasts at the back? As Mr. Kaio was marveling inwardly, a transmission from the armored great hand came from the front of the convoy. Indeed, the wind pearls of the two wind beasts at the back have both already been destroyed by this young friend, and temporarily they cannot condense their bodies again. Mr. Kaio replied, "Great." Upon hearing Mr. Kaio's affirmative response, the armored great hen rejoiced greatly, though he did not know how exactly Mr. Kaio and the others cooperatively killed the two wind beasts, but this news was undoubtedly extremely good news for them at the moment. He promptly said, "Then may I request that friend to help us slay the three wind beasts at the front as well." Mr. Kaio looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the caravan with a pale face, maintaining a regulating breath with closed eyes. He shook his head. "I'm afraid not for now. This young friend has repeatedly unleashed powerful moves, consuming a lot of energy. For now it's difficult for him to deploy the flying sword again." "Is that so?" The armored great hen heard this and felt a slight disappointment. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, Lu Qing's cultivation wasn't particularly high, merely at golden core level. Being able to display such powerful sword light was already quite astonishing. In his opinion, it was very likely that Lu Qing had used some kind of forbidden technique that harms the body, and so his inability to fire that strong sword light again was to be expected. Seeing that it was unfeasible, the armored great hen turned instead, saying, "Then please let that friend rest and recover well. I have here a healing pill's 100 yuan rejuvenation pill. You may let the young friend take them. It should allow him to recover more quickly." Then Mr. Kaio saw a jade bottle wrapped in a cluster of mana flying toward him. 100 yuan rejuvenation pill. Mr. Kaio caught the elixir, showing a trace of surprise on his face. This is a golden core level top-grade healing pills, fetching a price of at least thousands of lower-grade spirit stones on the market, often being unavailable even if you have the money. The armored great hand had brought out such a spirit pill, which showed he was really willing to pay anything. Mr. Kaio opened the jade bottle, and inside, a wisp of medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just by scenting it, he felt that the mana that was mostly depleted within him had slightly recovered. He instantly realized that this elixir was genuine. He poured out the elixir, wrapping it in mana so as not to let its medicinal power disperse. He spoke to Lu Qing, "Young friend, the commander has sent healing pills. Would you like to take them?" Lu Qing opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the elixir in Mr. Kaio's hand. This elixir is named 100 Yuan Rejuvenation Pill, a golden core top-grade healing pills, known for bringing the dead back to life, for flesh to grow back on bones, quickly restoring mana and body. Young friend, after taking it, you should be able to quickly replenish the loss and recover your body, Mr. Kaio explained quickly. Listening to this, Lu Qing nodded slightly. Then he opened his mouth and absorbed the elixir from Mr. Kaio's hand, swallowing it in one gulp. He naturally understood the intention of the armored great hand sending these elixirs. It was merely hoping that he could recover quickly and assist them in taking care of the remaining three wind beasts. In actuality, with his cultivation, the divine soul transmission from the armored great hand earlier did not elude his perception. The hesitance earlier was but him using his superpower to inspect if there were any issues with the elixir. Seeing it was safe, he confidently swallowed it. As the armored great hand's plan coincided perfectly with his wishes, he was indeed fretting about what excuse to use to recover quickly. The earlier performance had already been exceptional enough. Thus, he had to exercise restraint and act weakly so that people wouldn't suspect too much. Now with the 100 Yuan rejuvenation pill, he could pretend to recover quickly. Because Lu Qing knew, the five wind beasts besieging them weren't really a threat. The truly dangerous things had always been hidden nearby, watching them. Seeing that Lu Qing's aura began to recover shortly after he swallowed the elixir, Mr. Kaio and the others were relieved. They did not continue to idle, immediately summoning their magical treasures and flying to the front of the convoy to assist the armored great hand and others in resisting the remaining three wind beasts. With the involvement and assistance of the two golden core realm, the pressure on the armored great hand and the others was greatly reduced, driving the three wind beasts at the front into continuous retreats. Often their bodies hadn't fully formed before being crushed by them, significantly increasing their marching speed too. Unfortunately, the armored Great Han and others tried to replicate Lu Qing's earlier approach, finding the wind pearl at the moment the wind beast's body shattered and destroying it. However, after several attempts, they found it simply impossible to achieve. Not to mention the wind pearl floats unpredictably within the wind beast's body, constantly changing position, never stopping for even a brief moment, preventing them from accurately capturing the wind pearl's location the moment the wind beast shattered. Even if they fortunately caught the moment the wind pearl disappeared once or twice. They found that their attack simply couldn't focus strength at one point to crush the wind pearl formed by the law of wind. After several consecutive failed attempts, everyone finally understood how difficult it was to destroy the wind pearl. While being shocked by Lu Qing's prowess, they increasingly realized, only when that mysterious youth recovers can they have hope of completely defeating the remaining 3 wind beasts. Fortunately, with Mr. Kaio and the middle-aged man's joining, the situation started to lean toward the convoy's side. Although the armored Great Han and the others couldn't fully defeat the 3 wind beasts, the wind beasts couldn't stop them from progressing further. As time went on, the convoy gradually approached the position of the valley. In at most half an hour, they could enter the valley and escape this deadlock. Hope was ahead, although the armored Great Han and others had grown weary. Their eyes became much brighter. What encouraged them even more was that Lu Qing's voice came from the back. "Seniors, my injuries have recovered. Okay then, please, friend, assist us in slaughtering these 3 wind beasts. My transportation merchant will certainly offer generous reward." The armored Great Han immediately shouted. "Yes, seniors," Lu Qing replied, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Actually, he didn't intend to recover so quickly, thinking to just delay and wait until everyone had retreated into the valley, which wasn't a bad plan. But perhaps seeing that they were about to escape, the presence that had been lurking nearby, watching, seemed to become impatient, causing Lu Qing to no choice but to tactfully awaken. Lu Qing sat cross-legged atop the caravan, summoned his flying sword, outwardly condensing sword intent and preparing for a charged strike. But inwardly his heart and spirit were quietly sensing the movements of the presence hidden in the shadows. Here it comes. Lu Qing's heart and spirit suddenly stirred. "Friend, are you ready?" On the other side, the armored Great Han, seeing Lu Qing inactive for a long time, couldn't help but call out. Then in the next moment, he found himself unable to refrain from opening his mouth wide. In front of them, endless wind sand suddenly gathered, forming a gigantic tornado that pierced into the sky. When the tornado vanished, a terrifying monster, at least 100 yards tall and formed entirely of yellow sand, appeared before them. Feeling the boundless sovereignty emanating from the terrifying giant beast, and those 3 wind beasts no longer attacking them but instead kneeling in worship at the feet of the giant beast, bowing in reverence, everyone opened their mouths wide, revealing immense panic in their eyes. Even the armored Great Han, with the highest cultivation among them, was filled with fear. His eyes filled with disbelief, his mouth stuttering. Primordial spirit realm wind beast. A primordial spirit realm wind beast was actually born in the Gale Plain. But how is this possible? The armored Great Han gazed at the massive monstrous creature, towering over 100 jang high, his face showing disbelief. The imposing aura emitted by this gigantic wind beast far surpassed the golden core realm level. Before it, they were as insignificant as ants. Evidently, this giant wind beast is not of the same level as the 3 wind beasts beneath it. Not to mention the submissive posture those 3 wind beasts showed towards it. Everything points to one fact, that this terrifying wind beast over 100 jang tall is a being of another level, the legendary primordial spirit realm wind beast. Realizing this, a sense of utter despair arose in everyone's hearts. The gap between the golden core realm and the primordial spirit realm was simply too vast, especially since this was the home ground the Gale Plain of the wind beasts. They had no hope left of leaving here alive. How could the Gale Plain give rise to a primordial spirit realm wind beast? Old Joe also showed despair. Never had he heard of wind beasts of the primordial spirit realm appearing in the Gale Plain. Otherwise, even given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare enter here. No wonder wind beasts of the golden core level that usually only appear in the depths of the plain broke convention and appeared at this fringe zone. And the usually unintelligent creatures even joining forces, defying logic. Turns out it was the Gale Plain that birthed their true king, a primordial spirit realm wind beast. Old Joe felt more despair the more he thought about it, with immense regret. He had felt unease even before entering the Gale Plain. He should have turned back then. Though detouring would consume over 10 more days, it would be far better than facing imminent death now. But now regret was useless. A primordial spirit realm wind beast, furthermore within the Gale Plain, along with 3 golden core realm wind beasts. They had no way out. Any resistance against such beings was destined to fail. Old Joe held his 2 grandsons, his expression tragic. Having lived so long, death was not so daunting. His only regret was the two children who, due to his misjudgment, would be buried with him in this endless windswept sand. A primordial spirit realm wind beast. No wonder I've felt such a strong sense of crisis all along. Behind the crowd, Lu Qing looked at that mountain like wind beast, feeling enlightened. In his field of vision, several lines of information were emerging. Primordial spirit realm wind beast, a powerful creature born from the netherworld wind cave deep in Gale Plain. Cultivation, newly entered primordial spirit realm. Power source of the wind beast comes from the wind pearl formed from the law of wind within, its sand condensed form merely an exterior appearance. Only by shattering the wind pearl can the wind beast truly be defeated. This wind beast just recently formed, its spiritual wisdom akin to that of a child. Though the wind beast was born from Gale Plain, it is also constrained by this plane, unable to leave. Seeing the information floating on the giant wind beast, Lu Qing felt somewhat relieved. Soon, a hint of battle will appear in his eyes. Only newly entered the primordial spirit realm. Just as well, I've always wanted to know the gap between my current strength and the primordial spirit realm. Let me test you today. Since stepping into the Golden Core 5th turn realm, Lu Qing's strength has skyrocketed again. Golden Core 9 revolutions, each turn reaching higher heavens. With each breakthrough in the Golden Core realm, one's strength undergoes a remarkable transformation. Lu Qing's perfect Golden Core is even more so. With each turn, his power undergoes near qualitative transformation. Now, if Gong Shuyu were to be reborn and appear before him, even with treasure armor, his punch would be hard to withstand. That's why Lu Qing wished to know how much he differed from primordial spirit great power with his current strength. Yet he couldn't really seek a battle with a primordial spirit great power that would be too risky. But now, there's an excellent opportunity. Seemingly sensing Lu Qing's battle will, the primordial spirit realm wind beast ahead moved its eye and slowly lowered its head. Just that movement made the already fierce gale grow even wilder. Is it finally going to strike? The giant wind beast moved, causing everyone to tremble. Many had already closed their eyes in despair, awaiting the arrival of death. None even attempted to struggle. Those brave enough to venture out for commerce in these times were mentally prepared for death. Moreover, everyone knew that against such beings as the primordial spirit realm, any struggle was futile. Better to greet death straightforwardly and suffer less. Even those Golden Core realm experts like the armored Great Han and Old Joe thought so. Their strength was vastly outmatched by the primordial spirit realm wind beast. In the face of such absolute power discrepancy, any struggle was utterly futile. Better to sit quietly and accept their fate. With this mindset, as Old Joe and others saw the giant wind beast raise its claw, crashing down with the force of a collapsing pillar of heaven, they felt a sense of relief. The giant wind beast's claw, emitting an indescribable oppressive aura, bore down. The light of the wind stabilizing lamp under this terrifying aura flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. However, just when everyone was waiting for death to descend, a sword light flew out from behind them. The sword light was dazzling like a meteor from the sky, revealing a supreme sword intent that seemed to split the heavens. Then everyone witnessed the powerful wind beast claw, like the grasp of death, hovering above them. It was split in two by the sword light and then exploded with a roar. The strong energy erupted, flowing backward, even blasting open half of the gigantic wind beast's body. Countless yellow sands, like a torrential downpour, fell from above but were blocked by the light created by the wind-stabilizing lamp, falling to the sides. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, their minds blank. For a moment they didn't know what had happened. "Mr. Kaio, surely you haven't given up like this. This isn't like your usual shrewd behavior." Among the dazed eyes, the sword light that exploded the gigantic wind beast's arm turned in the air, revealing the flying sword inside it, flying backward. Next, a figure slowly walked out from behind them, holding the flying sword, standing at the forefront. "Why you is it you?" Mr. Kaio stuttered, seeing the figure. Others were even more incredulous, staring at Lu Qing. No one expected that the powerful sword light was actually struck by him. "Yes, it was me," Lu Qing said calmly. "Friend no elder. You are actually a primordial spirit realm great power." The armored Great Hen then woke up from the dream, shouting with immense joy. "Primordial spirit great power." Lu Qing chuckled, not directly answering. However, the armored Great Han and the others already believed this was the truth, because besides a peer level stronger, who else could slash and explode the gigantic wind beast's arm with one sword, especially here, at the Gale Plain, the home ground of wind beasts. They could receive mysterious blessings here, unleashing power beyond themselves. Hence, Lu Qing must be a primordial spirit realm level great power to have such divine skills. "Elder, please save us. Whatever request you have afterward, we will fulfill it even at the cost of our lives." Realizing this, the armored Great Hen immediately knelt on one knee, pleading to Lu Qing. As for why such a strong person like Lu Qing was hiding in their team, the armored Great Hen had no time to think. He only knew that Lu Qing was their sole lifeline. The lives of all of them were in his hands. Others had long knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lu Qing, Please save us, immortal elder. I can only hold it off for a quarter of an hour." Facing the crowds kneeling and pleading, Lu Qing's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the enormous wind beast slowly recovering ahead, he simply said, "During this quarter of an hour, you should flee desperately. The valley is not far if you can escape into the valley. There's still a chance to survive. Even the elder can only hold it off for a quarter of an hour." The armored great hand's body shook, but considering that this was the Gale Plane, the wind beast not only received the blessings of the Gale Plane but was also immortal. Even facing such an enemy, a peer-level primordial spirit great power would find it extremely troublesome. Immediately he dared not hesitate, hurriedly shouted, "You all heard what the elder said, we only have a quarter of an hour. Starting now, gather together, discard excess items and travel light. Let's leave at once," advancing towards the valley. No one dared to doubt the armored great hand's words. Upon hearing this, they discarded excess items, including some precious cargo. After having experienced a near-death situation, everyone truly understood that living was the best. Besides, everything else was merely external possessions. Pushed by the urgency of death, everyone's speed was swift. Soon they all gathered in one place, while the guards from the transportation merchant surrounded them, forming an array, protecting everyone inside it. "Elder, we are leaving first, please take care." Seeing this, the armored great hand did not hesitate. Bowing to Lu Qing, he immediately took down the wind-stabilizing lamp hanging at the front of the convoy. With a spell, the light rapidly shrank, enveloping the gathered people. The next moment, he kicked the scale armor steed below him, dragging everyone within the array like a huge carriage, charging forward violently. The speed was incomparably faster than before. Fortunately, the array formed by the guards from the transportation merchant stabilized the surroundings. Otherwise, with that rush, everyone would be thrown around terribly. "Elder, we will leave now." At the same time, Mr. Kaio and several middle-aged men in the Golden Core realm performed movement techniques, following the array leaving. Although they were immensely curious about Lu Qing's background, but they knew now was not the time to discuss it. If they stayed, it would only hold back Lu Qing with no benefit. Roar, the gigantic wind beast was restoring its arm. Upon seeing the group of ants dare escape right under its eyes, it roared angrily. It didn't hesitate, the other intact claw reaching forward. Following the deep instinct, it manipulated the surrounding sandstorms. As a powerful beast born from the Gale Plane, the wind beast was favored by this plane. Endless sandstorms were its playthings to manipulate freely. Especially this primordial spirit realm wind beast, even more formidable. If it wanted, it could easily stir an earth-shattering storm. Therefore, with its grasp, the armored great hand and the others who had run quite far suddenly found several wind dragon tornadoes, carrying numerous celestial gales pressing towards them. How could it be? Facing the wind dragon tornado, the armored great hand was full of bitterness. With the power revealed by the wind dragon tornado, if they were caught in it, they would be doomed. Could this really be their end? Suppress. Just as the armored great hand and others fell into despair again, a cold shout echoed throughout the world. Then they saw a layer of yellow light spreading from behind, rapidly expanding, extending towards their front. Wherever the yellow light reached, everything was frozen. Even the several wind dragon tornadoes were not spared, being completely suppressed by the endless suppression power within the yellow light, then scattered, transforming into fallen sand dust. "You dare flaunt your clumsy divine skills before me." Lu Qing's voice resonated through the heavens and earth, echoing within the Gale Plane. Shocked, the armored great hand and others couldn't help but look back. Then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Lu Qing was hovering in midair, surrounded by a dazzling earthen yellow light. An ancient big cauldron's shadow was slowly rotating behind him, accentuating him just like the ancient legendary gods. Even the enormous wind beast seemed dwarfed by him. Within the space of dozens of miles around Lu Qing, illuminated by yellow light, everything turned utterly silent. No wind, no flying sands. It was like a space independent of the Gale Plane. This is what the elder meant by only holding off the wind beast for a quarter of an hour. The armored great hand and others stared speechlessly at the unimaginable scene behind. No wind, no flying sands. It was like a space independent of the Gale Plane. This is what the elder meant by only holding off the wind beast for a quarter of an hour. The armored great hand and others stared speechlessly at the unimaginable scene behind. Roar. Lu Qing's words were not only spoken but also accompanied by a tremor of the divine soul. Thus, the wind beast of the primordial spirit realm, although not highly intelligent, understood. Immediately it was enraged. A tiny ant dared to provoke it so. As the king of this plane, how could the enormous wind beast endure? Immediately, with a mighty roar and struggle, it broke free from the suppressive force on it. Then with its fully restored claw, it lunged at Lu Qing with the force of a mountain crashing down. Simultaneously, it issued an order. The 3 golden core-level wind beasts at its feet immediately roared, their bodies transforming into 3 streams of quicksand, chasing in the direction where Old Man Kaio and others were fleeing. However, that primordial spirit realm wind beast did not want to let Old Man Kaio and the others off, so it sent its subordinates to intercept and kill them. But because the space around tens of miles was suppressed by Lu Qing with a spiritual artifact, the gale was abated. The three golden core level wind beasts could not burrow into the wind and sand, so they had to transform into quicksand to give chase. HMPH. Yet, before those three golden core level wind beasts could pursue far, a cold snort was heard. Golden light surged, and the quicksand formed by the three wind beasts was instantly immobilized on the spot. Then a sword chi erupted out of thin air, striking the clusters of quicksand. In an instant, the quicksand shuddered and then its energy dissipated, pouring underground like flowing water. The wind pearls within were completely destroyed, unable to maintain form any longer. It was at this moment that the mountain-like claw of the primordial spirit realm wind beast, whipping up a fierce hurricane, swung down in front of Lu Qing. Facing the enormous claw crashing down like a mountain, Lu Qing didn't dodge or flinch. He gripped his long sword tightly, and in the next moment an unmatched sharp sword chi was slashed out by him. With an earth-shattering momentum, it slashed towards the wind beast's claw. Boom! The sword chi and claw collided, exploding with boundless might in an instant. Under the catastrophic clash between Lu Qing and the wind beast, countless bursts of strong energy exploded. The space seemed to distort and deform. Terrifying power spread out. Even Lu Qing's domain could no longer suppress the surrounding space. Under the trembling impact, the hurricane rose again. Endless wind and sand re-emerged, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached within a few miles of the armored Great Han and others. Not good. Run! The armored Great Han, Old Man Kaio, and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight, no longer caring to watch the battle between Lu Qing and the wind beast. They all turned around, driving themselves with all their might to flee forward desperately. They could feel that if they didn't escape, they would be swept into the impact wave. Though they, being at the Golden Core realm, might not perish, the others within the array would certainly not be as lucky. The shockwave from the clash between Lu Qing and the wind beast was incredibly fast in just a few breaths. It caught up with the armored Great Han and his group. But fortunately, even while observing the battle, the armored Great Han and others had not stopped fleeing and had already escaped over 10 miles, coupled with Lu Qing's domain suppressing and continuously diminishing the power of the impact wave. Ultimately, although the terrifying shockwave caught up with the armored Great Han and the others, it only toppled everyone over to the ground without causing too much harm. However, this was enough to frighten the armored Great Han and others, for they could feel the terrifying forces still erupting behind them. Evidently, that senior was in fierce combat with the primordial spirit realm wind beast, causing such terrifying power to erupt. Unfortunately, due to the sandstorm covering everything again, they could no longer see the situation behind. They could only sense the two overwhelmingly strong auras clashing fiercely. Commander, we must keep moving forward. If the senior and the wind beast start moving again, we might be affected, Old Man Kaio said at this moment. I am aware of that, the armored Great Han nodded. After their guards regrouped, they immediately set off again. This time they encountered no further obstacles, and after a period of fleeing, suddenly they felt the view before them clear. The sand that had always surrounded them had vanished. A massive valley entrance stood in front of them. Have we finally escaped? Everyone was first stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. We finally escaped that dreadful place. Heavens, I thought we were doomed this time. Escaping death like this, I've decided I'm never going to do trade runs again. If it weren't for that senior helping, we'd have all died in there. Amidst the cheers of joy and tears, the armored Great Han led everyone into the valley, confirming their safety before turning back to look in the direction of the Gale Plain. However, at this place, they were already very far from where Lu Qing and the primordial spirit realm wind beast were battling. Plus, with the endless sandstorm blocking their senses, they could no longer detect any aura from the battle. Commander, are you worried about that senior? Old Man Kaio and a few Golden Core realm members walked over at this time. Indeed, the senior said he could only hold off the primordial spirit realm wind beast for a quarter of an hour. It has long passed, so why hasn't he appeared? The armored Great Han spoke with concern on his face. There's no need to worry, Commander. Given the senior's divine skills and power, even if he's no match for the primordial spirit realm wind beast, escaping should not be a problem. Old Man Kaio comforted him. The armored Great Han thought for a moment and felt it made sense. A primordial spirit great power, as long as the strength difference isn't too vast, defeating them might be easy, but killing them is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, recalling earlier when Lu Qing fought the primordial spirit realm wind beast, he didn't look like he was at any disadvantage. Thinking of this, the armored Great Han felt more at ease. He turned to ask Mr. Kaio, you've traveled together this far, do you know what background this senior has? How would this old man know? Mr. Kaio showed a bitter smile. This senior is clearly keeping his identity hidden. Since traveling with him, he rarely talks. Not only his background, even his name, this old man still doesn't know. The middle-aged Great Han beside him nodded in deep agreement. Among the 5 Golden Core Realm individuals in the same carriage, he and Lu Qing spoke the least. He was not only taciturn, but also never introduced himself. Thus, everyone's understanding of him was minimal. Only the skinny youth would occasionally mock Lu Qing. Thinking of this, the middle-aged great hand suddenly felt that Lu Qing had a remarkably good temper. If it were him, being a primordial spirit great power, he would make sure the Golden Core Realm person pays a price for such offense. At the same time, he felt even more fortunate that he hadn't offended Lu Qing. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to face that senior. So seems that this senior is one who likes to hide his identity and travel around, a high-level expert, just unknown whether he hails from a top sect or a noble family. The armored great hand couldn't help but sigh. As for whether Lu Qing was of the evil path, he hadn't even considered. If Lu Qing were of the evil path, how could he risk such danger, fighting the primordial spirit realm wind beast alone to rescue them? At the moment when Mr. Kaio and others were speculating about Lu Qing's identity, in Gale Plain, Lu Qing's battle with the primordial spirit realm wind beast continued relentlessly. Boom! Lu Qing once again sliced off the primordial spirit realm wind beast's arm with a powerful little sky-breaking sword chi, but his brows furrowed. In the battle so far, he had realized, this primordial spirit realm wind beast has very low spiritual wisdom. It constantly repeats the same few moves, completely relying on instinct to fight. Its moves are not only very clumsy, but even its innate ability to control wind and sand is used immaturely. Not to mention the primordial spirit realm, any late-stage Golden Core Realm expert would undoubtedly be far more skillful in moves and Taoist skills. Simply put, this wind beast, despite possessing primordial spirit realm level powers, its use of power is coarse and rudimentary, unable to fully harness its potential. Yet even so, Lu Qing still couldn't kill this wind beast. The wind-sand body that this primordial spirit realm wind beast condenses is truly formidable. Even if he fully activates little sky-breaking sword chi, he can at most break apart part of its body. Attempting to completely explode it in an instant is extremely challenging. As for destroying the wind pearl, that's even more impossible. He even once used the enchanting soul divine skill, trying to attack its divine soul and destroy its spiritual nature, but discovered this wind beast, though low in spiritual wisdom and simple-minded, yet all its heart and spirit will is hidden inside that wind pearl. Protected by the law of wind, his enchanting soul divine skill can at most make its heart and spirit briefly muddled. To control its divine soul is incredibly difficult. Unexpectedly, such a newly born primordial spirit realm demon beast with extremely low spiritual wisdom is so troublesome. He slashed off another claw of the wind beast again. Seeing it quickly recover, Lu Qing felt helpless in his heart. He understood this battle was no longer necessary to continue. Not even enchanting soul divine skill worked. Other methods are even less likely to be effective, with the wind beast's wind pearl indestructible and immortal characteristic. No matter how many times he slices off its claws, they can quickly recover, while he is truly consuming his own mana in the fight. Though he possesses a perfect golden core, his mana is far thicker than cultivators of the same realm, but continuing to fight carried no benefit for him. After all, the purpose of this battle had already been achieved. Fighting further would be in vain. Thinking of this, Lu Qing unleashed 2 skyward sword chi strikes, intending to sever the claws that the wind beast was closing in on him to entrap. His form shifted, drawing a mysterious arc in midair, and in an instant he was completely out of the wind beast's reach. You wretched creature, tough hide and flesh make you quite resilient. Lu Qing hovered a few miles away from the wind beast, speaking casually. Today I cannot defeat you, but once my cultivation is complete, I will surely return to Gale Plain to confront you again. With that, his figure shimmered as he was already heading into the distance. Roar, the primordial spirit realm wind beast, upon seeing that the ant who had killed many of its underlings and destroyed its body multiple times was attempting to flee, roared furiously. With a roar, it waved its claws, and the wind and sand within a radius of tens of miles became violently turbulent. Dozens of wind dragon tornadoes appeared around Lu Qing, intending to crush him into oblivion. With just your crude method of manipulating wind and sand, you think you can block my path. Lu Qing, observing the apocalypse-like scene, was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, he chuckled lightly. He then moved like light smoke, as agile as a spirit butterfly, slipping effortlessly through the gaps among the wind dragon tornadoes. The surrounding violent wind and sand had no impact whatsoever on his movement technique. Roar, seeing Lu Qing break free from the encirclement of the wind dragon tornadoes and vanish in the blink of an eye, the primordial spirit realm wind beast let out a thunderous roar. Nearby wind and sand grew even more violent. Its own body dissolved, merging into the endless wind and sand, chasing in the direction Lu Qing had left. However, all this was in vain. It chased until it reached the edge of the Gale Plain, but saw no sign of Lu Qing. Gazing beyond the gale plain at the lush, continuous mountain range, the primordial spirit realm wind beast knew that the ant had completely escaped. Thus, furious roars echoed once more throughout the gale plain. It seems not even a primordial spirit realm wind beast can escape the speed of the gale plain. In the mountains, hearing the roars, Lu Qing mused silently. He was now within a concealed cave. Beside him, a great serpent trembled, staring at him without daring to move. Lu Qing paid no attention to the creature, setting up an array to conceal his aura at the cave's entrance, releasing Little Lei and the 5 elements from the Kainkun Chi bag. Ah Qing. Little Li in gray attire called out immediately upon emerging, "Did you defeat that big fellow?" Previously in Gale Plain, Little Li had remained hidden within Lu Qing's embrace. Only after the primordial spirit realm wind beast appeared did Lu Qing place it into the Kainkun Chi bag. Thus, Little Li hadn't witnessed the final battle. No. Lu Qing shook his head. The primordial spirit realm is indeed formidable. Though the wind beast is dull-witted, neither of us could get the better of the other. Even you couldn't defeat that giant wind beast, Little Li exclaimed upon hearing this. In its heart, Lu Qing had always been incredibly formidable, with scarcely any enemy he couldn't defeat. It hadn't expected the clumsy-looking beast would be such an adversary even for Ah Qing. Indeed, the primordial spirit realm is still the primordial spirit realm. With my current strength, defeating a primordial spirit great power is still somewhat out of reach, Lu Qing sighed. In Gale Plain, he had chosen to intervene, not only because he didn't want to see that caravan perish here. More importantly, he sought to test his own strength against the primordial spirit realm wind beast. Yet now, despite having stepped into the Golden Core 5th turn realm, competing against a being of the primordial spirit realm level remains beyond his capabilities. That primordial spirit realm wind beast, low in spiritual wisdom, clumsy in moves, not even fully mastering its innate abilities. Among primordial spirit realm beings, it would belong to the lowest tier. But even so, he couldn't do anything to it, unable to truly harm it. Thus, one can imagine, if matched against cultivators who have trained for ages, mastering all their divine skills completely within the primordial spirit realm. At present, he likely stands no chance of victory. Indeed, with my current realm, even with many trump cards, I still cannot completely contend with the primordial spirit realm head-on. Lu Qing assessed his own strength roughly. Although in the battle with the primordial spirit realm wind beast, he still had trump cards unused. But he estimated that even if he gave his all, it would be difficult to truly kill that primordial spirit realm wind beast. A wind beast of the primordial spirit realm that was born not long ago, with low spiritual wisdom and clear shortcomings in all areas except strength. He could not truly defeat it head-on. If faced with those cultivators who have cultivated for countless years, extremely shrewd with perfect control over their power, true primordial spirit great powers, or those strange and cunning demon cultivators of the demon clan. He might lose terribly, and whether he could escape with his life would be in doubt. It seems it's still best to cultivate quietly and continue accumulating strength as the righteous path. After summarizing his thoughts, Lu Qing came to an understanding. From this battle, he gained a lot. Not only did he roughly understand his level of strength, but he also honed his swordsmanship. He became more at ease with controlling the little sky-breaking sword. He even felt a faint sign of truly comprehending the supreme inheritance of sky-breaking sword chi in his mind. Indeed, actual combat is one of the best ways to hone oneself. Ah Qing, where shall we go next? Go back to rendezvous with the caravan? Little Li asked. Of course not. Lu Qing shook his head. He had no intention of going back to see Old Man Kaio and the others. He was willing to cover their retreat, planning to leave directly afterward. After all, his cultivation had already been exposed, and there was no point in staying with the caravan. Once I go into seclusion for a day and absorb what I gained from this battle, we'll leave right away, Lu Qing said. When he left, he chose the direction opposite to the caravan and had now crossed the Gale Plain to reach another mountain range. Little Li and the 5 elements naturally had no objections to Lu Qing's decision. So the next day, after Lu Qing finished his seclusion and restored himself to peak condition, he set off with Little Li and the others. But before setting off, he used the invisible and ever-changing ability of the perfect golden core to change his appearance again, transforming into an honest-looking young man. Even Little Li's fur was changed using a transformation talisman. From its previous gray color, it became black, orange, and white. As for the 5 elements, there was no need to change. The little guy was always hiding in his pocket, rarely appearing in front of outsiders, so there was no need to constantly change its appearance. Lu Qing, with the 2 little guys, used his movement technique to traverse the mountain range. With the lesson learned from being attacked by a strange bird in the air, Lu Qing now rarely flew when traveling. After all, being unfamiliar with the heavenly origin great world, flying over the head of some strong being could easily cause trouble. After leaving the Gale Plain, they entered a vast mountain range. Lu Qing did not stop and traveled for several hours. Suddenly, Little Li popped out from his bosom. Ah Ching, I sense the aura of a treasure. Lu Ching paused, stopping in his tracks. The aura of a treasure. Correct, I sense that not far to the left, there's the aura of a treasure attracting me, Little Li said confidently. A treasure, Lu Ching began to ponder. He remembered Little Li's strange sensing ability, which seemed to have an unusual reaction to treasures. Even Yan had said that the Black Knight Spirit Fox clan had an outstanding talent in treasure hunting. With Little Li's current strength, anything it considers a treasure must be extraordinary. So after pondering for a while, he made a decision. Since there's a treasure, let's go take a look. Just as this deep mountain is rarely visited by people, perhaps they could obtain a decent treasure. Immediately, Lu Qing followed Little Li's guidance and flew to the left. Soon they arrived at a valley. Ah Ching, the treasure is up there, Little Li pointed up with its paw. Lu Qing looked up, seeing on the cliff of the valley a peculiar short and stout plant rooted firmly in the rock crevices. More importantly, a deep red fruit the size of half a fist was growing on top of that plant. Seeing the red fruit, Lu Qing's heart suddenly jolted. Although spiritual objects often conceal themselves, the red fruit did not emit any strong spiritual charm. But intuition told him this fruit was very extraordinary. Immediately, he activated his superpower. In no time, a rich purple superpower light emerged from the red fruit, several strips of information floating out. Dragon Blood Vermilion Fruit, a top-grade spiritual medicine containing the powerful bloodline of a dragon, soon to mature. This vermilion fruit tree has been irrigated by dragon bloodlines, thus mutating and transforming into a dragon blood vermilion fruit tree. A dragon blood vermilion fruit only matures once every 500 years, containing the essence of the dragon bloodline. Human clan cultivators consuming it can increase lifespan and cultivation. Spiritual beasts consuming it have a certain chance to purify and transform their bloodline. Dragon Blood Vermilion Fruit, top-grade spiritual medicine. When Lu Qing finished reading those strips of information, a look of joy appeared on his face. Little Li's sensing was indeed correct. This red fruit truly was a rare treasure. High-quality spiritual medicine, even in this heavenly origin great world, is not commonly seen. As for top-tier spiritual medicine, it's even rarer. Even a mighty primordial spirit realm cultivator would stop at nothing to seize it upon encounter. More importantly, this dragon blood vermilion fruit has a certain probability of causing spiritual beasts to undergo a bloodline transformation. For Little Li and the others, it might have great use. Ah Ching, should we pick the fruit now? Little Li looked at the blood-red fruit with strong desire. Its natural sensing ability told it that the immense medicinal power contained in this fruit would benefit it greatly. As for the 5 elements, it's the same. Its tail kept wagging, its vertical pupils nearly glowing. Not yet, the fruit hasn't fully matured, we need to wait a few more days. Seeing the words on the note indicating that it was about to mature, Lu Qing was in no rush to proceed. He directly used a flying sword to cut out a stone cave on the other side of the cliff. Then he set up an array to conceal the aura and lived there temporarily with Little Li and the others. While cultivating, they waited for the dragon blood vermilion fruit to mature. 3 days passed this way, and at noon, while cultivating with closed eyes, Lu Qing suddenly sensed a strong spiritual charm wave from outside. Ah Ching, has the fruit matured? Little Li and the 5 elements were also awakened by the strong spiritual charm wave. It should be. Lu Qing removed the array and came to the cave entrance. In front, on the cliff opposite, the dragon blood vermilion fruit, which had appeared calm like a normal wild fruit before, was undergoing an astonishing transformation. A powerful suction force was forming inside the fruit, continuously absorbing the surrounding nature's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within tens of miles was rapidly gathering, directly forming an astounding energy vortex around the dragon blood vermilion fruit. Simultaneously, a faint medicinal aroma started wafting out of the valley. This disturbance immediately stirred all spiritual beasts and demon beasts within 100 miles into unrest, especially the spiritual beasts nearby that smelled the medicinal aroma. They rushed madly toward the valley. Such a good spiritual medicine. Lu Qing also smelled the aroma, feeling invigorated, as if the speed of his mana had accelerated a bit. He couldn't help but praise out loud. He knew very well how refined his mana was with his current cultivation. Even at the peak of the Golden Core realm, its mana refinement might not be as good as his, and yet just a wisp of the medicinal aura from the dragon blood vermilion fruit could affect his mana. This speaks volumes of its extraordinariness. Ah Ching, so many creatures are trying to come and snatch it. Now, Little Li also sensed the spiritual beasts and demon beasts heading toward the valley. Among them, there were quite a few with strong auras, with strength reaching the Golden Core realm. No matter, as long as they aren't primordial spirit realm grade spiritual beasts or demon beasts, no one can take this fruit, Lu Qing assured confidently. However, he still prepared in advance. He flicked his fingers, sending several jade talismans into the valley. Soon, he heard a cacophony of beast roars, spotting dozens of different shapes and sizes of spiritual and demon beasts rushing into the valley. Among them, there were even 7 or 8 at the Golden Core realm level. Upon entering the valley, the spiritual and demon beasts saw the anomaly on the cliff. When they saw the blood-red fruit, their eyes gleamed with greed. Without thinking, they rushed toward it. During this process, they began fighting for it. Some weaker spiritual beasts were torn to pieces immediately. The valley was instantly filled with a bloody atmosphere. Among all the spiritual and demon beasts, a golden eagle-like flying bird was the fastest. In just a blink, it reached the dragon blood vermilion fruit, its eyes showing delight, ready to swallow it whole. The other spiritual and demon beasts trailing behind, despite their anxiety, were helpless. Just as the golden eagle was about to swallow the dragon blood vermilion fruit, a gray figure suddenly appeared in front of it. With a swipe of its claw, the golden eagle's head was smashed before it could react. Without even managing a scream, it fell from the sky. This sudden change stunned the other spiritual and demon beasts, especially the few Golden Core realm spiritual beasts. They stopped in the air, afraid to go any further. They anxiously watched the golden eagle's body fall from the sky. Bang. As the golden eagle's body hit the valley floor, struggled for a moment, and its life force vanished. The spiritual and demon beasts realized it had totally perished. All eyes were on the figure that killed the golden eagle. It was a small spiritual beast with black, orange, and white fur intertwined, resembling a raccoon. Nonetheless, despite its small size, all the spiritual and demon beasts dared not underestimate it. In fact, their eyes were filled with awe, staring at it intensely. Such apprehension was not only because this small creature had easily slain the fastest among them, more so because the aura it was emitting was extremely terrifying. You dare to snatch my things. Little Lee's body was surrounded by a terrifying aura, and its eyes were full of evil chi. Ah Ching had said that the spirit fruit was now in its maturation stage, and if disturbed, its medicinal power might greatly diminish. Just moments ago, the spirit fruit almost got swallowed by that foolish bird, making it immensely furious. Sensing the evil chi from Little Lee, the remaining spiritual and demon beasts trembled. Yet, as they smelled the stronger fragrance from the red fruit behind Little Lee, their fright gradually faded, overtaken by greed, showing strong hostility towards Little Lee. Something seems off. Lu Qing noticed the behavior of the spiritual and demon beasts, frowning slightly. He was very aware that among spiritual and demon beasts, the law of the strong is always respected. If they encountered a much stronger spiritual beast, they rarely dared to provoke. Yet these spiritual and demon beasts, having seen Little Lee easily dispatch a golden eagle with speed matching theirs, were still unwilling to retreat, instead showing greed, eager to attack Little Lee. This strange behavior immediately made Lu Qing feel something was amiss. Is it because of the dragon blood vermilion fruit's aroma? Lu Qing contemplated. Nevertheless, he did not act but instructed the 5 elements to assist momentarily. He wanted to use this opportunity to temper the 2 little ones. Since leaving their home world, Little Lee and the 5 elements had advanced greatly in cultivation, yet they had not encountered a proper battle all along. After all, the enemies they faced were extremely powerful, beyond Little Lee and the others' ability to handle. Having such a chance, he simply watched to allow the 2 little ones to hone their skills. You want to attack me? Little Lee grew furious seeing the hostile intent from the opponents. At this moment, a strong wave surged from behind it. The dragon blood vermilion fruit suddenly absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, it emitted a radiance like a blood diamond from the fruit. A rich medicinal fragrance spread quickly throughout the valley. Little Lee, be careful, the spirit fruit has fully matured and those creatures are going to go wild. Lu Qing's voice echoed in Little Lee's mind. Simultaneously, the spiritual and demon beasts in the valley, overcome by the rich aroma, lost their minds. The dread toward Little Lee disappeared completely. Roaring, they rushed at Little Lee, determined to tear it to pieces. Just in time, Little Lee's gaze focused, and its body abruptly vanished. While the spiritual and demon beasts were momentarily stunned, a scream sounded. One of the demon beasts somehow got sliced into pieces. With that scream, the slaughter initiated by Little Lee formally commenced. The battle in the valley came quickly and left just as fast. A lightning-like figure could be seen moving rapidly through the valley. Everywhere it went, a spiritual beast or demon beast was cut into several pieces, thoroughly falling. It didn't take long for the spiritual beasts and demon beasts attracted by the aroma of the dragon blood vermilion fruit to be slaughtered by Little Lee. There wasn't even any need for help from the 5 elements. The entire valley was full of severed limbs, blood flowed like rivers, corpses of spiritual beasts and demon beasts everywhere. At this moment, Lu Qing had already arrived in front of the vermilion fruit tree. Using mana, he picked the fully mature dragon blood vermilion fruit and placed it into a jade box, storing it into the Kainkun Chi bag. He was not surprised by Little Lee's one-sided massacre. Although many spiritual beasts and demon beasts were attracted by the dragon blood vermilion fruit, even up to golden core level, there were 7 or 8. But among these spiritual beasts and demon beasts, the strongest aura was only at the level of mid-grade golden core 3rd transition. and little Lee had now stepped into the Golden Core second turn realm. He was refining an immaculate top-grade Golden Core. Adding to this were several innate divine abilities and a wealth of experience in combat from years of following. Such a powerful foundation was far from what those beasts dwelling in the mountains, the strongest among them only able to refine middle-grade demon core, could match. But he never considered that little Lee would lose. This was indeed the case in the face of the exploding little Lee. Even those 7 or 8 Golden Core realm spiritual beasts and demon beasts were hardly able to withstand a blow. They couldn't possibly resist little Lee's speed and his unbreakable, razor-sharp claws. Ah Ching, come and look quickly. After Lu Qing put away the dragon blood vermilion fruit, he heard little Lee's call. What's up? Lu Qing descended to the valley bottom. Look, this valley is absorbing the blood of these creatures. Little Lee pointed at the ground. Lu Qing looked at the ground, his gaze immediately focused. The blood of those spiritual beasts and demon beasts killed by little Lee did not pool in the valley. Instead, it slowly seeped underground and disappeared. If it was just soil, it could be explained, but even the blood on the rock was disappearing slowly. This abnormal scene immediately drew Lu Qing's attention. He released his heart and spirit and carefully sensed. Soon, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Is this blood being absorbed by the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree? After this sensing, Lu Qing discovered that the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree didn't appear large. But in fact, its roots had long spread throughout the entire underground of the valley. The blood of the spiritual beasts and demon beasts, after seeping underground, was rapidly absorbed by the extensive roots of the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree and gathered into the trunk. Looking at the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree on the cliff, it seemed to become more vibrant. Lu Qing's heart subtly moved. The earlier puzzlement was suddenly resolved. I see the aroma earlier should have been intentionally released by the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree. The goal was to attract the nearby spiritual beasts and demon beasts, letting them kill each other. Meanwhile, it seized the opportunity to absorb the blood essence of the spiritual beasts and demon beasts to promote its own growth. It seems even the aroma has issues, capable of confusing the minds of those spiritual beasts and demon beasts with weak willpower. Earlier, watching those spiritual beasts and demon beasts, facing little Lei who was much stronger, still bravely fearless, Lu Qing felt something was amiss. Now combining the absorption of the essence blood by the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree, Lu Qing roughly understood what was going on. Indeed, there are few things in this world obtained without effort. These spiritual beasts and demon beasts, smelling the aroma of the dragon blood vermilion fruit, thought there was a great opportunity in the valley. In reality, they were merely prey to the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree. The dragon blood vermilion fruit tree used its own fruit as bait to allure them into mutual slaughter. The ultimate goal was to transform their essence blood and physical bodies into its own nourishment. Understanding everything, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. There are countless wonders in this vast world. This dragon blood vermilion fruit tree had not yet developed spiritual wisdom, just acting instinctively, yet it had already toyed with many strong spiritual beasts and demon beasts in the palm of its hand. Even little Lei, who was having such a strong urge to kill, was most likely influenced by that aroma. Only he, with a firm Taoist heart and profound cultivation, remained unaffected by the aroma. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee he wouldn't also fall into irrationality. If it were any ordinary golden core realm here encountering this dragon blood vermilion fruit, it's hard to say whether they'd be deceived. Without sufficient power, sometimes even an opportunity turns into a disaster. Lu Qing gained an insightful realization. He then shared his findings, leaving little Lei and the 5 elements astonished. The 5 elements was fine as it was Lu Qing's divine soul-enslaved spiritual beast, unaffected by mere aroma. But little Li was a bit upset, being tricked by a spiritual medicine. Ah Qing, this vermilion fruit tree is so wicked, why don't we destroy it? Little Li said angrily. The dragon blood vermilion fruit tree on the cliff seemed to understand little Li's words, trembling slightly. There's really no need for that, Lu Qing laughed, it's merely acting on instinct. Besides, we've gained from this dragon blood vermilion fruit, counting as its benefit. This fruit is quite useful for both you and the 5 elements. Having received the advantage, why act ungrateful and destroy the bridge after crossing? Little Li listened and thought it was reasonable. He nodded and said, then let it go this time. After all, they hadn't lost anything and even got a spirit fruit, so they actually gained something. But even if we can spare it this time, these guys' corpses are my battle trophies. They can't be left for it. After saying this, little Li transformed into a streak of light, weaving through the valley. Very quickly, all the spiritual beasts and demon beasts' corpses in the valley, except those of too low a grade to be worth looking at, were all collected by him into the storage ring that Lu Qing had given him. The rotten snake likes refining blood anyway. Even if I were to give it something to eat, I wouldn't give it to that wretched tree, little Li said angrily. You, Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, but he did not say anything more. These corpses were indeed Little Lee's battle trophies, and it had the right to handle them. Moreover, the corpses of those Golden Core realm's spiritual beasts and demon beasts were quite useful. All right, we've got the spirit fruit, let's go. Lu Qing retrieved the jade talisman previously set up in the valley, and then left with Little Lee and the 5 elements. Ah Qing, since there were such high-grade spirit fruits birthed in these mountains, why don't we wander around a bit more to see if there are other treasures? After leaving the valley, Little Lee's eyes brightened as he spoke to Lu Qing. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, since we're not in a hurry. If we could find a few more top-grade spirit fruits, we'd hit the jackpot. Rotten snake, stay away from me. If you want blood food, you must behave well lately. With voices gradually fading, tranquility returned to the valley. Only scattered corpses of spiritual and demon beasts were left, and the dragon blood vermilion fruit tree swayed gently in the mountain wind. Boom! Suddenly in a deep cave there was a loud crash, followed by several figures scrambling out in panic. Soon afterward, a streak of black sword chi shot out from deep within the cave. It grazed their bodies and slammed into a cave wall ahead, causing it to collapse. Large amounts of rubble fell, completely blocking the entire passageway. I'll handle this. The faces of the fleeing people turned pale, and one of them, a young man in purple, gritted his teeth and drew a talisman from a storage bag and cast it out. The next moment, a bolt of lightning blasted out, shattering the rocks ahead. Hurry! The young man in purple pulled out a handful of talismans from the storage bag, disregarding whether they were high or low grade, and flung them all behind. Then he led the others to continue fleeing forward. After barely dozens of feet, they heard continuous explosions from behind. It was the talismans the young man in purple had thrown that detonated under his command of heart and spirit. Under the rampant talisman power, the entire passage behind them began to collapse. Even the passage in front of them started to shake. Run faster. Seeing this, they all desperately used their movement techniques and finally escaped the cave before its collapse. They had just rushed out of the entrance when they heard another loud roar from behind, and the entire cave collapsed. The young man in purple, seeing this, his eyes sharpened. Immediately, he drew several more talismans from the storage bag. Under the urging of mana, talismans flew out, embedding into rocks around the entrance, sealing the entire doorway. Brother Mew is that evil demon trapped inside. A young girl, still with lingering fear on her face, looked at the collapsed entrance and asked, hard to say. That evil demon has profound cultivation even with my array blocking. This cave might not hold him for long. The young man in purple shook his head. Unexpectedly, that Lee Motion appeared righteous, but turned out to be a demon cultivator who colluded with the demon clan. We were so blind, being brothers with such a person for so long. Another young man cursed indignantly. Indeed, this expedition to the ancient cave mansion was his suggestion. Who would have thought he had it all planned to kill us once the cave mansion opened? Luckily, Senior Sister Yi held them off at the cost of her life, or we wouldn't have escaped. I wonder how Senior Sister Yi is doing. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. When Senior Sister Yi covered their retreat, she had already used the secret technique and burned her golden core. However, even so, the evil demon still chased after them in an extremely short time. So the result is self-evident. Senior Sister Yi is most likely in grave danger. No matter what, we must immediately rush back to the sect and report this matter. Lee Motion, who is an inner sect true disciple, has secretly sided with the demon clan. This matter is too significant and likely involves deep implications. We must have the sect prepare in advance, the youth in the purple robe said in a deep voice. Just at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, trying to escape. Do you think you can get away, and do you think this wretch can stop my steps? The voice was incredibly close. It had already reached behind the cave entrance. Soon after, they saw the cave entrance, which had been completely blocked by falling rocks. The rocks slowly melted, revealing a hole, and a figure wrapped in black flames floated out from inside. In its grasp was a woman with disheveled hair, Senior Sister Yi. The young girls, upon seeing the woman caught in his grasp, all screamed out. However, at this time, the woman's limbs were twisted, her life and death unknown. How could she respond to them? And the young man in purple was also shocked. Impossible. How did you manage to escape so quickly? Not to mention, he had thrown a pile of talismans with sealing properties in the cave. Plus the talisman array he set up at the cave entrance. Logically speaking, even a late-stage golden core cultivator shouldn't have been able to break it so quickly. This Lee Motion was originally just at the golden core middle stage in the third transition. Even if he had hidden his cultivation before, he shouldn't have such strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape outside so easily just now. Could it be? The young man in purple looked exceedingly grim. Did you obtain the items inside the cave mansion? That's right. The figure wrapped in black flames replied leisurely. Lee Motion, as an inner sect true disciple of the Kainkun sect, raised by our sect, you secretly joined the demon clan. Do you not feel a bit of shame? Have you no decency? The youth in purple shouted angrily. Raised by Kainkun sect. However, upon hearing this, Lee Motion laughed wildly as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. His laughter was extremely unrestrained, causing the youth in purple and others to change facial expressions. "What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at?" Lee Motion restrained his laughter and said coldly, "Zixio, do you know how I joined the Kainkun sect back then? It was Elder Wang who brought you into the sect." "That's right, Elder Wang brought me into the sect, but do you know what my background was and where I came from before I joined Kainkun sect?" The youth in purple was speechless, unable to answer for a moment. The others' faces also changed slightly. They just realized that although they had known Lee Motion for many years, they knew nothing about his background before he joined the sect, because Lee Motion never mentioned his past to them. "You don't know, do you? Then let me tell you, my family back then was innocently affected by the disputes of you so-called righteous people. The end, not only did my family die tragically, but the entire village was razed to the ground. If it weren't for me being playful that day, running out of the village, escaping a calamity, I probably would have met my end in Yellow Springs. And what happened to those two beasts who destroyed my hometown? In the end, they received no punishment and still lived freely, while I was reduced to an orphan, homeless, and could only survive by begging. I was nearly starved to death in the wilderness not just once." Seeing the hatred in Lee Motion's eyes, the youth in purple and others were stunned. They never knew that this brother who always seemed so cheerful had such a tragic past. However, the youth in purple soon responded, "Since you have such a miserable past, you should all the more not betray the sect. Don't forget, it's the sect's cultivation that granted you your current power and status. Heh, the cultivation of the sect." Yet Lee Motion sneered again. "Do you know who those two people who killed my family and destroyed my hometown were? Who are they?" An ominous feeling suddenly gripped the heart of the youth in purple. He then saw an expression of immense hatred appear on Lee Motion's face. "It was your senior brother, the one revered by all sect disciples, the leader of the true disciples, the beloved son of the sect master, Kyan Linxiao." "Impossible." Upon hearing Lee Motion's words, the youth in purple blurted out immediately. "Impossible? How could senior brother do such a thing?" The purple-clothed youth blurted out upon hearing what Lee Motion said. The others all showed disbelief on their faces as well, especially the young girl who directly shouted, "You are slandering him. How could senior brother possibly do such a thing as slaughtering civilians? Impossible, is it?" Lee Motion coldly laughed. "I know you don't believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes back then. That Kyan Linxiao and the previous generation direct lineage Taoist Gongshu Zheng of the Gongsu family were comparing their Taoist skills. Just a ripple from their exchange flattened my hometown to the ground. Not a soul in the village survived. I would recognize the faces of Kyan Linxiao and Gongshu Zheng, even if they were turned to ashes. Senior brother and Gongshu Zheng." Hearing these two names, the purple-clothed youth and the others were shocked. Because they all knew that the Taoist Gongshu Zheng from the Gongsu family was indeed very close friends with senior brother. It was said that the two became friends after an accidental meeting and became close confidants. They themselves had seen Gongshu Zheng visiting senior brother several times. However, they were still unwilling to believe that the ever-kind and gentle as Jade's senior brother would do such a thing. And Gongshu Zheng, known as a well-reputed Taoist from a prestigious family among the younger generation, would never be a person who casually slaughtered civilians. The purple-clothed youth immediately questioned, "You claim you saw senior brother destroy your hometown with your own eyes. According to you, you were just a child back then. How did you escape their senses and survive? Perhaps your senior brother never regarded us common folk, who are like ants, as worth noticing." Lee Motion laughed self-deprecatingly. "One is a true disciple of a major sect, and the other is a direct lineage Taoist of the 36 upper clans. Given their cultivation and status back then, they ranked among the highest in the heavenly origin great world. Why would they bother with a child who is less than an ant like me? It wasn't worth their effort to deliberately squash this ant. In this case, everything you have said is just your side of the story, without any evidence to prove its truth, and I could say you are slandering senior brother." The young girl immediately retorted. Another young man shouted, "Think of it as slander if you will." Lee Motion seemed to have already anticipated the girl's response. Kyan Linxiao's disguise was just too perfect. If it weren't for what he had witnessed back then, he himself might not have believed that the other was such a monstrous demon. On top of that, the other was the son of the sect master of the Kainkun sect, a true disciple and senior brother from the inner sect, who achieved the primordial spirit realm genius with only 200 years of cultivation. Such a figure, no matter how he explained, no one would believe such a person could be so vile. I am telling you all this not to make you believe, but out of some sense of camaraderie, so you can die knowing the truth instead of as senseless wronged souls. Not good. Listening to Lee Motion's increasingly cold words, an immense chill suddenly rose within the purple-clothed youth's heart. He knew it was time to truly put his life on the line. Immediately, without thinking, he spat out a purple talisman from his dantian. Under the urging of his heart and spirit, the purple talisman instantly expanded to half a person's size, with countless bolts of lightning spreading from it, unleashing a formidable power. The oppressive aura that had been suppressing them since Li Motion's arrival was swept away. The purple-clothed youth shouted, "Quickly, get away, I'll hold him off." A life-bound talisman. Li Motion looked at the purple thunder talisman, his expression unchanged. This top-grade life-bound talisman is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you haven't fully mastered your cultivation and can't bring out its full power. It still can't stop me. However, the purple-clothed youth paid no heed and continued to shout, "Hurry, go now." He then pointed with a spell, and a powerful bolt of lightning shot toward Li Motion. Boom, a cloud of dust rose into the air. Strange, Ah Ching, it seems there's no treasure left in this mountain range. In a forest, little Li was standing on Lu Qing's shoulder, speaking with some puzzlement. Naturally, we've almost scoured this mountain range over the past few days. It's likely that all the treasures here have been found by you, little Li. So, little Li, we should probably set out now, Lu Qing said somewhat helplessly. Ever since they found that dragon blood vermilion fruit last time, little Li, for some reason, became very interested in treasure hunting. It was as if some instinct was awakened, pulling Lu Qing to explore everywhere in this mountain range, in search of treasures. Thankfully, there wasn't any strong presence above the primordial spirit realm nearby otherwise. With their reckless wandering, they might have gotten into trouble long ago. However, because of this, Lu Qing and the others have had quite a fruitful few days. Not only did they find several middle and top-grade spiritual medicines, but they also inadvertently discovered a cave mansion of a late-stage Golden Core realm expert, gaining some treasures inside. However, for the past 2 days, after wandering so long, little Li hasn't sensed any more treasures nearby. It seems the high-level treasures in this mountain range have almost all been found by them. Seems to be the case. Perhaps we can search for treasure in other places later, little Li said regretfully. Indeed, this range of mountains is just ordinary terrain within the heavenly origin great world. We'll search for treasures properly once we reach famous mountains and great rivers. Lu Qing, noticing little Li's decision to abandon the treasure hunt, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded. Luckily, the fervor of this sudden treasure hunting enthusiasm in little Li finally subsided. As for the 5 elements, that fellow managed to obtain the corpse of a Golden Core realm spiritual beast from little Li, after some coaxing over the past 2 days. Having devoured it, he has already entered the Kainkun Chi bag to gradually digest it. Boom! Just as Lu Qing intended to lead little Li away from this mountain range, suddenly, a violent surge of mana fluctuation came from ahead. This is the mana fluctuation of human cultivators. Is someone fighting up ahead? Lu Qing was slightly surprised, sensing that this mana fluctuation wasn't particularly strong. He immediately took to the air, deciding to see what was happening. As he had just ascended into the mid-air, he saw a silhouette staggering towards him from the front. Judging by the figure's appearance, it seemed to be a young girl. Before he could understand what was happening, the girl had already spotted him. A look of urgency appeared on her face, and she shouted, "Fellow Taoist, run, there are evil demons behind." Before she could finish her words, a hand made of black chi shot out from the forest below, grasping her and pulling her downward. The girl panicked instantly, knowing she could not escape, and yelled desperately towards Lu Qing, "Run to the Kainkun sect, tell them we were killed by Li Motion, a spy of the demon clan." As she finished saying that, a white sword light suddenly flew from the front, striking her. In an instant, it severed the black chi hand that bound her, freeing her from it. As the girl stood in a daze, a gentle voice sounded, "Young lady, if there's anything you need to report, you should go yourself. I don't know the location of the Kainkun sect." The girl abruptly looked up, only to find the young man who was 100 yards away now stood in front of her. He was dressed in simple cloth clothing, with a spiritual beast resembling a raccoon standing on his shoulder. "Did you save me?" the girl asked, dazed. "Correct," Lu Qing replied with a slight smile. The girl suddenly snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, please save my senior brother and sister. They have fallen into the hands of an evil cultivator. If you can help me rescue them, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." "Is the demon cultivator you're talking about the one up ahead?" Lu Qing did not immediately agree but pointed ahead. The girl quickly turned her head, shivering as she did. She saw Li Motion not far behind her, his body wrapped in black flames, looking at them coldly. Seeing Li Motion chasing alone, the girl trembled inside and shouted immediately, "Li Motion, what have you done to senior brother Zixao and the others?" "No need to hurry, you'll soon see them underground," Li Motion said coldly. "Li Motion, you're inhuman. Senior brother Zixao and the others treated you as a close friend, yet you've committed such a monstrous act." Upon hearing this, the girl was furious and began to shout loudly. Unfortunately, Li Motion completely ignored her. He only directed his gaze at Lu Qing with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This man before him, though his presence seemed weak, only akin to a first-turn Golden Core, yet he could destroy his heavenly demon palm earlier, making Li Motion develop a touch of apprehension. "Who are you? Are you intending to meddle in Mr. Li's affairs?" "Not at all," Lu Qing shook his head. "I don't wish to interfere in the grievances between you." Though Lu Qing could discern that the youth wrapped in black flames was truly a genuine demon cultivator. However, he wasn't from the heavenly origin great world, and he did not harbor the broader world's indignation towards demon cultivators. Before fully understanding the entire story, he did not wish to casually meddle in others' disputes. The girl beside him heard Lu Qing's words, immediately widened her eyes, and gazed at him in disbelief. Li Motion was also surprised by Lu Qing's answer, but he quickly regained composure. In that case, hand over the woman beside you. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing shook his head again. I'm afraid I can't do that. Judging by your demeanor, if this young lady falls into your hands, she might not survive, right? I don't have the habit of handing strangers over to face death. Are you mocking me? Li Motion's eyes narrowed, a deep chill emitting from his body. Do you assume that just because you broke a minor Taoist skill of mine earlier, you have the qualification to stop me? I dare not, Lu Qing replied calmly. However, I don't take kindly to being threatened. His vision now revealed Li Motion's information notes. Is that so? Lost his family and home in childhood due to the aftermath of two strong practitioners competing in Taoist skills. Deliberately fell into the demon path seeking power for revenge, aligning with the demon clan. Having read those few lines, Lu Qing had some understanding of Li Motion's background. He knew the girl's words were truthful. However, this man enveloped in demonic qi was not an ordinary demon cultivator. In that case, Mr. Li intends to see what you rely on. Upon hearing this, Li Motion wasted no time and raised his hand, sending out black flames speeding towards Lu Qing. The flame appeared strange initially. It was only as thick as a forearm, but during its flight, it continually absorbed nature's spiritual energy to grow. In an instant, it expanded swiftly into a huge dragon, aiming to devour Lu Qing. Strangely, despite the flame's massive size, it did not create a hint of heat in the surrounding atmosphere. On the contrary, it caused the girl and little Li to feel a coldness originating from their divine soul. Watch out, the girl exclaimed. She had witnessed the terror of Li Motion's black flame before. Though it seemed non-burning, it was, in fact, extremely strange. Even someone as strong as senior brother Zixia was burned to the point of needing to sever an arm to survive, after merely sticking to a little of it. In the end, even his lifebound talisman was consumed by this black flame. Interesting. Lu Qing observed the black flame dragon flying towards him, showing a look of intrigue in his eyes. Then he aligned his fingers into a sword and gently waved them. A sword chi tornado immediately formed in front of him. The sword chi tornado instantly swallowed the dragon whole. Countless tiny strands of sword chi encircled the black flame dragon, each capable of easily extinguishing a wisp of black flame. Within merely 3 breaths, the terrifying black flame dragon completely vanished, utterly obliterated. I am merely a passerby who happened to be passing by, Lu Qing said indifferently. Do you still want to fight, sir? Li Motion stared deeply at Lu Qing, hesitant for a moment. Initially, he wanted to capture the girl, extract her essence blood, and enhance his own cultivation. Then he would continue to lie low at the Kainkun sect. As for Zixia and the others' deaths, he had already prepared excuses, but now the appearance of Lu Qing disrupted his plan. Unless he could kill Lu Qing here and silence everyone, otherwise he would have to retreat and flee immediately. After all, once his identity was exposed, there would be no place for him in the righteous domain. With this thought, the murderous intent in Li Motion's heart surged once more. For revenge, he had sacrificed too much over the years. He had also made numerous arrangements within the Kainkun sect. He absolutely could not allow his years of hard work to go to waste. Once he was exposed and escaped this time, seeking revenge in the future would be nearly impossible with no opportunity. So no matter who was in front of him, if they dared to obstruct him, he would mercilessly kill them. It seems you've made your decision. Lu Qing sensed the murderous intent emanating from Li Motion and shook his head. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. While Lu Qing had some sympathy for this man's tragic situation. But since he already harbored murderous intentions towards him, there was no need for him to be lenient. Mr. Li admits you are indeed powerful, but anyone who obstructs my revenge is my enemy. Prepare to die. Li Motion's tone was icy cold. Once his killing intent was activated, he held nothing back. He fully mobilized the black flames surrounding him. In the next moment, the black flames flew out, not directly attacking Lu Qing. Instead, they flew around, transforming into countless black runes, enveloping a half-mile radius space. The black runes interconnected, forming a large array in an instant, completely trapping Lu Qing and the girl inside. Then the immense power erupted, and a large amount of black fire surged from the array, sweeping towards Lu Qing and the girl. Fellow Taoist, the girl, feeling the terrifying pressure of the array, trembled and couldn't help but move closer to Lu Qing. As for Li Motion, seeing Lu Qing so arrogantly and easily trapped in his array, couldn't help but show a cruel smile. This black fire purgatory array was his ultimate trump card. Once trapped and sealed in the array, unless one could break the array with absolute strength. Otherwise, they could only endure the burning of his soul-devouring demon fire, burning to death. Relying on the treasure he obtained in the cave mansion, he could control this array more adeptly, greatly enhancing its power. Even a top Golden Core realm cultivator in the late stage, 8th or ninth revolution, once trapped in his array, would find it hard to break free in a short time. So Lu Qing and the girl trapped in the array now had only one outcome: to be burned to ashes, their souls completely scattered. Just as Li Motion was preparing to enjoy watching how Lu Qing and the girl would scream in agony under his demon fire. He saw that just before being engulfed by the demon fire, Lu Qing slowly raised his arm, then gently pressed down. Then he saw an unbelievable scene. With Lu Qing's action, an overwhelming force surged forth, extinguishing all the demon fire instantly. Even his last trump card, the Black Fire Purgatory Array, was like fragile paper. It couldn't withstand a breath of time and shattered with a bang. The countless black runes directly extinguished in the air. Impossible. Li Motion watched this scene, his eyes full of shock. But before he could make his next move, his eyes suddenly widened. Lu Qing, who was originally over 100 feet away, was suddenly only a few feet in front of him. With his fingers forming a sword, he slowly pointed towards him. Great fear rose in Li Motion's heart, and he wanted to dodge, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his body. He could only watch in immense horror as Lu Qing's sword point gently touched his forehead. Then endless darkness surged up, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed. When Li Motion's body fell from the air, collapsing a large boulder on the ground, the girl finally reacted. Stammering, she said, "Fellow Taoist, what did you do to Li Motion?" "He's dead," Lu Qing said flatly. Dead?" The girl looked incredulously at Li Motion's corpse below. The powerful evil demon who had easily defeated senior brother Zixao and even senior sister Yi was completely no match. Was killed so effortlessly by the seemingly unremarkable young man in front of her. The girl was utterly shocked, and even started to doubt whether everything that happened in front of her was a dream. However, as a Golden Core Realm cultivator, she could finally discern what was a dream and what was reality. Plus, with Li Motion's corpse below slowly losing its vitality chi, she finally accepted the fact that this powerful evil demon was indeed slain by Lu Qing. Her tense heart and spirit finally relaxed. Upon relaxation, she immediately felt weak in her limbs. If she weren't still in mid-air, she might have collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The young girl just wanted to thank Lu Qing, but suddenly realized something. Right, senior brother Zixao and the others. Immediately, she couldn't bother to thank Lu Qing and forced herself to gather her spirit, staggering towards the direction she came from. Seeing this, Lu Qing felt a slight stir in his heart and slowly followed along. Soon, he followed the young girl to a desolate valley. On the mountain wall, there was a deep cave entrance, while in the valley, several cultivators with miserable appearances lay scattered, eyes closed, their fate unknown. Senior brother Zixao, brother Hong, brother Han. Seeing those people in the valley, the young girl exclaimed sorrowfully, quickly descending to check their situation. Then an expression of extreme delight appeared on her face. "Not dead, senior brother Zixao and the others are not dead," she said, taking healing elixirs from the storage bag and diligently stuffing them into the mouths of the few. Seeing that they were not dead, Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. Judging by Li Motion's demeanor, he didn't seem like the kind-hearted type, but he quickly recalled the note found on Li Motion earlier. Immediately understood that Li Motion likely left these people alive intending to use their living souls to cultivate devil technique. He thought for a moment and approached the woman with the weakest breath. Looking at the woman's completely broken and twisted limbs, as well as the horrific scars on her face, Lu Qing thought to himself that Li Motion was indeed ruthless, able to strike so ferociously towards his longtime fellow cultivators. Feeling the woman's vitality, which was almost completely extinguished, knowing that without intervention it'd be impossible to save her, Lu Qing did not hesitate. He took out a previously refined Golden Core level healing talisman. Animating it with his will, it hovered above the woman. The talisman light surged, shining down on the woman, slowly healing her wounds. However, the vitality chi within her didn't increase much. Lu Qing frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then took out a fist-sized white fruit, gently pinching its skin. He opened the woman's mouth and dripped the medicine liquid, rich in vitality, into her mouth. Little Li, who had been lying on Lu Qing's shoulder, suddenly recognized it. This white fruit was one of their recent findings, a top-grade spirit fruit. According to Lu Qing, it was a sacred healing fruit with exceptionally strong vitality. Even though the fruit was found by herself, little Li at this moment just quietly lay on Lu Qing's shoulder, not disturbing him. The white fruit's juice dripped into the woman's mouth. However, the woman, who was left with her last breath, had already lost the ability to swallow. In the end, Lu Qing directly delivered the medicine liquid into her body using mana. Lu Qing then took out a set of magic treasure golden needles, weaving mana into threads to maneuver the needles around him. Even the woman was lifted into the air by his mana. Next, the golden needles floating around Lu Qing, guided by the mana threads, precisely pierced the woman's acupoints all over her body, activating the medicinal power while also stimulating her vitality. Under Lu Qing's series of actions, finally, the woman's barely detectable vitality, almost extinguished, began to flicker anew, gradually strengthening. Senior brother Zixio and the others clearly swallowed the elixir. Why couldn't they wake up, fellow cultivator? On the other side, not noticing Lu Qing's actions, the young girl was originally feeding elixirs to the purple-clad youth and others. Yet she discovered that after senior brother Zixio and others swallowed the sect's elixirs. Although their injuries improved slightly, the effect was weak, and no matter how, they couldn't wake up. In her confusion, wanting to seek Lu Qing's assistance, she turned and saw Lu Qing treating the woman. She was first astonished by the scene before her, especially upon sensing the gradually growing vitality qi within the woman. Her mouth couldn't help but open slowly. Senior Sister Yi, is she still alive? Focused on saving lives, Lu Qing didn't respond to her question. However, the young girl already confirmed, Senior Sister Yi was indeed not dead. Her eyes were filled with delight, but this time she tightly covered her mouth, dared not utter a sound, fearing she'd interrupt Lu Qing's treatment of Senior Sister Yi. Meanwhile, countless questions filled her heart. This young man before her was truly mysterious. Not only was his strength beyond her measure, but even Li Motion, such a formidable evil demon, couldn't withstand a single move from him. Now displaying extraordinary medical skills, even the long-presumed dead Senior Sister Yi was revived by him. Momentarily, Lu Qing was shrouded in mystery within the young girl's heart. This companion she had encountered during her escape, finally saving her. Where did he come from, and under whose tutelage? All this made her extremely curious. Under the gaze of the young girl, Lu Qing demonstrated an entire set of needle techniques, fully activating the spirit fruit's medicinal power, embedding it into the woman's body, also safeguarding the strand of vitality qi in her heart, causing it to slightly strengthen. With the continuous infusion of medicinal power into the woman's body, the strand of vitality qi representing her life essence gradually restored. Eventually, as that vitality qi was restored to a certain degree, the woman softly moaned and slowly opened her eyes. Upon waking, seeing the dazzling golden light before her, the woman was initially confused. Then she heard an excited shout, "Senior Sister Yi, you're awake. This is Xiao Jing's voice, where is this?" The woman thought, somewhat bewildered, wanting to turn towards the direction of the voice. The next moment, intense pain surged from her limbs and bones, nearly unbearable, almost causing her to cry out. At this time, a gentle voice entered her ears. "Do not move, your limbs have been completely broken, and your heart meridian severely damaged. Now I will help reconnect your bones, smooth out your meridians, and repair your inner organs. This process might be painful, please bear it for now. My limbs are broken, severely injured." The woman was first stunned, then recalled everything that happened before she fainted, like flashes of light. Indeed, we were originally exploring a cave mansion underground. Then Li Motion suddenly turned against us, revealing his identity as a demon cultivator. Ultimately, I covered for Zixio and the others, but was easily defeated by Li Motion, losing consciousness. Haven't I died? Where is this place? How did Xiao Jing end up here? Didn't they escape? And who is this man treating me? Where did Li Motion go? For a moment, countless questions arose within the woman's heart. She had no idea what transpired during her unconsciousness. Yet the woman had no time to ponder these, because after Lu Qing's gentle reminder, he was already helping her reconnect her fractured limbs. In intense pain, the woman could only abandon thought, concentrate her mind and spirit, lest she become faint from the agony. Fortunately, Lu Qing's medical skills were superb soon. He perfectly reconnected all her bones. However, reconnecting bones was a minor task. The true challenge lay in smoothing out her meridians. The woman's meridians were severely damaged. A chaotic jumble would be an understatement. Even her Dantian Qi Si was uncontrollable. To reconnect and smooth them all required considerable effort and time. Even Lu Qing had to secretly employ the divine mind technique to swiftly execute this task. Finally, a quarter hour later, as Lu Qing smoothed and reconnected the last minor meridian for the woman, maintaining focus, the woman's body trembled slightly. The previously uncontrollable Dantian Qi Si reappeared in her perception. The dim magic power golden core could finally be activated. Almost instinctively, she began circulating the golden core. Instantly, nature's spiritual energy around her was drawn in, permeating her being. In the valley, the spiritual energy was violently fluctuating. A large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed into the woman's body, aiding her in recovering from her injuries. The life energy of a golden core realm expert is incredibly resilient. Even if only a thread of vitality remains, as long as they can absorb spiritual energy on their own, survival and recovery are possible. Moreover, Lu Qing had helped her reconnect her broken bones and rechannel her meridians. Add to that the white fruit juice she consumed earlier. It made the woman's recovery even swifter. After 15 minutes, the woman temporarily ceased absorbing spiritual energy. By this time, her body had mostly recovered apart from her mana still being weak. There were no other issues. Even the terrifying scar on her face had completely healed, revealing her originally stunning visage. Lu Qing naturally sensed this and timely retracted the golden needle placed on the woman. The woman's floating body slowly descended to the ground. Although the woman still wasn't clear about what had happened during her unconscious state, it was obvious that the young man in front of her had saved her life. No need to be courteous, I merely lent a hand. How could I stand by and watch someone die? Miss, are you feeling any discomfort? Lu Qing smiled. Senior Sister Yi. The woman was about to respond when suddenly, a figure dashed over, throwing itself into her embrace, hugging her tightly. Senior Sister Yi, you're finally awake. We all thought you were. I'm all right, Xiao Jing. Didn't I tell you all to run away? Why are you still here? What happened afterwards? Where did Zixiao and the others go? The woman embraced the young girl, somewhat helplessly asking. Luckily, her injuries were mostly healed otherwise. Being pounced on like this might have aggravated them further. Right, senior brother Zixiao and the others. Hearing the woman's question, the young girl suddenly realized they are over there. The woman looked in the direction the young girl pointed and saw Zixiao and two others moved onto a large stone. She was startled. What happened to Zixiao and the others? Previously, she was focused on healing and did not notice that Zixiao and the others were nearby. Moreover, the auras of the three were also very weak, clearly heavily injured. Senior Sister Yi, it's like this. In that cave mansion, you held off Li Motion alone and told us to leave first. In the end, senior brother Zixiao and the others desperately blocked Li Motion so I could escape. But later, Li Motion caught up to me. It was this fellow Taoist who saved me, allowing me to survive. After listening to the girl's words, the woman finally understood the intense events that transpired after she fell unconscious. And what about Li Motion? Did he manage to escape? However, the girl's answer left her astonished. Li Motion is already dead. What did you say? Li Motion is dead. How did he die? Are you sure? The woman asked hurriedly. Li Motion was beheaded by this fellow Taoist. His body is in the forest more than 10 miles from here. I was worried about your safety and didn't have time to check his body before coming here. Is it true that this fellow Taoist killed him? The woman immediately looked toward Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded slightly. If the one you're referring to is the man exuding demonic qi, then indeed, it was I who killed him. Li Motion is really dead. In the woman's heart, an indescribable shock arose. She had personally fought against Li Motion and naturally understood how powerful he had become after delving into the demon path. It could be said that after transforming into a demon cultivator, Li Motion's power had reached the late-stage Golden Core level. Otherwise, as someone at the Golden Core 6th turn, how could she have been defeated so quickly? And hearing from Xiao Jing just now, Li Motion had become even stronger after acquiring treasures from that cave mansion. Plus, with his strange demon Dao techniques, such a powerful Li Motion was actually slain by this seemingly ordinary, plain, and seemingly not so powerful young man before her. For a moment, the woman was both shocked and somewhat incredulous. Senior Sister Yi, you don't know how formidable this fellow Taoist is. Li Motion exerted all his strength and arranged a terrifying demon formation, yet he was no match for the fellow Taoist. The fellow Taoist only used one move to completely decapitate Li Motion. The young girl beside her exclaimed in full admiration. With just one move, Li Motion was killed. This thoroughly shocked the woman, and she suddenly looked at Lu Qing. This young lady is exaggerating. I nearly exhausted my strength to vanquish that demon cultivator. Lu Qing slightly sweated and quickly changed the subject. By the way, both of you, I noticed your companions seem to be in poor condition. Shouldn't we go check on them first? Seeing Lu Qing not denying it, the woman immediately understood that what Xiao Jing said was indeed true. Her heart was tremendously astonished, but upon hearing Lu Qing's words, she was startled again, glancing towards Zixiao and the others. Yes, Senior Sister Yi. The young girl also reacted at this time and hurriedly said, for some reason, Li Motion didn't directly end your lives, but senior brother Zixiao and the others are now unconscious. I gave them the sect's Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill, but it had little effect. I don't understand what is going on. Even the Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill is useless. Let me take a look. Although she was immensely curious about Lu Qing's situation, at this moment, the safety of her fellow sect members was of the utmost importance. She suppressed her inner questions and headed towards Zixiao and the others. When she saw the situation of the young man in purple robe and his companions, her pupils slightly contracted. She noticed that on the faces and arms of several junior brothers, where now a blue-black energy appeared. Faintly, the black energy occasionally intertwined into black runes, looking quite strange. Senior Sister Yi, I don't know what this blue-black energy is. It seems to be the reason Brother Zixiao and the others haven't been able to wake up. Even the power of the Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill is ineffective. The young girl explained. The woman immediately examined the young man in purple robe and his companions, and discovered that not only was their surface affected, but also their Dantian Qi Si and major apertures and meridians were eroded by the black energy. This was the reason why the Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill was not effective. Because Zixiao and the others could not absorb the medicinal power at all. She thought for a moment and said, Zixeo and the others might have been sealed by some evil technique performed by Lee Motion. According to legend, in the demon clan, there are many evil techniques that increase cultivation by extracting and refining the essence, blood, and flesh of human clan cultivators. Since Lee Motion has pledged allegiance to the demon clan and fallen to become a demon cultivator, he presumably knows these kinds of evil techniques. The reason he didn't kill us directly might be that he wanted to perform some evil technique. Fortunately, he is already dead now, and the demonic chi inside Zixeo and the others is uncontrolled. Otherwise, I'm afraid Zixeo and the others wouldn't have lasted until now. That evil demon is indeed malicious. I knew he wasn't good-hearted. The young girl suddenly understood and showed an indignant expression on her face. However, she quickly became puzzled. But why is senior sister Yu unaffected? It's probably because this fellow Taoist rescued me. The woman looked towards Lu Qing. She clearly remembered that during the confrontation with Lee Motion in that underground cave mansion, she too was invaded by the demonic chi. Now, however, her body felt perfectly normal, and not a trace of demonic chi remained. She couldn't believe that Lee Motion, out of charity, would retract the demonic chi from her body. The only explanation could be this mysterious young man who pulled her back from the brink of death. Indeed, when I was healing you, I removed the demonic chi from your body. Lu Qing didn't deny it and nodded. He was no stranger to demonic chi. After all, within his leaving fire tripod, there lay an ancient demon cultivator's divine soul consciousness imprinted with an enslavement mark by him. That individual's previous form was of a primordial spirit-level demon cultivator, with profound understanding in the way of demons. Although Lu Qing did not cultivate the demon path, he was well versed in it. Thus, Lee Motion's methods seemed not too overwhelming in his eyes. It's indeed due to fellow Taoist skills. The woman was immediately overjoyed. Benefactor, could you possibly rescue my junior brothers as well? In the future, Kainkun sect shall offer our gratitude. Let me take a look. Lu Qing did not refuse, stepped forward, first inspected the situation of the young man in purple robe and his companions, then nodded. I can give it a try. The woman was delighted, and she bowed deeply to Lu Qing. Then I'll surely rely on your help to save my junior brothers. Lu Qing didn't waste words and once again took out the golden needle magical treasure. Using mana, he levitated the young man in purple robe and his companions, starting to help them dispel the demonic chi. Golden light shone as the golden needles pierced into the acupoints of the young men in purple robe. Quickly, the woman and the girl saw threads of faint black energy slowly being expelled from Zixeo and the others' bodies. Lu Qing's set of golden needle magical treasures was specially refined by him. Despite the small size of the needles, they were engraved with various healing arrays inside. The needles could also combine into an array, forming a more powerful formation. They integrated functions like detoxification, healing, exorcism, calming, and sealing. The individual grade alone had reached the level of top-grade magical treasure. It truly deserved to be called an exotic treasure in the medical Tao. This set of treasures was refined by him during his time at his home world's holy mountain. Back then, he collected many precious materials using the abundant resources of the holy mountain and eventually crafted 2 sets of such golden needle treasures. He gave 1 set to his master. He carried the remaining set with him. However, he rarely encountered situations that warranted using this golden needle treasure. During Mo Hongyun's case, the golden needles weren't of use either. This time, it's the first occasion he displayed this exotic treasure in the medical Tao before others. Under such a powerful medical Tao treasure, with the demonic chi in the young men in purple robe being uncontrolled, and with Lu Qing's understanding of demonic chi, he almost effortlessly expelled all the demonic chi from their bodies. Once the demonic chi was expelled, the elixir that the young girl previously administered began to take effect. The Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill is a unique healing elixir of the Kainkun sect, renowned among the many golden core-level healing elixirs in the Heavenly Origin Great World. Not only does it have amazing healing effects, but it also has the effect of consolidating the foundation and cultivating the original essence. Previously, although the young men in purple robe continued treatment, the meridians and apertures inside their bodies were all eroded and sealed by the demonic chi, making absorbing the medicinal power impossible, which is why it seemed ineffective. Now that the demonic chi is gone, their bodies started instinctively absorbing the medicinal power. Additionally, with the power of the golden needles, Lu Qing helped them quickly refine the medicinal power. Everything fell into the sights of the woman and the young girl. The most direct feeling was that the vitality chi inside the young men in purple robe was rapidly recovering. Finally, after Lu Qing withdrew the golden needle, they were delighted to see that among the 3, the young man in purple with the highest cultivation level slowly opened his eyes. Junior brother, senior brother Zixeo, senior sister Yi, Xiao Jing, why are you here? The young man in purple heard 2 familiar voices, and his somewhat confused gaze fell upon the 2 of them. His body trembled suddenly, revealing an unbelievable expression in his eyes. Especially senior sister Yi, wasn't she supposedly killed by Lee Motion? Why does she now appear completely unharmed? However, the young man in purple quickly realized, "Ah, I see, have I arrived at the netherworld. I didn't expect, junior sister Zio Jing, that you couldn't escape Lee Motion's deadly hands in the end. But this netherworld doesn't really look as gloomy and dark as the legends say. And senior sister, has the sect not discovered that we have died? Why hasn't anyone burnt even a bit of paper money, leaving you like this, barely clothed, unable to afford a decent garment?" He thought that he had indeed died, which was why he saw senior sister Yi unharmed. However, the woman couldn't help but have a dark face upon hearing the young man in purple's words. "Zixeo, stop talking nonsense. You're not dead, and neither are we. Senior sister, you really joke well. If you weren't dead, how could there not be a single mark on you? I saw with my own eyes Lee Motion carrying your corpse out." Seeing Zixeo still continue to babble nonsense, the woman finally couldn't take it anymore. She directly picked up a pebble and flicked it out. The pebble whistled and smacked onto the forehead of the young man in purple, making him cry out in pain. "Ah, senior sister Yi, senior brother Zixeo just woke up. Don't knock him out again now." The young girl, seeing this, couldn't help but advise, "It hurts." After the young man in purple cried out, he finally sensed something was off. "Senior sister, are we really not dead?" "Of course not. Perhaps if you really wish to die that much, I can send you on your way to have a real taste of the netherworld you long for." The woman took out a robe from a storage magical artifact and draped it over herself. Her face still looked a bit dark. In her previous life or death battle with Lee Motion, her vestment robe had been damaged. Just having awoken, worried about the lives and deaths of these bastards, she didn't have time to mind such details. She didn't expect this little rascal to wake up and start teasing her. No need for senior sister's trouble. Staying alive is naturally good." The young man in purple now also saw the surrounding environment clearly. Isn't this the valley where they fought with Lee Motion before? Plus, feeling his actual physical body and the faint pain on his forehead, he finally understood that he really hadn't died. Senior sister Yi and Zio Jing, they were also very much alive. However, this realization birthed other doubts within him. Didn't he see with his own eyes senior sister Yi getting killed by Lee Motion? He, along with two other junior brothers, was desperately blocking Lee Motion to buy Zio Jing time to escape, only to be easily defeated by Lee Motion, all severely injured and dying, losing consciousness. How is it now that not only is senior sister Yi fine, but even he, though weak inside, doesn't have a single injury? What on earth is going on? Just as the young man in purple wanted to ask about the doubts in his heart, beside him, two light groans sounded. It turned out the other two disciples of the Kainkun sect had also finally come around. "So that's how it is. It was this Mr. Chen who saved us." After the other two disciples of the Kainkun sect awoke, and after a brief explanation from the young girl, the young man in purple finally understood the course of events. During this process, they also learned that Lu Qing was now using the alias Chen Qing. Immediately, the young man in purple and the other two Kainkun sect disciples solemnly bowed to Lu Qing to express their gratitude. "No need to be so polite. My master has always taught me that those who cultivate should uphold their true selves and do good deeds. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time to save you all," Lu Qing said with a slight smile. "Your master's words are truly noble wisdom. May I ask which senior master he is? I apologize, but when I left to travel, my master gave me strict orders not to casually reveal his esteemed name." The young man in purple and the others were not surprised upon hearing this. When disciples from major sects or noble families travel, they often conceal their identities. Just like when they go out for training, they rarely reveal that they are disciples of the Kainkun sect. However, in their hearts, they secretly began to ponder and speculate which family among the powerful sect forces in the heavenly origin great world might harbor a genius like Lu Qing. "Everyone, since your bodies are now well, it is time for me to take my leave." However, before they could deduce which major sect Lu Qing might belong to, Lu Qing suddenly said, "Is Mr. Chen leaving already?" The young man in purple and the others were taken aback, especially the young girl who stood frozen on the spot. "Indeed, I travel around with no fixed abode, and meeting you was merely happenstance. Now that your injuries have healed, I can rest easy. Let's part ways here." "How can it be so, Mr. Chen? You saved us such a great grace, and we haven't repaid you even a little yet." The woman surnamed Yi hurriedly said, "Our meeting was fate, and it was just a small help. There's no need for you to take it to heart." Lu Qing smiled, "But not repaying a kindness is not something our kind would do. A life-saving grace is greater than the heavens. If we just let you leave without repaying anything, our master might scold us upon our return," the young man in purple insisted. Lu Qing looked at their earnest expressions and thought for a moment. He said, "If that's the case, why don't you give me some spirit stones?" Lu Qing's sudden words left the young man in purple and the others dumbfounded. "It's like this." Seeing their puzzlement, Lu Qing explained, "My master is a doctor. He often teaches me to have the heart of a healer. When treating you earlier, I used a top-grade spirit fruit. If you feel burdened, then give me some spirit stones as consultation fees." In the end, in a state of bewilderment mixed with a sense of absurdity, after Lu Qing received a bag of spirit stones from them, he said, "Everyone, mountains and rivers will meet again, so I'll take my leave here." After speaking, he transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky and gracefully departing, leaving the young man in purple and others standing there, staring blankly in the direction he left. After a while, when the light Lu Qing transformed into had long disappeared, they finally regained their senses. This Mr. Chen really comes and goes like the wind, truly free-spirited. We cultivators should aspire to be like that. The young man in purple spoke with admiration. The others also deeply agreed. Although they had only interacted with Lu Qing for such a short time, he had left a deep impression in their hearts. Why did Brother Chen leave so quickly? The young girl looked regretful, feeling deeply disappointed. The young man in purple, seeing her disappointment, laughed immediately. "It seems our most admired junior sister Xiao Jing in the inner sect has been drawn to him." The girl's face turned red instantly. "Senior brother Zixao, what nonsense are you spouting?" But it's understandable, although Mr. Chen looks rather ordinary, his cultivation is profound, and his personality free and unrestrained, far more outstanding than many true disciples in our inner sect. Plus, after the heroic rescue, it's normal for you, junior sister Xiao Jing, to feel moved. The young man in purple continued to tease. "Senior brother Zixao, stop talking." The girl's face turned even redder. Seeing her bashful look, he wanted to tease her further. At that moment, senior sister Yi gave him a stern look and coldly said, "Zixao, if you don't learn to restrain your mouth, it will surely bring you trouble one day. How can you slander Mr. Chen, senior sister?" The young man in purple was startled, not expecting her to suddenly become so serious. But senior sister Yi no longer paid him any mind, instead turning to the girl and asking, "Xiao Jing, where is Li Motion's corpse?" "Just ahead, not far from here. Senior sister Yi, I'll take you there." The redness on the girl's face faded slightly as she flew towards the place where Lu Qing and Li Motion had fought. Senior sister Yi glanced at the young man in purple. "Once you see Li Motion's corpse, you'll realize just how laughable your earlier words were." With that, she too left. This left the young man in purple and the other two Kainkun sect disciples standing around, baffled. "Senior brother Zixao, why did senior sister Yi suddenly get angry?" asked one of the Kainkun sect disciples. "I don't know either." The young man in purple scratched his head. "It seems the reason must be related to Li Motion's corpse." "Senior sister Yi, senior brother Zixao, Li Motion's corpse is right below." In midair, the young girl arrived at the place where Lu Qing had saved her before and pointed downward. Senior sister Yi and the young man in purple looked down, only to see a lifeless corpse lying on a shattered boulder. Judging from the clothes and figure, it could only be Li Motion. Upon seeing Li Motion's corpse, senior sister Yi and the young man in purple narrowed their eyes. They flew down immediately, turned the corpse over, and saw that familiar face. While their hearts and spirits were slightly shaken, they also inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Although the young girl and Lu Qing had previously said that Li Motion was dead, they still had some doubts deep in their hearts until they truly saw Li Motion's corpse. The powerful evil demon who had fallen into the demon path was indeed slain in this nameless forest. They even considered whether Li Motion had faked his death, deceived Lu Qing and the others, and had already seized the opportunity to escape. After all, demon cultivation techniques are strange, with many life-saving methods, making them notoriously hard to kill. But since Lu Qing had saved their lives, they didn't dare to ask directly. It wasn't until now, seeing Li Motion's corpse, that they truly felt at ease. With their hearts and spirits relaxed, senior sister Yi began to examine Li Motion's corpse again. And yet she discovered that aside from some bruising from falling from midair, there were no other injuries. The only fatal wound was a sword mark at the center of his forehead. Clearly, Li Motion's death was due to this sword mark. As her fingers brushed over the sword mark, sensing the still lingering, terrifying sword intent within, senior sister Yi was secretly shocked. "Xiao Jing, tell it again in detail. What happened after you escaped from the valley, including the battle between Mr. Chen and Li Motion," senior sister Yi said seriously. At this moment, the young man in purple also noticed something was wrong and looked at the young girl. "It was like this, after I escaped from the valley, Li Motion quickly caught up with me." The young girl did not hesitate and immediately started recounting. She narrated how she was chased by Li Motion and how Lu Qing saved her, all in complete detail. Especially the scene where Lu Qing killed Li Motion. It had already been deeply etched in her mind. She described it vividly, with great detail. "At that time, we were trapped inside the big array that Li Motion had set up. Initially, I thought we were doomed to die this time. However, to my surprise, Li Motion's horrifying black fire formation was shattered with a single backhanded move by Brother Chen. Then Brother Chen, with unimaginable speed, approached Li Motion. With a casual point to Li Motion's forehead, Li Motion was dead. From start to finish, despite all his methods, Li Motion couldn't cause any harm to Brother Lei. In contrast, brother Li only used one move, and Li Motion couldn't withstand it, resulting in his complete demise. Did he really kill Li Motion with just one move? Senior sister Yi was incredibly shocked after hearing the girl's account and murmured. From Xiao Jing's description, it was clear that after obtaining the treasure from the cave mansion, Li Motion's strength increased significantly, far stronger than when he fought against her. Otherwise, Zixao and the others wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It should be noted that even if the three of them joined forces, she might not necessarily have been able to win. Yet the formidable Li Motion, from Xiao Jing's account, was completely suppressed by Lu Qing from start to finish. In the end, with just one move, he was finished off. And according to Xiao Jing's description, Lu Qing didn't even seem to use his full power when killing Li Motion. Just who exactly is this Mr. Chen? Senior sister Yi couldn't help but wonder. As for the three young men, they were already dumbfounded. After they woke up, Xiao Jing had briefly mentioned that she was saved by Lu Qing. But at that time, they thought Lu Qing used some powerful exotic treasure to rescue Xiao Jing. They hadn't known that the battle between him and Li Motion was so one-sided. Junior sister Xiao Jing, are you saying, even after Li Motion activated the big array, he was still killed in one move by Mr. Chen? The young man in purple couldn't believe it. Yes, the young girl nodded vigorously. Moreover, Brother Chen didn't use any magical treasures at all, just a single sword point, and he cut off all of Li Motion's vitality. The young man in purple was stunned once more. Now you realize how ridiculous your earlier words were. Senior sister Yi's cold voice echoed at this moment. To compare Mr. Chen with an inner sect disciple, can you casually jest or evaluate someone of his caliber? Not to mention he saved our lives, Zixao. You really have no sense of propriety. If Mr. Chen were not so kind-hearted, any other cultivator would have had every right to strike you down, and you'd have brought it upon yourself. The young man in purple dared not speak again. He finally realized why senior sister Yi was so angry earlier. As she mentioned, being able to so effortlessly kill Li Motion, who possessed late-stage golden core strength after falling into the demon path, Lu Qing's power must be at a level unimaginable to him. Even if not a primordial spirit great power, at least an 8th transformation golden core, or even 9 transformations perfection. How could someone like him, a mere 4th transition golden core cultivator, mock such a figure? Senior sister, I know I was wrong. The young man in purple lowered his head. Seeing his sincere attitude, senior sister Yi's expression softened a bit. It's good that you understand your mistake. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Just because nothing happened this time doesn't mean someone will always tolerate you. Yes, the young man replied, keeping his head down. As for the other 2 Kainkun sect disciples, they secretly felt fortunate that they hadn't spoken out casually. Alright, now that Li Motion is dead, we've removed a major hidden danger. Let's rest here for a day or two, fully recover our mana, and then set off back to the sect. Yes, senior sister. Senior sister Yi put away Li Motion's corpse, feeling a slight worry emerge in her heart. Although Li Motion was dead, many things remained a mystery, such as how he fell into the demon path and how he managed to stay hidden in the sect for so long without being discovered. And the words he previously said to Zixao about their senior brother, are those really true? All these questions lingered in her mind. Vaguely, senior sister Yi sensed a shadow lurking within the sect, inexplicably giving her a sense of unease. Once she pressed down that unease, she remembered Lu Qing. This mysterious young man who saved their lives was also an enigma. Logically, such a peerless cultivator with astonishing medical skill in the heavenly origin great world should be quite famous. Yet reviewing the sect's records of many younger generations' outstanding talents, there seemed no one who matched him. What does this suggest? It suggests that Lu Qing either entered the heavenly origin great world from outside for training, or he is a devilish genius cultivated in some hidden place. Adding to this the emergence of a demon cultivator like Li Motion, all these factors combined gave her an intangible, foreboding sense of impending turmoil. Soon she might foresee that a significant change is about to occur in the heavenly origin great world, yet she couldn't discuss these with Zixao and the others. Apparently, after returning, I must report to Master first. Senior sister Yi secretly decided in her heart. 2 days later, after the disciples of Kainkun sect completed their closed-door regulating breath, they had mostly recovered their conditions. They didn't delay any further, summoned their magical treasures, and headed back to the sect. Not long after they departed, deep underground in a certain cave mansion, the blood in the blood pool kept twisting. Finally, a blood-red figure slowly emerged from the blood pool. As its face became clear, it surprisingly took on the appearance of Li Motion. Trying hard to escape from the blood pool, Li Motion fell to the ground, unable to stand up for a while. His aura was incredibly weak, no longer possessing the strength of the Golden Core realm. However, Li Motion could no longer worry about these things. At this moment, his heart was filled only with terror. Who exactly is that person? Li Motion recalled the sword point of Lu Qing. His heart and spirit still trembled, as if the sword intent that could sever everything still lingered at his brow. Since acquiring the power of the demon path, He never thought he would suffer such a bitter defeat at the hands of a cultivator of the same golden core realm. More importantly, he could feel it. From beginning to end, Lu Qing should never have exerted his full strength. Damn it, years of plotting, just about to succeed, yet ruined by some accidental and inexplicable fellow. Li Motion's eyes showed resentment, and his heart was filled with intense hatred. He had planned for a long time to gain the trust of Zixio and the others, leading them to this demon cultivator cave mansion. Seeing everything progressing smoothly, not only did he obtain the magical treasure left by the senior demon cultivator, but he also captured Zixio and the others. According to his plan, he should throw their physical bodies into the blood pool. With their essence, blood, and souls, he would be able to reshape his physical body. Not only would he truly step into the late-stage golden core realm, but even his foundational talent would transform, greatly enhancing his chances of achieving the primordial spirit in the future. Unexpectedly, halfway through, a formidable character so despair-inducing emerged, shattering all his plans. Now he lost both his physical body and magical treasure. His years of hard cultivation had turned to nothing. If he hadn't planted a thread of the divine soul seed in the blood pool earlier, allowing him to rebirth using the blood demon rebirth technique, he might have already truly perished, completely fallen. Damn you, I've remembered you one day. I will dismember your body into 10,000 pieces, extract your divine soul, and torture you endlessly. Years of plotting gone in one moment, like sinister words rising from the netherworld, echoing in the cave mansion. Li Motion's heart was full of extreme hatred. At this moment, his hatred towards Lu Qing surpassed that for the likes of Qian Lingxiao and Gong Shuzhang, who killed his family and destroyed his hometown. However, in the next moment, Li Motion suddenly froze. A faint voice suddenly said, "Is that so? I wonder how you'll dismember me, extract my divine soul." Following that, unhurried footsteps echoed. A silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness, arriving before the blood pool. "It's you." Li Motion's eyes widened. "You didn't leave." "No, how could you have found this place?" Looking at the newcomer, Li Motion's eyes were full of disbelief, because that person wore simple clothes and on his shoulder stood a strange raccoon spiritual beast. Surprisingly, it was none other than Lu Qing, whom he had just been muttering resentfully about. "This place isn't exactly an impenetrable dragon's den or a tiger's lair, why would I not find it?" Lu Qing said lightly. "Or did you think your inadequately practiced blood demon rebirth technique could sever all consequences and deceive everyone's perception? You know the blood demon rebirth technique. Who exactly are you?" Li Motion was astonished. The blood demon rebirth technique is a secret transmission of the demon clan, generally unknown to most. Yet the person before him not only knew this secret technique but appeared to be very familiar with it, causing him to be shocked. "You don't need to know who I am." Lu Qing looked at Li Motion, eyes indifferent. "Originally, I was considering your pitiful past, whether to spare your life, simply cutting off your physical body as a minor punishment. But now it seems that pitiful people also have hateful aspects, stubborn and even worsening. You're no different from those like Qian Lingxiao and Gong Shuzhang who destroyed your hometown. You've become a demon that disregards living creatures, willing to harm innocent lives for your own purposes. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep you alive." Having said that, Lu Qing extended another finger, gently pointing out. His words stirred great waves in Li Motion's heart. "You even know about my past. Was it Zixio who told you? Who exactly are you?" However, Lu Qing remained silent, his sword point slowly approaching his brow. Li Motion wanted to dodge, but in his prime, he was not an opponent of even one move of Lu Qing. Now, having just resurrected from the blood pool, his power was vastly diminished. How could he possibly evade Lu Qing's sword point? Under the shroud of sword intent, he found it utterly impossible to move even a little. Feeling the horrifying aura of impending death, Li Motion truly panicked. The heavenly demon rebirth technique might be mysterious, but it's not omnipotent. For those in the golden core realm, it can only be performed once. Which means once this body dies, he would truly fall, with no chance of comeback. Under the veil of death, Li Motion could no longer care about anything else. His eyes showed extreme pleading. "Lord, please spare me, spare my life. I dare not again, please spare me a life." Yet Lu Qing's will was so firm, having decided to kill. How could he be swayed by such a small plea? He paused not at all. The sword point gently tapped again on Li Motion's forehead under his utterly terrified gaze. With the eruption of sword intent, his newly reincarnated physical body was simply unable to withstand it. It shattered instantly, turning into flying ash, completely disappearing. That wisp of divine soul consciousness also utterly perished, with no possibility of resurrection. The cave mansion regained its tranquility, and the surging blood pool also returned to silence. "Ah Qing, is this guy truly dead this time?" At this moment, little Li spoke up and asked. "Yes." Lu Qing nodded lightly, yet a trace of sigh appeared in his eyes. Earlier, when he caught up on the ground and destroyed Li Motion's vitality with a single sword strike, he actually realized something was wrong. The other party had a trace of spiritual nature and fled underground in an extremely strange manner. If it were not for his keen spiritual sense, he might have found it difficult to discover. However, at that time, since he had to heal the disciples of Kainkun sect, he did not investigate further. Moreover, because of the superpower he detected from Lee Motion and certain pieces of information he discovered, he knew some of his past experiences. In his heart, he was vaguely thinking of giving the other party another chance. However, during the process of healing the purple-clothed youth and others, Lu Qing saw the demon energy runes that Lee Motion had planted on them. His mind, however, changed its course, because he recognized that it was an extremely cruel and evil blood sacrifice technique. The demon general residual soul he enslaved had once mentioned this evil technique to him. He immediately understood that Lee Motion had already fallen completely into the demon path. Everything he did was not just for revenge. Or rather, revenge was merely an excuse for him to fall into the demon path. The current him had become a demon cultivator, who would stop at nothing for power. Therefore, he parted ways with the purple-clothed youth and others, not only to avoid getting entangled with Kainkun sect. Another reason was to thoroughly eliminate Lee Motion, because he knew, given Lee Motion's disposition, freshly reinvoking the blood demon rebirth technique to reform his body, he would inevitably plunder blood cuisine on a grand scale to quickly regain his strength. If that were the case, it would be a disaster for the human race in the surrounding territories. Perhaps when you initially chose the power of the demon path, it was indeed for revenge. Sadly, in the present, you have been corrupted by the demon path, utterly lost. Looking at the calm and unruffled blood pool, Lu Qing was silent and speechless. At this moment, he truly realized the terror of the demon path. No wonder that in this heavenly origin great world, the righteous and the demon clan were so irreconcilable and mortal enemies. Standing silently for a moment, Lu Qing suddenly waved his sleeve, and in the next moment a stream of transparent nanaming leaving fire surged forth and fell into the blood pool before him. Invisibly, a bone-chilling shriek resonated. The seemingly calm blood pool twisted, screamed, and struggled like a living entity under the combustion of nanaming leaving fire. Countless blood-red flesh buds emerged from the blood pool, attempting to extinguish the nanaming leaving fire. However, the nanaming leaving fire wielded by Lu Qing via the leaving fire tripod was incredibly potent. Even primordial spirit great powers would not dare let it burn them unhindered. This blood pool, though strange, still struggled to resist under the refinement of nanaming leaving fire. In the end, those blood-red flesh buds, after struggling for a while, subsided. The entire blood pool quickly evaporated and gradually dried up, but Lu Qing did not stop there. With a casual wave, more nanaming leaving fire emerged from the void and fell upon various parts of this underground cave mansion. The nanaming leaving fire possessed immense power, burning everything. It was truly the nemesis of these bizarre demon path entities. Soon, the entire cave mansion was engulfed in flames. When Lu Qing returned to the ground again, the sun was already setting in the west outside. Ah Qing, where are we going now? Head east. Earlier I heard Mr. Kaio say that in the eastern Tianshu continent, there is a vast divine mountain, containing countless secret realms and opportunities. A multitude of sect forces and countless cultivators also gather there. I need enough cultivation techniques as references to create the follow-up techniques for my cultivation method. Let's head there to see if we can find some opportunities. Lu Qing said, Tianshu continent. Upon hearing this, little Lee's eyes also revealed a look of excitement. Earlier, when Mr. Kaio described the divine mountain in Tianshu continent in that convoy, it was nestled snug in Lu Qing's arms, listening intently. Hearing that they were going there, it became immensely eager. After all, according to Mr. Kaio, treasures were ubiquitous on that divine mountain. Perhaps even kicking a roadside stone could yield an exotic treasure, and as a Black Knight spirit fox with a special sense for treasures, how could it not be excited? Ah Qing, let's hurry on our way. They say the Tianshu continent is quite far from here. All right, let's set off now. Lu Qing smiled and then transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the east. This time, he truly departed, while Lu Qing was hurrying toward the eastern Tianshu continent. On the other side, the purple-clothed youth and others, rushing all the way, finally returned to Kainkun sect. After returning to the sect, Senior Sister Yi did not immediately report the matter concerning Lee Motion, but after cautioning the purple-clothed youth and others, she found her master. What did you say? Lee Motion is a demon cultivator, and this time invited you out for a hidden agenda. When Senior Sister Yi's master, one of the supreme elders of Kainkun sect, Mokshuan Taoist, heard her report, he was astounded. Indeed, Lee Motion had long fallen into the demon path. His devil technique was strange and powerful. We were completely no match for him. If not for heaven leaving a road open for us, having a powerful stranger pass by and rescue us, we would have likely become Lee Motion's demonic provisions, never able to return to see you again, master. Recollecting the scene from that day, Senior Sister Yi still had lingering fears. What's going on? You must explain it in detail, Mokshuan Taoist urged promptly. This is how it was, Master. That day, we accepted Lee Motion's invitation to go on a journey. Master, look, Lee Motion's corpse is right here. After relaying the events of recent days in great detail, she took out Lee Motion's corpse from the storage magical treasure. Indeed, he had cultivated devil technique. Upon seeing Lee Motion's drastically changed corpse and the lingering demonic aura on him, Mokshuan Taoist comprehended entirely that Lee Motion indeed had fallen into the demon path, but this understanding made his heart instead solemn. He advised Senior Sister Yi, this matter is of great consequence. In any case, after you leave, speak not whimsically, leave everything to your master, understand. Seeing her master's serious demeanor, Senior Sister Yi paused and then said defiantly, Master, am I not right? Seeing his beloved disciple's unwilling posture, Mokshuan Taoist's expression fluctuated mysteriously, as if contemplating something. He looked at Lee Motion's corpse in silence. By the way, that strange person who saved you just used one move to kill Lee Motion. Yes, that Mr. Chen used just one sword point to slay Lee Motion. Senior Sister Yi pointed to the sword mark on Lee Motion's altered corpse's brow. Only used one sword point. Mokshuan Taoist placed his hand on the forehead of Lee Motion's corpse, then his fingers twitched slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Such powerful sword intent, could the one who saved you be an unparalleled prodigy from some sword cultivation sect? Disciple also does not know that Mr. Chen, not only is his sword Dao remarkable, he is also astonishingly accomplished in the path of medical Dao, truly excelling in both sword and healing. At that time I was barely clinging to life, with more than half of my body stepping into the yellow springs. Yet he forcibly pulled me back. In a short time, not only fully recovered my injuries, but there were no lingering aftereffects. The same goes for younger brother Zixio and the others. Their meridians and internal organs were all corroded by demonic qi. Even the Jade Dew rejuvenation pill had no effect, and they were on the brink of death. Yet Mr. Chen saved them all with just the golden needle technique. Speaking of the medical skills Lu Qing displayed, Senior Sister Yi's face was still full of amazement. She knew well the extent of her injuries at the time. It was not an exaggeration to say she had already stepped through the ghostly gates. Yet even so, Lu Qing saved her in such a short time. She reckoned that with her injuries at the time, even returning to the sect and with her master's help might not have healed so quickly. Thinking of this, Senior Sister Yi asked again, Master, with your vast experience, can you guess the origins of Mr. Chen's master? Why did the one who saved you not tell you? Mr. Chen said his master ordered him not to casually reveal his own origins, so that's how it is. Mokshuan Taoist pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. In our heavenly origin great world, there are many sects skilled in the Tao of medicine and alchemy. And sects with astonishing sword Tao inheritances are even more numerous. However, those skilled in both are few. Among those sects I know of, there doesn't seem to be such an unparalleled figure you encountered. Even Master doesn't know. Could it be that Mr. Chen is from outside our heavenly origin great world, here to train? Senior Sister Yi continued to ask. That is also a possibility. Mokshuan Taoist nodded, however. Our heavenly origin great world is vast, with many hidden covert forces in the shadows. There are even powerful primordial spirit loose cultivators who never concern themselves with worldly matters, focusing only on cultivation. The person you encountered might very well come from there. Upon hearing this, Senior Sister Yi felt a bit disappointed. She understood that finding out Lu Qing's origins would be extremely difficult. Mokshuan Taoist saw her expression and smiled. Why be so troubled? Since this remarkable person does not wish to reveal their identity, there must be a reason. In the future, if you are fated, you will meet again. Master, what do you mean by fate? Senior Sister Yi's face inexplicably blushed, but Mokshuan Taoist only smiled and said nothing more. He was someone who had lived for so many years, having experienced much, and could clearly see his disciples' feelings at this moment. However, knowing her nature, he refrained from teasing excessively. Otherwise, she might get angry. Senior Sister Yi blushed for a while, and seeing her master no longer teased her, her mood slowly calmed down. She thought of another matter and asked, Master, how much do you know about senior brother Kain Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, why do you suddenly ask about him? Mokshuan Taoist asked curiously. It's like this, younger brother Zixio and the others said that Li Motion once mentioned the reason for joining the demon clan and falling into the demon path. Senior Sister Yi recounted what Li Motion had previously told the youths in purple. There's such a thing. Mokshuan Taoist pondered for a moment. But at that time, younger brother Zixio and the others were completely no match for Li Motion. Was there a need for him to do so? Demon cultivators are always insidious and cunning, employing any means necessary, not to be interpreted with ordinary thinking. Li Motion might have had another purpose beyond shaking your mental defenses. See, even now you are harboring doubts about your senior brother. Mokshuan Taoist smiled. Senior Sister Yi remained silent. She suddenly realized that her master was right. Perhaps this was the effect Li Motion wanted. In order to prevent any unforeseen changes, even if they escaped by luck, they would harbor suspicions towards their senior brother and the sect. At least now she was feeling some doubt in her heart. Master, does that mean Lee Motion was lying, slandering senior brother? Senior sister Yi asked. I wouldn't be so certain. However, Mokshuan Taoist's response once again surprised her. Senior sister Yi was taken aback, but didn't you say? I meant to encourage you to observe more, ponder more, and not be easily swayed by others' words. Everything's appearance can be deceptive. Whether it's Lee Motion or your senior brother, what you usually see is merely what they choose to show others, not their entirety. The world is complex and varied, with both illusions and truths, making it hard to discern. Even what you see and hear in person may not necessarily be real. Just as demon cultivators are mostly cunning and treacherous, it doesn't mean that what Lee Motion said is surely false. As your teacher, I wasn't present at that time, so I can't definitively say he was lying. Mokshuan Taoist's words directly left senior sister Yi puzzled. Then, Master, according to what you're saying, the world is so complex and elusive. How can we discern the truth and right from wrong? Use your Tao heart. Mokshuan Taoist pointed to the front of senior sister Yi. In all the things in the world, everything could be illusory. But only the Tao heart of us cultivators can be indomitable, constantly refined through hardship. If you encounter any uncertainty in the future, ask your inner self more. On the path of cultivation, only by staying true to one's heart can you achieve clarity of mind and progress vigorously. As long as you remain true to your heart, steadfast in your Tao heart, then no matter how deceptive and complex the world is, you will certainly be able to see through the illusion and reach the truth. Upon hearing this, senior sister Yi's body was suddenly shaken. Mumbling to herself, stay true to one's heart to see through the illusion with Tao heart. Watching his disciple fall into deep thought, Mokshuan Taoist quietly sat there, no longer speaking, leaving her to comprehend on her own. This disciple of mine, though her cultivation talent is remarkably exceptional, not only has she refined a top-grade golden core, but she has also reached the 5th transformation realm. Yet her nature is too forthright, easily led astray and deceived by others. This time they were easily lured outside by Lee Motion, almost losing their lives because of this. He hopes that after this arduous experience she can undergo some change. If she can thereby solidify her Tao heart, future attainment of the primordial spirit will no longer be a mere illusion, but within grasp, to see through the illusion with Tao heart. Senior sister Yi kept repeating this sentence, with a light gradually illuminating in her eyes. Finally, she lifted her head, realization dawning on her. Master, disciple understands. It's good that you understand. Mokshuan Taoist did not ask what exactly his beloved disciple had grasped, merely nodded appreciatively. You just need to remember this realization and persevere with consistency, unite your knowledge and action, then in the not-too-distant future, the path to the primordial spirit is attainable. Senior sister Yi bowed deeply to her master, but her eyes were already filled with serenity and calmness. On the way back, she pondered over many things, especially matters concerning Lee Motion and the senior brother, which inexplicably unsettled her. However, after her master's enlightenment, her heart became much more at peace. No matter if there's any hidden plot behind Lee Motion's matters, as long as she stays true to her heart and facing them, there's nothing to fear. Seeing the determination in his disciple's eyes, Mokshuan Taoist felt even more satisfied. He waved his hand and said, all right, just leave Lee Motion's corpse here and leave the rest of the matter to me. You needn't worry about it anymore. Yes, master, senior sister Yi responded. As for your senior brother's matters, there's no need for you to inquire either. I hear he recently went to Tianshu Continent and won't be returning to the sect anytime soon. Senior brother went to Tianshu Continent. Senior sister Yi looked surprised. Tianshu Continent isn't exactly close to their Kainkun sect. Indeed, I heard that Tianshu Divine Mountain over there has had frequent anomalies recently. It seems a new secret realm is about to appear. Many sect forces, noble families, have sent their talented disciples to Tianshu Continent. If a new secret realm really comes into existence, it's good to be prepared early and take a share of the opportunities. Our Kainkun sect has sent your senior brother to lead a batch of inner sect disciples over there. Tianshu Divine Mountain is about to have a new secret realm appear. Upon hearing this, senior sister Yi's heart was even more stirred. What exactly is Tianshu Divine Mountain? It is one of the most vast and majestic, profoundly mysterious divine mountains of the heavenly origin great world. Every anomaly can stir the nerves of numerous sect forces. If what Master said is true, it's not hard to imagine that soon, that place will undoubtedly become a tumultuous place. This news has been circulating for several days now, Mokshuan Taoist said. Initially, I was thinking, after you came back, you would also go over there to see if you could chance upon a fairy fate. But now that you're just recovering from your injuries, it's better to first retreat and recuperate. If after you fully recover, the secret realm hasn't appeared yet, it wouldn't be too late to head over. Yes, senior sister Yi agreed. At the same time, she also felt somewhat excited. the anomalies of Tianshu Divine Mountain are bound to gather half the cultivation prodigies of the heavenly origin great world. Then many prodigies will contest for the opportunities. It will certainly be incredibly spectacular. Just thinking about it makes her heart surge. Indeed, she was even more eager, wondering if Mr. Chen would also appear at such an event. Thinking of this, senior sister Yi couldn't wait to retreat and cultivate immediately, recovering her body completely sooner, and then heading to Tianshu continent, lest she miss such a grand spectacle. Watching the departing figure of his beloved disciple, Mokshuan Taoist's gaze fell on Li Motion's corpse, his expression becoming serious. After pondering for a while, he collected Li Motion's corpse, transformed into a stream of light, and flew towards the back mountain of the sect. Ah Ching is that Tianshu continent up ahead. In the sky, Lu Qing floated above the clouds, with little Li standing on his shoulder. It looked at the towering, boundless mountain ahead, its mouth and eyes widened. It should be this Tianshu continent is named after the Tianshu Divine Mountain. The magnificent Divine Mountain ahead should be the legendary Tianshu Divine Mountain. Lu Qing looked at the enormous mountain ahead, his eyes also reflecting awe. Before coming, he had anticipated the grandeur of this divine mountain, but when truly seeing it, he was still shocked. Even from such a great distance, the Tianshu Divine Mountain already exerted such a great deterrence. It's unimaginable what its power will be like when you are truly close. Once he thought the holy mountain of his homeland was immense enough, but compared to the Tianshu Divine Mountain of the heavenly origin great world, it's no more than a small hill. After all, the part of the Tianshu Divine Mountain that is visible alone is already larger than an entire world of his homeland. Lu Qing and little Li stood above the clouds, staring at the vast Tianshu Divine Mountain in silence. During this time, Lu Qing even tried using his superpower to gaze at the Divine Mountain to see if he could uncover any information. He looked for a long time, but there was no change in his vision, no notes appeared. He immediately understood. It seems the level of Tianshu Divine Mountain is too high. With his current ability, he still can't see through the information of such an existence. Just like when he was in his homeland world, he tried to use his superpower to explore the sun and moon, but he also failed to get any notes. In this way, Lu Qing also realized that Tianshu Divine Mountain is undoubtedly an extremely important part of the heavenly origin great world. Little Li, let's go. After calming his mind, Lu Qing used his movement technique, transforming into a stream of light, and continued to fly forward. Despite Tianshu Divine Mountain seeming just in front of them, it's merely an illusion due to the mountain's enormousness. In reality, Lu Qing and little Li are still far from the Divine Mountain. After all, given the vast boundlessness of the heavenly origin great world, the range to cross just a single Tianshu continent is already broader than hundreds or thousands of homeworlds combined. Therefore, Lu Qing wants to truly reach Tianshu Divine Mountain is still a very long journey. As he leisurely continued his journey for a few days, appreciating the scenery below while traveling, he suspected that hasty travel might accidentally provoke something formidable. Then, as Lu Qing continued in this leisurely manner for several days, Tianshu Divine Mountain was still just as grand ahead. Friend Taoist up ahead, please wait for a moment. Friend up ahead, please wait. After hearing another voice transmission, Lu Qing finally stopped and quietly looked back. He had, of course, long noticed someone behind him, but ever since entering the Tianshu continent, the population had become much more bustling. Occasionally, he would encounter other travelers along his journey. However, most of the time, there was mutual caution, and they wouldn't easily interact with unfamiliar cultivators. This was the first time he had been called to stop by someone. Lu Qing looked back and saw a young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe. His face was slightly round, and his figure somewhat plump. Under his feet was a large yellow gourd swiftly approaching Lu Qing. As he came closer to Lu Qing, he began to slow down and eventually stopped. Fellow cultivator, your tunneling light is indeed fast. I almost couldn't catch up with you. The slightly chubby Taoist took a breath and expressed admiration. Fast tunneling light, Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. He transformed his body into flowing light. It was merely the most basic tunneling light of the Golden Core realm, nothing involving magical treasures, so where was the speed? However, he did not show this and calmly said, "You flatter me with praise. I wonder why you called out to me." Meanwhile, he quietly activated his superpower and gazed at the slightly chubby Taoist. I was abrupt. The slightly chubby Taoist showed an embarrassed smile. I hail from Green Ox Continent, called the Five Treasure Taoist, and am heading to Tianshu Divine Mountain. Seeing you traveling alone, why don't we join together and travel as companions? Travel together. Lu Qing looked at the honest-looking, slightly chubby Taoist and glanced once more at a small red gourd hanging from his waist. Then he shook his head. Sorry, I always travel alone. I enjoy exploring by myself and am not accustomed to traveling with others. At this moment, text information about the Taoist began to appear in his vision, which Lu Qing silently read. Then a strange feeling slowly arose in Lu Qing's heart. Yet upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the slightly chubby Taoist seemed surprised. Why, fellow cultivator, aren't you headed for the Tianshu Divine Mountain to compete for opportunities in the newly emerging secret realm? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. New secret realm. It seems you really weren't aware of this. The slightly chubby Taoist looked at Lu Qing's expression, which didn't appear fake, and realized it was his misunderstanding. Lu Qing shook his head. I've been wandering around all the time. As for going to Tianshu Divine Mountain, it's merely because I've always been very fond of this divine mountain and wish to explore it. As for the new secret realm mentioned by Taoist, I'm indeed unaware. The slightly chubby Taoist perked up. Since that's the case, you should join me on the journey. Missing this significant opportunity would be too regrettable. Why are you so insistent on traveling with me? Lu Qing asked with interest. I won't hide it, fellow cultivator. I've cultivated a secret technique that can calculate my fortunes firsthand. Just by seeing you, I felt something in my heart. Thus, I calculated a divination for myself, and the result foretold great fortune. Hence, as long as I journey with you, I'll surely turn calamities into blessings, encountering continuous opportunities. The slightly chubby Taoist spoke with enthusiasm. The Taoist is quite honest, Lu Qing said with a smile. He recalled the text information that floated from the slightly chubby Taoist earlier, confirming that the other party wasn't lying. So, fellow cultivator, can you agree to let me follow you to the Tianshu Divine Mountain? The slightly chubby Taoist asked eagerly. And what benefit do I receive? Lu Qing asked. That's simple. If we truly obtain opportunities at Tianshu Divine Mountain, we'll split them in a 3-7 ratio. You, fellow cultivator, take 70%, while I, the Taoist, only take 30%. Are you satisfied with that? The slightly chubby Taoist was first stunned, then overjoyed, patting his chest with a firm promise. We'll see. Lu Qing said noncommittally. You can first tell me what's going on with the new secret realm. Of course. The slightly chubby Taoist was overjoyed to hear this. He understood that Lu Qing temporarily agreed. Fellow cultivator, there's still some distance to the Tianshu Divine Mountain from here. Why don't we talk as we walk? Sure. Lu Qing nodded. Thus, the two set off again. This time, Lu Qing didn't transform into flowing light, but rather conjured a cloud sitting calmly upon it, flying unhurriedly. The slightly chubby Taoist also rode his gourd magical treasure, matching pace with Lu Qing. After a mutual introduction between the two, the slightly chubby Taoist slowly disclosed the news about the new secret realm ready to emerge from Tianshu Divine Mountain. With the Taoist's detailed narration, Lu Qing finally understood. A month ago, a cave suddenly appeared on the mountainside of Tianshu Divine Mountain. Inside the cave, the light of origin was brewing and flickering. This phenomenon immediately caused a stir among the powerful adventurers who had been exploring Tianshu Divine Mountain. After all, such phenomena were not unfamiliar to them. It's the sign of a large secret realm that is about to brew into existence. This is also a major characteristic of Tianshu Divine Mountain. Tianshu Divine Mountain is not only vast and majestic, containing countless mystical secrets and treasures, it can also occasionally give birth to powerful secret realms. These secret realms are similarly vast, some even larger than certain medium and large worlds. Such a vast secret realm, naturally, contains numerous opportunities, and some of those opportunities can drive even primordial spirit great powers mad. Therefore, every time a new secret realm is conceived by Tianshu Divine Mountain, it's bound to cause a sensation. Not only will various sect forces and noble families dispatch elites to the Divine Mountain to seize opportunities, even many powerful loose cultivators will go there, hoping to encounter immortal fate. This time is no different. The anomalies of Tianshu Divine Mountain are simply impossible to conceal. In a short time, the news of a new secret realm about to be born has spread across most of the heavenly origin great world. Who knows how many powerful individuals and forces have already headed there? I see. No wonder I encountered quite a few cultivators with not insignificant cultivation on my way here, all in a hurry. So they are rushing to Tianshu Divine Mountain to vie for opportunities. Lu Qing, after listening to the slightly chubby Taoist, no, it should be 5 treasure Taoist's account, suddenly understood. Indeed, this time the birth of a new secret realm in Tianshu Divine Mountain will certainly attract countless strong individuals. Except for those far away who cannot make it in time, the powerful individuals from the nearby continents will probably all gather at the Divine Mountain. Since the strong are gathering at the Divine Mountain, does the Taoist believe that with our meager cultivation, we really have a chance to gain opportunities? Lu Qing expressed his doubt. It was not that he underestimated himself, but according to the fat Taoist, even many top-tier sect forces and noble families would send powerful individuals to Tianshu Divine Mountain to fight for opportunities. Among them, there must be no shortage of primordial spirit realm great powers. Within the Golden Core realm, Lu Qing can confidently claim he is second to none, but he is not so arrogant as to disregard even the primordial spirit realm, so he expressed doubt about the confidence of 5 treasure Taoist. It seems that Mr. Chen knows very little about Tianshu Divine Mountain. 5 treasure Taoist sighed. Oh, is there something more to this? I am willing to listen in detail, Lu Qing humbly asked. Actually, it's not a secret. Any cultivator who has been to Tianshu Divine Mountain generally knows it, the five treasure Taoists said. Tianshu Divine Mountain is one of the most mysterious and strange divine mountains in the heavenly origin great world. Although vast and huge, even its own mountain body is larger than a small world. Within it contains many mysterious caves, each containing its own world. The layers of space caves not only hide countless opportunities and secrets, but also lead to some unknown places. Even the ultimate great powers in the primordial spirit realm cannot fully explore the mysteries of Tianshu Divine Mountain. Thus, some have speculated that Tianshu Divine Mountain is likely the vestige left behind by immortals. Of course, immortals are merely legends. Whether they really exist, no one has seen. Hearing the five treasure Taoists' description, Lu Qing then realized how special Tianshu Divine Mountain was. But, Taoist, how does this relate to what I just said? Mr. Chen, don't be anxious. I haven't yet reached the crucial part. The five treasure Taoist chuckled and continued. Just now, Mr. Chen was worried that when the secret realm emerges, the powerful sect forces and noble families' primordial spirit great powers will come. With only our mere golden core realm cultivation, we might not gain any opportunities at all. In fact, that's exactly what Mr. Chen need not worry most about. Why is that? Lu Qing asked, puzzled. Because according to past conventions, the secret realms conceived by Tianshu Divine Mountain generally have cultivation restrictions. Cultivators above the primordial spirit realm are unable to enter the secret realm. Only those below the primordial spirit realm can enter the secret realm for treasure hunting and opportunity competition. Is there really such a thing? Lu Qing was surprised at this. It seems strange, doesn't it? But this is precisely the rule of Tianshu Divine Mountain. The five treasure Taoists smiled and said, those spatial caves that have always existed on Tianshu Divine Mountain generally have no cultivation restrictions. Anyone from a Qi refinement realm newbie to the pinnacle of primordial spirit realm great powers can enter them to explore opportunities, but the newly conceived secret realms on the Divine Mountain can only be entered by cultivators below the primordial spirit realm. This has been a rule summed up by our predecessors from countless secret realms conceived by Tianshu Divine Mountain over unknown tens of thousands of years. This is an ironclad rule, without exception. It is precisely because of such strange rules that some speculate that Tianshu Divine Mountain might be a relic left by ancient immortals. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why a naturally formed Divine Mountain would have such clearly targeted laws. Hearing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, such obviously targeted rules do not seem to form naturally, but rather appear to be deliberately designed. But who has such divine skills to control a vast and gigantic Tianshu Divine Mountain? It is no wonder that some would speculate about ancient immortals. However, the notion of immortals has always been elusive. Whether such beings ever truly appeared, no one can provide an answer. The newly conceived secret realm can only be entered by cultivators below the primordial spirit realm. But even so, attempting to snatch from the mouths of the major sect forces and noble families might still be difficult. These powerful forces have many prodigies within their gates. Merely sending one or two of their top late-stage golden core experts could sweep through the area. With my current strength, I absolutely cannot withstand it. Those prodigious sons might lay an eye on me, and I'd be gravely injured. Lu Qing still wasn't feeling optimistic. Mr. Chen, you jest. A humble Taoist would not dare to compete with the prodigious sons of those sects and families. The humble Taoist means to, once we arrive at Tianshu Divine Mountain and the secret realm opens, we will enter the secret realm, roam the outskirts, and try our luck at finding immortal fate without delving deep. Those prodigious sons of sects and families will surely venture deep into the secret realm for treasures. If we remain in the outskirts, there should be no major issues. The five treasure Taoist finally revealed his plan, but even so, Lu Qing did not immediately agree with him. He simply said, this matter is too risky. It's better to decide when we reach Tianshu Divine Mountain. Indeed, we haven't even seen what the secret realm looks like yet. Speculating here is indeed inappropriate. It's my fault for being too hasty. The five treasure Taoist wasn't annoyed by Lu Qing's cautiousness. Instead, he woke up to the fact. Ever since he met Lu Qing, after calculating a hexagram for himself, he's become optimistic. However, the future holds countless possibilities, and hexagrams are not unchangeable. If he enters the secret realm with this mindset, he would likely end up having bad luck at the time. Joy turning to sorrow is one of the most common changes after a hexagram changes. This fat Taoist has quite admirable character. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded inwardly. He initially thought the fat Taoist would be angry about his repeated refusals, but it appeared he had overthought it. However, he also started pondering internally. Earlier, when hearing the Taoist talk about the new secret realm, Lu Qing's heart was slightly moved. It seemed like there was something particularly useful to him within the new secret realm mentioned by the other party. Having cultivated to Lu Qing's level, whenever something significantly related to his own cultivation arises, he often gets a spontaneous sense. This is also the reason he did not refuse the slightly chubby Taoist's request to accompany him. He could sense that this little fat man seemed really quite peculiar. Moreover, from the information detected through superpower, it also indicated that the identity and background of this five-treasure Taoist were significant. Additionally, he seemed quite familiar with Tianshu Divine Mountain matters, so cooperating with him might indeed bring considerable gains. Thinking of this, Lu Qing had already made some decisions in his heart. However, he did not directly voice it. As he just stated, he hadn't even seen the secret realm about to be conceived by Tianshu Divine Mountain yet. Speaking about anything now would be premature. Everything will have to wait until they reach Tianshu Divine Mountain, and after he uses his superpower to investigate the secret realm that's about to be conceived before deciding. Wubao Taoist, I have one more question. Regarding us loose cultivators entering the secret realm, even if we acquire a treasure, what should we do when we come out? Those primordial spirit great powers may not be able to enter the secret realm, but as long as they wait at the entrance to the secret realm, won't they easily capture us when we come out? After flying for a while, Lu Qing raised another question. Mr. Chen needn't worry about this, Wubao Taoist chuckled. The Tianshu Divine Mountain is extraordinarily mystical, and the secret realms it generates are exceptional. These newly born secret realms have only one entrance, but there are multiple ways to exit, because within these realms, many of the spiritual beasts, demon beasts, and living creatures have a secret realm pearl within their bodies, as long as we obtain a secret realm pearl when exiting the secret realm. We can activate the secret realm pearl to appear anywhere on the Tianshu continent according to our will, so those primordial spirit great powers waiting at the entrance will be of no use. Is that so? At this, Lu Qing was truly amazed. No wonder so many loose cultivators, knowing the presence of powerful major sect forces, still flock to the Tianshu Divine Mountain. It turns out there is this reason behind it. As long as they can acquire the secret realm pearl, they need not worry about their gains in the secret realm being plundered by those sect forces. At this point, he couldn't help but suspect whether the Tianshu Divine Mountain was created by some ancient mysterious existence or super force. Otherwise, why would there be rules that obviously don't seem naturally formed? Can the Taoist now rest assured? Wubao Taoist smiled and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive. One still must see for themselves to draw conclusions." Lu Qing remained noncommittal. Mr. Chen is truly cautious. Wubao Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. However, he was even more satisfied in his heart. Exploring the secret realm is no small matter, as it involves contending for opportunities among powerful prodigies from multiple continents. A slight mistake can easily lead to one's death inside. The more cautious Lu Qing is, the better all the more reason to suspect his divination was wrong if he acted rashly, and so the two continued their journey above the clouds. During this time, Wubao Taoist couldn't help but secretly observe Lu Qing. After all, he was selected as his companion through divination, and it was essential to understand him better. As days passed, yet the more Wubao Taoist observed, the more shocked he became. In his perception, Lu Qing only had cultivation at the Golden Core third turn of a low grade. This wasn't surprising, as the world has countless exotic treasures and secret techniques that can disguise one's cultivation and aura. Just like himself, the cultivation he presents to the outside world is not his true strength. But after observing for several days, Wubao Taoist felt that every move of Lu Qing carried a perfect sense of will. This showed not only was his realm very high, but his control over his own power had reached a state of perfection. Such performance indicates Lu Qing's condensed golden core is of top grade. At the very least, it is a top-grade golden core, and very likely an innate top-grade golden core that has survived 8 or even 9 heavenly tribulations. When Wubao Taoist's mind grasped this possibility, he felt a profound shock. You must know that even among top-grade golden cores, there is a range of strengths. The weakest are those slowly refined from low-grade and mid-grade golden cores to form the postnatal top-grade golden core. The postnatal top-grade golden core finds it extremely difficult to achieve the primordial spirit and has very low prospects. Even if they luckily enter the primordial spirit realm by obtaining a powerful opportunity, most exhaust their potential. They usually stop at the initial realm of primordial spirit, or at most 1 or 2 tribulations. Above the postnatal top-grade golden core, there is the innate top-grade golden core formed directly during the golden core tribulation. But even among innate top-grade golden cores, different tribulation thunder counts create various levels. The innate golden cores that are refined through 7, 8, or 9 tribulation thunders. In terms of potency and potential, there is a graduated increase. Especially those refined through the strongest 9 tribulation thunders, achieving perfection as the innate golden core. They are incredibly powerful, surpassing all other golden cores. One can say an innate golden core refined through 9 tribulation thunders will almost undoubtedly achieve the primordial spirit realm, barring premature death. and even after achieving the primordial spirit, their potential is still astounding, allowing further advancement in the primordial spirit realm. In the future, they have a great chance to become a supreme primordial spirit great power. Of course, cultivators capable of achieving the perfect innate golden core are extremely rare. Even in a vast world like the heavenly origin great world, only the most astonishing prodigies have the possibility to achieve this. Such prodigy devils are rare even in the pinnacle sect forces and noble families. Thus, when Wu Baotaoist speculated that Lu Qing might have survived 8 or 9 tribulation thunders of innate top-grade golden core, he was profoundly shocked. At the same time, he understood where the great fortune in his divination originated from. If Lu Qing truly is a prodigy who survived more than 8 tribulation thunders, then in the secret realm, though not invincible, he is certainly more than capable of ensuring his survival. So as long as he holds tight to this thick thigh, his safety can be considered assured. Immediately, the 5 treasure Taoist became even more determined that upon reaching Tianshu Divine Mountain, he must cling tightly to Lu Qing's thigh. The two of them traveled for several more days in this manner, encountering more and more cultivators along the way. Finally, on the 5th day, they arrived before Tianshu Divine Mountain. Truly, it is a magnificent divine mountain. Hovering in midair, gazing at the Tianshu Divine Mountain ahead, and feeling that infinite might, Lu Qing couldn't help but express his awe. At this moment, they were still 1,000 miles away from Tianshu Divine Mountain. But this distance, in front of the vast divine mountain like a small world, was no different from being right in front of them. Fortunately, although the might emanating from Tianshu Divine Mountain was boundless, it was not sharp instead, it was as thick and embracing as the earth itself. Otherwise, apart from the top-tier primordial spirit great powers, no cultivators could have approached it. On Lu Qing's shoulder, little Li was also staring at Tianshu Divine Mountain, lost in a trance. No wonder it's one of the 10 divine mountains of the heavenly origin great world. The 5 treasure Taoist was equally astonished. Although he was quite familiar with many matters regarding Tianshu Divine Mountain, in reality, it was also his first time coming here. When he finally faced the divine mountain up close, he truly realized. The scrolls in the sect, no matter how vividly they depicted Tianshu Divine Mountain, could not express even a tenth of its true divine charm. No wonder his master often admonished him that while reading 10,000 books is important in cultivation, traveling 10,000 miles is equally indispensable. Without frequent travels, personally experiencing the world's grand beauty and its myriad ways of life, one cannot truly refine an indomitable and flawless Tao heart. It is even harder to overcome the spiritual and physical barriers and step into the supreme primordial spirit realm. The two of them and the spiritual beast stood in the air, observing Tianshu Divine Mountain for a long time. Finally, after exchanging smiles, they set off once again. Resuming their journey, Lu Qing carefully sensed his own changes. Just now, under the baptism of the vast aura of the divine mountain, he could feel his divine soul seem to have condensed a lot. Although his cultivation had not truly increased, his Tao heart appeared even more perfect and flawless. This gain was much more precious than mere cultivation improvement. He believed that the 5 treasure Taoist and little Li were likely experiencing the same. This Tianshu Divine Mountain deserves to be one of the countable divine mountains of the heavenly origin great world. Just observing it once can significantly refine the cultivator's divine soul, truly extraordinary. No wonder countless cultivators retreat here for cultivation all year round. However, according to the 5 treasure Taoist, Tianshu Divine Mountain is not a place one can stay indefinitely, because once you enter the Divine Mountain, you inevitably get contaminated by the aura of the mountain. This aura will accumulate gradually in the cultivator's divine soul over time. The longer the time, the heavier the mountain qi accumulated in the divine soul becomes. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will affect the cultivator's divine soul, causing the operation speed of the divine soul to become sluggish and thoughts to become less clear, presenting obstacles to the Tao heart. Under such circumstances, the cultivator must leave Tianshu Divine Mountain to slowly dissolve the mountain qi. Otherwise, if one insists on staying in the mountain, it's likely to lead to a chaotic divine soul, ultimately resulting in the disappearance of spirit light, turning into a waste person who can no longer cultivate. This is also the reason why, despite its divine wonders, no strong sect forces have claimed Tianshu Divine Mountain as their own. Because of the mountain qi of the divine mountain, even primordial spirit great powers cannot avoid it. At most, they can resist it better than other cultivators. Once the mountain qi accumulates too much, they still need to leave the divine mountain and retreat to dissolve the mountain qi. Even primordial spirit great powers are powerless, so naturally, no sect force would establish their sect on the divine mountain. Certainly, the sect cannot be relocated every so often, and because the divine mountain cannot be stayed in for long, many places for cultivators to gather have emerged near the divine mountain. Among them, Tianshu City is the largest city in these gathering places, and it is also the city Lu Qing and the others are heading to this time. Tianshu City is built at the foot of Tianshu Divine Mountain, only 100 miles away. This distance is just outside the range affected by Tianshu Divine Mountain's mountain chi. Lu Qing originally thought Tianshu City should be like Kanglan City in the Little Kang realm, a bustling city full of buildings. However, upon arrival, he found that Tianshu City was not what he imagined at all. Though Tianshu City is called a city, it actually has no city gates, not even city walls. There is only a towering huge stone mountain peak with the 3 large characters Tianshu City inscribed on it. Seeing those 3 enormous characters, which can be seen clearly even from 100 miles away, Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. He could feel that the 3 characters Tianshu City written in a vigorous and flowing manner must have been inscribed by a supreme expert, not only done in one breath, but they also carry a strong intent that is awe-inspiring. It is said that these 3 characters, Tianshu City, were written by a former city lord of Tianshu City, an absolute great power who reached the realm of 5 tribulations of the primordial spirit. It has been tens of thousands of years, yet the Taoist charm within has not dissipated. This shows the profoundly mysterious realm of that city lord. The 5 treasure Taoist looked at the huge mountain peak with those 3 large characters, expressing his admiration. Seeing Lu Qing still gazing at the 3 characters in a daze, he couldn't help but smile and say, speaking of which, these 3 characters should also count as the first opportunity for new cultivators arriving in Tianshu City. Oh, how so? Lu Qing turned his head. According to legend, these 3 characters were written by the then Tianshu City Lord using his unique Taoist skill, a self-created Sword Dao Divine Power. They contain the understanding of the Sword Dao Divine Power by that Tianshu City Lord. Therefore, there have always been rumors that anyone who can comprehend the sword intent contained within these characters might obtain the Sword Dao Divine Power legacy left by that Tianshu City Lord. Such a fortunate matter. Lu Qing asked with great interest, so over the years, has anyone obtained the Sword Dao legacy? Of course not. The 5 treasure Taoist shook his head. Over all these thousands of years, countless cultivators have come here to comprehend. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the legacy left by a 5 tribulations primordial spirit great power? Even those top-tier sect forces do not necessarily have many legacies of this level in their collections. However, despite many cultivators gaining significant insight through comprehending these 3 characters over the years, there have even been those with extraordinary talents who have derived their own Sword Dao Divine Power from it. Yet there has never been heard of anyone obtaining the unique Sword Dao Divine Power of that Tianshu City Lord. Therefore, the claim that the characters contain the Sword Dao legacy of that Tianshu City Lord ultimately remains just a rumor, never confirmed. That may not be the case. Perhaps someone obtained the legacy but chose not to reveal it. Lu Qing smiled. That's true as well. The 5 treasure Taoist laughed. After all, possessing a treasure invites trouble. If I obtained the legacy, I would definitely keep it a secret. Seeing that while Lu Qing was speaking, he would still glance at the 3 characters from time to time. The 5 treasure Taoist had a thought and directly suggested, Mr. Chen, since we rarely come to Tianshu City, why don't we also try to comprehend them? Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Qing turned his head. It's said that those 3 characters contain the mysteries of the Tianshu City Lord's Sword Dao Divine Power. So there's always been a rumor that whoever can comprehend these characters can receive the Sword Dao Divine Power legacy left by the Tianshu City Lord. Then that's not necessarily the case. Perhaps someone has already obtained it, Lu Qing said with great interest. Perhaps, but it said. But who knows, if one gains the legacy and then by chance one day achieves perfection, it's not surprising at all. In that case, let's give it a try too. Lu Qing, though not particular about the location, did not mind trying. So they flew towards another mountain peak suggested by the 5 treasure Taoists to comprehend the mysteries within. Very soon, a peak much shorter than the one inscribed with Tianshu City came into view, from which they could clearly see the full view of the 3 characters and feel the meaning within them. The 5 treasure Taoist, recalling the scrolls he had seen in the sect, suggested the spot. All right then. Before Lu Qing and Wubao Taoist arrived at the mountain peak, they discovered that it was shorter by a large margin because the top half had been artificially sliced off. This made the current mountaintop a wide, flat platform. The 2 descended and saw that there were already many people sitting cross-legged on the platform, facing the 3 characters Tianshu City. Some were meditating, while others stared intently at the opposite side, looking entranced. Clearly, these people were also comprehending the Dao insight within the calligraphy of Tianshu City. After all, although the legend of the Sword Dao Divine Power's inheritance is elusive and intangible, the Sword Dao insight contained in this calligraphy is quite substantial. The Sword Dao insight left by a primordial spirit great power of 5 tribulations is extraordinary. If they can gain a bit of understanding from it, it would be of immense benefit to their cultivation. Lu Qing and the Taoist quietly landed on the platform without disturbing the others too much. Apart from a few cultivators who looked up at them, most continued contemplating the calligraphy without paying attention to the newcomers. After all, those who could come to this observation peak had no other purpose than to comprehend the Tao insights in the calligraphy. Also, since this was already within the borders of Tianshu City, ordinary people would not dare to cause trouble here. Seeing this, Lu Qing and the Taoists sensibly planned to find a more secluded corner to continue their comprehension. However, at that moment, Lu Qing heard a surprised, delighted call, "Brother Chen." He paused for a moment and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw several familiar figures looking at him with joy. They were the very disciples of the Kainkun sect he had rescued not long ago. "Did you encounter someone familiar?" Wu Bao Taoist couldn't help but ask. "We met once." Lu Qing was quite surprised as he watched the young people quickly approaching him. Hadn't these people gone back to their sect to recuperate? How did they get ahead and arrive at Tianshu City even before him? He remembered that the location of the Kainkun sect was not within the Tianshu continent. "Brother Chen, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." The girl, or rather, Chu Zioking, ran up to Lu Qing with great happiness. "Greetings, Mr. Chen." Senior Sister Yi and the youths in purple also saluted Lu Qing respectfully, particularly Senior Sister Yi, whose eyes also held a touch of surprise. Before coming to Tianshu continent, she had imagined whether she would meet Lu Qing again. She didn't expect that as soon as she arrived, she would indeed encounter him. Seeing this scene, Wu Bao Taoist was slightly taken aback. From the marks on the purple-clad youth's robes, he guessed that they were disciples of the Kainkun sect. The Kainkun sect was no small or disreputable sect. It was quite renowned across the heavenly origin great world and could be considered a first-rate major sect. Yet these elite disciples of such a major sect seemed to show great respect to Lu Qing. This greatly surprised Wu Bao Taoist, and Lu Qing's mystery deepened in his heart. "Everyone, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon," Lu Qing politely said. "Mr. Chen, are you also here for the secret realm of the Tianshu Divine Mountain?" The young man in purple asked. "Correct, while traveling, I heard that a new secret realm was about to emerge near the Tianshu Divine Mountain, so I came to have a look." Lu Qing did not deny it and answered frankly. "That's perfect. We also plan to enter the secret realm. Brother Chen, why don't we venture together?" Chu Zioking said happily. Upon hearing this, the Wu Bao Taoist, who had been smiling and watching them chat, had a slight change in his expression. Before Lu Qing could answer, he quickly said, "Folks, Mr. Chen has already decided to explore the secret realm with me, so it might not be right to join you. And this is..." Only then did Chu Zioking and the others notice the plump Taoist standing beside Lu Qing. "My Taoist name is Wu Bao. Greetings to you all." Wu Bao Taoist saluted. Wu Bao Taoist, the young man in purple and the others, upon hearing this Taoist name, thought about it but realized they had never heard of it. But given how vast the heavenly origin great world is and how countless cultivators exist, even many outstanding practitioners are uncountable, it's normal for them not to have heard of him. Thus, they did not neglect him and saluted Wu Bao Taoist, saying, "Greetings, Wu Bao Taoist." "Wu Bao Taoist, did you just say Brother Chen is entering the secret realm with you?" Chu Zioking asked. Wu Bao Taoist was at a loss for words and couldn't help but look at Lu Qing. His earlier words were merely a spur-of-the-moment thought, and he dared not cross the line now. Lu Qing found it amusing. Although he hadn't formally agreed to enter the secret realm with Wu Bao Taoist, he did not expose him at this moment. He merely nodded slightly. "Indeed, Wu Bao Taoist and I hit it off well, so we decided to explore the secret realm together. That doesn't stop us from going together. The more, the merrier," Chu Zioking continued. Lu Qing did not answer and merely smiled. Senior Sister Yi then lightly scolded, "Zioking, don't be reckless. We still need to meet up with Senior Brother, so we can't disturb Mr. Chen anymore." "Yes, Senior Sister," Chu Zioking said, pouting slightly in grievance. Senior Brother. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt a bit moved. He recalled a certain note he had investigated on Li Motion. "Mr. Chen, Zioking likes to be playful. Please don't mind her." Senior Sister Yi apologized to Lu Qing. Lu Qing shook his head. "It's nothing, Yi. Please, don't worry." "Mr. Chen, have you come to Observation Peak to comprehend the calligraphy of Tianshu City?" asked Senior Sister Yi. "Indeed, I've heard that within the calligraphy lies the sword Tao essence left by a primordial spirit great power. I've come to witness it for myself. Mr. Chen's swordsmanship is divine, so comprehending this calligraphy may yield great rewards for you, perhaps even bestowing upon you the legendary sword Tao inheritance." Senior Sister Yi couldn't help but say. The purple-clothed youth and a few others recalled how Lu Qing had slain Li Motion with a single sword point and nodded in agreement. With Lu Qing's sword Tao cultivation, understanding the sword Tao essence within these writings might indeed lead to something remarkable. "Yi, your praise is too much," Lu Qing laughed. "For so many years, countless peerless geniuses have failed to obtain the inheritance within these writings. What worth do I have to claim such fortune?" At this moment, an impatient voice suddenly rang out. "You few youngsters, aren't you done being noisy? This is Observation Peak, a place to comprehend the calligraphy. If you wish to continue your chatter, go elsewhere. Do not disturb others in their cultivation." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice to see a thin middle-aged man in a black robe with 2 wisps of black mustache. He looked at them with an expression of indifference, his eyes full of impatience. The other cultivators, comprehending the calligraphy, disturbed, also turned their attention over. To even be here at observation peak for comprehension, one must at least be a Golden Core realm expert. Suddenly being watched by so many powerful cultivators, even senior sister Yi, with her Golden Core middle realm level, felt quite pressured. At this time, Lu Qing stepped forward and made a small bow. This friend rightly reprimands us, we didn't realize our overstepping. We apologize for disturbing everyone and ask for your forgiveness. Seeing Lu Qing's sincere attitude, the other cultivators let it slide and resumed their own comprehension of the writings. Only that thin middle-aged man in black robes seemed still unsettled and continued to look coldly at Lu Qing and his group. Is there anything else, senior? Lu Qing asked. HMPH. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man in black merely snorted coldly, then closed his eyes. Initially, he was irked by the excessive praise given to a mere Golden Core third transition youngster. However, upon observing the insignias on Yi and the others' robes, realizing they were from the Kainkun sect, he refrained from venting. Though he paid no heed to these youngsters' cultivation, the reputation of the Kainkun sect was considerable. Throughout several nearby continents, its power ranked among the top. It was not a force he, as a loose cultivator Golden Core, could afford to provoke. Seeing that the black-robed middle-aged man didn't make further trouble, Lu Qing softly said to senior sister Yi and the others, "Everyone, let's go over there so as not to disturb these seniors' comprehension." Senior sister Yi and the others promptly nodded. The gazes earlier included formidable cultivators in the late-stage Golden Core. Should such powerful beings become angered, they would certainly be unable to resist. Thus they dared not speak further, following Lu Qing to a secluded corner on the platform's edge. "Everyone, let's comprehend the calligraphy here," Lu Qing softly said. "All right." Senior sister Yi and the others all responded. They had just arrived and hadn't yet begun to comprehend the calligraphy. Thus they each sat down cross-legged at the corner, facing the huge mountain with the 3 large engraved characters, and started their comprehension. Lu Qing did the same, sitting down while holding little Li. However, unlike the others, he quietly activated his superpower and gazed toward the 3 large characters. As Lu Qing observed, it didn't take long for a dense superpower light to emerge from those 3 characters, and several pieces of information floated out. Tao Essence Calligraphy, the calligraphy personally inscribed by a 5 Tribulations primordial spirit great power, containing Tao Essence. This calligraphy was inscribed 40,000 years ago by the 5 Tribulations primordial spirit great power, 7-Star Child. 7-Star Child was the 18th city lord of Tianchu City, remarkable in cultivation and adept in sword Tao. When the calligraphy was inscribed, 7-Star Child had just broken through and exited seclusion. In his heart's exhilaration, the Tao essence was inadvertently embedded within, persisting for tens of thousands of years. Inheritance discovered. Would you like to proceed with download simulation? After Lu Qing finished reading the information in his sight, he smiled. Indeed, the 5 Treasure Taoist wasn't wrong. The calligraphy indeed contained the sword Tao inheritance of the 5 Tribulations' great power. However, contrary to common belief, the 7-Star Child, Senior, hadn't intentionally left an inheritance. It was merely in his heart's exhilaration that his comprehension of sword Tao unintentionally fused into the calligraphy. This might also explain why, over the tens of thousands of years, no one had managed to obtain a complete inheritance from the writings. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qing looked at the final piece of information and silently chose to download it. Download started. Current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Download complete. Would you like to proceed with simulation? Lu Qing directly chose to simulate. Simulation started. Current progress 1, 2, 398, 99, 100. Simulation complete. Would you like to begin learning? Lu Qing glanced around, seeing everyone quietly comprehending. Silently, he transmitted his words to little Li's divine soul, asking it to protect him while he proceeded. Little Li wasn't surprised. It had long predicted that Ah Qing's comprehension could not be measured by common sense. In comprehending these writings, he was sure to gain insight. After instructing little Li, Lu Qing then chose to learn. In the next moment, a wealth of comprehension information surged from the depths of his mind. Simultaneously, his consciousness turned black, entering a mysterious space. When Lu Qing regained consciousness, he found himself floating in mid-air before a gigantic mountain. The mountain closely resembled the one with the engraved Tianchu City characters. However, at this moment, the cliff face of the mountain was flat, without any inscriptions. Lu Qing sensed again and discovered he had become an old man wearing a starry robe, yet he couldn't control this body at all. Instantly, he thought to himself, as expected. He had once again entered an illusion realm, inhabiting the body of the 5 Tribulations primordial spirit great power, 7-Star Child, from tens of thousands of years ago. After a millennium of seclusion, I have finally gained insights and reached the 5 Tribulations state. Today, let us celebrate with a great feast. In Lu Qing's perception, seven-star child gazed at the sky, his heart filled with joy. Congratulations, Master. Rejoice, Master, for you have overcome obstacles and successfully crossed the tribulation. From below came a harmonious chorus of congratulatory voices. Lu Qing, using divine soul sensing, could see that a peak below was lined with many individuals. Each one exuded an extraordinary aura, at least being of the Golden Core realm. Of the few standing at the forefront, their auras were terrifying, far exceeding the Golden Core realm level. They were clearly all primordial spirit realm great powers. And the peak they stood upon, Lu Qing recognized it as the not yet abbreviated observation peak. Master, upon entering the five tribulations domain, you have become a top-tier expert in this heavenly origin great world. Under your guidance, Tianshu City will surely achieve new heights of glory. Even if we seize the entire Tianshu Divine Mountain, no one would dare to say anything. At this moment, a primordial spirit realm disciple of Seven-Star Child spoke excitedly. However, faced with his disciple's excitement, Seven-Star Child sighed. What use is there in seizing Tianshu Divine Mountain? After stepping into the five tribulations, I've come to understand the vastness of the cultivation path. The five tribulations of the primordial spirit are but the starting point of the path of the primordial spirit, and I have exhausted my potential to walk further in the primordial spirit realm has become arduous. Then we must seize Tianshu Divine Mountain even more. The disciple urged anxiously, the mountain is mysterious and holds incredible powers. Ancient legends even say it was left by immortals. If Master can occupy it, perhaps you will gain insight into its mysteries and achieve greater opportunities. You don't understand. Seven-Star Child shook his head once more. You don't understand. Seven-Star Zai shook his head and sighed, but did not continue to explain to his disciple. Instead, he looked up at the sky, his heart and spirit stirred. After stepping into the five calamities of primordial spirit, he felt a broader path of the primordial spirit. But this kind of enlightenment was impossible to explain to the disciples. The Tao is difficult to pass on lightly. Without truly stepping into that realm, no matter how it is described, it is difficult to grasp the mysterious and profound wonders. The path of the primordial spirit is a lonely road. Many wonders can only be truly felt after reaching the realm. That's why he knows better that the five calamities of the primordial spirit is actually just the beginning. Afterward, there are more mysterious and endless realms waiting for him to explore and break through. It is precisely because of feeling the vastness of the primordial spirit that he better understands the principle of endless skies beyond. Within the heavenly origin great world, perhaps the five calamities of the primordial spirit count as top-tier powers, but that is merely on the surface. He doesn't believe that with the profoundness of this great world over countless thousands of years, there haven't been powers that have traveled further along the path of the primordial spirit. Those ancient monsters are probably hidden in the shadows, cultivating in secret. Tianshu Divine Mountain is equally mysterious. Even he has never entered its true depths to investigate its secrets. Such a divine mountain certainly doesn't think that with his cultivation at the five calamities of primordial spirit, he can claim it as his own. Should he dare to do so, he might soon face heavenly retribution. Thinking of this, Seven-Star Zai told the disciple below, I have just made a breakthrough not long ago, and I am afraid I will need a considerable amount of time to retreat and consolidate my realm. The affairs of Tianshu City can no longer be attended to. Beidou, as my chief disciple, today I pass on the position of City Lord of Tianshu City to you. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the disciples were greatly surprised, but even the chief disciple anxiously exclaimed, Master. My decision is made, there is no need for further words. However, Seven-Star Zai interrupted him. He then formed a sword with his fingers, and the vast and immense sword intent emerged, landing on the cliff of the giant mountain ahead. It's coming. Witnessing all of this from inside, Lu Qing immediately felt a surge of energy. He began to fully concentrate and comprehend the various applications of sword intent by Seven-Star Zai. While Lu Qing closed his eyes and accepted the legacy within the illusionary space, before observation peak, a massive flying vessel slowly approached in the outside real world. A powerful pressure descended, awakening the platform's cultivators who were in the midst of contemplation. Who is so domineering? The woken crowd, dissatisfied, looked up to the sky, and most of them paled as they looked up. They only saw a conspicuous emblem engraved on the exterior of the gigantic flying vessel. It's people from the Overlord clan. Upon seeing such a domineering and flamboyant emblem, the crowd, originally wanting to vent their anger, suddenly felt a pang in their hearts and swallowed their complaints. No choice, the Overlord clan is one of the 36 upper clans of the heavenly origin great world and ranks among the top 5 noble families. Its foundational strength rivals the most top-tier sect forces in the heavenly origin great world. It's not something these loose cultivators and grassroots sect disciples can provoke. Even the people from the Overlord clan have come. Senior Sister Yi and several others were also awakened by the flying vessel's might, subsequently shocked. The domain where the Overlord clan resides is far from the Tianshu continent. Unexpectedly, they have come as well. It's rumored that the Overlord clan's actions are always as domineering as their clan name, and now it seems indeed so. Senior Sister Yi and others whispered and discussed through divine soul transmission. They also did not have thoughts of anger. The Overlord clan ranks among the top 5 noble families within the 36 upper clans. Its immortal Dao strength is far superior to their Kainkun sect by leaps and bounds. While the crowd was stunned by the sudden arrival of the Overlord clan's flying vessel, several dozen figures flew out from the vessel. Is this the legendary inscription containing the Sword Dao legacy of the 5 calamities' primordial spirit great power? Among them, a tall and graceful young man, with star eyebrows and sword eyes, gazed at the inscriptions on the opposite mountain, his eyes shining brightly. However, the Sword Dao legacy of the 5 calamities' primordial spirit great power, your heavenly sword sect probably has quite a few, right? Another brawny man, robust, towering over 6 feet tall, obviously a head taller than the others, chuckled. Brother Ba Tian's words are mistaken. Anyone who can step into the realm of 5 calamities' primordial spirit is an extraordinary great power with unparalleled divine skills. Their legacies are invaluable. Although my heavenly sword sect has many legacies left by the predecessors and founders, those reaching the 5 calamities level are still few. If we can add another legacy of this level, it would be a huge enhancement to my heavenly sword sect's foundation. The young man with star eyebrows and sword eyes shook his head and said, "Then, Brother Shen should really comprehend it well. With your gift in Sword Dao, the Sword Dao intent in this inscription surely won't be too difficult for you." The brawny man praised loudly. The Sword Dao of the 5 calamities' primordial spirit great power is not so easily comprehended. I am merely intrigued and wish to try my hand, the young man with star eyebrows and sword eyes modestly said. However, from the smile on his face, it was obvious that he quite enjoyed the praise from the brawny man. "Then let's go down and find Brother Shen a good spot for you to comprehend." The burly man casually put away the giant flying boat treasure and was the first to descend. Once on the platform, he scanned the area. His gaze paused only briefly upon seeing Senior Sister Yi and her companions in the corner. Everyone else was quickly swept by his gaze. Finally, his attention settled on a middle-aged man in a black robe with a slender build. "Your spot isn't bad. Give it up." Instantly, all eyes focused on that man. Senior Sister Yi and her companions recognized him as the person who earlier disdained their chatter. In a moment, Chu Zioking and the others looked on with some schadenfreude. They were curious to see if, facing someone from the Overlord clan now, he could still maintain that arrogant posture. Under the gaze of so many, the middle-aged man's face flushed red. He felt a surge of anger but shivered in his heart under the burly man's gaze, who was called Ba Tian. Ultimately, after his face turned red and then green, he snorted coldly and left with a stern look, transforming into a beam of light. Even the cultivators around him rose and moved aside, leaving a large empty space. The burly man called Ba Tian laughed seeing them so tactful. Then he gestured invitingly, "Brother Shen, please." "There's no need for such formality, Brother Ba Tian." The young man with starry brows and sword-like eyes sighed. He didn't refuse and directly sat where the black-robed man had been. "All right, find a spot and start contemplating for yourself." Ba Tian waved his hand, addressing those behind him. Yes, the dozen or so clan members of the Overlord clan echoed and proceeded to sit cross-legged around the area. As they settled down to contemplate and study the inscriptions, calm returned to the platform. Except for the Overlord clan members, everyone else was too distracted to cultivate anymore. All of them were cautiously watching Ba Tian and his group. Even Senior Sister Yi and her companions were no exception. "Senior Sister, it's unexpected that not only the Overlord clan came, but the Heavenly Sword sect also arrived." Chu Zioking whispered through divine soul transmission to her seniors, an undertone of shock in her voice. The man called Ba Tian must be the direct lineage Taoist of this generation of the Overlord clan. He not only possesses a flawless innate top-grade golden core tempered by 9 tribulation thunders, but it is said he broke through to the 7th transformation, entering the late-stage golden core realm over 10 years ago. Now, after many years, we don't know what realm he has reached, whether it's the 8th or maybe even the 9th transformation of golden core perfection. Zixio, dressed in purple, also expressed shock. And the young man called Brother Shen, he should be Shen Kangfeng, reputedly the most outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect in nearly 1,000 years. Senior Sister Yi also transmitted with a serious expression. This Shen Kangfeng is one of the 12 direct lineage true disciples of the current inner sect of the Heavenly Sword sect. It said he has truly begun practicing the Heavenly Sword sect's hidden heaven sword scripture with cultivation levels that are profound and unfathomable. Back when he joined the Heavenly Sword sect, it took him less than 50 years to overcome 9 layers of Tao Tribulation Thunder, condensing a perfectly flawless innate top-grade golden core. He was stunning, his fame spreading far and wide. Now, decades later, his cultivation has surely entered the late-stage Golden Core realm. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, his offensive power is unparalleled. In terms of pure attack strength, he might be even more formidable than other flawless innate top-grade Golden Core cultivators. It's unexpected that even the distant Overlord clan and Heavenly Sword sect have come, and they sent such exceptional talents as Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng. It seems the upcoming secret realm emerging from the Tianshu Divine Mountain is even more extraordinary than we imagined. Senior Sister Yi and her companions were filled with both shock and heaviness. After all, whether it's the Overlord clan or the Heavenly Sword sect, they are some of the most powerful entities across the Heavenly Origin Great World. Compared to them, their Kainkun sect is significantly dwarfed, and the thought that even such demon-like geniuses as Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng might enter the secret realm. Senior Sister Yi and the others couldn't help but feel a bit tense. In the presence of these incredibly strong Golden Core realm cultivators, do they really have a chance to obtain any fortuitous encounters? Even figures like Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng have come over. Beside them, the 5 treasure Taoist was also taken aback. He never expected this anomaly of the Tianshu Divine Mountain would attract such demon-level geniuses here. It seems the secret realm being nurtured by the Tianshu Divine Mountain this time must be quite extraordinary. It's best to be cautious and stay with Mr. Chen on the outskirts of the secret realm to find some edge opportunities, but never venture deep. 5 treasure Taoist immediately made a decision in his heart. The sudden arrival of the Overlord clan members caused quite a stir among Kainkun sect's disciples. Just then, Chu Zioking suddenly commented, Brother Chen hasn't woken up yet. The other people also looked over, only to see Lu Qing with his eyes closed and a serene expression, clearly still in meditation. It was then they realized that they hadn't heard Lu Qing's voice when the Overlord clan arrived. This means that from beginning to end, Lu Qing was focused on his meditation and cultivation, wholly unaffected by external commotion. Realizing this, everyone was full of admiration. Indeed, Mr. Chen's Dao heart is remarkably firm. He can still cultivate calmly even in such circumstances. The little beast nestled in Lu Qing's embrace, little Lei, sensing the eyes of the crowd, suddenly lifted its head and showed a warning look. Chu Zioking and her companions immediately halted in their tracks, feeling a chill. Their gazes towards little Li became uncertain and suspicious. They were, of course, familiar with Lu Qing's spiritual beast. Since the first time they met Lu Qing, it stood on his shoulder. After that, it either perched atop Lu Qing's head or snuggled into his embrace for a nap. Lu Qing seemed to spoil this spiritual beast a great deal. No matter where he was, he would take it along. Even someone like Chu Zioking had long been charmed by little Li's cute appearance. But this little beast always remained aloof, never caring to acknowledge Chu Zioking and her companions, nearly ignoring them entirely. More than once she tried to get close to little Lei, but without success. Though little Li's appearance is unique and his behavior shows a notable spiritual nature, Chu Zioking and her companions always viewed it as merely a particularly unique and cute spiritual beast. They never really sensed it having any great power. However, now, with little Li showing a warning expression, for some reason, they felt a chill rise up from the depths of their hearts and were startled. Could it be that this seemingly harmless little beast is actually some kind of powerful spiritual beast? As little Li hit its cultivation level, making it difficult for Senior Sister Yi and the others to discern its true nature, they looked at each other in surprise. Even the 5 treasure Taoist was taken aback once more. He had spent considerable time with Lu Qing in recent days. While observing Lu Qing, he naturally also noticed this little beast that Lu Qing always carried. Yet in his eyes, besides being highly intelligent, this little beast never seemed particularly extraordinary. But just now, when little Li glared a warning, even he felt a hint of wariness in his heart. He immediately knew he had been mistaken all this time. This beast that spent most of its time snuggled in Lu Qing's embrace sleeping each day was far from simple. Seeing Senior Sister Yi and the others stunned by its gaze, without intent to disrupt Lu Qing's meditation. Only then did little Li withdraw its gaze, reverting to its harmless and merely adorable appearance. However, this scene made Senior Sister Yi and the others even more certain. This colorful little beast that sleeps daily in Mr. Chen's arms is definitely not ordinary. As the group's emotions fluctuated, suddenly their bodies tensed again. They felt an incomparably powerful sword intent erupt beside them. Jerking their heads around, they saw this terrifying sword intent. So quickly comprehending something, Senior Sister Yi and the others felt the sword intent emanating from Shen Kingfeng, all showing expressions of surprise. How long had it been, and Shen Kingfeng had truly comprehended something from the inscriptions. The other cultivators were also full of shock. They had been comprehending the inscriptions for quite some time, so they could naturally sense it. The sword intent now emerging from Shen Kingfeng, although not fully formed, was already very similar to the sword Dao meaning within the inscriptions. This meant that in such a short time, he had already gained something from the inscriptions. and judging by the strength of the sword intent emanating from him, he had comprehended it deeply. Is this the true innate talent of a sword Dao devil? A cultivator felt the sword intent emerging from Shen Kingfeng, both shocked and envious. The shock was naturally due to the other's terrifying cultivation talent, and the envy was the same. Shen Kingfeng, in such a short time, had comprehended a sword intent from the inscriptions that they struggled to grasp after years of hard work. How could they not be extremely envious? I knew that Brother Shen was bound to gain the sword Dao heritage from the inscriptions. Ba Tian laughed heartily, with an expression as if he had long anticipated this outcome. The other members of the Overlord clan also showed expressions of admiration. They too had been comprehending the Dao within the inscriptions, but at most they had only gained slight insights. Compared to Shen Kingfeng, who almost directly condensed sword intent, they were worlds apart, truly worthy of being a peerless prodigy like their clan's Taoist, who condenses a flawless, innate top-grade golden core. Immediately, everyone lost the heart to continue cultivating and comprehending. Everyone stared at Shen Kingfeng, wanting to see to what extent he could comprehend the inscriptions. Could he fully understand it and obtain the legendary sword Dao heritage left by the 16th Tianshu City Lord, accomplish what no one has been able to in tens of thousands of years? Under everyone's gaze, the sword intent aura spreading from Shen Kingfeng slowly condensed bit by bit. At this moment, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, he said, "The seven-star sword formation, who would have thought, seven-star ancestor, took the path of the sword array, simultaneously cultivating seven sword intents, then combining these seven sword intents into a sword array. Once the seven-star sword formation emerges, it sweeps all before it among peers, few can rival it." At this time, Lu Qing had already finished receiving the sword Dao heritage within the inscriptions. However, this sword Dao heritage was quite unexpected to him. It was completely different from ordinary sword Dao heritage. It was the legendary and rare path of the sword array. The path was to split sword chi and weave it into a formation, using the prowess of the sword array to annihilate the enemy. The path of the seven-star sword formation is diametrically opposed to that of the sky-breaking sword chi. Lu Qing thought of another primordial spirit realm sword Dao heritage he had previously acquired. Though both were sword Dao heritages, if the path of the seven-star sword formation was to split sword chi to manifest myriad techniques, then the sky-breaking sword chi did the exact opposite, gathering all power into a terrifying, incomparably mighty sword chi. Regardless of any attack, I can break it with one sword, even the heavens can be cleaved, walking the path of breaking myriad techniques with one sword. Transforming into myriad techniques with the sword, breaking myriad techniques with the sword. Who would have thought I could gain two sword Dao heritages with completely opposite principles? Lu Qing was greatly pleased inside. Despite their opposite principles, seven-star sword formation and sky-breaking sword chi did not cause conflict. On the contrary, different paths of sword Dao heritage could provide him with more insights, bringing more inspiration for him in deducing the subsequent techniques of the perfect golden core skill one day. Moreover, even though seven-star sword formation and sky-breaking sword chi had opposite principles, they were not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, in these two sword Dao heritages, he saw a hint of possible synthesis. Of course, it was just a hint of possibility. Whether it could truly be achieved would only be determined after he truly deduced and comprehended it. However, now was not the time for such matters. Lu Qing calmed his emotions, looked ahead, and watched Shen Kingfeng, who was being watched by everyone. He naturally knew about the arrival of the Overlord clan people. Although his main consciousness was in the illusionary space receiving heritage, he, who could multitask, still left a trace of divine split, paying attention to the external movements. However, seeing that the arrival of the Overlord clan did not affect him, Lu Qing did not concern himself and continued to comprehend the heritage. Feeling the increasingly condensed sword intent from Shen Kingfeng, Lu Qing was somewhat amazed. This person's talent in the sword Dao was indeed formidable. To comprehend the sword Dao meaning within the inscriptions so deeply in such a short time. Indeed, talents abound in the heavenly origin great world. With such talent in the sword Dao, Lu Qing estimated that among those he had encountered, perhaps only his master could rival it. Even Little Yan might fall slightly short. While Lu Qing was receiving heritage, Chu Zioking and the others were communicating through divine soul transmission, so he was not aware of Shen Kingfeng's true background. He only felt that this must be a prodigious talent, an unparalleled prodigy. However, relying solely on talent, fully comprehending the seven-star sword formation is impossible. After the amazement, Lu Qing secretly shook his head. Although Shen Kingfeng now seemed about to condense the seven-star sword intent, he knew that the other was bound to fail. The reason is simple. The inscription on this mountain peak, containing the legacy of the seven-star sword formation, is actually incomplete. Back then, when Seven-Star Master engraved the three large characters of Tianshu City, it was merely out of a momentary inspiration. With his heart and spirit in turmoil, he couldn't help but imprint the sword intent of the seven-star sword formation he had just comprehended into it. But he didn't truly intend to leave his proud cultivation technique within the characters. Therefore, the inscription only contains the sword Dao essence, without the actual cultivation technique legacy. If it weren't for Lu Qing possessing an extraordinary superpower, which could manifest the time and space of tens of thousands of years ago, allowing him to experience the complete process of displaying the seven-star sword intent through the body of the seven-star master, he likewise would be unable to gain the legacy of the seven-star sword formation. Even the seven-star sword intent alone is not simple, it is an extremely powerful sword intent, formed by blending 7 types of sword intents. To cultivate the seven-star sword intent, one must first comprehend those 7 basic sword intents and then use unique spells to completely fuse them. Without a specific cultivation method, directly comprehending the 7-star sword intent is absolutely impossible. This is also the true reason why, for tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to truly comprehend the sword Dao essence within the inscription. Otherwise, concerning the legacy left by their ancestor, why would Tianchu City so generously allow cultivators from the world to come and comprehend it? They knew that the inscription did not contain a specific cultivation method. No matter how much others comprehend, it is impossible for them to truly grasp the 7-star sword intent. As Lu Qing's thoughts fluctuated, he noticed Shen Kingfeng, who had been comprehending with closed eyes, suddenly furrow his brows. The sword intent on his body, almost becoming substantial, abruptly dissipated, and he then opened his eyes. He then let out a long sigh. "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" Ba Tian was startled and quickly asked. Others also looked puzzled. "What a pity." Shen Kingfeng shook his head. "What pity? The sword Dao essence within the inscription is lacking, not a complete sword intent legacy," Shen Kingfeng slowly said. "Is that so?" Ba Tian was quite surprised. "So does that mean the rumors for tens of thousands of years are false?" "Not entirely false," Shen Kingfeng replied. "The sword Dao essence within the inscription is indeed unfathomable. If an ordinary cultivator in the Golden Core realm gains even a slight hint of its charm, their sword Dao cultivation will certainly soar. Judging from this alone, saying it contains profound sword Dao legacy isn't entirely wrong. Just unfortunately, a flawed primordial spirit realm legacy doesn't serve me much use." The regret on Shen Kingfeng's face was hard to conceal. He could feel that the sword Dao legacy within the inscription was exceptional, very useful to him. If he could acquire the complete cultivation technique legacy, his sword Dao cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. The pity is that it's incomplete. There's only one sword Dao essence, but no corresponding cultivation method. Even if he forcibly mimicked and refined it with his sword Dao talent, it would only be a mere form without its essence. To think that the rumor circulating for tens of thousands of years turns out like this, it truly is disappointing. Having heard Shen Kingfeng's explanation, Ba Tian shook his head, feeling disappointed. He initially thought he could witness Brother Shen comprehending the sword Dao legacy that no one had been able to decipher for tens of thousands of years. But unexpectedly, this was the outcome they received. Actually, I had suspected it long ago. Shen Kingfeng sighed. Over tens of thousands of years, there have been countless cultivators passing through Tianchu City. Among them, there must be geniuses no less than us, and undoubtedly many primordial spirit great powers. If the inscription truly contained a complete legacy of the 5 tribulations' great power, it would have surely been comprehended by someone long ago. I suppose that's true. Ba Tian nodded. "We were misled by the rumors. Brother Shen, in that case, should we leave now? Let's go. My junior's teacher uncle just sent a message yesterday, urging me to meet them quickly, so there's no need to delay." "Then let's go." Ba Tian raised his hand and summoned that huge flying boat. The members of the Overlord clan entered the flying boat one after another, and finally, Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng flew into it. In the next moment, the flying boat activated, unleashing powerful energy, vanishing from sight in an instant. From beginning to end, Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng regarded the other people present as if they were invisible and had no intention of looking at them even once. Only after confirming that the Overlord clan had truly left did a tumult break out on the platform. They heard the conversation between Ba Tian and Shen Kingfeng completely. The rumored sword Dao legacy within the Tianchu City inscription turned out to be false. How can it be false? Then what is the point of my years of hard comprehension? A cultivator looked lost and was unable to believe the truth he had just heard. I knew the rumor had to be false otherwise. How could Tianchu City be so generous, letting such a great opportunity remain open for us to comprehend? Another cultivator shouted in indignation. "Who said it's false?" "Didn't you hear what the Heavenly Sword Sect disciple just said? He only said the internal legacy is flawed, not that the sword Dao essence is false. How can it be false? If that's the case, would the insights gained by those strong individuals from the inscription over the years be false too?" "Exactly, at least after years of comprehension, my sword Dao cultivation has indeed strengthened, advancing from the golden core third turn to the fourth turn. The cultivators on the platform were fiercely debating. The disciples of the Kainkun sect were also whispering among themselves. Senior Sister Yi, you're the one with the highest cultivation here and are proficient in sword Dao. Is the sword Dao essence within this inscription truly flawed? Chu Zioking asked with wide eyes. How could I possibly confirm that? Senior Sister Yi laughed bitterly. I only comprehended for a while, and I just felt the sword Dao essence within the inscription was unfathomable and exceptionally mysterious. Even grasping a bit of true meaning is extremely difficult. How could I possibly discern whether it's complete or flawed? Does that mean Shen Kangfeng's words aren't necessarily true? Zixao contemplated. Perhaps he's already comprehended the true essence of the inscription but doesn't want others to comprehend it, thus intentionally saying so. Very possible. Chu Zioking immediately nodded in agreement. Although Shen Kangfeng appears virtuous, I always found him to be very scheming. When Ba Tian asked people to leave earlier, he might have said it wasn't necessary, but his actions showed he sat quicker than anyone else. Exactly over the years, countless people have comprehended this inscription, and I haven't seen anyone point out any issues. Another disciple of the Kainkun sect agreed. Standing aside, Lu Qing overheard their conversation and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He suddenly said, why be so fixated? Regardless of whether the sword Dao essence within the inscription is complete or flawed, as long as it benefits your cultivation, that's enough. The way of cultivation itself is about balancing excess and deficiency. It requires constantly comprehending the universe and sharpening oneself. As long as you can gain insight from it, what does it matter if it's complete or incomplete? The few disciples of the Kainkun sect were taken aback by these words, but then they felt touched. They quickly responded. Brother Chen, you're awake. Chu Zioking said happily. Yes, I just woke up and heard your discussion. Lu Qing nodded slightly. Brother Chen, did you comprehend the sword Dao essence within the inscription? Chu Zioking's eyes were full of anticipation. Others were also looking at Lu Qing. They had experienced Lu Qing's sword Dao cultivation profoundly. Even someone as strong as Li Motion, who fell into the demon path, was easily slain by him with a single sword point. His sword Dao cultivation was inscrutable, even if not quite like Shen Kangfeng's, certainly not far off, so they were very eager to hear his response. Certainly not, Lu Qing chuckled and shook his head. Even the esteemed disciple of the heavenly sword sect couldn't comprehend it. How could I have such talent? Is this Tianshu city truly immense? Lu Qing stood mid-air, gazing ahead with admiration in his eyes. Tianshu city was not like the cities he had seen before, composed of countless buildings and constructions. Within the city, towering peaks rose up, dotted with numerous pavilions and dwellings and cultivator cave mansions. Between the peaks, spiritual cranes would fly, surrounded in mist. This didn't resemble a city at all. It was utterly like an immortal, blessed land. Those who can come to Tianshu City are mostly individuals with high cultivation. The Golden Core realm is quite common, and primordial spirit great powers appear from time to time. Strong cultivators have high requirements for their living environment, so naturally, Tianshu City is unlike ordinary cities. 5 Treasure Taoist laughed. Lu Qing also thought the same. Powerful cultivators, capable of flying and traversing anywhere, have high demands for cultivation environments, naturally do not need to crowd into tiny houses like ordinary people. Mr. Chen, we are planning to meet with other sect's disciples next. Where are you intending to go? Senior Sister Yi Qingzhu asked Lu Qing. It's my first time in Tianshu City. I plan to stroll around first. Then we shall part ways here, Mr. Chen. Our Kainkun sect disciples will temporarily settle at Yuheng Peak. If you need to reach us in the future, just have someone bring this token to notify us. Yi Qingzhu took out a white jade token and respectfully handed it to Lu Qing. Seeing the solemn expression on her face, Lu Qing finally smiled without refusing and accepted the token. Then I shall shamelessly accept it. Seeing Lu Qing accept the token, Yi Qingzhu and her companions, who were initially a bit apprehensive, immediately smiled. Then, Mr. Chen, we shall leave first. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Farewell, Mr. Chen. Watching Yi Qingzhu and her companions transform into streams of light and fly away, only when their figures disappeared did Lu Qing withdraw his gaze. Mr. Chen, where are we headed now? 5 Treasure Taoists had been quietly waiting by the side and only now spoke up. Let the Taoists decide. I know nothing about Tianshu City. Lu Qing shook his head. 5 Treasure Taoists thought for a moment. We still don't know the situation of the secret realm being brewed. Why don't we explore a bit first, then rent a cave mansion and slowly gather information? That sounds good. Lu Qing nodded. Then the two strolled around Tianshu City for a while and finally chose a more peripheral and inconspicuous peak, renting 2 golden core level cave mansions to temporarily reside. Because a new secret realm was about to emerge atop the Divine Mountain, many strong cultivators from various continents rushed over, making Tianshu City not overcrowded but filled with many cultivators. Even the rental price of cave mansions in the city increased significantly. Fortunately, Lu Qing currently had an abundance of spirit stones, so renting a cave mansion was easy. If he weren't reluctant to be too ostentatious, he even wanted to rent a primordial spirit-level cave mansion to live in. After settling down in the cave mansion, Lu Qing took out a jade scroll and began reading. This jade scroll he happened upon while strolling in the city, seeing someone selling information about Tianshu City and Tianshu Divine Mountain, and together with 5 treasure Taoists, bought a copy each. With divine soul power probing into the jade scroll, in no time, Lu Qing had already read all the information within, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. So that's it within Tianshu City. Spirit mountains are everywhere, but the most important are the 7 most powerful mountains, among which Tianshu Peak is the core of Tianshu City and the secluded place of the Tianshu City Lord. As for Tianshu Divine Mountain, the secret realm being nurtured is located halfway up the North Mountain. A primordial spirit great power skilled in divination once said that at most within another month, the secret realm should be fully nurtured and accessible. This time, the secret realm being nurtured by the Divine Mountain, though not yet emerged, already shows intense fluctuations. A primordial spirit great power predicts this is likely the most mystical secret realm nurtured by the Divine Mountain in thousands of years. Therefore, not only have cultivators from nearby continents rapidly arrived, but even distant powerful sect forces have dispatched elite disciples to contend for opportunities. Lu Qing gradually sorted through the information in the Jade Scroll, gaining a rough understanding of Tianshu Divine Mountain and the situation in Tianshu City. In essence, the secret realm being nurtured by the Tianshu Divine Mountain this time is quite extraordinary. Even without officially emerging, it emits vibrations strong enough to garner utmost attention from numerous primordial spirit great powers. Not only have sect forces and noble families sent elites, but even loose cultivators have flocked in. Such a grand scene indeed warrants a visit. Lu Qing's heart stirred with some anticipation. With many strong individuals converging here, the secret realm will undoubtedly witness fierce competition. He could take the opportunity to observe various Taoist techniques and cultivation methods from different sects and expand his knowledge. While Lu Qing pondered, a sudden fluctuation came from outside the cave mansion. After checking, he found it was 5 treasure Taoists and opened the cave mansion to let him in. "Mr. Chen, have you finished reading the information in the Jade Scroll?" Once inside, 5 treasure Taoist asked. "Just finished reading, only wondering if the information in the Jade Scroll is accurate. The sellers are from Bai Zio sect, their reputation is always good. It's unlikely they'd use false information to ruin their own name." 5 treasure Taoist laughed, moreover. "This information isn't considered confidential, it should be reliable." "I see." Lu Qing nodded slightly. The heavenly origin great world is too vast, with countless sect forces like grains of sand. His understanding is not detailed enough. According to the Jade Scroll, there will be a lot of powerful forces entering the secret realm this time, including the likes of the Overlord clan's peerless Golden Core. It's probably extremely difficult for us to gain any opportunities. "Do you still want to go in?" Lu Qing asked. "I was just about to discuss this with you, Mr. Chen." The 5 treasure Taoist immediately replied. "I didn't expect that the emergence of the secret realm would attract so much attention from powerful forces. Once inside the secret realm, I was thinking we could just wander around the outskirts and avoid the core areas. Best to avoid getting caught in the crossfire of those contests between devils and prodigies. What do you think, Mr. Chen?" "That's for the best." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "I was thinking the same. This time, let's just focus on broadening our horizons. Whether we gain any opportunities will depend on fate." Seeing Lu Qing agree, the 5 treasure Taoists secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, when he came in earlier, he was a bit uneasy. After all, he was the one who initially suggested exploring the secret realm together for opportunities, but now he was backing out, which was somewhat embarrassing. But there was no other option. Before coming here, the 5 treasure Taoists genuinely didn't know that the secret realm born of the Tianshu Divine Mountain would garner so much attention from powerful forces. Especially upon seeing Ba Tian and Shen Kangfeng, he realized that contending for significant opportunities within the secret realm was practically hopeless. Though he knew Lu Qing was quite mysterious and likely had considerable hidden strength, even if he was incredibly strong, he probably couldn't match the Overlord clan's Taoist or the Heavenly Sword sect's direct lineage. Therefore, he suggested they simply go in to gain some insights this time and not concern themselves with opportunities. Fortunately, Lu Qing didn't blame or mock him in the end, which relieved the 5 treasure Taoist a lot. After all, after spending this time together, he truly regarded Lu Qing as a friend. He didn't want any rift to develop between them. After relaxing, the 5 treasure Taoists suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Chen, I went out for another round earlier and heard some news. Are you interested?" "Oh, what news?" Lu Qing asked curiously. "I heard there's going to be a rare treasure auction tonight on Fekta Peak." are you interested in going an auction? Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. Yes, within the Tianshu Divine Mountain, there are many spatial caves containing countless opportunities. Every year, countless cultivators come here to adventure and search for treasures, hoping to find their destiny. Most people naturally gain little, but there are also quite a few lucky ones who, under a stroke of luck, obtain opportunities. Over time, the treasures accumulated in the hands of these cultivators increase. However, the treasures they obtain are not always what they need. Thus, some cultivators start exchanging treasures with one another, but such private transactions are risky and may lead to incidents of killing and treasure looting. In the end, Tianshu City stepped in to organize a fixed rare treasure auction at regular intervals. First, to ensure that cultivators can sell their treasures relatively safely. Second, because Tianshu City can earn considerable commissions from it. Originally, the auction on Fekta Peak was scheduled for next month, but the authorities of Tianshu City saw the gathering of so many powerful forces. They decided to advance the auction to capitalize on the secret realm's emergence and make a fortune. Listening to the 5 treasure Taoists' explanation, Lu Qing felt a peculiar sensation. In his past life, when he read those fantasy novels, there were often auctions. Never did he expect to encounter one himself. So, Mr. Chen, are you interested? Naturally, Lu Qing immediately replied, I've never attended such an auction, so I should take the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Shall we head out together at twilight? All right. After the 5 treasure Taoists left, Lu Qing's eyes held a trace of excitement. Unexpectedly, he caught up with the legendary auction. I wonder if my superpower can help me score a lucky find at the auction. Lu Qing gently touched his eyes, murmuring to himself. After a while, Lu Qing calmed his heart and spirit, preparing to regulate his breath and meditate for cultivation. Silently activating his superpower, Lu Qing began to comprehend the recently acquired 7-star sword formation heritage. The 7-star sword formation legacy, left by the 7-star master, was extraordinarily profound. Though it didn't have as high an entry barrier as the sky-breaking sword Qi, which required at least the primordial spirit realm to begin, one still needed to be in the golden core realm to comprehend it. Moreover, the cultivation of the 7-star sword formation was far more complex than the sky-breaking sword Qi. To truly enter the 7-star sword formation, one must first condense and realize the 7-star sword Qi. And the 7-star sword Qi was formed by fusing 7 basic sword intents. Therefore, to enter this swordsmanship legacy, the first step is to realize all 7 sword intents. The 7 basic sword intents of the 7-star sword intent are Tianshu, Tiangshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Vega, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light. Though they're called basic sword intents, they are indeed incredibly powerful. A typical cultivator at the Golden Core Realm only needs to realize one of the 7 to become a top-tier strongman at the same level. If one comprehends and fuses all 7 to grasp the 7-star sword intent, they could practically dominate the Golden Core Realm. If the 7-star sword formation is truly mastered and arrayed, one could be among the top-tier powerhouses in the Golden Core Realm. Facing formidable Golden Core 8th and 9th turn cultivators, there might be a fighting chance. Various information regarding the 7-star sword formation surfaced in Lu Qing's mind. Of course, realizing the 7 basic sword intents and fusing them into the 7-star sword intent is no easy task. The requirement for talent isn't as outrageous as the sky-breaking sword Qi, but it's still very high. At least only an absolute genius who has condensed an innate top-grade golden core may have a possibility. After all, this is a prized sword Dao divine power created by a dignified 5 tribulations primordial spirit great power. Without sufficient talent, how could one possibly comprehend it? Let's start by comprehending these 7 basic sword intents first. With a flicker of thought, Lu Qing, under the learning state of his superpower, began to fully comprehend the 7-star sword formation heritage. Instantly, strands of sword intent began to emanate around him. As a perfect golden core, Lu Qing's cultivation talent is undoubtedly top-notch. Even flawless innate top-grade golden cores are far inferior to him, let alone his superpower's assistance. Plus, his sword Dao cultivation is already very high. Not only has he realized the sword Dao domain, but he also grasped a hint of the true mystery of the sky-breaking sword Qi, which should only be cultivated at the primordial spirit realm, creating the little sky-breaking sword, a highly potent sword art within the golden core realm. Thus, while the 7 basic sword intents needed to condense the 7-star sword intent are extremely difficult even for top-grade golden core cultivators, in his eyes, they're just ordinary. As the sword intent around him gradually condensed, it didn't take long for the Tianquan sword intent, one of the 7 basic sword intents, to be thoroughly realized by him. Thus, while the 7 basic sword intents needed to condense the 7-star sword intent are extremely difficult even for top-grade golden core cultivators, in his eyes, they're just ordinary. As the sword intent around him gradually condensed, it didn't take long for the Tianquan sword intent, one of the 7 basic sword intents, to be thoroughly realized by him. Head lies Fecta Peak. Lu Qing raised his eyes as one of the main peaks of Tianchu City. Fecta Peak was equally colossal. Compared to the holy mountain of his homeworld, it was even more immense. It just lacked the unique oppressive force of the holy mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a gigantic and majestic building, which was the venue for this auction. However, since the auction hadn't officially started yet, Lu Qing and 5 treasure Taoists decided to take a stroll around Fecta Peak first. Fecta Peak, as one of the main peaks of Tianchu City, mainly served the purpose of generating wealth. On the mountain, besides the auction, there were various establishments such as restaurants, inns, and shops selling magical treasure elixirs. It's a crucial source of revenue for Tianchu City. Walking on Fecta Peak, Lu Qing already sensed the presence of many strong cultivators around him. Though everyone had tried their best to conceal their auras, the Tao rhythms they carried still revealed their extraordinariness. After wandering for a while, Lu Qing suddenly saw a spacious open square with many people sitting cross-legged on the ground, displaying items like merchandise in front of them. Taoist, what are these people doing? Lu Qing asked curiously. He could tell that the cultivators sitting on the ground were not weak in cultivation. Though most were in the foundation establishment realm, there were also a few strong individuals in the golden core realm. They are setting up stalls, 5 treasure Taoists said after taking a look. Setting up stalls. Lu Qing was taken aback by the term. Yes, setting up stalls. During the time Lu Qing was in seclusion comprehending sword intent, 5 treasure Taoist was not idling in the cave mansion, but had been out gathering information everywhere. So he was now, though not extremely familiar, but fairly aware of the situation in Tianchu City. You must know, the treasure auction held by Tianchu City has quite high requirements for treasures. Many treasures that cultivators obtain from adventuring in the Divine Mountain, some are of lesser value, or whose value cannot be determined, could basically not be included in the auction, yet they were unwilling to sell cheaply to shops that collected treasures. So they simply set up stalls here to see if they could sell their treasures. Of course, setting up stalls here is not free. They need to pay certain fees to Tianchu City. Oh, that's interesting. Hearing this, Lu Qing suddenly became interested, and with little Li in his arms, started walking forward. Mr. Chen, you need to be careful. 5 treasure Taoists, seeing Lu Qing's curious expression, quickly followed and whispered. These stall owners are all old foxes. Not only are the values of the items they sell unclear, but they might even be counterfeit. If you fancy something, be sure to scrutinize carefully and do not act rashly. Lu Qing nodded gently. To cultivate to this realm, none would be true fools, especially those who have been adventuring in Tianchu Divine Mountain for years. If they were innocent, they would have been devoured long ago during their adventures. The 2 entered the square without attracting attention. After all, there were many people in the square at the time, and the aura they emitted wasn't particularly strong, merely that of the Golden Core early stage. Among the cultivators casually strolling in the square, they were not conspicuous. Little Li, can you sense if there are any particularly special treasures here? Lu Qing softly communicated with Little Li using Divine Soul Transmission. As he entered the square, he had already activated his superpower. But in this square there were numerous stalls, and each stall had quite a few items. He definitely couldn't stare at each one individually, as that would easily raise others' suspicions. So he planned to first let Little Lei, with its extraordinary sensing ability, select the more special treasures among them. He would then investigate using his superpower, making the process more efficient. I'll try. Little Li was somewhat excited upon hearing this. Immediately it closed its eyes and began to carefully sense with its innately unique treasure-seeking ability. Lu Qing, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant, carrying Little Li and casually strolling within the square. Before long, Little Li opened its eyes with a hint of excitement in its gaze. Ah Qing, I've found something. Don't rush, speak slowly, Lu Qing cautiously transmitted. The stalls here generally have the aura of treasures, but most of them don't have a strong aura, with grades being rather ordinary. However, I can sense that there are indeed some extraordinary treasures at a few stalls. The first stall is in the southeast direction. Listening to Little Li's transmission, Lu Qing nonchalantly headed towards the southeast. Finally, under Little Li's guidance, he saw the stall it mentioned. However, he did not immediately approach the stall, but first stood a little distance away, discreetly observing using his peripheral vision. After watching for a while, Lu Qing's body trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise emerged in his heart. Fortunately, his control was strong, and he quickly suppressed the surprise without letting the nearby 5 treasure Taoists notice. Then Lu Qing continued to secretly observe without directly approaching. After more than 10 breaths, his eyebrows raised again, as if he discovered some interesting information, and his face showed a slight smile. Soon, a plan began to slowly form in his mind. He started moving slowly towards the stall Little Li mentioned. However, this time, he still didn't go directly to the stall. Arriving at a relatively quiet stall beside it, he slowly started to look around. Do you see anything interesting, seniors? All these treasures were arduously acquired during expeditions in the Divine Mountain. Many times, it was literally 9 lives lost to 1 gained, almost losing my life. The stall owner was a middle-aged cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm at perfection. Seeing Lu Qing and the 5 treasure Taoists stop at his stall, he warmly greeted them. Although he looked much older than Lu Qing and the 5 treasure Taoist, in the cultivation world, respect is based on cultivation realm, not appearance. The aura emanating from these 2 young individuals was much stronger than his own. Thus he naturally lowered his stance and considered himself as a junior. Let's take a look first. Lu Qing smiled slightly. He was naturally skeptical of these crafty people's words. However, he didn't show this doubt on his face. Sure, seniors, take your time. If anything catches your fancy, let me know and I'll offer you a good deal. The stall owner continued with enthusiasm. Lu Qing slowly looked over the items on the ground, quickly seeing layers of superpower light emerging. Pieces of information floated into his vision one after another. Then he realized that little Li's sensing ability was indeed extraordinary. The items at this stall were quite ordinary, most radiating red and gold superpower light. A few emitted purple light, but the glow was quite dim. This indicated that the grade of the items was not high, and he even saw some radiating white light. Evidently, those were worthless, not even counting as spiritual objects, mere common items. Most likely, the stall owner placed them there intentionally, hoping to scam people. Yet Lu Qing didn't expose them and instead picked up an artifact shaped like a prayer wheel. Fellow Taoist, how much for this artifact? The prayer wheel-shaped artifact Lu Qing picked up was rustic, engraved with ancient runes, looking quite mysterious. In Lu Qing's vision, it was one of the few items at the stall that reached purple grade. Yet strangely, this artifact was only classified as a magic artifact, indicating that this treasure wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even if the grade wasn't high, there was more to it than meets the eye. The stall owner saw the prayer wheel in Lu Qing's hands. A hint of joy flashed deep in his eyes, quickly suppressed. He then showed a sorrowful expression. To be honest, senior, this treasure was obtained years ago during an expedition with a dear friend. Back then, we ventured into Tianshu Divine Mountain seeking treasure, but accidentally stumbled into an unknown small space cave. Inside that cave, fierce beasts guarded fiercely. My friend and I barely survived, managing to slay the beast. Guarded by the beast were this prayer wheel and a golden bell. We took these treasures and left. That small space cave collapsed and disappeared behind us. In the end, my friend and I divided the treasures and parted ways to recover. But after I recuperated and emerged, I received a piece of grave news. My friend, due to serious injuries, couldn't withstand it and passed away in his cave mansion. For many years since, every time I see this prayer wheel, I recall my friend, filled with regret. If only I could have held off some of the beast's attacks for my friend. Perhaps my friend wouldn't have succumbed to his wounds and passed away. Over the years, this became an obsession in my heart, almost turning into my heart demon. Long-term suffering from such obsession casts doubt on my ability to overcome the Golden Core tribulation. Despite my reluctance, I decided to sell this prayer wheel. I didn't expect you to have such a tragic story. My condolences. Listening to the stall owner's sorrowful tone brought a flutter of emotion on Lu Qing's face. He quickly offered consolation. On the other hand, the 5 treasure Taoists showed a strange expression in his eyes. Senior, this prayer wheel originally held immense significance for me as it was the last piece gained from an expedition with my good friend. But unfortunately, it has now become an obsession, hindering my path. Unwillingly, I have to sell it at a low price, the stall owner said sadly. No problem, set a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll buy it, Lu Qing said directly. The stall owner hesitated. To be honest, senior, I'm not sure about the true value of this prayer wheel. Although it's merely a magic artifact, the ancient runes engraved on it are quite mysterious. I've consulted many cultivators proficient in the rune array path. None could identify the origin of these runes. Moreover, it originated from the mysterious space cave in the Divine Mountain. Therefore, pricing its worth remains difficult. Why don't you offer a price and I'll see if it's suitable? I see. Lu Qing pondered briefly, then said, its grade is merely that of a magic artifact, but it resonates well with me. Plus, it holds immense significance to you, so I'll boldly offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would you be willing to part with it? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Before the stall owner could speak, the 5 treasure Taoist couldn't help but be taken aback. Mr. Chen, that price is too high. It's merely a magic artifact. With that price, you could buy a low-grade treasure. Who knows if his story is true or fabricated? You mustn't fall for these easily concocted tales. The 5 treasure Taoist was rather anxious, fearing Lu Qing might be deceived. Honestly, he was baffled as to why Lu Qing was interested in a small magic artifact. For Golden Core Realm experts like them, a mere magic artifact was of no practical use. The spells they cast easily superseded the power of any magic artifact. Initially pleased by Lu Qing's offer, the stall owner felt a sudden surge of anger upon hearing the 5 treasure Taoists' words. He wanted to retaliate against the meddling Taoist right then, yet he could only think about it. The 5 treasure Taoist was a Golden Core realm expert, and he, a mere foundation establishment, could be crushed with just a finger. Hence the stall owner dared not voice his anger, carefully suppressing it, and maintained his sad demeanor. Indeed, Senior's price is high. A magic artifact doesn't require that many spirit stones. Lower the price. No problem, a treasure of great value to my heart is hard to buy. I truly like this prayer wheel, plus it's a treasured item for you, so 1,000 low-grade spirit stones it is, Lu Qing said boldly. Then he directly took a small handful of spirit stones from his storage bag. Fellow Taoist, here are 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Please count them. Middle-grade spirit stones. The stall owner saw the spirit stones Lu Qing took out, feeling pleased yet again. Although the exchange rate for middle-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones was 1,100 in practice, cultivators preferred middle-grade spirit stones, rich in spiritual charm. Though tempted to quickly snatch the spirit stones, the stall owner restrained himself. He carefully took the spirit stones from Lu Qing with a face full of reluctance, casting a longing glance at the prayer wheel. He only slowly looked away after Lu Qing carefully stored the prayer wheel. After securing the prayer wheel, Lu Qing continued to browse. This time, he finally arrived at the stall Little Li mentioned. Lu Qing stood in front of the stall where Little Li had told him there was an exotic treasure fluctuation. The stall owner was a sharp-looking middle-aged man in the Golden Core realm, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He seemed uninterested in anything around him. Even when Lu Qing and his companions arrived, he did not show any intention of opening his eyes, allowing them to examine the items on his stall. Lu Qing did not disturb him but slowly looked over the items on the stall. After a while, he pointed to one of the items and asked, "Mr. Chen, how much is this treasure priced at?" The sharp-looking middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at the item Lu Qing was pointing to. He said indifferently, "Fixed price, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones." What, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this price, Lu Qing hadn't said anything yet, but 5 treasure Taoist couldn't hold back. "Mr. Chen, isn't this price a bit outrageous? This is merely a top-quality magic artifact, yet you demand such a high price. At this rate, one could buy a decent treasure. Product from Divine Mountain, the price naturally differs from regular magic artifacts." The sharp-looking middle-aged man remained calm, still speaking in his indifferent tone. "Even if it's from Divine Mountain, it's still just a top-quality magic artifact that isn't worth that many spirit stones." 5 treasure Taoist wouldn't be fooled by him and retorted, "If you find it expensive, you don't have to buy it." The sharp-looking middle-aged man glanced at 5 treasure Taoist and replied impatiently, "Mr. Chen, your price is indeed a bit high. Could you make it cheaper?" At this moment, Lu Qing also spoke up. "How can you believe those fabricated stories from others, willing to spend a fortune on a worthless magic artifact? This item here is genuinely acquired through hardship from Divine Mountain, yet you find it expensive. If you want it, buy it. If you can't afford it, go to other stalls and continue being a sucker. Don't interrupt my cultivation." As he said this, the face of the nearby foundation establishment stall owner changed instantly. He couldn't help but defend, "Senior, that's too much. When have I deceived this senior? What I said was the truth. Whether it's true or not, you know it yourself." The sharp-looking middle-aged man said coldly. The foundation establishment stall owner was so angry that his blood surged, but lacking the cultivation of the other, he ultimately flushed a few times but dared not react. He just looked anxiously at Lu Qing. "Senior, I really did not deceive you, I can swear. Since I already paid the spirit stones, naturally I wouldn't care about these things." Lu Qing smiled a bit, showing no intention of pursuing the matter. "However, Mr. Chen, your 3,000 spirit stones truly are a bit much. I cannot afford such a price. I said fixed price. If you don't want it, feel free to look elsewhere. I won't claim the items here are the cheapest, but I guarantee every piece is a rare find from Divine Mountain." The sharp-looking middle-aged man's finger moved slightly imperceptibly, yet he maintained his calm, his tone indifferent. "Mr. Chen, let's go elsewhere." At this point, 5 treasure Taoists simply couldn't stand his attitude anymore and immediately said to Lu Qing, "But no rush." Lu Qing waved his hand, showing interest. "Since this gentleman is so confident, it seems he is very sure of his treasures. Let's have another look." Then he continued studying the items on the stall. 5 treasure Taoist had no choice but to stay with him. He didn't expect that Mr. Chen, usually so steady, would become animated upon arriving at Fecta Peak. Still young after all, seeing so-called treasures and lacking composure. Quickly, Lu Qing set his sights on another item. He pointed and asked, "Mr. Chen, how much is this bead priced at?" Following his gaze, 5 treasure Taoists saw a grayish bead looking quite ordinary, not even exuding a magical treasure aura. It seemed to be an unrefined exotic item. As to whether it was a treasure or not, who knew? This bead, also 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sharp-looking middle-aged man glanced at the bead and after slight hesitation said, "Again with 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Forget about that top magic artifact. This bead doesn't even emit any treasure aura, also priced at 3,000 spirit stones. What an excessive demand." Upon hearing this price, 5 treasure Taoists couldn't help it again. Lu Qing shook his head at this moment. "It seems Mr. Chen indeed figures me for a sucker. Let's go, Taoist." He was about to turn and leave. 5 treasure Taoists, coldly snorting, followed suit, ready to leave. "Wait, Mr. Chen." Seeing Lu Qing was really about to depart, the sharp-looking middle-aged man finally panicked. "If you honestly want this bead, how about 2,500 low-grade spirit stones? I will only offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Lu Qing steadied himself. "If Mr. Chen is willing to sell, let's trade. If not, then let's drop it." The sharp-looking middle-aged man found himself hesitating once more. If the aforementioned top-grade magic artifact had been claimed as coming from Tianshu Divine Mountain, that was half true and half false. Actually, it was one of the magic artifacts he obtained after intercepting some enemies in Tianshu Divine Mountain. But as for this gray bead, it was genuinely acquired from a secluded space within Tianshu Divine Mountain. During that expedition, he had paid quite a price. Most of the treasures acquired have been sold over the years. The gray bead alone, because it was too ordinary, remained overlooked. He once thought of sending it to the auction, but the treasure appraisers there, after inspecting the bead, directly refused to accept it. Thinking of this, the shrewd middle-aged man had already made a decision in his heart, although he always had a feeling that this gray bead might not be as simple as it seemed. However, for so many years, he had never been able to uncover its secrets. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary bead, no different from a common stone bead. In this auction, it is said that there will be a batch of elixirs to purify the golden core. He is now at the golden core 3rd turn. To advance to the 4th transition, he must purify his golden core and enhance his magic power golden core to a middle grade level. Therefore, he must acquire one of these purifying elixirs. Otherwise, who knows when such elixirs will appear again. Thus, he needed to prepare enough spirit stones. This gray bead may really contain some secrets, but it is more likely that it is just an ordinary stone bead. After all, over these years, he tried all kinds of methods but couldn't discern anything special about it. A treasure that cannot be used is as good as waste. Better to trade it for spirit stones to buy treasures and enhance strength. His expression changed several times, and the shrewd middle-aged man finally looked at Lu Qing. "Seriously, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, no less. If you don't want it, forget it." Lu Qing, seeing his expression, pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "All right, 1,500 spirit stones." He then took out 15 middle-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. Seeing Lu Qing's straightforward use of middle-grade spirit stones, the shrewd middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a gleam. But he quickly concealed it, collected the spirit stones, picked up the gray bead, and handed it to Lu Qing. "This treasure bead now belongs to you." Lu Qing, seemingly unaware of the other's unusual behavior, casually received the bead without checking it and put it away. After Lu Qing put away the gray bead, the shrewd middle-aged man suddenly felt a sense of loss. It seemed as if something important had just left his hand. Unfortunately, even if he regrets it now, it's already useless. No matter how it seems unmanaged here, everyone is free to trade. But if something really happens, the strong cultivators of Tianshu City will immediately step in. Then he might be directly expelled, never to enter the city again. So he could only muster a smile. "You are indeed generous. I still have many treasures here. If there's anything else that catches your eye, I can give you a discount. No need, I still want to explore other places." Having obtained what he wanted, Lu Qing no longer wished to linger and started walking toward other stalls with the 5 treasure Taoists. Watching the 2 figures of Lu Qing gradually disappear into the crowd, the shrewd middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, a divine soul transmission echoed. "It's nothing, just that kid seemed a bit peculiar. By the way, congratulations on selling an ordinary magic artifact for thousands of spirit stones." The shrewd middle-aged man retracted his gaze and replied via transmission. "Haha, that kid is truly a fool, believing the story I made up. And didn't you do the same, finally selling that useless stone bead?" The transmission came from the Foundation establishment stall owner at the nearby stall. The 2 of them had been putting on a show, pretending not to know each other. "A useless stone bead, huh?" The shrewd middle-aged man thought of the sense of loss when the stone bead left his hand, his eyes slightly flickering with darkness. "Mr. Chen, why do you care so much about that bead? Could it contain some mystery?" At this point, even the 5 treasure Taoists came to realize something. Lu Qing's earlier behavior was quite out of the ordinary for him. To see him spend so many spirit stones without batting an eye to buy an apparently useless stone bead. He finally realized, could there be another hidden mystery? Just happened to find it pleasing to the eye, felt it was a nice bead. Lu Qing smiled slightly and didn't reveal the truth. but the five treasure Taoist understood in his heart, believing that the bead must have something special. Only he and the stall owner couldn't see it. For the remaining time, Lu Qing wandered around the square again. He went to the stalls where little Li sensed there were exotic treasures, but found they were mostly ordinary treasures. The treasure aura was quite obvious, and the stall owners asked for high prices. There was nothing like the gray bead, where the treasure light was hidden, and others couldn't see the true details of the exotic treasure. Lu Qing was surprised, but found it reasonable. Indeed, that's normal. There aren't so many opportunities to take advantage of. Being able to get an exotic treasure at a low price is already considered good luck. It's impossible for all the opportunities to belong to one person. After asking around, he found that the exotic treasures little Li sensed as extraordinary. Those stall owners asked for prices way beyond the exotic treasure's worth. And since those exotic treasures weren't necessary for him, Lu Qing immediately lost interest. Nonetheless, he became more eager for the upcoming auction. Even these valuable exotic treasures couldn't make it into the auction, only being sold here at the stalls. What kind of stunning treasures would be in this auction then? After leaving the square, Lu Qing and the five treasure Taoist wandered around Fekta Peak again. As time went on, approaching evening, continuously, cultivators flew down from the sky, landing on Fekta Peak. Each of them had strong auras, at least at the Golden Core realm level. Some were so imposing that just their presence caused those below to tremble. With an aura as deep as the ocean, majestic as a mountain, or vast as the sky, they were obviously primordial spirit great powers, showing such elegance. However, most primordial spirit great powers directly entered the grand building on the mountain top, rarely wandering around Fekta Peak. Lu Qing was still wandering with the five-star Taoist. At this moment, he stood in front of a shop, showing a hint of surprise. This shop wasn't selling common magical treasures or elixirs. Instead, it displayed rows of jade scrolls and ancient books. According to the shopkeeper, they were all books on cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Taoist scripture residence. There's actually a shop dedicated to selling cultivation technique books. Lu Qing was both surprised and perplexed. As you know, cultivators are always very careful about their own cultivation techniques. They rarely reveal them to anyone other than their closest disciples or relatives, let alone sell them. After all, if their cultivation techniques were known by others, there's no guarantee that countermeasures wouldn't be developed. So Lu Qing had rarely seen places dedicated to selling cultivation technique books. Unexpectedly, he found one here on Fekta Peak. It seems this shop must have a profound background, maybe even belonging to Tianshu City. Lu Qing immediately went inside, but after looking around and with the shopkeeper's introduction, he found out he was excited too early. Most cultivation technique books in this shop were for the Qi refining realm and foundation establishment realm. There were only a dozen or so at the Golden Core level. As for primordial spirit level books, there wasn't a single one. Understanding this, Lu Qing felt a bit disappointed but also understanding. Primordial spirit level techniques are too precious to be openly sold. It's not about whether someone would buy it or not, but if they dared to display such level techniques, even with Tianshu City backing them, it might not stop the greed of those powerful Golden Core cultivators. Perhaps the moment they display them, someone would dare to rob them by nightfall. Realizing this, Lu Qing calmed his excited heart. Then he turned his attention to the dozen or so Golden Core level techniques, his eyes showing a hint of eagerness. His perfect Golden Core skill had recently hit a bottleneck in its deduction. These Golden Core level techniques came just in time. Due to the unique nature of the perfect Golden Core he condensed himself, Lu Qing's cultivation technique can only be self-created. Over the years, he relied on the many cultivation techniques he mastered, and the Taoist chapter bestowed by the Heavenly Tao during his crossing the tribulation. With the help of his superpower, he deduced the cultivation technique most suitable for himself, the perfect Golden Core skill. But self-creation and deduction of cultivation techniques is not a simple matter. It requires a large number of cultivation techniques for reference, colliding with each other to inspire creativity. Although the superpower is incredibly mysterious, the cultivation techniques Lu Qing mastered are ultimately limited, and the vast majority were obtained from his hometown world. So in the end, he could only deduce the perfect Golden Core skill to the realm of the sixth transition and could not continue. Now seeing these Golden Core realm techniques, if he could acquire them all, perhaps he might be able to deduce the seventh transition of the perfect Golden Core skill. Thinking of this, Lu Qing immediately expressed to the shopkeeper that he wanted to buy all the Golden Core level techniques here. The guest wants to buy all these Golden Core level techniques. The shopkeeper widened his eyes upon hearing Lu Qing's words. Even the five treasure Taoist was surprised. Indeed, with such a large transaction, shopkeeper, you must give me a good discount, Lu Qing said with a smile. Certainly, certainly. Once confirmed that Lu Qing indeed wanted to buy all the Golden Core level techniques in the shop, the shopkeeper was all smiles. Just as Lu Qing said, this was indeed a big transaction if successful. The shopkeeper could also earn a substantial reward. The shopkeeper immediately took out an abacus and started calculating with a clatter. Soon he calculated a number and showed it to Lu Qing. Guest, see if this price is suitable. We've already given you a 10% discount. Lu Qing took a look and seeing the price didn't exceed his expectations, didn't fuss over it. Nodding slightly, it's good. The shopkeeper was all smiles immediately. So will the guest make the payment now? Yes, check to see if this is enough. Lu Qing took out a bag and poured out the spirit stones inside. A small pile of middle-grade spirit stones was placed together, glowing brightly, making the shopkeeper's eyes widen. It's enough, it's enough. After checking the quantity, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, feeling even more pleased. Lu Qing paid with middle-grade spirit stones, which had a slightly higher value compared to the actual price. I will immediately fetch the cultivation techniques for the guest. The shopkeeper promptly walked to the shelf where the golden core level techniques were placed, took out a jade talisman, and performed more than a dozen spells in a row. After a series of actions, he finally unlocked the array on the shelf and took out the jade scrolls inside. Guest, please check whether these are all golden core level techniques once you leave this shop. Any problems will be your own responsibility. Lu Qing received the jade scrolls and started checking them. Actually, before deciding to buy, he had already used his superpower to check, and the notes that floated out showed no issues. However, the information obtained from the superpower's notes was still limited, so checking personally was more prudent. The highest level of techniques in this Taoist scripture residence, although only golden core level, but most can be cultivated to golden core realm perfection. A few can also be cultivated to the late stage golden core. It's evident that those displayed here are high-quality cultivation techniques. After checking, Lu Qing found no problems. Even if there were issues during his comprehension, he uses his superpower for cultivation, so there's no need to fear any hidden traps within. Besides, he believes that since Taoist scripture residence dared to open its doors for cultivation techniques business and has remained peaceful, it would not stoop so low. Otherwise, the shop would have been smashed long ago. Tianshu City is indeed powerful, but among the cultivators coming and going from Tianshu Divine Mountain, there are hidden talents. Unpredictably, someone might have a formidable background. So Lu Qing nodded, it's fine, no problems found. Then these cultivation techniques belong to the guest. The shopkeeper said respectfully, also, rest assured, the cultivation techniques sold by our shop are of legitimate origins and won't cause any trouble. You can cultivate them with peace of mind. After Lu Qing stored the cultivation techniques away and left Taoist scripture residence, the 5 treasure Taoists couldn't help but say, what does Mr. Chen want with so many golden core techniques? In the view of the 5 treasure Taoists, Lu Qing is quite mysterious. Even the disciples from the Kainkun sect treat him with great respect. Presumably, his background must be extraordinary. Such a person, the cultivation technique must be equally exceptional. Why be so keen on techniques confined to the golden core realm? Just a little hobby. Lu Qing said with a smile, I always had a penchant for collecting cultivation techniques. If you have any spare golden core level techniques for sale, you may sell them to me. A little hobby. The 5 treasure Taoists couldn't help but be astonished. The spirit stones Lu Qing spent buying techniques weren't a small amount. It seems Mr. Chen's financial power is truly remarkable. First, it was treasures of unknown purpose, then golden core level techniques. Each item seems irrelevant for a strong person of their level, yet he generously bought all. No wonder when he heard about the auction, he looked so eagerly. Seems like he's not just there for fun like me, he genuinely has the capability to participate in the auction. Dong, dong, dong. Just when the 5 treasure Taoist was surprised, a series of long bell chimes suddenly came from the mountaintop. The sound was so far-reaching that it could be heard hundreds of miles away. The auction is about to begin. Mr. Chen, let's hurry up and go. The 5 treasure Taoists said promptly upon hearing the bell. Is it starting? Lu Qing looked towards the mountaintop. He saw many cultivators rushing up the mountain. By the time he and the 5 treasure Taoists reached the top, many cultivators had already gathered in front of the huge building, waiting to enter. The 2 of them were already considered relatively late. Mr. Chen, I've already got the details. To enter the auction, you must first pay a deposit of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This 1,000 spirit stones is just a precaution against people entering and making random bids. When we leave, it will be refunded to us. Also, the seats inside are divided into 2 types. One is in the main hall where there are many people, and everyone can see each other. The other is an exclusive VIP room. Inside, it's equipped with numerous arrays to prevent others from spying. After winning an item, Tianshu City can also deliver it directly, without waiting for the auction to end to pick up the treasure. However, VIP rooms are not that easy to get. Generally, only primordial spirit great powers or cultivators with extraordinary backgrounds or astonishing wealth are eligible to enter. The 5 treasure Taoists slowly informed Lu Qing of the information he had gathered. So what qualifies as astonishing wealth? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. According to the information from Tianchu City, you need at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to barely qualify for a VIP room. Is that so? Lu Qing understood. The two were in line, and when it was their turn, a young girl at the peak of Foundation establishment greeted them respectfully into a room. Inside the room, an elderly person with a gentle face was looking at them. However, when Lu Qing and the 5 treasure Taoists saw this elder, their heart and spirit both shivered. The faint aura emanating from the elder told them this was a primordial spirit realm great power. Two fellow Taoists, do you wish to enter the first-floor hall or the second-floor VIP room? The 5 treasure Taoist immediately looked at Lu Qing. If it were just himself, he would definitely choose to go to the first-floor hall, but remembering the look on Lu Qing's face earlier, he didn't speak up first. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and said, "We'll choose a VIP room." Oh, the elder looked at Lu Qing with some surprise. He didn't expect this young man, with an average cultivation and plainly dressed, to make such a choice. However, he had experienced countless storms, so this small matter only surprised him a little, and his expression quickly returned to normal. Then you should know the rules, right? You need 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? Lu Qing casually took out a brocade box and opened it. Here are 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Please take a look, elder. Upon seeing the neatly packed middle-grade spirit stones in the brocade box, not only did the mouth of the 5 treasure Taoists slightly open, but even the elder's gaze wavered slightly. Then he took out 2 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Qing and his companion. With a smile, he said, "The amount is correct. This is the jade token for room number 19 on the ground floor. As long as you hold the jade token and pass through that transmission array, you can enter. If you find any treasure you like, you can also give your bid through the jade token." Following the elder's gaze, Lu Qing and his companion noticed a small transmission array in the corner glowing faintly, and both felt a slight shock. Lu Qing thought to himself, as expected of Tianchu City, even entering the auction requires using a transmission array. However, this also hides their presence, which suits his intentions precisely. The two respectfully took the jade tokens and then walked onto the small transmission array. The next moment, their figures flashed and disappeared from the room. Interesting young people. The elder chuckled lightly as he watched Lu Qing and his companion disappear, ready to greet the next guests. Is this the VIP room? With a flash of light, Lu Qing and the 5 treasure Taoists' figures appeared in a spacious room. Interior was elegantly arranged, with spirit incense calming the mind and nourishing the soul burning, bringing about a sense of comfort. Moreover, through the arrays in the room, the two could clearly see the situation outside. Below was a gigantic hall almost filled with cultivators. Where they were was surrounded by rooms, but because of the arrays shielding them, they couldn't see the situation inside those rooms. I wonder if Taoist Yi and the others have come to this auction. A thought suddenly emerged in Lu Qing's mind. He had not seen Yi Qingzhu and others in the hall below, but recalling that Yi Qingzhu had said their senior brother was in Tianchu City, that person was a primordial spirit realm expert, so even if the disciples of Kainkun sect came to this auction, it should be that they have also entered a VIP room like him. Sister, do you think Brother Chen and the others might have come to this auction too? While Lu Qing was thinking of Yi Qingzhu and his companions, someone opposite him, in a room marked with a heavenly character, was also thinking of him. I don't know. In response to Chu Xiaoking's inquiry, Yi Qingzhu shook her head. Taoist Chen's actions are always unpredictable and elusive. How could we ever guess them? Indeed, Taoist Chen's actions are quite unpredictable. Wearing purple robes, Zixio nodded approvingly at this time. The Taoist Chen you speak of, is he the one who saved you from Li Motion's hands? At this moment, a gentle voice as smooth as jade suddenly came from the side. Yes, senior brother. If it weren't for Brother Chen, we would have perished at Li Motion's hands. That sinister demon even wronged you, senior brother, accusing you of killing his family back then, utterly outrageous. If Brother Chen hadn't shown up in time, we would never have seen you again, senior brother. Chu Xiaoking lamented with some grievances to a young man in cyan and white magic robes, whose demeanor was like jade. This young man turned out to be the senior brother of the Kainkun sect, Kaian Lingxiao. Leaf Qingzhu's expression changed slightly when she heard this. I didn't expect Mo Tian to lose his way and fall into the demon path. Kaian Lingxiao sighed. It's my failure as a senior brother. If I had noticed the signs earlier, perhaps I could have saved him before his fall. You can't blame yourself, senior brother. Chu Xiaoking immediately said. Master said that those who fall into the demon path are hopeless demons. Even if you noticed, it would be difficult to bring Li Motion back to the righteous path. This junior sister is right. At this moment, a young man in dark magic robes beside Kaian Lingxiao spoke with a smile. Demons are those of great evil, with no possibility of salvation. Since they've already fallen into the demon path, they should be permanently annihilated. There's no need to waste efforts on them. Elder Gong Shu is right. Our senior brother need not trouble himself over a mere demon. Yi Qingzhu suddenly said. Although that's true in the end, he was still a fellow apprentice for many years. We shouldn't give up as long as there's a glimmer of hope. Kyan Linkseo sighed. Brother Linkseo, you are too compassionate, and you may suffer for it in the future. As Lu Qing and his companion were almost among the last batches of cultivators, shortly after entering the room, the announcement declared the formal start of the auction below. A figure suddenly appeared on the most conspicuous high jade platform in the hall below, a trace of aura emanating from them. The previously noisy hall instantly quieted down, because the figure that appeared was a primordial spirit realm great power. Venerable Zhenbao has come out. When they saw the figure on the jade platform, a cultivator who had attended the auction more than once immediately whispered. The suddenly appearing primordial spirit great power was actually Venerable Zhenbao, who was responsible for hosting the auction this time. Seeing the cultivators in the hall quiet down, he nodded satisfactorily. He said lightly, this auction was originally scheduled for next month, but because a new secret realm from the Divine Mountain is about to emerge, many friends from various places have come to the city, and the city lord has decided to advance the auction. Hearing Venerable Zhenbao's words, the hall immediately stirred slightly. The news that a new secret realm was being nurtured within the Tianshu Divine Mountain had been the most attention-grabbing recent news. Venerable Zhenbao directly pointed this out, naturally causing discussion among everyone. Once the hall quieted again, Venerable Zhenbao continued, the new secret realm is likely to open soon, and I trust everyone present will enter the secret realm to vie for a chance. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife doesn't delay chopping wood to seize opportunity in the secret realm. One's own strength is the reliance. Therefore, in this city's auction, there will be plenty of powerful magical treasures and elixirs appearing. Even spiritual artifacts will have more than one. The quality will reach top grade. These can enhance your strength, increasing your chances in the struggle for opportunities within the secret realm. There are even high-grade spirit artifacts. The cultivators in the hall were shocked at once. One must know spiritual artifacts are rare, and though numerous powerful cultivators were present, with those at the Golden Core realm occupying almost half. However, those who held spiritual artifacts were very few among them. Moreover, most were only low-grade spirit artifacts. Those achieving middle grade were extremely rare. After all, the crafting of spiritual artifacts is not easy, requiring the perfect time, place, and people. Even primordial spirit great powers spend significant effort to craft one. This is why there are new primordial spirit great powers who might not have spiritual artifacts as their magical treasure. Each increase in grade of spiritual artifacts results in earth-shaking changes in power. The preciousness of high-grade spirit artifacts makes even seasoned primordial spirit great powers covet them. That's why the cultivators present were so shocked to hear that this auction would feature high-grade spirit artifacts. Even in the VIP room, Qian Linkseo and Gong Shuzhang's eyes brightened. High-grade spirit artifacts, such treasures at this auction. Qian Linkseo stood up suddenly, eyes full of surprise. Gong Shuzhang also showed a sharp gleam, high-grade spirit artifacts. Tianshu City is really generous this time. No wonder the two were so excited, though they were in the primordial spirit realm and came from extraordinary backgrounds. They had only recently reached this realm, and their foundation was still shallow. The most precious magical treasure on them was only a middle-grade spiritual artifact. High-grade spirit artifacts are considered extremely precious in the heavenly origin great world. Even a primordial spirit great power at the 4th or 5th tribulation would use treasures of this grade at most. Unexpectedly, Tianshu City was willing to auction it, truly beyond everyone's expectations. Getting this high-grade spirit artifact won't be easy. The primordial spirit realm cultivators in other VIP rooms surely won't miss this opportunity either. After the excitement, calming down a bit, Qian Linkseo furrowed his brows. He could already imagine the excitement in other rooms among the primordial spirit great powers. Many top forces came to Tianshu City this time, some being stronger primordial spirit great powers than him. Some older primordial spirit great powers may not be much stronger in terms of power, but in terms of wealth accumulation, they likely far exceed him. Indeed, in terms of financial resources, we are far from those elders. Gong Shuzhang nodded. How about it, Brother Linkseo? We join forces and see if we can get that high-grade spirit artifact. Us joining forces. Qian Linkseo pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's a way, but we still need to see what kind of artifact it is, and whether it has the effect of adding wings to a tiger for us. Even if it's a high-grade spirit artifact, it must also be suitable. Only artifacts with compatible attributes can multiply a cultivator's strength. It's like if a cultivator whose primary cultivation is in the fire element cultivation method acquires an artifact containing the water element law. Forced refinement would not only fail to enhance their power, but might even damage their cultivation. What a Tianshu City, they even dare to auction high-grade spirit artifacts. Quickly inform the sect master. Tell them Tianshu City has high-grade spirit artifacts for auction. Even high-grade spirit artifacts. This is a great opportunity if we can secure this artifact. our Liu family can suppress our fortune and might one day glimpse a position among the 36 upper clans. Haha, if I can secure this high-grade spirit artifact, I would add wings to a tiger, not only greatly increasing power, but even glimpsing that fourth tribulation of the primordial spirit realm. Just as Kai and Linxio imagined, other VIP rooms were in uproar upon hearing Venerable Zhenbao's words. Even those profound primordial spirit great powers were shocked. Soon, their eyes showed a determined look. High-grade spirit artifacts are too precious, securing them, regardless of spirit stone costs, is worthwhile. Even top-grade spiritual artifacts are up for auction. What an impressive display by Tianshu City. In room 19, Earth Sector, the 5 treasure Taoists' eyes widened in shock, exclaiming loudly, "Really, is it rare for Tianshu City to auction top-grade spiritual artifacts?" Lu Qing inquired. "Rare is an understatement. As far as I know, this is the first time Tianshu City has brought out such a magical treasure for auction." The shock on the 5 treasure Taoists' face still hadn't faded. If it were a low-grade spiritual artifact, that'd be one thing, but this is a top-grade spiritual artifact, which in many prominent sects is considered a top-tier sect treasure. Put it this way, Mr. Chen, your friends in the Kainkun sect. The strongest magical artifact in their sect is likely merely a top-grade spiritual artifact. As for top-grade spiritual artifacts, only the most elite and powerful forces in the heavenly origin great world could possibly control them. I see, Lu Qing replied, suddenly enlightened. He knew spiritual artifacts were valuable, but hadn't realized the same was true for the heavenly origin great world. He recalled that since entering the heavenly origin great world, he had indeed rarely encountered cultivators in the Golden Core realm who possessed spiritual artifacts. Looks like there's going to be quite the fierce competition soon. I wonder which house that top-grade spiritual artifact will eventually fall into, Lu Qing mused. Regarding the top-grade spiritual artifact mentioned by Venerable Zhenbao, he had no particular thoughts. Although he had quite a few spirit stones, he wouldn't presume that they could compare with those primordial spirit monsters. This top-grade spiritual artifact is a formidable treasure capable of suppressing a sect's fortune. The sect forces and noble families will likely be vying at full strength to bid. It's just a bit strange. Though Tianshu City is quite powerful, in the whole heavenly origin great world, it can only be considered a first-rate force, far from the top tier. Why would it part with such a treasure for auction? The 5 treasure Taoist wondered. Whatever the reason, we'll find out by watching. Lu Qing smiled slightly. In the hall, Venerable Zhenbao sensed the lively atmosphere around him and also smiled faintly. "Seeing you folks are getting impatient, this old man will not dawdle any longer and start the auction now." With that, he waved his hand, and suddenly a row of jade bottles appeared on the jade platform before him. "First, we will auction these 10 dust-cleansing golden soul pills. Its effects, I'm sure many of you cultivators here know. They can cleanse the golden core and have a high chance to enable cultivators in the golden core third turn to achieve perfection, successfully refining the golden core, upgrading its grade from low to middle. Dust-cleansing golden soul pill. Indeed, the news was correct. Such a pill that can refine the golden core is at the auction. I must obtain one of these dust-cleansing golden soul pills. I've been stuck at the golden core third turn realm for nearly 100 years. Once I get one of these dust-cleansing golden soul pills, entering the fourth turn realm will be within reach. My child is currently in the golden core second turn realm, and soon after, he will enter the third turn. This dust-cleansing golden soul pill is perfect for him." As soon as the dust-cleansing golden soul pill appeared, it immediately drew the attention of numerous cultivators in the hall. The eyes of many in the golden core realm were ablaze with fervent desire. The top-grade spiritual artifact mentioned earlier by Venerable Zhenbao, although surprising, was simply too far out of their reach. Those are treasures only accessible to primordial spirit great powers. For ordinary golden core realm cultivators like them, it was completely unrelated. But the dust-cleansing golden soul pill was different. Among the cultivators in the golden core realm present, many were at the early stage, with their golden cores still low grade. To advance further, enter the golden core middle realm, they would need to refine the golden core, upgrading its grade to middle to have a chance. And this dust-cleansing golden soul pill significantly accelerates the process of refining the golden core, being one of the best elixirs for upgrading the golden core grade. With even one in hand, many cultivators in the golden core early stage present would have a tremendous chance to successfully refine their golden core and break through to the golden core middle realm. Consequently, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became incredibly heated. Many strong cultivators in the golden core realm showed an expression of determination in their eyes. The dust-cleansing golden soul pill is always in short supply and high demand. Many alchemy masters, once they gather spiritual medicine, before they even start refining, often have their products already reserved. It seldom appears in the open market. This time, it is rare to see 10 pills appear at once, making the numerous Golden Core Realm cultivators unable to contain their excitement. Alright, everyone knows the rarity of the dust-cleansing Golden Soul Pill, so I won't pontificate. The opening bid for the first pill is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Venerable Zhenbao saw the excitement on the faces of everyone below and proceeded with the auction without further ado. Furthermore, the starting bid was unexpectedly low, a mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, this wasn't a concern, as soon someone shouted a higher bid, 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, 2,000. 2,500, 3,500, 4,000. 10,000. Watching the price soar, reaching 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in less than 10 breaths was astonishing. And when this price was called out, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone turned to look at the bidder. It was an older man with some gray hair and a few wrinkles, and even his body emitted a faint sense of decay. Despite being an elder in the Golden Core realm, he appeared on the brink of death. People immediately understood that this was a Golden Core realm elder whose lifespan was nearly exhausted, on the verge of disappearing into nothingness. As the old man called out the 10,000 bid, his face paled and his body trembled slightly. Seeing everyone looking his way, an expression of plea appeared on his face. Fellow Taoists, please show mercy and let this old man have this dust-cleansing golden soul pill. It's my only hope as my lifespan is running out. Listening to the old man's pleading words, many felt a pang of sympathy, and those who were initially inclined to bid also fell silent. After all, this is only the first pill, there are still 9 more to compete for, so why not let the old man have one? Even Venerable Zhenbao on the Jade platform sighed slightly, but he continued, as usual, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is there any Taoist wishing to offer a higher price? Seeing no one else bidding, joy appeared on the gray-haired elder's face. Venerable Zhenbao smiled, ready to announce the recipient of the first dust-cleansing golden soul pill. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "Wait, I bid 11,000 low-grade spirit stones." Everyone was stunned, even Venerable Zhenbao paused. All eyes shifted to the source of the voice, revealing a middle-aged man with a long knife on his back. He wore a partially exposed leather outfit, was tall and burly, and exuded vitality like a bear. Most importantly, his presence clearly indicated he had reached the Golden Core middle realm. Facing the crowd's gaze, especially the elder's look of despair, the man hollered, "Why are you all staring? Old man, if your lifespan is nearly up, just be honest and die already. Even if this dust-cleansing golden soul pill is given to you, what would be the point? Even if you reach Golden Core 4th turn, it's just an extension of 100 years. After a century, won't you still end up dead and gone? If that's the case, why waste such a precious elixir? Dying sooner is the right thing to do. Fellow Taoist, you're already in the Golden Core middle realm. This dust-cleansing golden soul pill is of no use to you. Why do you need to compete with me for this life-saving pill?" The gray-haired elder pleaded. But the man remained unmoved. "Can't I buy it to gift it to my family members? Old man, if you don't want to give up, keep bidding or this pill will be mine." The old man's body stiffened, his face despairing. In the end, the white-haired old man still couldn't win the bid for the first dust-cleansing golden soul pill. Over the years, in order to prolong his life, he had spent most of his accumulated wealth. The spirit stones he had left were already not many. In the situation where that burly man refused to relent, he simply couldn't compete. He could only watch helplessly as the burly man pushed the price of the first dust-cleansing golden soul pill to a number he couldn't bear. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, this first dust-cleansing golden soul pill will belong to this fellow cultivator. The entire place fell silent. The burly man was obviously at odds with the white-haired old man, and the final price he offered was higher than many people's psychological limit. They didn't find it necessary to offend someone over this. Seeing no one else bid, Venerable Zhenbao sighed slightly. The final gavel was struck, so this first dust-cleansing golden soul pill will belong to fellow cultivator number 187. Upon hearing this, despair suddenly appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. He knew that if he couldn't win the first dust-cleansing golden soul pill, there was even less hope for the next 9. The people in the hall, letting him go once, was already a favor. The upcoming competition would likely be without courtesy. Sure enough, in the ensuing auction, the bids for the remaining 9 dust-cleansing golden soul pills were exceptionally fierce. The price of each quickly surpassed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, making the old man look even more desperate, and this scene left many in silence. See, this is the difficulty for loose cultivators. In a certain Earth classroom, a powerful late-stage Golden Core realm expert was earnestly instructing his disciples behind him. These loose cultivators, due to insufficient foundation and lack of accumulation, condense the low-potential low-grade Golden Core. Although they become Golden Core realm experts, they still have to tirelessly wash and refine their Golden Core, seeking to improve its grade. A single misstep could delay them until their life is exhausted before their Golden Core grade improves. So in your cultivation, you must not be too impatient, and you must solidify your foundation and accumulate depth. Only then can you, during the Golden Core tribulation, rely on a solid foundation to leap through the Dragon Gate in one go, successfully condensing a mid-grade Golden Core or even a top-grade Golden Core. Otherwise, if what you condense is the lowest potential low-grade Golden Core, that white-haired old man over there will be what you look like in the future. The disciples behind him, looking at the white-haired old man in the hall below, all couldn't help shivering. They then solemnly replied, "We will heed the master's teachings. Seeing these loose cultivators struggle really makes you feel lucky to be in a sect. If we hadn't joined a sect back then, I'm afraid we would be just like those below, spending all our life savings for a mere dust-cleansing golden soul pill." In another heaven classroom, someone else was sighing. "Brother Hong, there is no need for self-deprecation. Your talent, as high as the sun and moon, is not something these mediocrities can compare to." Beside him, another person shook his head. "Even without the sect's nurturing, with your talent, as long as you obtained a cultivation method, you would surely soar to great heights. Condensing a top-grade golden core would be as simple as eating or drinking. These mediocrities below who can only condense low-grade golden cores are not even a fraction of your capability. Brother Zai, you praise me too much. Without the sect's nurture, how could I have achieved what I have today?" "Haha, Brother Hong is the greatest genius of Chunju. How can you be so modest? My so-called genius title is simply others' flattery. Brother Zai, you're the top successor of Fengkun sect now that's truly earned through hard-won achievements." The two continued to praise each other, and behind them stood a group of young men and women with strong auras, all looking at them with reverent eyes. "Grandfather, I didn't know the pills you make are so popular." In another Earth classroom, a little girl was surprised as she spoke to an elderly man beside her. The old man, with a ruddy complexion and a white robe, looked extremely sage-like. Though the dust-cleansing golden soul pill is not a very high grade, it purifies the golden core, serving as a life-saving pill for these independent practitioner golden cores who need to continue on their path, so naturally, they value it greatly. The old man in white robe sighed softly. Unfortunately, several spiritual medicines used to refine the dust-cleansing golden soul pill have long been controlled by major factions. Even if I can refine them, it's like trying to cook without rice. Otherwise, I would have taken out more pills for auction this time. That old fellow wouldn't have to feel so desperate then. Yes, that old man looked so pitiful. The little girl had also seen the previous scene and felt a pang of compassion. "Grandfather, can't we give him a dust-cleansing golden soul pill? This must not be done." The old man in white robes immediately shook his head. "Zio Ling, you must remember, the human heart is treacherous. As an alchemist, you may have compassion, but don't be easily deceived by appearances and act on sentiment. That old man may indeed look pitiful now, but you know nothing of his past. How can you know if he's someone worth helping?" The little girl was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, the old man smiled and then kindly advised, "So if you don't really know someone, don't easily lend a helping hand. Otherwise, you might not truly help others and could even aid the wicked. Zio Ling, always remember this." "I understand, Grandpa." The little girl, although still quite naive, knew that her grandfather's teachings were never wrong. A spirit pill that can refine a golden core is actually this precious. In room 19, Earth Letter, Lu Qing looked at the frenzied bidding below, somewhat astonished. "That's natural. The heavenly origin great world's spiritual energy is incredibly abundant, and the path of cultivation is prevalent. Anyone with decent talent has the potential to cultivate to the golden core realm, as long as their luck isn't too bad," the 5 treasure Taoists said with a smile. However, most golden core realm cultivators go through an ordinary golden core tribulation, and the majority condense a low-grade golden core. Therefore, there is a great demand for spiritual medicines that refine golden cores. But it's said that the few spirit pills with the best golden core refining effects have a few main ingredients monopolized by certain major forces. For example, this dust-cleansing golden soul pill, one of its ingredients is a spiritual liquid called clear spirit green water, sourced from a spiritual pond. That spiritual pond is occupied by the Green Spirit clan, one of the 36 upper clans. Only a small amount of clear spirit green water is released each year. This makes the dust-cleansing golden soul pill not a particularly advanced elixir, but still incredibly rare. Now that it's hard to come by, those low-grade golden core cultivators are naturally fighting crazily for it. So that's it, the path to advancement is controlled by major forces. Those sect forces, noble families must be wary of the rise of loose cultivators, Lu Qing realized. Indeed, resource monopolies are similar in any world. This heavenly origin great world, although filled with abundant spiritual energy and spiritual objects everywhere, makes cultivation extraordinarily easy. As long as someone has cultivation talent, even without a sect, they can tread the path of cultivation as a loose cultivator by relying on the abundant spiritual energy. As a result, the number of loose cultivators is immense. If these loose cultivators were allowed to reach advanced realms, it would be an enormous impact on those sect forces and noble families. It could even potentially threaten their status in the heavenly origin great world. Naturally, they wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, they must curb the rise of loose cultivators, and achieving this isn't too difficult. For these loose cultivators, the path of cultivation isn't too challenging at first, but upon reaching the foundation establishment, they face a significant hurdle. That is the golden core tribulation. Loose cultivators lack strong foundations and solid grounding. Unless one's cultivation talent is outstanding, the majority can only condense low-grade golden cores even if they pass the golden core tribulation. Low-grade golden cores have limited potential, only allowing cultivation to the third transition at most. To go further, one must refine the golden core, enhancing the grade of the magic power golden core. And this step is undoubtedly the best way for sect forces and noble families to limit the number of strong loose cultivators. As long as they control the pills for refining golden cores, the likelihood of strong loose cultivators emerging would be greatly reduced. In this way, they can naturally continue to maintain their status. Truly, infighting is what the human race excels at. Lu Qing shook his head. According to what he knew in the heavenly origin great world, the human race also has the demon clan as a formidable enemy. Moreover, in battles with the demon clan, the human race doesn't actually hold much advantage. Under such circumstances, if loose cultivators could rise, their vast numbers would undoubtedly be a significant boost to the human race. But these major forces, for the sake of their own status, have chosen to suppress the development of loose cultivators. No wonder it is heard that in recent years, several clashes between the human race and the demon clan have mostly resulted in defeats for the human race, if not retreating constantly. Of course, Lu Qing only pondered over these matters briefly before dismissing the thoughts. This kind of grand situation is beyond what an individual can change. Moreover, he wasn't a person of the heavenly origin great world, so why dwell on such things? However, seeing the dust-cleansing golden soul pill being so popular, Lu Qing was reminded of something. In his hometown world, he had slain 2 foreign visitors from the outside world back then. Later, from their storage magical treasure, he obtained a top-grade spiritual medicine, the pure lotus. And one of the effects of this top-grade spiritual medicine is its ability to refine golden cores, enhancing the grade of golden cores. However, later on, when Lu Qing passed the golden core tribulation, he condensed an unprecedented perfect golden core, which didn't require further refining. After that, whether it was his master, Little Yan, or Little Li in the 5 elements, they all condensed top-grade golden cores, which also didn't require golden core refining. Additionally, he never had the recipe to refine the pure lotus into an elixir. So all this time, he had somewhat forgotten about this top-grade spiritual medicine, simply storing it inside the Kainkun Chi bag. Then he remembered another top-grade spiritual medicine he possessed, the 5 treasure lotus. Perhaps it's time to find an opportunity to refine them into elixirs, Lu Qing thought inwardly. Top-grade spiritual medicines are exceptionally precious. Even those at the primordial spirit realm would be tempted. If they could be refined into elixirs, it would be a significant aid, whether for him or Little Li and others, enabling their cultivation to advance further. While pondering, Lu Qing continued watching the auction below. By this time, those 10 dust-cleansing golden soul pills had long been auctioned off. That white-haired old man ultimately didn't manage to win any of them. He sat there despondently, a pallor on his face full of despair. This scene made many cultivators lament the ruthlessness of the path of cultivation. After the dust-cleansing golden soul pills were auctioned off, the venerable Zhenbao once again waved his hand, and a jade sword appeared on the jade platform. As soon as this sword emerged, the surrounding temperature dropped, and even frost faintly appeared. Up next for auction is a cold jade flying sword, an ice attribute top-grade magical treasure. The white-haired old man's plight was merely a small interlude. The auction continued fervently. One treasure after another was taken out for auction by the venerable Zhenbao. There were spiritual medicines, elixirs, magical treasures, and even unprocessed refining materials. In short, there were all kinds of treasures. Among them were quite a few powerful exotic treasures, not only inciting frenzied bids from the cultivators in the hall below, but also some in the VIP rooms above who were tempted and placed bids several times. However, perhaps because they were all looking to save spirit stones for bidding on the top-grade spirit artifact that was the finale, the guests in the VIP rooms didn't place many bids, all maintaining a low profile. During this process, Lu Qing kept using his superpower to probe the information of the treasures on the jade-suppressing platform. He gained a wealth of knowledge. However, Lu Qing just watched without buying, never placing a single bid. First, although there were many treasures presented by the venerable Zhenbao, none particularly interested him. He didn't lack magical treasures, as the few spiritual artifacts he possessed were already sufficient. As for elixirs, unless it was those purely for enhancing cultivation ranks of top grade. Otherwise, even those that enhance talent or might increase comprehension didn't serve much purpose for him. After all, being a perfect golden core cultivator, his talent now could be considered truly extraordinary. With his superpower, what elixir could enhance comprehension more effectively? Secondly, while his spirit stones couldn't be considered few. In the context of this auction, they were somewhat inadequate, so unless he encountered a treasure that truly captivated him, Lu Qing didn't plan on casually making a move. If he didn't find anything that moved him, it was also fine just to gain some knowledge this time. As Lu Qing thought this, the venerable Zhenbao below waved his hand again, taking out another treasure and placing it on the jade platform. The venerable Zhenbao below waved his hand again, taking out another treasure and placing it on the jade platform.